Volume 5, Prologue. 765, Prologue. Within a coupled carriage on course to Central. With my eyes closed, I slept and sent my consciousness into the blue jewel hanging at my neck. The conference room had a round table, with chairs stationed around its circumference. At one point on it, a large silver sword floated above the table. Even if you called me here, well. There, Lyle Walt, was being looked upon by the fed-up faces of my ancestors. Most were sitting in their chairs looking in my direction, but only the second was standing. The one taking on the appearance of a hunter was a memory stored within this Jarrell-given form. Following the father of the provincial noble Walt House, the one who had become the second generation of the family, Crassel Walt spoke. "I'll be having you do it today as well. Come to my room." After that short line, perhaps he had been irritated, as the second headed straight off to the door behind his chair. The third generation looked at me, and motioned for me to follow with all due haste. "Now off with you." "Really?" Leaving behind the tired heads of history, I started off to the door the second had entered. "No, but there's no helping it, is there?" There was but one reason they all seemed so worn out. It's because I had failed in learning a skill. The second's memory. Unlike the first's time, it was a memory where the fighting was never to die out. There was no bloodshed. It was a war among villagers, and the antipathy of the area's feudal lord, the second generation head. The first generation handled things so much better. He had that strength of his, too. That man always take the initiative, and take action himself, you know. I really wonder how his successor turned out to be something like that. The second generation walked down the farm roads, and I followed behind him. Around us were villagers, purposely raising their voices to levels we could hear. Having just inherited the territory, it wasn't field work the second was taking part in. With his subordinates behind, he went around hammering wooden stakes into the ground. I looked upon the scene, and spoke. It was like this last time too, but this scene is. While he seemed to be in a bad mood, the second did answer. I had just taken over. I had no idea what the right thing to do was. Therefore, I tried putting in order the fields that had been nothing but a complete mess for a start. At the time the founder was the Lord. The fields and houses that made up the village of the Walt House had an overly complex arrangement. They just expanded because they were able to. That's the sort of impression they gave off. Of that, in order to make them easier to manage, the second attempted to get them in order. And he's supposed to be that man's son. Beside the young second, who was carrying out his work, the fief whispered amongst themselves as they passed by. The young second was gritting his teeth. He seemed quite vexed. The second began explaining the situation to me. What the villagers were expecting when I took over was someone to mediate the fighting. Whose field is whose? Who's the bastard damming up the water? There were plenty of pointless quarrels. During the first's time, they had just tolerated it. Because that person, my old man, was strong. Compared to the first generation, the second seemed to be one of whom you could talk to. First generation Basil Walt was a barbarian-styled man, who used beast skins as his overcoat. His arms were wide, and his weapon was that hunk of a sword. It seems none of the villagers felt to go against him. He was strong, and he took the initiative when it came to work. Despite this and that, my reliable old man was the adoration of all the villagers, And when that was gone, all the dissatisfaction that had been building up was to burst out all at once. A need to mediate the quarrels. Who had ownership of what land, he was forced to hand down such judgment, but it seems that the villagers were dissatisfied with that as well. Unaccepted by the generation that remembered the first, the second continued to struggle to raise up the succeeding generations. As we left the outskirts of the village, the second turned back to me. It's implied here that the first stage was manual and short-ranged, while the others are auto. Well then, shall we start? You can accomplish my all-skill second level, right? It covers an even wider range than before, and allows others to use skills to a large group, right? The defining feature of the second generation skill was that it truly was specialized to support. When I took its secondary effects to mind, I found myself favoring those more than its main use. Its second stage made it so if you gathered all your surrounding comrades in a single spot, they could all activate skills together. It does increase your perception even further, but it still isn't on the level of the fifths. It's quite suited for close-range detection, though. As I said that, I turned my eyes to the enemy I had detected with it. There, the form of a rabbit growing a horn from its head. Was visible for a brief moment, but the second had immediately notched and fired an arrow at it. As could be implied from his hunter-esque garb, the weapon the second held was a bow. monsters, he seemed to hate horned rabbits to a particularly high level, so whenever I found them, he would often end up arguing with the fifth. To the first through third who took care of the field work, horned rabbits were hell incarnate. Them laying waste to the fields meant a decline in crops. Looks like it's become a conditioned response for you. And wait, this is just a memory, right? Wasn't I the one who was supposed to be sensing the monsters? As I said that, the second responded in an irritated tone. Just looking at them irritates me, but it seems they've left a strong impression on my memory, that's why, like this. Right after saying that, another horned rabbit had appeared, so the second shot it to death. His skills with the bow were amazing. I could also use one, but I had nowhere near as much technique as the second. He put away his bow, and looked to me. Now then, about the third stage, select, that you keep failing in. Select, the second generation skills third stage, it allowed for a wide number of highly separated comrades to all use skills. Its amazing point was that it could work over such a range, while automatically distinguishing between friend and foe. Meaning it made aiming quite easy. In a muddled battlefield of allies and others, a use of its secondary ability could instantly put one at an advantage. With magic raining down on a massive scale, you could make it so it only came down on the enemy. It's that sort of amazing ability, but... No, I did concentrate on using the skill, but nothing happened. The second cried out. Why can't you do it? That's totally impossible, I'm telling ya. If you've even been able to master the third's mind skill, not being able to use my skill should be impossible. If you put it in scale of ease of acquisition, the first's and second's third stages were much less trouble than the other skills. Even so, I continued to fail on activating the skill. No, I do feel something starting up. It's just that right before it comes down to activating it, it fails, or how should I put it, but... And I'm telling you that's strange. Damn it, you've been able to learn all the other skills on the first try, so not being able to go on here is... Before the second's dejection, I realized that a part of me was feeling a bit of relief. Inside the rattle and shake of the coupled carriage, I opened my eyes, and looked out the window. Just riding aboard a moving vehicle was somewhat tiring. Around, there were plenty of customers, who had fallen asleep like me. Outside the glass pane, there were mounted soldiers and adventurers serving as guards. As this was a carriage set for the imperial capital Central, there was no shortage of passengers. With not an empty seat to be found, the reason so many paid such a fortune in silver coins to hitch a ride was due to the existence of monsters and bandits. That's just how much value a safe travel held. I've just come to learn of it recently. Looking to my side, a blonde-haired twin-tailed maid dressed Poyo Poyo, right, Monica, was at work knitting something. Seeing that, I thought to myself. So it's already that season, is it? I did feel a chill on my skin, but day by day, the cold was getting more severe. Since I left my home territory, the Walt house, more than half a year has passed. Winter was already right upon us. At the start, quite a few had sent curious glances at Monica, but after a few days' travels, perhaps they had grown accustomed to it, as no one paid any mind to her maid attire anymore. We only occasionally see the surprised faces of those getting on at the towns and villages we stop at along the way. The girl was not a human. An automaton built by an ancient race, revived by a pervert referred to as one of the 7 great of Arumsa's academy. The fruit of technology long lost, and according to the machine herself, a special model. And there, Monica noticed my glance. What is it, chicken dickhead? Could it be that you have gone into heat upon seeing my lovely figure? Oh good grief, why must it be in a place like this? As Monica proceeded to try removing her clothing, I put all my power into hitting the top of her head. She's a machine, so she might break? I did think that, but, as I picked up from her tone of voice, I'm sure she's already broken. Why do you always have to be like that? More importantly, what are you making there? Looking back at her handiwork, Monica spoke. Is it not obvious? I'm putting all sorts of emotion into making this heavy muffler. When the wielder of this piece of equipment thinks of just what feelings have been put into making this, they won't be able to help but feel the weight of my love and the encroaching feeling of responsibility. Ah, what a heavy muffler it shall be. I see. You sure have it rough. I try to treat it as someone else's problem, but Monica began to tremble incessantly. No, please don't make put up an SCP field there. Can you truly not understand who's giving what to whom unless I put it into words? You really are the worst, damn chicken. As I continued to show off my lack of interest, Monica whispered to me. Speak now, or I'll add on a heavy sweater and heavy gloves. Saying that, she began churning out the rest of the muffler at breakneck pace. Quit it, fool. I spoke while conscious of the surrounding eyes on Monica, and looked to the ceiling. The trip was one that took several days, and while it did give off a sense of security, it also felt quite inconvenient. I turned my gaze to the jewel hanging at my neck. The blue crystal resting on the palm of my hand was decorated with glittering silver ornaments and hung onto a chain. Skills were something that existed as one skill per person. That being the case, there were a few ways to be able to make use of multiple of them. Besides using gems like what the jewel once was, there were also items that could be imbued with skills called magic tools. There were plenty of varieties, weapons and armor, and rather than gems, where it was quite easy for one skill to interfere with another, magic tools had become the standard form. By adding the right skills together, it was possible to display quite a large effect, and while the price for them was extravagant, there were plenty of nobles and adventurers that sought out for them. There wouldn't be a point in speeding this up with the fourth skill, would there? The skill raised one's movement speed, but even if I tried doing that, the carriage has its own schedule to keep. Even if I expedited it to arrive faster, if it was set to arrive exactly on time, I doubt it would be much appreciated. Though it's surely a good thing to have more skills to use. With that on my mind, I closed my eyes once more. Having arrived at Imperial Capital Central, our party finally got through the intense bustle of people at the gate and began heading out to find an inn. It was my third time in the city, and I did not get lost. Of course, we also had two who were raised here, Miranda and Shannon, with us this time. A pale emerald green in color, Miranda's wavy hair extended long enough to touch her back. She was an individual that gave off an impression like that of a cat, but even so, she was a noble lady. She hailed from an imperial viscount family known as the Circry House. Her younger sister Shannon was a little girl with dull violet hair and amber-colored pupils. She was the youngest one among all of us, but she was also quite a schemer who played the part of a poor ephemeral lass, robbed of her vision. "Hey, someone carry this for me. Lyle, why aren't you taking it? Aren't you supposed to be a man?" I turned to her and spoke. "I'm surprised you can say such a thing while looking at all the baggage in my hands. In the first place, you're already having Monica carry your stuff, are you not?" The ones carrying quite a load in their arms were me and Monica. With Monica carrying around Clara's, Miranda's and Shannon's belongings, we attracted quite a few wandering eyes. By the way, the ones I was carrying were Novum's and Aria's. But this is quite heavy. What Shannon showed off with a cute voice was not a leather-made travel bag, but a small piece of hand luggage. Keep your sleep talk for when you're asleep. Come back once you've become an actual lady. I spat out my words in return, abandoned the girl and her jeers, and headed towards the inn. The one who hit a noisy Shannon on the back of her head was Miranda-san. She was the one among us with the most years being her, but that being the case, she was still only 17. "Shannon, you can carry that much yourself. Even just with having Monica carry your luggage, it's no good if you don't feel the least bit thankful." Hearing that, while still keeping all the bags in hand, Monica puffed out her chest. Her large bust swayed up and down. "Please remember that I'm quite displeased with having to carry you lot's belongings. They're just add-ons to those of my precious chicken dickwads. You should all be more grateful." While there was a disparity of her treatment of me and those around, she was the type of person who did her work properly regardless of her toxicity. Seeing that, a girl with deep blue hair, red eyes, and glasses spoke. It was Clara. "I've been to Central a number of times, but there sure are a lot of people. Unlike Arumsa's, perhaps I should call it more efficient. If you force me to say, Central was a place that felt quite narrow. Compared to the streets of Arumsa's, that were almost like a labyrinth themselves, it was several times more decent." With her brown hair tied in a side ponytail, Novum looked at me with her violet eyes. "Will we be staying at the same inn we used before, Lyle-sama?" Novum Forks's, my former fiancée, and the charming young lass who accompanied me when I had been driven out of my home. There was a time when I thought that as long as I had Novum by my side, the rest didn't really matter, but by the time I came to it, I found myself already surrounded by an army of females. A mannish woman with red hair, Aria, spoke. "We do have the money, so why not get a more spacious one? I don't want to be squeezing 3 into a 2-person room like last time. The last time we came here, we had lodged with a man and 2 women in a 2-person room. But it's best to cut down on hotel expenses. I mean, Central was also a place that cost quite a pretty penny. I approve of the proposal for personal rooms, but with these numbers, we can't go about staying at too extravagant a place." Aria spoke. "You, after taking in that large a sum, you sure are one to talk. I did end up making a bit of a fortune in Arumsa's, so unlike before, I did have a bit of leisure. If you were to look at me as a single adventurer, I would likely be regarded as a success." From inside the jewel, the one well-attuned to talks about money let out his voice. With his glasses being his defining characteristic, the fourth was quite a harsh person when it came to counting coins. "Hey, it's not like you're the one who earned it or anything. That's something I gave Lyle instructions for. Normally, he should have been able to sell the know-how on Porter for much greater a sum. After constructing a golem to carry luggage inside a labyrinth, I had sold that knowledge to the Academy of Arumses. If you want to look at the pricing, then it's something I'm quite satisfied with as an individual. But the one who couldn't come to terms with it at all was the fourth. There are plenty more ways for us to make money. As I thought that, I felt that the ancestors were sending some dubious glances at me. Arya drew closer to me, and there, Miranda-san raised her voice. It's already gotten quite late today, but when tomorrow comes, I'll introduce you guys to a place we'll be able to stay a while. I think you already know what I'm talking about though, Lyle. Hearing that, I remembered. The Circry House's mansion? No, it would certainly be nice if we could stay, but are you sure you're alright with that? Both Miranda-san and Shannon were in a state where they had been kicked out of the Circry House. On paper, it was stated they were sent to the City of Scholars to study, but in reality, it was nothing more than an opportunity to have them learn to be independent. The reason I worried so much as to whether it was alright to return was likely because I had been driven out of my house as well. Miranda-san spoke with a smile. It's fine. I've already gotten Father's permission, and I properly notified them to make the preparations to receive a party of 7. That smile of hers did seem to conceal a trace of mischief, but I decided to nod and leave it at that. Understood. Then tomorrow, I guess we'll be heading off to the Circry House's mansion. And Miranda spoke on. Look forward to it. Look forward to what? As I stood unable to comprehend, the sixth called out to me. This kinda seems like that, right? From the parent's point of view, it's the please give me your daughter's hand type scenario. The one who agreed with him was the 7th generation. Right. If it were me, then the moment my daughter bought an adventurer boy home, I'd promptly shoot him to death. The one saying such a scary thing was my grandfather. It seems this and that happened in the past, and he came to hate the association known as the Adventurers Guild, and the adventurers that came with it. I get the feeling he isn't really supportive of my current state as an adventurer either. I thought to myself. Well, we have quite a lot of girls with us, so I don't think they'll misunderstand too much. With bags in hand, I held such a naive thought in my mind, as I continued to search out an inn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 1, The Circry House. 7's, The Circry House. We dropped by the Circry House. Normally, one would be shocked upon seeing such a large mansion, but among us, only Clara and Monica gave such a reaction. I was the heir to inherit the territory of a feudal lord. Novum was the same. Since it didn't have the space restrictions of this narrow capital, then if I had to say, Novum's mansion on the Forks' territory was the larger of the two. Arya was a former baron house, or at least, she hailed from a notable family, so she wasn't surprised. Miranda-san and Shannon should be going through some nostalgic sentiment upon returning to their own home of origin. Thinking that, I looked at the two, but... yeah, looks like it's become even more dubious than before. Miranda-san gave a bitter smile, and Shannon made a detestable expression. Shay. So they're still here. Just get married off somewhere already, damn it. We passed through the gate, and arrived at the front door. Likely because they were relatives, the house's response was swift, and we were let through the gate without even being asked what our business was. But from within the mansion. Why are those two back? Father, it's already been decided that the successor is to be my groom when they marry into the family, right? Cut the crap. Wanisama, your man's just some lowly servant, is he not? My sweetheart is much better off, ... I heard the contesting voices of two females. Monica spoke. Well, how should I put this, as expected of the household of these two fine ladies? They have quite an extreme disposition. She gave a bright smile as she looked over Shannon and Miranda-san. Clara was timidly looking over the mansion's exterior, and she seemed quite restless. Coming to an estate as large as this, I only know about things like etiquette in theory, you know? Seeing her look to Novum for help, the third let out his voice from the jewel. Well, we're with family here, so I don't think she really needs to pay mind to his. I mean, they're the ones that called us over to begin with. And wait, if anyone even tries to lay hands on Clara, they'll be beaten black and blue, by Lyle. Oh, so you meant me. While I held such an impression, Arya spoke up. Perhaps because they had been on good terms before, it seems she knew their current family head. As long as you're making an attempt, I'll bet Ralph-san will allow it to an extent. Just give a normal greeting, and keep quiet after that, and you should be just fine. To Arya, who said such a thing, Novum gave a worried tone. Arya-san, could it be that in regards to etiquette, you... Arya averted her eyes. Of course I learned it. But that was years, and years, and years ago. There are plenty of things I'm sure I've forgotten. While Arya seemed like she was about to burst into tears, Miranda-san made a smile, and spoke. I made sure to tell them I was bringing along my adventurer comrades, so you don't have to worry about courtesy and the like. More importantly, Lyle? As Miranda-san looked at me, I nodded, and raised the small leather case in my hands. The large sum paid for the mansion in Arumses, as well as the sum they had received as support up to now had been prepared. Are you sure I should be the one to hand it over? Oh, it's fine. I'll bet that'll make it more interesting. Hearing her speak of something being interesting, I tilted my head, as I held the case in hand, and waited for the doors to open. The disputing voices coming from within the mansion ceased, the doors opened, and what we found standing before us was a fine gentleman with grey hair. He did display a bit of his own enervation, but I chose not to touch up on that point. Putting his suit in order, the one staring at me, Ralph Surkrey-san, was Miranda-san's, and Shannon's father. After losing his wife, it doesn't seem he took in a second. For that reason, it was a necessity for the 4 siblings of the Surkrey house to welcome a groom sometime soon. My apologies. Well then, welcome to Miranda? What is it, father? Perhaps because the impression she gave off had changed considerably, Ralph-san looked over us with slight panic. And the sight of Shannon standing normally as well. Oi, why are you so docile all of a sudden, Dot? Seeing her bashfully fidgeting in a manner that didn't suit her, I ended up voicing those thoughts. I mean, I'm seeing father for the first time in, ow. As Miranda-san's clenched fist found its place on her, Ralph-san, and all those behind him went into a daze. The hell you doing? You can't just keep putting up the frail act forever. You're already going to be fine on your own, so you have to show off your reliable side. The siblings began getting noisy, so I addressed Ralph-san in their place. I'm one in the same party as Miranda-san. My name is Lyle. Ah, this is a bit of a souvenir. Sweets sold within the capital, hand-picked by Miranda-san, were handed over. Why yeah, much obliged. The feel they gave off was much too different, that I ended up going into shock. But nothing will begin if we just keep making a racket at the entranceway. It seems the 2 of them get along as well as ever, but... To offer aid to Ralph-san's distress, we set foot into the Surkrey mansion. I saw 2 ladies of marriageable age wearing dresses. I believe the lass with her braided black hair set behind her head was Doris Surkrey. She was wearing a navy dress, and had glasses hanging on her face. Her drooping eyes were looking over our group with suspicion. And the other one, wearing a yellow dress, and donning deep green hair, was Lucy Surkrey. Her long hair extended down her back, and the impression she gave off was reminiscent of Miranda's. Their eyes fell on Miranda-san, and Shannon. For them to return after all this time. It was quite apparent that we weren't welcome, but anyways, Ralph-san spoke up. Doris, Lucy, you 2 don't need to tend to our guests. Please step back. As he said that, the 2 of them continued to glare at us, as they receded to the deeper parts of the mansion. Seeing them, the 4th spoke. The worries of imperial court noble ladies. The 5th voiced his agreement. With their elder sister returning, they're likely beginning to worry about their own livelihoods. In a different sense than that of a feudal lord, they're desperate to earn their keep. The 6th spoke. Even with Millie marrying into their family, do you think I would forgive such a petty squabble? The 7th. That's all you can expect from court nobles. Quite a few of them were purged in my time, you know. Even when they are the ones who invited us over, good grief. He said some scary things. Come to think of it, I believe he said he acted as an advisor. I did hear it was quite a harsh time, though. It seems the 2nd couldn't keep up. Court nobles, is it? I've only ever met them when I succeeded my position. I met with the king, and swore loyalty, and, just for that, they had me wait for over 10 days. The 4th spoke. Yes, if they won't bring in any profit, it's best to keep them waiting. Then comes the bribes, right? If it was just 10 days, you should have just forked it over. The 5th was of the same opinion. Yes, that produces a far higher efficiency. Well, the unforgiving environment is a bit of a problem. The 2nd quietly. Do I look like I had that sort of money? While thinking over how much trouble the man went through, I continued through the mansion. For some reason, it ended up we would be discussing matters with Ralph-san with just me and Miranda-san. I was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, but I couldn't taste it at all. You mean to say that this isn't betrothal money? You're being serious, right? Why yes. We sold the estate in Arumses, and returned all the fees it took for its uptake. As I began to produce the money from the case, Miranda-san So you're telling me that wasn't betrothal money? Said that. From then on, barraged me with questions in an indifferent tone, and finally, it seemed the misunderstanding was about to be resolved. The second spoke. This girl is scary. The sixth was. Oh come now, she was just desiring a little good clean fun. You can't discredit that as just a little. As I thought that, Miranda-san proposed a question to Ralph-san. Unlike before, she was making a serious expression. And so, why have you finally decided to call us back? Before the daughter, who had changed considerably, Ralph-san kept sending fleeting glances in my direction, making the situation exceedingly awkward. The third spoke. Don't you think he's under the impression you ate up her daughter? See, there are plenty of girls who change when they get a man. The fifth seemed fed up. And he pays such mind to an abandoned girl? Really, I wonder. Ralph-san let out a sigh as he spoke. Yes, it's true that we drove the two of you out of the house. I've of no mind to deny that. But at the same time, there was a reason. Saying that, Ralph-san called my name. Lyle Walt, you're the former heir of the Walt house, correct? I ended up looking into the rumors surrounding you from Dalian and Arumsas. The voice I heard from within the jewel was mingled with a little tension. It was the sixth. Imperial noble, was it? I guess it isn't uncommon for a viscount to be well informed. So how does this man want to move in regards to me? As I thought that, Miranda-san spoke to him. Even if you're my father, if you lay hands on my comrades, especially Lyle, then I will get serious. Even receiving his daughter's challenging glare, Ralph-san's expression didn't change. No, more than that, he smiled a little. I never thought you would be one to say that. Be at ease. Our Circre house is one with ties to the Walt house. You and I both have their blood flowing through our veins. That was quite a while ago, though. Miranda-san showed surprise upon hearing that, but I already knew, so I kept a poker face, and continued drinking my tea. How awkward. What I'm mindful of is the fact that someone of the Walt house came to approach you and Shannon. As I gave a reaction, Ralph-san's gaze came to be fixed on me. Lyle-kun, is it all right if I asked you something? Please, go ahead. For what intent did your house make a move to have you approach Miranda and Shannon? In regards to the question posed to me, the seventh offered some advice. Just give an honest answer, Lyle. He already has the information he needs. The fact that you were driven out of your home, and most of what's transpired around you, he should have a general grasp of it. I tightened my grip on the jewel once, and answered. My house is of no relation. Because I was kicked out. Miranda-san spoke. Father, asking something like that when you already know is. Ralph-san let out a sigh. I know. But if I don't go about it like this, I won't be able to calm down. You met her a few years ago, right? That seals Walt. The name I heard the moment I put my cup down made me raise my face in surprise. The sixth spoke. Calm yourself, Lyle. I tried to feign composure, but it seems he understood what I felt. And he started going on about the reason Miranda-san and Shannon were thrown out. It started from that point. There was a proposal from the Walt house to take charge of your education. No, to be more precise, they developed quite an interest in you. They tacked on a reason and tried to call you over. In this sense, education was where nobles would send sons and daughters between each other to raise. It's not that rare among relatives. In some cases, children were sent out to learn discipline. The fifth spoke. Now isn't that strange? Why would the excuse of "we'll train her up, so hand her over" ever pass? The seventh spoke. In my time, there were plenty of houses that requested training from the Walt house, but we didn't ever go as far as to try taking someone in ourselves. I asked about that. Did my family really say they would educate her? After taking a sip of tea, Ralph-san gave an answer. At present, the imperial capital's the same, but the Walt house's movements have been quite strange in particular. Since the time they drove out their own successor, there have been a lot of houses cutting relations with them. Of course, that was also based on their actions from before that. It seems that from the time I began being confined to my room, the Walt house had become quite strange. And Ralph-san went on. As a provincial noble house, the Walts are known to be quite prodigious in the pen and the sword. Even I considered sending my daughter to such a place at some point, but then a letter came stating they would do it for us at once. That unthinkable action made him give up on the act, or so he said. But having heard Ralph-san's explanations, the ancestors. Second and up. Prodigious, so were my troubles finally rewarded? I think the sword part of it was definitely me. Me, who cleaned up after that big-headed bastard. Then does that make me the pen? That really was a lot of trouble. Prodigious, huh? Well, those that survive are to be named as superior. That's just how the world turns. It's different now, though. Yeah, that's right, it sure is different with the current gen. It's not my fault. It's that stupid son of mine. After clearing my throat once, I asked. So because you didn't want to send Miranda-san there for her education, you dispatched her to Arumsas? Miranda-san sent a distrustful glance in her father's direction. This is the first I'm hearing of it. With a serious expression, Ralph-san talked. A few years ago, the young lass called Seals came to the capital, and then it all started to feel strange. Requests that anyone would think of as unreasonable suddenly began to pass. While normally, one would try making some distance, there were even some houses that purposefully started inching closer to the Walt house because of that too. If you can get away from a troublesome connection, it's best you do. That's a principle of nobility. There are instances where escape is impossible, but generally, the reaction is to make some distance. Ralph-san spoke. I've been working in the palace for quite some years, but even so, this is the first. Also, the moment Miranda and Shannon did leave the house, they seemed to lose all interest. After that, they stopped calling out to us altogether. Miranda-san spoke. Well, there does seem to be a little sense to it. And? What's the reason you've called me over today? Isn't it bad if me and Shannon are to stay here? From the current flow of the conversation, it's bad for us to be here. From the imperial capital, no, it would be best if we left the country with all due haste. When Seals comes into play, there's nothing I'll be able to accomplish. Twice. I've experienced growth 2 times, but still, I can't even imagine winning over Seals. I remembered that overwhelming difference in power. Ralph-san's face turned tired. Unlike the serious discussion that had transpired up to now, he started giving a simple explanation of the situation. Have you heard of Doris and Lucy's fight? Miranda scoffed. Marriage to someone too separated in status? Idiotic. One of them will just have to give up. Having already been separated from all of this, Ralph-san likely wouldn't accept having her marry in a successor at this point in time. Having been cut off due to the Walt house's invitations, it doesn't look like she has any intentions of returning. You won't ask me or Shannon to come back, right? Do you think doing that would suddenly get me a groom of equal status? I understand that isn't going to happen, and your lives are already your own, just do whatever you want with them. It's just that, if you're willing to hear out my honest opinion, Lyle over there is a little. I heard the third's voice. Lyle Kuhn's a little what? Have at it, Lyle. He was laughing quite happily. The 7th shouted out. What problem do you have with our Lyle, you rat of the court? Grandfather, please calm down. While I thought something like that, Ralph-san spoke. Well, he does look like an earnest lad, but, well, won't it be hard to support that many women as an adventurer? It may be the dream of all men, but for me to have my daughter taken by a man who's seriously trying to build himself a harem in this day and age is. Yep, I agree wholeheartedly. The 7th spoke. Right. That's definitely how the current Lyle looks. The 2nd spoke. I'll bet he can at least support them. For better or worse, he has some talent. The for better or worse part seemed to stab into me. It's up to me who I'm to choose, right? Won't you get to the main point already? Are you trying to tell me to stop those 2 idiot sisters of mine? Ralph-san muttered something mournful along the lines of, she was so much cuter before, as he looked at Miranda-san. I get the feeling the gaze he directed at me grew sharper. No, I do have the sentiment to get them to give up, but something else has come up. Ralph-san explained. There was a knight who forcefully intruded on our house for work-related matters. It seems those 2 ended up hearing his words. A brigade of knights is to be dispatched to Johnny Village, a village under direct imperial control. Their numbers were insufficient, so it's been decided they'll take volunteers for the expedition. This all happened before the official announcement. Apparently, it seems a hippogriff had taken up residence near Johnny Village. A monster with the head and front claws of an eagle, with the body and back hooves of a horse stuck on the back. The fact it could fly through the air made it quite a troublesome monster. Additionally, it seems that even the surrounding monsters had begun to gather around it. A question surfaced in my mind, so I decided to ask. Wasn't the imperial capital stuck with more than enough knights and soldiers? It's the capital that's hell for adventurers to live in. In this place, most matters are reliably handled by such official forces. Ralph-san spoke. The hippogriff is one thing, but recently, we've been sending out one knight troop after another. They're short on numbers. The one leading this time's dispatch is just going to be a decurio. Decurio. In military terms, their role would be to get a party of 10 or so knights together. Based on the scope of the battle, their force could be used for simple aid. But thinking about the opponent this time, I do get the feeling it's a little insufficient. The sixth spoke. It may be that. The fifth appeared to agree. Cutting down on numbers? In the current capital? I did hear they were short on hands, but no, it's knights they're short on. While the fifth continued to prattle on, the second suddenly spat out some angry words. Ha! In the end, to those Imperials up there, that's all a small village is worth to them. While I wondered what exactly he was trying to say, Ralphsan spoke. The ones those two desire to marry volunteered at once upon hearing the story. No, perhaps I should say they were made to volunteer? Regardless, it isn't something that can be taken back so easily. If possible, I'd like you to protect the two men helplessly dragged into this. That was the request Ralphsan asked of us. Miranda-san spoke. Protect them? They're going out to defeat monsters, right? I also thought it strange. While they may be in a situation they can no longer escape from, is there really a need to provide help? From Ralphsan's position, it should be better if they didn't exist. When I think of it like that, I get the feeling my mind's become a little darker. The servant braid really does good work. Marcus is a young man who cares deeply for his family. They're both youths I would find a pity to die by the selfish whims of those two girls. Miranda-san spoke. You're speaking as if it's certain they'll fail. Ralphsan spoke. Yeah, that's why all you have to do is make them scamper back home. Would you, by chance, take up my request? Lyle Kuan? If it's up to 100 gold coins, I'm willing to prepare it. If possible, I'd like to leave my daughters out of it. Ralphsan wasn't looking at Miranda-san, but at me. Miranda-san spoke. A request to Lyle. What's more, you want me and Shannon to stay behind? The fourth spoke. Leave my daughter behind. That sort of thing? This is quite a dangerous request, isn't it? Seeing his testing gaze, I began to wonder whether he was concealing something. I couldn't just go along with it so easily. The second spoke. I don't like this man at all. It's as if he's saying he doesn't care if some small village out there gets crushed. I can't put up with it anymore. It's all just really irritating. Having been the lord of such a small village, it appears the second had much to think. And the third spoke. And so you're going to abandon them as well? If you're fine with that, we'll try telling Lyle to refuse as well, though. The second. Damn it. Lyle, you decide by yourself. He seemed quite pained, and it seems he did want me to take it up. A single small village was going to be destroyed. Hearing such a story. Ralphsan's testing eyes. I spoke. I'll accept it. But Miranda-san and Shannon are both my comrades and members of my party, so I'm going to be taking them along. I decided to take up the request. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 2, Someone to Guard. Someone to guard. Walking down the narrow alleyway, I confirmed the contents of the memo again. So it's here. It should have been a bright day, but the towering buildings intercepted the light of the sun, basking everything in a gloomy feel. The note Ralphsan had handed me had the name Marcus Carning written on it. The man the third daughter of the Circry house had taken a liking to, and was scheming to get married into the house. Of course, the very premise of that plan was already flawed. Trying to rack him up some achievements to raise his status, and forcefully finding him employment for that sake, yes, it doesn't settle right with me, but... The Johnny Village dispatch was already anticipated to have a level of casualties, and another one of its objectives was to cut down on the number of low-ranking nobles, who'd immediately jump at the chance offered by such a volunteer opportunity. Even if they're still nobles, those of the knight class did have it quite rough. Those without any peerage only had the annuity to give their families a humble life. It would be different if they had work, but in Central's current state, such work is quite a scramble. From within the jewel, I heard a complaint. It was the second. Even if the dispatch falls through, they'll just send out their real force to resolve it safely, is it? I'll bet they plan to raise up the next ones they're going to send. I looked around, and confirmed I was alone. I opened my mouth. But won't having the army face defeat create various problems? The one to answer was the sixth. There are various cases. Factional disputes, and competitions for posts, and then, there's all the poor saps dragged into it all. I wonder if it really is true that there were too many nobles. The main problem would be that there hadn't been a large war in the past few decades or so. The seventh spoke. Bonsium has grown much too big. But Lyle, even for a country as large as that, there's still a set amount of its populace it can support. Nobles are the same. The amount they can employ is definite. While it may be definite, if there are some achievements to be had, then the knights receive promotions, or some form of reward must be bestowed unto them. The second spoke. Then just go reclaim more land already. Just look at the damn slums. With those numbers, a village or two'd be raised and prosper in a jiffy. On the way here, I had a chance to catch sight of the imperial capital slums. They were overflowing with people, and on the way, I was even begged it a few times. The fourth spoke. Beasts and bandits, and monsters, for a small village, the chances it'll be destroyed is quite high. The investors in such an endeavor would also hesitate. Using magic, one could definitely finish up a village at quite a fast rate, but after that, it was the maintenance that grew difficult. And having magicians constantly stationed at such an outpost cost money. Those feasible to dispatch to develop villages were magicians specialized in earth and water attributes. Using that, it would be easy to build the foundation, but just like with this time, it'll be wiped out the moment a strong monster shows up. And that's why night brigades are sent out, and adventurers and mercenaries can put meals on the table. I sighed, looked over the number and nameplate on the door, and knocked. Yes. The one who opened the door with a slackish tone was a delinquent-esque young man with his short orange-colored hair ruffled into quite a mess. I could not see him as the earnest man described. He stared at me with his drooping eyes, as he waited for me to state my business. His height was tall, and his facial features were well in order, though mildly sinister. Are you Marcus San? He scratched his head. That's right. What business you got with, do you have with me? Seeing my attire, he likely thought of me as a rich brat. He seemed to mind his tone of voice. I had been taken care of by the Surkrey house, and I couldn't be wearing something too rough when I stopped by, so I came to the apartment in some relatively decent clothing. I am an adventurer. Well, it's the Surkrey house that made a request to me, though. As I said that, Marcus spoke up. What? If it's about the volunteer soldier thing, I ain't gonna take it up. I'm just trying to raise my rank a bit and get a steady income here. Not that old man ever understand the feels of the bottom rung. Old man likely referred to Ralph San. The third spouted out something quite irrelevant. Sheltered daughters, and nobles, and the like, you hear. They always seem to fall for these sorts of delinquent-ish men. Rank, for a court knight, a single rise in position could greatly alter one's annuity. The provisions paid to them every year were a precious source of income. The fourth spoke. Well, if he's at least trying to find work, he's got some ambition. The fifth agreed. If I had to say, then I don't think he should pay any mind to honor, and just take up some jobs aside from those given by the royal palace. While I wasn't too familiar with the circumstances surrounding that area, I spoke to Marcus. I did accept a request pertaining to the volunteer work, but with how it's been phrased, it looks like I'll mainly be serving as your subordinate. Subordinate? What do you mean? He bit the bait, and I handed over a letter. It was one written up by Ralph San. What it described were the specifics of the request I had taken up as an adventurer. Marcus San's face curled into a smile. So he does know his stuff, that Viscount. With this, even if I don't participate much myself, I'll still stand out. Seeing his happy face, I covered up my emotions with a bitter smile. I don't really get it, but if he didn't have the personnel, couldn't he have just hired them? Besides using his daughter as an intermediary, I think there were plenty of ways to go about it. There, the seventh spoke. It seems this time's request from that damn rat may prove to be for Lyle's sake as well. The fifth approved. The haves, and the have-nots? Well, in this case, it's a bit off. It's certainly something essential to the current Lyle, no doubt. While I started to think over what it was I was lacking, my shoulder was hit roughly a few times. What's that? So you're coming with a party of 7? With this, we can even work on the scope of a platoon. It's more than welcome. The letter did have some details about me, and it served as a letter of introduction. The departure was in 5 days, so preparations were going to get hectic. That hurts. Oh, sorry about that. So, did you just come to give a greeting today? No, I thought I'd ask what your plans were for tomorrow. I'd like if you took your equipment and came to the Surkrey mansion when you're available. There are various things we'll have to confirm. Marcus San made a questioning expression. The mansion? Then that means that bastard, Braid'll, be there. The one Marcus San spoke of, Braid Vamper, was a servant of the Surkrey house, or how should I put it, he mainly used his strength to do jobs requiring brute force. His father had a single generation's worth of knight peerage behind him, but on top of not being able to succeed that, Braid was born as the third son, so he ended up finding work as a servant. I tried asking. Do you dislike him? Marcus-san nodded. He always kinda picks a fight with me, or maybe he's jealous? I mean, I'm a bona fide hereditary noble, so he's got this and that to think about. I had also met with Braid already, but I didn't really have a conversation. Though I don't really think there's that much a need to fuss over who's a noble and who's not. So that means it's that, right? Braid's going to be participating as well? I nodded. Yes, or so I've heard. And so, I thought it best we all met up a dot. In truth, if I don't get a grasp of their skill as soon as possible, this expedition will be exceedingly risky. If I want to ensure their safety as best as possible, I should promptly put an end to these matters. I got it. I'm not in a standing to complain anyways. And, your name is? It's Lyle. I didn't give my last. I see. Pleasure working with you. While his appearance was a little deviant, he was a surprisingly amiable man. The Circuit House Manor. Miranda was walking down the corridor with ill humor. That rotten father of mine. The cause of it was her father. That tone of his, as if to test Lyle, had been oh so irritating. Walking beside her, Shannon was quite dejected. So why am I participating as well? I want to relax around my own home for once. Miranda spoke. Then we'll leave you here alone, so you can take the brunt of those two's cynicism. They may even resort to physical means at this point. While she said that as a threat, she knew the probability of such a thing wasn't low. That her younger sisters didn't welcome their siblings who had finally returned home. I don't want either. Isn't there a more elegant life somewhere out there for me? Miranda sighed, and looked out one of the windows lining the hallway. There, Doris was talking with a tall, black-haired man. The earnest-looking youth was Braid Vamper. He had come to the mansion just after they left, and he was a third-born son who wasn't even a noble. He could read, write, and do calculations, as well as handle a sword to an extent, and he was currently doing live-in work at the mansion. What's wrong? Ah, Doris-onissima, is it? It sure is rare to see her out of her room. The reason Shannon laughed, as if to make fun of her, was one Miranda agreed with. She agreed, but I don't remember you ever leaving your room either. Right, she's moving in a good direction. And after the two had separated, Shannon looked over the scene and spoke. That man is somehow using Doris-onissima. He isn't really putting much feeling into it, at least, I can't see the two of them as lovers. Miranda also felt that. Perhaps noticing the two stares from the window, Braid smiled, and gave a light nod, before departing. He was tall, and his face wasn't bad. But Miranda had noticed. That face is one of a man with high ambitions. Perhaps the reason he approached Doris was to gain status as a noble. Shannon spoke. Well, he seems somewhat capable, but his abilities are below Lyle's, perhaps it'll be impossible for him to rack up achievements? Miranda sighed. Don't compare to Lyle. They're in different dimensions. He could manage swords and magic, use multiple skills at the same time, and reach the level of a mid-class adventurer in well under a year. The levels of talent were far too different. It made her want to tilt her head at the Walt house that thought to drive him out, but the very fact that Seals was there was enough for her to accept it. Good grief, knowing full well, he spoke as if to challenge him. Knowing about Lyle's circumstances, the reason Ralph gave the request this time around was something Miranda learned later. Ralph wanted to confirm just how Lyle planned to move. It was true that he had been looking into him, and he knew that Lyle was skilled as an adventurer. Because of that, Miranda had been in quite a foul mood since morning. There are no absolutes in the world. And yet for him to give out a meaninglessly dangerous request. She had much she wanted to say, but as she didn't have the time, Miranda hurried with her preparations. Monica was modifying Porter in the backyard of the mansion. The one looking over her work was Clara. Clara had been unable to adjust to the atmosphere of the estate, so she conversed with the automaton outside. Can we put Porter to use outside? I don't think it will output too much speed. On Clara's question, Monica spoke. You mean to say the fruit of mine and the chicken dickhead's love falls short of those horse-drawn carriages scattered over the place? It's not like we're all getting a horse, so we'll be going on foot. With that, Porter will give some peace of mind. We can load supplies onto it, and more than anything, just look at this damn fine armor. Banging her fist against Porter's bulk, Monica went on. There's no need to fear the fangs and claws of monsters. What's more, it won't even shake on uneven roads. Seeing Monica brag so highly about Porter, Clara began clapping her hands. Yes, if we'll be mainly traveling on foot, then Porter will have a large part to play. And coupled carriages can't be used if the roads aren't well maintained. Hearing Clara's words, Monica nodded, before tilting her head. More importantly, Clara-san, there's something I've yet to understand. What is it? Shouldn't knights and soldiers have been sent out beforehand when they heard a village was attacked? Despite that, they sure are taking their time, aren't they? Won't there be heavy casualties? Monica found it strange that they'd yet to send a defensive force, when there could be casualties popping up at this very minute. Clara took off her glasses, and gave a preface of, well, I'm none too knowledgeable, before speaking on. It's quite a small settlement, so they probably consider it a low level of priority. I don't enjoy putting it like this, but even if the village is lost, it won't be a serious wound on the imperial capital at all. Hearing that, Monica spoke. This sure is a harsh world on the weak. She resumed her work on Porter. In essence, she needed to finish it up within a span of 4 days, so she hurriedly proceeded with her modifications. It wasn't possible to accomplish much at night, so she had to use her limited time to pass by as planned. Otherwise the complaints would come in. Clara whispered, and Monica stopped her hands. What is it? The one walking up to them in long strides was one with her long straight verdure hair swinging back and forth, Lucy. She was followed by some servants of the mansion. What is it? Don't give me that. Whose mansion do you think you're making such a racket in? The creaks and bangs are getting unbearable. Clara stood from her sitting posture, and seeing that, Lucy spoke. I wondered what sort of person he was when he brought along a maid, but it was just an abandoned kid of the Walt house, and his adventurer friends, how appropriate. Monica spoke. I see. Well, that's nice. It's just that I've already received the permission of the family head Ralph Sama to carry out work here. You asked whose mansion it was? Well, that would be Ralph Sama, right? So what did you come here for? Clara hurriedly tried to put a stop to Monica, but in essence, Monica was Lyle's personal maid-type automaton. She had lost her country, and her manufacturer had perished. Meaning she herself was her own rule. Can't you tell that I'm saying you're annoying? She scoffed at Lucy's words. And so? Is the response I offer to that. I have the license to do so, and more importantly, your boyfriend, Marcus-san, was it? It will be for that man's sake, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't pull me down. Saying she wouldn't make it on time, Monica restarted her work. Hearing Marcus's name brought up, Lucy took along the servants, and left. Clara spoke. Was that all right? She's a lady of the Circry house, right? Scoffing again, Monica responded. And whose fault do you think it is we're in this situation? I'd like it if she was at least a little compliant. If she goes as far as to even get in our way, it'll be nothing but a nuisance. Sitting back down, Clara spoke. I've been thinking it for a while, but your attitude to everyone besides Lyle-san is quite cold. Monica gave her reply as if it were only natural. Yes, is there a problem with that? No, it's nothing. Clara took out a book to read, and Monica continued with her work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 3, Monetary Support. Monetary Support. Borrowing the Circry house's yard, I checked over everyone's equipment. Generally, adventurers were lightly equipped. With that being the case, the second gave his impression looking over all of us. How unreliable. The third laughed as he spoke. It's at a level where I turn around and go home. As a gathering of adventurers, we weren't bad. Our equipment was well in order, and if you looked at us as mercenaries, while we had our insufficiencies, we were capable of battle. Besides Monica, that maid outfit, just take off the dress already. Fed up, I put one hand to my face. Monica gave an immediate reply. Don't want to. Rejected. Denied. She made a firm stance of denial, but I did know that her attire wouldn't be a hindrance to battle. Its appearance was no good for the battlefield. Well then Monica will just be shoved into Porter, and the next problem is. The ones I turned my eyes to were Marcus-san and Braid-san. Marcus-san was armed with his personal chainmail and sword. He also had a spear on him, and that wasn't a problem, but the issue lied with Braid-san. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to borrow the armaments from my home. In regards to Braid-san's apologetic manner, the fourth spoke. I'll bet. It's unthinkable for them to lend out their precious equipment to a third son. Not even if he paid them for it. The fifth spoke. You can find horrid treatments of seconds and thirds wherever you go. I thought. No, rather than first or second son, the fifth generation. The fifth, who had over 30 children. He did have his reasons, but to put it bluntly, he wasn't in a standing where he could interfere with this problem. The second likely thought as such as well. No, I doubt you're one to speak in this matter. The fifth seemed displeased. As I thought. I thought, as I looked over everyone. We'll have to do something about our appearance. Since we're in the capital, it won't be hard to get equipment together, so perhaps we should purchase with an emphasis on appearances? Appearance itself was a single important factor. Even if the contents were all the same, to one who looked the part, and one who didn't, if one were to choose, they would overwhelmingly veer towards the former. Today included, there are 4 days until our departure. We should ready our equipment first. As I said that, the ones standing close and watching, Dora-san and Lucy-san, spoke to their respective boyfriends. Then I'll purchase Braid's weapons. I'll pay any sum, be it 10 or 20 gold. Even I can do at least that much. As Lucy-san said that, Dora-san chuckled to herself. It's because you're always wasting money that you don't even have that much money, is it not? Lucy-san's face turned red, as she raised a loud voice. I'll borrow it from father. If it's for Marcus's sake, then whether it be 50 or 100 gold coins, I'll show you I can pay it. Listening in on that petty squabble, the individuals themselves were making doubtful expressions. Marcus-san spoke. Lucy, while I do appreciate it, if you pay out that much money, I've nothing to give in return. My equipment's already in order, and I do maintain it regularly, so there's no problem. Seeing Marcus-san let out a sigh, Braid-san whispered to himself. Well, you sure have it easy, hereditary knight. He did say it loud enough for all to hear, so Marcus-san clicked his tongue. I thought. They really don't get along, and wait, the ancestors did stop me from putting out the money myself, but I can at least lend some out. My ancestors had halted me from providing the monetary support. Don't even think about it. If you're going to do it, then put interest on the loans. I do have the financial leisure to put out 50 gold per, though. There's the sum I earned from selling Porter's info, so there was some space in my budget. I spoke to the two of them. I can put some down from my side, so if there's a need to borrow some, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll bet Ralph-san will be willing to act as the guarantor for the two of you. Hearing that, Marcus-san drew close to me. Really? Then I'd like to leave a little to you. The equipment maintenance took more than I expected, and this month is looking rough. Braid-san was the same. I'll definitely pay you back with the reward from this time's expedition. At the very least, I have to get some chain mail and a weapon together, or... Both of them seemed quite desperate, and I ended up giving a wry smile. Listen here, Lyle. Humans can easily go amiss. When it comes to money, it becomes so much easier. Within the jewel. The third explained to me. When I was called into it, I found myself surrounded by lecturing ancestors. Why yes. Seeing my failure to comprehend, the fifth spoke. Lyle, let's say you're left without money, and are in quite a pinch. In that case, what would you do? I gave an immediate response. Then you just have to earn some, right? In the first place, I think you should be working so that it never comes down to that. I mean, right now, I'm working as an adventurer. Perhaps I would have been troubled before, but right now, I have confidence I could survive in the outside world. Even if the party broke up, if I had Novum with me, no, I even had the confidence I could support a family. The sixth spoke. You lost your money and equipment, and your stomach's empty. What do you do? I answered. Choose a request that doesn't take too much time, and get a meal, I suppose? The seventh asked. Then let's say your stomach's empty, and you have no equipment. Someone suggests to you to take up a high-paying request. Lyle, what would you do? That's also an easy one. I wouldn't take it. In that state, I would be scared to fail such a high-paying request. There, the fourth spoke. There's a saying that goes, poverty dulls the wit. Well, if it's you, Lyle, you'd probably take action before it comes down to it, and you do have the skill to make up for it. The third spoke. There's also the case where you can't move from an injury. Losing your limbs, and not being able to work even if you want to. As I stood confused, the second reminded me of Dora-san's and Lucy-san's boyfriends. When you said you would lend money, those two seemed all too excited, didn't they? Even just to get equipment in order, it would be a hefty sum for the two of them. They would never be able to accomplish that so easily. I tilted my head. So why don't they just find work? If you want the opinion of one who had earned a considerable amount as an adventurer, going out and taking on some weak monsters would make much more. In a week to a month, wouldn't they be able to earn quite a bit? That's what I thought. The seventh went on in a tired tone. He likely wasn't addressing me, but the imperial nobles and knights. They have their face to keep. They can't go out to play as adventurers, and in the first place, the area around the imperial capital is patrolled by ones officially appointed to the role. They'd be sent back for being an obstruction to those guys' work. All that's left is seasonal work and true odd jobs. What's more, those pay little. The third informed me. My era was the same, you know. The capital was a megalopolis, but it's not like they had much money to spare. Food was the same. It's not a given that you'll always be able to purchase it with money. Bandits, monsters, poor crops, natural disaster, there are various reasons, but anyways, there were times when one couldn't lay hands on food. At such times, the need to buy it from surrounding lords arise. The second spoke. Lyle, don't think everyone's the same as you. Without thinking of the consequences, there will surely be some who'll attack you just because you look like you have money. The fourth was also serious. Make sure you're firm with monetary exchanges. There were lots of times when I had to give out rewards, and when you end up in that position, it's easy to understand. If you're not reliable in such fields, it will affect your credibility. Finally, the third brought it all together. If you're wondering what we're trying to say, well, frivolous charity will never be for your sake. I nodded, and thought. Is it really something that hard? You work to get money, and you use it to live, isn't that all? I thought I had understood it in my head, but it's questionable whether I truly understood it or not. Dropping by a store frequented by adventurers in the capital, I looked at the price tag, and was pretty sure my face was making quite a dubious expression. I didn't come to shop at the place I had visited before. I thought that even if the price was high, I would be able to find a nice selection. But when it came down to it, there were plenty of items with excess ornaments, but little with actual functionality. The third spoke. Is this place really popular among adventurers? Perhaps they usually dress themselves up in such ornate equipment, and make use of their actual weapons during work. It's true that appearances are important, but there's no meaning in owning a weapon for the sole purpose of wearing around the city. I looked at the armors meant for men, and heard the adventurers looking over the same selection gossiping amongst themselves. Oi, did you hear about this time's campaign at Johnny Village? It's going to be that Decurio Norma's squadron, right? I feel sorry for the ones selected to go. If they just put up a little money, it'll be resolved in an instant. But it's just a small village, right? Even so, it just had to be Norma, didn't it? Perhaps the party of two both knew the situation, as they talked as they selected out equipment. Female knights aren't all too rare, but yeah, that Norma. Is there a problem with the person commanding it? As I said that, one of the adventurers spoke. She must be desperate to get a promotion. They did say her rank was going to drop because her parents died or something. Well, I wonder just how long she's going to be keeping up with that resentful means of operation. There's no doubt she's going to be a troublesome individual. As I thought that, Novum came over to me. Lyle-sama, how is it going on your side? She seems to have purchased something, as there was a parcel in her hand. It really is expensive. I wasn't thinking about it back then, but now I understand the reason some adventurers go out to far places to buy equipment before returning to their home guilds. There was barely any work in the capital. The adventurers here were all either employed en masse by some noble, or were famous enough that they didn't have to be so troubled in finding work. Besides that, there were only people like us, who stopped by en route elsewhere. If a war broke out, large numbers of them gather from surrounding lands, apparently. What Novum and Arya had bought were hoods with robes attached. They were coated in fur, so they were likely for use against the cold. Lyle-sama, you should also buy some cold-resistant gear. Novum seemed earnestly worried, so I scratched my head. I guess that's what I'll do. Even so, a campaign in winter, we'll have to properly manage heating as well. From within the jewel, the voice I heard belonged to the second. Lyle, don't just purchase your own share. Bring along far more than you think necessary. If the leader turns out to be incompetent, you won't even be able to laugh at it later. The third was the same. It doesn't really matter if they're man or woman, if the one on top's a failure, it sure is a pain. It's best you assume they don't have the necessary items prepared. This time's commander was a Decurio from the Imperial Knight Brigades. While her standing was one suited to bring together knights with their own soldiers like Marcus-san, they generally had a higher power commanding them, so it wasn't certain the number of troops they could lead. There are times like this one, that volunteer forces are enlisted, but also times they'd lead soldiers of the state. Perhaps this is to be the first time I'm to take action under another. Up to now, as the party's leader, I had been the one giving out various orders. So I'm to be ordered around this time. Normally, the ones on that side are overwhelmingly more numerous. The backyard of the Surgery house. Clara was moving around Monica's new and improved porter. The reason work finished ahead of schedule was because Monica herself had learned to optimize the process for efficiency, or so she said. Seeing Monica brimming with such pride, Clara had no idea what to say. I'll try making it move, alright? Even if it was a modification, it was simply an increase in the scope of the shield's movement for outdoor use. The shield deployed on Porter was spread overhead to create a simple roof. Monica spoke. Porter, you're somewhat starting to resemble an RV. Even when I was aiming for an armored van. She seemed to be unable to accept it, but from Clara's point of view, the ability to prepare a roof was quite a wonderful thing. With just that, one could avoid the elements when operating outdoors. I do think it's plainly amazing, though. There was a contraption to lock the moving shield in place. Seeing that workmanship of hers, Clara confirmed that the automaton held skills equal to, or exceeding the average mechanic. Monica-san, what do you plan to do now? After moving it around, and finding no problems to report, Clara confirmed Monica's later plans. I'll go out shopping. The Surgery house is preparing some supplies for us, but as I thought, even outside, I should be striving to make the best meals I can for that chicken dickwad of mine. In Arumsas, the usage of porter was known among the adventurers, but this would be its first application in Central. Rather than that, the party had never even thought they would be getting work in the capital. They hadn't submitted the form to change their home guild, and as a request from an acquaintance, they were participating in a volunteer legion as Marcus's subordinate soldiers. It sure is a pain. Well, I'll do my best so as not to get in that goddamn chicken's way. I think that's good enough. Feeling relieved, Clara returned Porter's shield to its original position. Once they'd loaded the luggage onto it before departure, their work would be over. Within the preceding preparations, I took Arya along to do some shopping. Unlike me, with my unfamiliarity with the land, Arya was capital born and raised. Novum and the others were taking care of various arrangements at the mansion. Stopping by the marketplace, we began to search for food stock that would do well preserved. Monica's request was. I looked at the menu, as I searched for the items listed on it. Both of us were carrying bags, and we purchased whatever we thought essential for the voyage. Arya was making a slightly tired face. Wait, do we really need that? Based on our schedule, they have plenty enough food secured for our movement and rest, right? Why do we have to prepare our own share of provisions? I took the memo back from Arya in one hand, and spoke as I looked over the goods displayed around the market. There's a lot to consider when participating in a voluntary corps. What's been ensured is the share of the knights and soldiers. The volunteers' portion is like a side priority, I hear. You hear, make sure you check properly. Arya criticized me, but I responded. Rather than possibly bearing through insufficient supplies, it's best we gather something up ourselves. I had Ralphsan help confirm the contents, but this time's expeditions truly is horrendous. The funds backing it were such as well, but there were too many volunteers. There were other adventurers hired by low-ranking knights, and other adventurers that just went in and volunteered themselves. But a majority of them were noble second and third sons who wouldn't be succeeding their houses. Rack up merits, and become a knight. Everyone had such dreams in mind. From the start, there was no problem if casualties surface. Is that really alright? As I thought over that question, I found Arya's eyes concentrated on the fruit section. It was an item not on our shopping list. I handed the lady shopkeeper a large copper coin, and bought one for her. You sure you don't want change? With this, you can buy. The shopkeeper said as such, so I took a few more fruits in hand, and handed them over to Arya. Hey. Yeah, don't worry about it. More importantly, Auntie? I pushed Arya aside, and addressed the shopkeeper. What could it be? Oh my, aren't you quite a well-bred young man? Could it be you're a noble? Nope. Anyways, I've stopped by the capital a few times, you see, and there's something I want to know. I heard about it quite recently, but the knights are going on an expedition? To Johnny Village, I heard. Perhaps the shopkeeper understood, as she put away the large copper coin, and started informing me with a smile. I heard it would be the female knight Norma leading it, but the rumors about her aren't the best. If you're thinking of joining in, I think it best you put a stop to it. Thinking of me as an adventurer seeking for information, she tried to stop me, by informing me of the bad rumors. Is there anyone knowledgeable on the matter? Not among my acquaintances, at least. It's just that I heard she was a knight who did quite some unreasonable things to attempt to get a promotion. It's best you don't get involved. I gave my thanks, and left the area. Arya walked alongside me as she asked. Couldn't you have just asked Miranda? Was there really a need to do something like that? Her right hand held the parcels we bought, and her left, the fruit I bought for her. I wonder. Explain it clearly. Arya was surprised by my answer. I started searching for the items we had yet to buy on the list. No, I just thought it would be nice if he heard some different rumors as well. I mean, the more I ask, the more I get the impression she's just a demon out for a promotion. I wanted to know what sort of person she was, but based on the information I had in hand, she wasn't one all too favored around here. A young female knight in her early 20s, and overflowing with talent. Up to there was fine, but the problem was that she did quite a bit of unreasonable stuff to raise her rank. It wasn't just herself. There were numerous accounts where she brought similar trouble to her surroundings. Is she one that isn't pained by loss? The imperial capital really is thick. Looking up to the sky, I held such thoughts. Arya spoke. There isn't much time before the expedition, but is it really fine like this? I muttered. So there's only 2 days left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 4, Preparations. Preparations. From the start, there was little time to prepare. On top of that, the village facing the monster's attack had been facing damages for quite a while. A night crusade to eliminate monsters. Having received a request to participate as a volunteer, I was called for a conference with the 6 ancestors. Just how did I plan on surviving through this? And how am I to protect my targets? We were thinking over those 2 points. As I barely had any experience as an adventurer, it was also the first time I'd taken up this sort of request. I mean, the fact that I'm not in a leadership position is going to make things somewhat troublesome. Taking on a mediator position, the 4th put down all the information we had so far on a blackboard. The knight's departure is set for tomorrow. Let's just say that we've gotten together enough equipment for the 2 you're supposed to be guarding. Now the problem is our own provisions. You haven't put together your arms or armor at all. Even if you have some leisure when it comes down to expendable goods, this truly will be difficult. I lightly raised my hand. Pushing up his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand to correct their positioning, the 4th glared at me. Yes, failure, Lyle Kuan? Failure? Isn't that just a little harsh? How should I put this? I'm sure I already have the protective gear and weapons. When I said that, the 3rd broke into a large burst of laughter. I was taken aback, and the 7th generation cleared his throat as he glared at the 3rd. With an expression that implied, oh dear, the 3rd began to explain. When you know your enemy's one that flies through the sky, you've too little equipment adequate to deal with that. I've fought a hippogriff a couple of times, and trying to aim magic at them is quite a pain. Against a flying enemy, I had assumed that magic attacks would be fine, but to that, the 2nd spoke. Bows are also quite difficult. It's great if you manage to hit one in the eye, but how many archers of that level of skill do you think there are out there? I really hope you're not thinking you'll manage somehow with a saber. I tried explaining to the 2 of how I planned to do it with magic. I was planning on using wide-scale instead of focused magic attacks too. Hippogriffs are the same, but it's hard to aim precisely at a flying enemy. Then what should you do? Suppress them with numbers, or attack a large area. Hearing that, the 2nd spoke. Full. What about the place? Coordination? On top of not even knowing if your commander's capable, on top of there being a high probability a large number of the troops are going to be deployed up front to crush it, what are you being so carefree about? When you use magic, it's necessary to make sure no one gets drawn into it. If allies were around, then magic use wasn't happening. Of course, it's a different story when those allies were luring the monster out. The 5th let out a sigh. Ralph has confirmed the equipment of the Knight Brigade, right? With a sword and spear, just what is it they plan on fighting? As per usual, the knights were mainly armed with sword and spear. Projectiles such as bows and crossbows weren't spread among the knights of Central. No, while there wasn't a trend to use them, it's not like they weren't there. With a convenient ready-to-use firearm called magic in hand, there was a trend, or it was thought such weapons weren't worthy of knights. The 6th snorted. It's because big game rarely comes out in the area around the capital. I doubt they're evaluating the hippogriff too high. While it may be weaker than an ogre, they're underestimating the threat of its aerial capabilities too much. The 7th agreed. If they're truly from a skilled lord, then a hippogriff would be nothing but prey. It's because it's quite often that a feudal lord has to request for the subjugation of bandits and beasts. I felt the atmosphere surrounding me grow tense. The nobles of the capital and the provincial nobles don't seem to get along too well, or how should I put this? I tried asking them all. About the court nobles and knights of the imperial capital, how do you all, well. After I said that much, second up. I hate them. I hate the king as well. I can't say I like them. Noisy rats. Complete hate. It's not a matter of like or hate. I want to kill them all. But the first generation was a former court knight. As the third son, it's not like he was succeeding that peerage, but the Walt house did have some relation to the imperial nobles. But didn't Meliasan marry in, and there's this relation in that, and... When I said that, the third responded with a bright smile. Lyle, let me teach you an important phrase, this is this, and that is that. My face twitched, and the fifth continued. Well, I doubt they think too highly of feudal lords either. I mean, based on the times, they occasionally have to go at each other's throats. The seventh made a serious expression. Yesterday's drinking buddy, today's enemy, it isn't a rare case. But it's not like the world is divided so easily. That's why. This is this, and that is that, is it? When I said that with a tired tone, everyone nodded. The fifth kindly informed me. Even if a factional dispute breaks out, a feudal lord should only assist if there's something to be gained. And that is supposed to work for both sides' sake. In truth, that zone's quite flexible. Now then, to return to topic, get your equipment and members together soon. It's not just Lyle's responsibility alone. Thankful for the fifth's plain follow-up, I tried asking for everyone's opinion. The ones reliable on this sort of expedition were the second and the third. The fifth and sixth did have similar experience, but they barely had a chance to experience fighting under another's lead. The third spoke. You should have learned what the commanding knight Missy liked, and sent in a bribe. The second agreed. Right. If possible, if you had Marcus take it over, it would make discussions end quickly. Bribe? While I did think that was a bit much, the second sent me a serious look. You really are that, aren't you? Too good a kid. On the second's tired tone, the third laughed as he spoke. It's fine and all to think about it with that mindset too. It's just that. The third halted his laughter, and turned serious as well. If it's going to save lives, that's a small price to pay. What's more, it isn't just us this time. Those useless two are tagging along. On top of that, your request is even supposed to be to guard them. Both Marcus-san and Braid-san had little experience camping outside and defeating monsters. Marcus-san just took up seasonal defensive jobs. The second spoke. If it turns out to be impossible no matter what, then prioritize your own companions, and abandon the two. If Novon-chan dies, I'll be cursing you for the rest of your life. On the two's threats, I gulped down some saliva, and perhaps thinking his coercion had worked, they crumbled their earnest expression. The third laughed as he spoke. To the two of them, bribery was just a single method. Calling it bribery was putting it in a bad light. In truth, it was a method to smoothly proceed human relations, or so he said. It's a single method. Here's a gift, I hope we get along, that sort of thing. It's best you don't think too deeply about it. I mean, you accomplish your end goal. But this time's opponent is a little questionable. She seems to be the type that only wants achievements, after all. The second seemed to be of the same opinion. Yeah, they exist. Those guys that work you to the bone to hog the merits for themselves. Well, in the end, they usually get the resentment of those around them. It's never a decent end to them. The fourth interposed. A knight who had barely become 20, was it? She's probably lacking in experience, and if she doesn't have any experience in commanding on the scale of this mission, it sure makes one anxious. I did look a little into the female knight, Norma Arnett. With her strong desire for a promotion, she was an individual for which the bad rumors simply wouldn't die down. When you think of why such a person was selected as the person in charge, the conclusion one would reach is: she's a knight that it wouldn't really matter whether she was there or not. As talented as she may be, she disrupts the peace. That sort of thing. On the third's words, everyone nodded. The seventh spoke. Yeah, they do exist. Those that do unnecessary things to provoke the resentment of those around them. The fourth hit his hands together. Yes, the conversation derailed again. Now then, let's think about how to raise Lyle's group's chances of survival. The second scratched his face. Well, we can't just go about hiring more hands willy-nilly. If there was a little more time, then. For our expedition to come, we did have some leisure in purchasing supplies. But our party had very few acquaintances here. There wasn't really any adventurer work, so I've no idea what sort of people I'd find of our same trade. I couldn't really bring along anyone useless, and properly inviting someone would take more time than we had. The third spoke. It may be nice to gather up Marcus and Braid's acquaintances, but I doubt they'd even have any equipment. What's more, they'd likely be a hindrance. The fifth spoke. If you had some more time, you could have hired some skilled guys with money. Well, this time our request's just to protect those two, and it's not like we have to defeat the monsters. The sixth spoke. But I doubt those two'd be satisfied with that. They do seem impatient to get some service in, but whether they'll be able to move immediately or not is. When I opened my mouth, the air around became quite awkward. If they receive training, shouldn't they be able to move to an extent? I don't think they'll be completely useless. Also, Marcus is a knight, so he must be practicing properly. The second put his hand to his face and spoke. Yep. That's quite right. If everyone practiced properly, there wouldn't be a problem. If he did it properly, that is. The seventh followed through for me. It's because Lyle's a capable child. Look, it hasn't even been a year since he ventured into the world of society. I think it's natural for him not to understand things in that field. The fifth looked to me with a doubtful face. No, yeah. I do think you're quite competent. In truth, you have succeeded time and again, and you're putting out results beyond imagination. It's just, you see. The fourth spoke. You're too capable, that you're no good. You can't understand the rest of them. The third spoke. It's because starting with Novum, you've only been surrounded by competent people. If you're looking for a truly no-good child, then perhaps Shannon-chan's your best bet? The sixth offered opposition to that opinion. While she may be no good, she's cute, is she not? The sixth did offer some favor to Miranda-san and Shannon. When I sat troubled, the second talked to me. Anyways, what we're trying to say is this. Don't just assume that everyone around you is a wise guy like you. I couldn't really understand those words. In preparation for tomorrow's departure, we went over everyone's equipment once more. Having bought himself chainmail and procured a weapon, Braid-san looked much more dignified than before. Marcus-san had changed the sword hanging at his waist to a new one. As for us, we had draped fur robes over the equipment we obtained in Arumsas. My armaments were a saber and a bow, and the rest of them were equipped with their usual weapons. I did think about having all of them carry a bow or crossbow, but there wasn't the time to train, and even if these numbers had a means for long-distance attack, I concluded it wouldn't produce too much an effect. I mean, we don't have too many. If we had more people, it would be thinkable to gather up crossbows. But with 9, and a high probability we can't trust the rest of the Legion, it was likely safest to use the equipment we were each best suited with for self-defense. Even when we're going out to hunt monsters, for me to have to pay caution to allied units as well. The request was for me to protect Marcus-san and Braid-san. I want to keep the both of them out of danger, but then they wouldn't be able to rack up any achievements, so there was a possibility they would run wild. Braid-san gave me his thanks. Thank you, Lyle Kuhn. With this, I can finally stand on the starting line. When I returned him a sarcastic smile, Miranda-san appeared to become sullen. I didn't understand the reason, but Marcus-san did seem pleased. With this, at least our appearance is in order. Now then, about this gathering's leader. Leader. Right, this party's leader wasn't me. There was status and such to consider, but to the end, I was just here on a request from the Circry House to protect them. On paper, I was participating as a soldier hired by Marcus-san. From a smile, Braid-san's face instantly turned to a pout. Well, status-wise, that would be you, I'll bet. But I've no intention to work under you. Oi, so you plan on acting alone, As Marcus-san's expression turned serious, the party of two in dresses, Dora-san and Lucy-san, stuck themselves in. The leader has to be Braid, right? Just who do you think you guys are working for? It's father's orders. Then obey the one directly related to the Circry House, Braid. Dora-san continued glaring at us. And Lucy-san was. Why must Marcus obey a mere servant who isn't even a knight? If you're going to be following someone, follow Marcus. If you force me to say, then both of them are inexperienced and unreliable. No, unless we work together, no one's going to be commended for anything. But it seems compromise wasn't an option here. There, Miranda-san hit her hands together. After gathering the surrounding gazes on her, she promptly began giving instructions. On paper, Marcus-san will be the leader, and in a sense, will be moving on Lyle's orders. If you don't like that, then I'd appreciate you didn't take part in the expedition, Braidsan stood in front of her. "Milady, that's a bit. That wasn't acceptable." Perhaps because I was younger, or because he wanted to be leader himself. But Miranda-san continued to stick her glare on him. "By yourself, you couldn't even get your equipment together, nor do you even have any battle experience. I truly hope this isn't the first time you're ever leaving the capital, right? There's no way I'll follow the orders of such a man." Novum agreed. "Right. I think having Marcus-san named as the official leader, and having Braidsan under him is best. There's no problem in an actual knight such as Marcus taking the position, but the other way around is a little. I doubt anyone around would understand why a servant was leading a knight. That's the society we lived in, and in truth, there were many knights in positions similar to Marcus-san." Braidsan spoke on with a face full of resolve. "In that case, I alone will. Who's the one who put up the money for that armor? It would be troublesome for us if you went off and died on your own. The guarantor for your debt is my father. That father of mine, the Circry house's head, left the protection of the two of you to us. If you're going to be going off by yourself, I'll have you pull out of this operation as a whole. And if you don't like that, cast off your equipment and join in naked." Miranda-san's harsh words caused Marcus-san's expression to cramp. He spoke to me in a quiet voice. "Hey, I heard the Circry's eldest daughter was supposed to be the kind one." I averted my face and responded. No, she's kind. Surely." From within the jewel, I heard the third's voice. "Yes, she really is kind. To Lyle and Shannon-chan only, that is. The ones unsatisfied by that arrangement included Dora-san and Lucy-san as well. To the two of them, Miranda-san spoke. "If you're going to act all high and mighty, do it after you pay the money for it all. Why not understand for a second that you're forcing your lovers to their deathbeds?" Dora-san shot back. "What's with you? It's just a night excursion, isn't it? Also, unless Braidsan goes this far, he won't even become a low-rank knight. He's different from that man who looks like a villain standing over there." Marcus-san was scratching his head awkwardly. I'll bet he was quite conscious of the fact he looked like a delinquent. Regardless, the atmosphere he gave off was quite light. Lucy-san also butted in. "Marcus-san is a splendid knight. Don't lump him together with some lowly servant." And looking at me, Lucy-san went on. "I know it. That man over there was the former heir of a count house, and he was kicked out for his ineptitude. How perfect for Onissima. One abandoned brat for another. While thinking of how she sure liked stabbing it in the painful places, I turned to Braidsan. There, I felt a somewhat gloomy something that hadn't been there before. So I've no choice but to hunt monsters with these members. That's just great. If it's like this, it would have been better if our party did it all by ourselves. But I did accept the request, so there's no helping it. I guess I was too naive." Miranda-san hit across Lucy-san's face with the palm of her hand. From within the jewel, I heard a voice. It was the third. "You sure are loved, Lyle. Lucy-san, who had fallen on the ground, and Miranda-san nearby. The servants watching the scene up close were unsure of what to do. Even if she was driven out of the house, she was once the eldest daughter of the house. One of them ran off inside the mansion for help, and a voice came to stop it. Milady, any more is. Shut it. Lucy, I will not get involved with the Circry house any longer. It's because I was kicked out of it. But on top of sending your boyfriend to his death, you can't even determine what's alright and what's not to say to the one protecting his life?" Dora-san was hiding behind Braidsan. She probably had never seen Miranda-san's angry face. Lucy-san was also afraid. But it's just a night dispatch, and go and ask father. If it really was safe, he'd never have made the request to us. And Miranda-san turned back to us. At least on the surface, we'll make Marcus-san our representative. He's a knight, so there won't be a problem, and Braid doesn't have any experience in real battle. Objectors are to be left behind, with their equipment confiscated. Marcus-san and Braidsan reluctantly nodded, and like that, Miranda took complete control of the situation. "Look, you two are in the ways, so scurry off somewhere." She drove away her two younger sisters, and began discussing the departure set to happen tomorrow. The fourth spoke. "Lyle, you're the one who's supposed to be taking charge here, you know. Yes, I knew that myself, but I had not the will to interfere with Miranda-san's momentum. I'll be careful next time." The day of departure. In the capital, the night squadron was making final preparations for the trip. The night, Norma Arnett, looked over the volunteer soldiers gathered before her blue eyes. Her silky brown hair cut at a length that didn't touch her shoulders swayed in the wind. As I thought, it's cold. The knight that was her aide nodded in agreement. More have gathered here than expected. Food as well, but we may even be short of firewood. We'll have to gather some on the way. He was a middle-aged man, and he had a slight mustache growing on his face. Then our movement speed will drop. As long as we use them sparingly, there won't be a problem. But in this sort of cold, that's too. Even when he was the older one, the man unable to get a promotion was stuck as Norma's aide. His name was Clark Usher. He had a wide forehead, and in order to conceal that, he had grown out his bangs. Light brown hair, and black eyes. A plump knight of short build. This is why you can never get a promotion. You are the adjutant to these knights. Just what are the higher-ups thinking? The weapon in his hand was a crossbow. There was a sword hanging at his waist, but he had snuck out a crossbow said to work well against monsters like hippogriffs from the storehouse their brigade had been charged with. Norma hated her aide, who had taken such an arbitrary act on his own. We can't go about caring for each and every volunteer. We just brought up the proposal because we were short on numbers. Hearing that, Clark dropped his shoulders. I'll go confirm the number of volunteers then. Seeing Clark leave the scene, Norma scoffed. Her standing form, even in armor, was splendid enough to make for a pretty picture, but she was a woman who gave off quite a thorny impression. She looked at the surrounding soldiers. I'll have to do whatever I can to get some achievements on this voyage. But there really are a lot of volunteers. Not that there's anyone out there to steal up the glory. As a knight, Norma had confidence in her own skills. As she waited for the scheduled departure time to come, things suddenly began to get noisy. What is it? Just what is? Before her eyes, a lump of iron was heading in her direction. In front of it were two well-equipped men and some lightly armored women. Pushing aside the noisy soldiers and volunteers, Clark came running. Captain Norma, that is the volunteer applicant, Marcus Carning. It seems he hired some adventurers, and that is something like those adventurers' horse-drawn carriage. Norma looked over Clark with tired eyes. And just where exactly do you see a horse? Why not confirm it properly for once? No, according to those involved, that's some sort of golem. Its name is Porter, and while there aren't any real horses attached, it's purposed for baggage carrying without a doubt. Norma wanted to avoid any disorder upon coming here. But even if they were in a rush, their appearances were in order, and sending them away would give worry about their fighting force. Among the volunteers, there were plenty who didn't have any proper equipment. Fine. If you've confirmed everything, then we're moving out already. For anyone petitioning to join in, turn them away if they don't have their own weapons. Clark spoke in sarcasm. Captain Norma, normally, shouldn't these checks have been done beforehand? I was also assigned to be adjutant for this squad quite suddenly, but if you knew about them from the start, then shouldn't you have, I don't have the time to meddle in such trifling matters. Let's just finish the preparations to depart already. After driving Clark away, Norma headed towards where her own horse was stationed. There, knights were conversing with their own subordinates. When Norma came close, the talking stopped. They're much too lax. Why is it that the men assigned to me are always put in the leadership position of this mission? Norma had taken quite a few measures in her own way. She had gone around to Viscount mansions all around, and consulted whether she could procure any funding from them. I'd made sure to assemble knights capable of magic. Now all we have to do is let them deal with the hippogriff. She had much experience of working under another, but today, she was the one in charge. After a while, Clark ran up again. Captain Norma, there are much too many without proper equipment. Turning them away will make it short, Clark. Seeing Clark being yelled at by a woman younger than himself, the young knights in the area began to grin. Perhaps deciding to do as he was told, Clark headed towards his own horse. Confirming that the preparations were in place, Norma spoke. Henceforth, we will be heading off to subjugate the hippogriff at Johnny Village. Through the large gates of the imperial capital came Norma, with her massive troops not equipped to satisfaction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 5, March. We departed from the imperial capital of Central, and when noon had come and passed, the Johnny Village expedition stopped for a rest. We did leave early in the morning, and we were to take a break when it got to noon. The large mess of a group was unable to match walking pace, so I found it quite annoying. We're moving slower than the information gathered had me believe. My comrades were the same, but the problem were the surrounding allies. Using the fifth and sixth skills to check the surroundings, I found us surrounded by yellow points. It was a situation I couldn't think of as surrounded by friendlies. The second gave a warning from the jewel. I said it before, but don't just concentrate your attention on your enemies. No matter how you look at it, they were insufficient in scrapping together supplies. When night falls, there's sure to be some idiot on the move. I clenched the jewel and looked at Clara. Clara, I'll operate Porter next. You can rest until your turn comes around. But she shook her head. Before a support like me takes a break, I think it should be Arya-san and Miranda-san getting some rest. It was an earnest response fitting of her, but using my skills, I could tell. Everyone was more fatigued than usual. So an unfamiliar environment is rough on all. I tried persuading Clara. There's a need for us to keep Arya and Miranda-san on lookout duty. Also, the reason I wanted you to take a rest now was so you could keep watch at night. Clara looked around. She had lived quite some time as an adventurer, so she had more experience than us. But it seemed she had never taken up a mercenary job like this one before. However, surveying around, she did seem to notice it. There wasn't an order for nighttime watch, but it seems we'll have to take responsibility for that ourselves. Understood. As Clara consented, I looked over the camp. Separated from the main road, we were stationed by the roadside. I tried gnawing on the provision bread, and found it to be more modest than what we had prepared ourselves. Perhaps it was a blessing in just that it was edible, but there were quite a few unsatisfied faces. From the jewel, the fifth spoke. Lyle, this gathering is brittle. Even if the knights have a certain level of ability, there are plenty that don't even have any decent equipment. Since we stood out so much, it was actually quite thinkable that we would be targeted. And when monsters come out, just what are they? Small fries have appeared only twice. The knights eventually take care of them, so we aren't suffering any damages, but they really slow us down. There were quite a few small parties that couldn't react when monsters appeared. There were also those participating individually, and when it came down to actual battle, they had no idea how to move. During break, close to me, besides Clara, there was the two targets we were to guard. Novum was remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Arya and Miranda-san were lying down, drinking the hot beverage Shannon had prepared. Monica did try to come out, but I kept her contained within Porter. The third gave a proposal. It will be a pain for you all to move separately. I want to propose you all stay together. Lyle, go tell Marcus to report to the higher-ups. Having marched with their full equipment in tow, both Marcus-san and Braid-san were making tired faces. Marcus-san, there's something I want you to convey to the person in charge. Eh? What's that? He was quite spaced out. No, there are lots of people around, but that doesn't mean you can grow lax. I guess it's fine for now. Before I could caution him, I made sure to convey the proposal to him. There are a lot of people operating in parties, but there's a considerable amount of individuals as well. If possible, I think it would be easier to handle if we were grouped together, so please propose that to the corresponding parties. There, Marcus-san scratched his head. No, well, there's no one I'm acquainted with here. Wouldn't it be best if you went and told them, Lyle? You've got some experience with this, right? Yes, it certainly would be easier if I said this, but it's at times like these that my status as an adventurer becomes a pain. To the end, I'm just participating under Marcus-san's hire. The fourth offered a complaint. Even if Lyle says it, he'll be rejected, so why don't you go swing about that status you're so proud about? Che. Not that he can hear me or anything. He seemed quite irritated. I softened up the fourth's opinion, before conveying it. I doubt they would hear me out. They're more likely to listen to you. After I said that, Marcus-san reluctantly stood up, and went off towards a knight resting nearby. Seeing his back, Braid-san opened his mouth. Good grief, all the ones unworthy of their position are getting noble status. How lamentable. Hearing that, Clara sat down with her knees to the ground, and shot me a sidelong glance. The road here was the same. Braid-san was always full of complaints. Towards me and Marcus-san, that is. Since he learned I was the former heir to a count house, he began to take some distance. The sixth spoke. I won't tell him not to envy, but that man sure is a bag of beachery. Having him along will ruin the mood of the whole march. The second agreed. It's at times like these that I wish for a bright mood maker like entity. Arya and Miranda-chan are down in the dumps, Shannon-chan and Monica are stuck inside Porter, they really should consider the mood. The resting knight looked in our direction, before saying something to Marcus-san. But he didn't move at all, so the third gave up. This is no good. It's as if this group has no motivation whatsoever. Let's change up the objective. Lyle, the next time a monster pops up, do whatever is in your power to stand out as you defeat it. Make it as flashy as physically possible. It was something possible, so I gripped the jewel. It was the sign of affirmation. The fifth offered a suggestion. Marcus and Braid are useless. There's no time. Have all of your party observe the faces around. Try to spot ones who look the least bit useful, and win them over. I moved to Clara's side, and acted in accordance with the fifth's instruction. Clara, do you have a moment? Yes? When we begin moving after this break, can you try observing those around us? She nodded. You want me to be vigilant of those that look like they'd cause us harm, correct? Ah, no, there's that as well, but, if possible, I'd like to find some that look willing enough to help us. I lowered my shoulders and looked at Marcus as I tried thinking of some words to encourage him. If possible, I want to increase our numbers. After I left it at that, Clara seemed to understand. It looks like it was the right course of action to gather up so many supplies. Just offering some out may be enough to gain allies. I'll inform Novum-san and the others myself. Clara stood and headed over to Novum. And I went and walked towards Marcus-san. Just his posture was enough to make it clear he had failed. In a small voice, Braid. This is why this man's. I'd like it if he made it so we couldn't hear his complaints. Marcus-san did hear it, but because he was the one who failed to get the proposal accepted, he irritatedly held it in. Sorry. They just told me, yeah, go do whatever you want. They really don't have any motivation. Well, just knowing that much is enough. When it comes down to it, we'll do something ourselves. What's that? You have a plan? Marcus-san asked, and I answered while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Well, I'm just going to go on a flashy rampage. The hell? As Marcus-san looked at me in wonder, I used my skills to search for enemies in the vicinity. The battle happened a while later. Perhaps reacting to the movement of such a large force, we suffered a goblin attack the moment we broke through the woods. When I got to the volunteer attack by the armed monsters, he was already covered in blood. It wasn't my job, but I looked around and raised a loud voice. Fall back. I'll take them on. Drawing a saber with my left hand, I let out a slight complaint. I'd have appreciated it if they appeared in a place easier to keep watch of. The number of goblins attacking was 5, but I instantly slashed at the closest one and began to cast magic. Let's make it flashy. Lightning. Attack speed, output. Lightning attribute magic was easy to use, so I used it in a considerable frequency. Of all else, it sure was gaudy, so it corresponded with my current objective. The goblins that tried to run were charred black and discharged sparks as they collapsed onto the ground. Because he had heard such a loud rumble, a horse-mounted knight raced over. After finishing them off, I sheathed my saber and looked at the approaching knight. A crossbow was fastened to the horse, and a plump, short knight came over to me. Skillfully maneuvering his mount, he was a middle-aged man with a slight mustache as his trademark. Where's the enemy? What's the damage level? I sent a glance to the goblins and began to explain the situation. The 5 bodies here account for all of them. They've already been defeated. There's 1 wounded from the attack. There's 1 among my companions capable of treatment. Should I bring her over? Hearing that, the knight looked around as he gave his thanks. I see. You've really saved us there. Even so, you used magic, you look like quite a skilled magician. What's your name? Oh, I'm Clark Usher, by the way. The adjutant of this expeditionary force. To Clark-san, who named himself as the aide to the female knight I saw before departing, I named myself. I'm Lyle. An adventurer hired by Marcus Carning. The second opened his mouth. Yuri really selling the name. If only their lookout was a little more competent. Well, those that are to pass this point later are sure to see the aftermath of the battle. I headed towards the injured volunteer, and the ones surrounding him, that seemed to be his comrades. Clark-san called out to me. Oh, so you're from that peculiar party. I'll remember it. Since you defeated the monster, the magic stone and materials belong to you. If you plan on collecting them, make sure you don't fall behind. I have to give a report, so I must be on my way. Saying that, Clark-san gave instructions to a number of the surrounding knights and galloped off. The nearby knights were watching in a daze. Everyone else was also looking at the knights with troubled faces. They had been stationed in order to keep watch of the troops, but it was as if they hadn't done anything at all. The fourth spoke. It looks like there's a reason they were sent on this mission. It's best if you keep that adjutant in mind. Perhaps you should take some wine over to him when night comes. The seventh added on. Lyle, even if your main goal is that night, he'll have plenty of subordinates around him. If you're going to go, bring a considerable quantity. Have Monica cook something up. The third added on even more. A hot meal will make all the difference. But make sure to make Marcus do it. You're just support here, Lyle. While wondering if it was really alright to do such a thing, I decided to consent. And I called out to the collapsed soldier. He was bloodstained, but perhaps his wounds weren't too deep, as he maintained consciousness. Are you alright? Does this look alright? Damn it. Even when I finally got to go out as a volunteer soldier. Seeing the injured young man let out a mortified voice, I made a bitter smile. A nearby older man came to my aid. What do you think you're saying to the man who saved you? I apologize. He isn't a bad kid. You said you had someone capable of treatment, right? I understand how discourteous the question may be, but can you save him? Looking at their equipment, the older leaderish man had chainmail equipped, but the younger one, and those around him had mixed and matched protective gear. My comrades are stationed further back. Can you help me carry him there? There, one of his comrades spoke up. Oi, what about the monster? Won't someone nab it up? I looked around at the surrounding eyes. Using my skills, I was able to find a number of red markers. They were examining us. I'll collect them when we pass. If they're not there anymore, I don't really mind. Right now, the injured is more important. As I said that, the leaderish man gave his thanks. I apologize. I'll definitely make this up to you. Bringing along their party of 3, I returned to Porter's side. Night. Within his tent, Clark recorded the events of the day. It wasn't for his squadron, but a personal record of sorts. Little rest, low movement speed, for small-scale battles. 2 injured. As he tallied it up by the light of the lantern, he found relief in the simple fact there had been no deserters. If there had been casualties on the first day, the command of the corps would likely shift. Especially if it were from something of goblin level. He doubted his own ability to lead. Why can none of them understand? Collecting up his records, Clark decided to sleep early in preparation for tomorrow. But near the tent, he heard the sound of footsteps. Vice Chief, a guy called Marcus brought over provisions. He says he wants to give you a greeting. Hearing that, Clark looked to his subordinate, who seemed to be in a good mood. Perhaps he had guided them here. Behind, were 2 men carrying packages. Now then, what to do? Clark wasn't the neatest of people. He did have experience of getting curried favor with a couple of times, but after accepting it, he would have to do something in return. And if he turned them away, he would be making enemies. Let them through. His subordinate let the 2 of them into the tent, and returned to his post. Because the entrance was left open, Clark could hear the outside situation quite well. They seemed to be having a drinking bout. They sure used some underhanded methods. We barely brought any alcohol ourselves. Determining them unnecessary, Norma had reduced stock. She was still too young, with too little experience in these fields. No, more than that, if she determined something a minus to her success, she would thoroughly fail to accept it. Saying that alcohol would dull one's decision-making prowess, she had put a strict restriction on the carrying of such beverages. Pleasure to meet you. I'm called Marcus Carning. This time's, well, perhaps we should call it a toast to acquaintanceship. Clark prepared some wooden boxes, and had the 2 seat themselves. The orange-haired young man didn't seem to be able to calm himself down. But the blue-haired one was the youth he had met during their travels. So Marcus Kuhn and Lyle Kuhn, is it? And what is it you request of me? Rather than greeting the adjutant, with barely any authority, shouldn't you be going to our captain? Norma hated things like this. To be more specific, she thought that the less useful someone was, the more likely they were to take such actions to close in on those in leadership positions. Marcus sent Lyle a glance. After Lyle nodded, Marcus opened his mouth. We want to survive this, and get some achievements for ourselves. It's just that at this rate, our survival itself is in doubt. For that sake, there were some moves we wanted to make. Oh, and those moves are, Clark looked at the food and drink set atop the wooden crate. Even when they were camping out, it was nice and steaming. The wine also seemed to be a relatively fine article. Marcus looked to Lyle, so Clark spoke. It must be Lyle Kuhn's proposal. Understood. I'll hear you out. From how Marcus behaved, he likely understood just how adventurers were viewed by knights. Clark put his hand to his chin as he listened in on Lyle's proposal. My suggestion is regarding the formation of the volunteer corps. Can we not gather the soldiers participating individually in one place? At the same time, I also want to get those working in parties together. Place someone on your side in charge of the volunteer body as a whole, and decide on the roles of specific groups during the march. And also? With that idea still standing, instate Marcus-san as leader, and have him lead the volunteers. That is my request. Having the volunteer troops, which Norma had taken so lightly, to be put under firm and proper organization. That request was one that Clark and Lyle both agreed on. But it's not like Clark himself hadn't been putting thought to it. There's no time to properly place them under leadership. Our captain prioritized movement, you see. I am able to gather together those participating individually. About the organization part of it, we won't have the proper time until we reach the village. He looked at Lyle. After a while of silence, the boy grasped a blue crystal hanging above his chest. Is that a gem? Someone of such skill was hired for this expedition? Marcus doesn't look like one to be able to put up that much money, but it's beneficial to us for now. Looking at Marcus, Clark was unable to understand how Lyle was hired. Lyle spoke. Well then, how about just organizing the groups in formation, and deciding on someone in charge, at least? Understood. We'll do just that. But I doubt it will turn out so well. There'll be quite a bit of quarreling over who should be in charge. Also, if you get the consent, then I don't mind if you go off and lead the volunteers. It's because it doesn't seem our side is all too concerned with them. I did think it would end poorly at this rate. Looking at Clark's troubled face, Lyle thought to himself a while. Marcus-san didn't seem to know what to do. Looks like this boy's the real leader. Seeing his skill in magic, he'll be more reliable than our men. The food will get cold. Our cook has quite some skill, so I can guarantee the taste. Clark spoke. That's so? Then I'll gladly accept it. Reaching his hand to the food, and taking a sip of the wine, Clark smiled. It truly is good. This cold just makes it taste needlessly better. Within his mind. Well then, I'll have to work off the share of what I've been given, but how should I go about organizing them? Even if he picked the highest ranked knight from the list, there were plenty of knights of equal standing. There were also second and third sons that weren't knights, and were striving for distinguished service. Just selecting a leader would be dreadful, and if he did it poorly, there'd be no end to the quarrels. It's just that, in order to gain Lyle's party's trust, there wasn't the option of not taking action. Why is it that all these troublesome jobs always get thrust at me? The delicious meal and wine wasn't able to lighten his heart. Clark started to sigh at his own lack of luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 6, Johnny Village. Johnny Village. I had been naive. I never thought it would turn out this bad. Looking over the disputing groups, that's the impression I held. Warning. Clark-san adopted my proposition and collected the volunteer troops into several manageable masses. It was fine up to there. But the problem was with the groups themselves. With around 10 names being thrown about, it would all be fine if a knight took charge. But the captain said that if we were grouping them together anyways, then it wasn't necessary to put a knight over them to monitor them, and stopped it at that. That as long as a guarding knight with their soldiers was placed between the groups while moving, that would be enough. Yes, if it were only during movement, then that would be fine. But when it came to choosing a person responsible, the disputes broke out. Even if you call them the responsible party, they were just the existence in charge of confirming numbers and writing up reports. Getting that position came out as quite a scramble. I'm the one with the higher rank, damn it. For someone without any decent armor, you sure have quite a mouth on ya. As if I'd let the long-awaited chance escape me. Among their petty contest, they greatly disputed over the assumption they would be selected as sub-captain. The reason many even agreed to join in on such a grouping was so they could be put in charge. Seeing that situation, I felt nothing but worn out. Why is something of this level enough to? As I said that, Marcus-san spoke to me. It's not like I don't get where they're coming from. If they get into a position where they lead others, the number of chances they'll have to put their hands on glory'll increase. It ain't strange for them to think that way. I was sure it had been a simple request. Yes, the hippogriff was definitely dangerous. But it wasn't an enemy out of our league. That's what I thought, but I had never even considered my allies would be this bad. I realized how terrible our movements were on the first day, but now I'm even beginning to doubt if this platoon can even fight. From within the jewel, the third let out a laugh. The hell's this supposed to be? Simply terrible. The second was the same. But it seems he had some flexibility. They sure are arguing. What's more, they're all the more vicious because they think their livelihoods are on the line. Even when, looking at the girlie leading the mission, they know they aren't being thought of as anything at all. The fifth spoke. If it were me, I'd never want to lead such a mob. The sixth. If I had 3 months, I'd cut their numbers down to more than half, and make them somewhat usable. When my expression cramped up, Miranda came up to me. Look, let's just get our meal over with already, and prepare to depart. Monica's already finished the preparations for breakfast. While staring at the quarreling mob, I went off to my comrades eating around Porter. During movement, I rode on the loading tray of Porter to get in some rest. The tray was quite full, but since Monica and Shannon were to ride it, we modified Porter to be able to store people. There was a nice blanket placed there, and it was a considerably pleasant environment. What do you think you're doing? Seeing Shannon, I noticed that she was exchanging hand-knitted wool with Monica. Every time the wool was handed over, it passed through their fingers and changed in shape. Besides that, there were some coiled threads letting out rustling sounds, and other toys spread about the luggage tray. I'm bored. When we're moving, I'm generally doing nothing but sitting. If I went out to walk around, it'd be cold, and my vision spins round and round, giving a horrid feeling. Angrily, Shannon accepted the wool from Monica, and perhaps she failed, as the shape fell apart. What are you going to do about this? Just how many defeats do you think that makes it for me? As Shannon gave a vexed face, Monica showed off a grin. How naive, little girl. I, Monica, have put more ways to kill time to memory than you could ever imagine. How laughable for you to think you'd ever win a game against a special model. I'll give the chicken over there a moderate chance of victory. Otherwise, it won't be any fun. Once you hear about that businesslike play, it doesn't become any fun anymore. If I can't win, I don't care anymore. I'll go knit her something. The unseeing Shannon took out a knitted work in progress, and began to braid it. Seeing that, Monica began cleaning up. You sure knit well despite your lack of eyesight. When I gave my impression, Shannon bent her back in pride, and made a gesture of pushing out her non-existent chest. I just can't see as you can, but I am properly taking in the information around me. Unlike you. I grabbed her scoffing cheeks, and pulled them apart. Wow, they're soft. Ow. I'm telling ya, that hurts. It'll rip. Stop it. It hurts, doesn't it? Hearing that, Monica began to fidget. She took fleeting glances at the door installed on Porter's rear, and she appeared to be waiting for something. What are you doing? As I asked that, I removed my hands from Shannon's cheeks. She clicked her tongue. Shay. I thought that people misunderstanding the situation from those words would storm right in. I was sure of it. Why is it that such conventions are falling flat now, of all times? Read the mood already. Leaving misunderstandings aside, isn't the one failing to read the mood Monica? While I was thinking that, Porter came to a stop. It was too early for a break, so I stood, and immediately jumped outside. I closed Porter's door behind me, and confirmed the surroundings. What happened? Arya, who had been walking behind, gave me an explanation. It's a monster. The knights are taking it on. Even so, it doesn't look like they have any intention of putting us to use, but... When I looked in the direction of Arya's eyes, I saw an orc surrounded by knights. They did have their weapons held aloft, but just by surrounding it, they were unable to land a finishing blow. The one who finally ended it was Clarkson. Still mounted, he fired off his crossbow, embedding an arrow through the orc's head. I heard a voice from the jewel. The man's not half bad. It was the second's voice. But as the pierced orc fell to its knees, a single female knight rushed up on her horse, and leapt off. While falling towards the orc, she swung her sword, and imbued her blade with magic as she cut off its head. It had a bit of flashiness to it, and it seemed like quite a user-friendly magic. But my impression was different. Arya let out a whistle. Amazing. The damn thing burst into flames. The orc before my eyes blazed up, and the female knight returned her sword to its scabbard. But Arya hadn't been speaking praise. But was there really a need to go that far? It looked like it was already over. An arrow through the head. After that, they just had to keep it surrounded, and under surveillance. Even if a final blow was still required, there was no need to purposely go that far. Did she do it to stand out in the end? As I thought that, the young man Novum had treated called out to me. After saving him, we negotiated to have him follow our orders, and at the moment, we had him accompany along Marcus-san. As expected of a real knight, I guess. She's a Decurio, right? The youth who didn't possess any decent equipment himself sent yearning eyes. I wonder if I'll ever be able to be like her. Of the two he brought along, the older man let out a slightly tired voice. You guys are never serious when it comes down to it, so why is it only at times like these that you're... He seemed to have noticed. Seeing them, Arya looked a little disappointed at the party of three. If they've never went outside to combat monsters, I guess that's how one would feel. Seeing the ability of the knights, I truly did feel the female Decurio did have an extent of skill to her. But the one whose movements were the best was Clark-san. If possible, the female knight who forcibly came to land the finishing blow, Norma, wasn't one I'd like to fight alongside on the battlefield. After the fire went out, the soldiers that had been accompanying the knights began collecting up the magic stones and materials. During that time, Clark-san remained vigilant of the surroundings and issued out orders. He knew what he was doing. Even so, Norma-san had mounted her horse again and returned to the head of the troops. The seventh let out a fed-up voice. Why can't she leave the work to her subordinates? She's supposed to be the commander of these troops, is she not? The third laughed. If you look at her as a single knight, then sure, she's skilled, but she's useless when it comes to managing people. Well, she's young, so perhaps she wants some merits. When they kill monsters, doesn't the army rack up a kill score, or something? To the knights of the imperial capital, the number of monsters one defeated was regarded as an important proof of having fulfilled one's duty. And it was also a proof of one's strength. Small fries of goblin level weren't going to be counted in, but orcs and ogres made for ample results. The numbers dealt with one-on-one were especially emphasized, it seems. Arya watched Norma return, and as the group had begun to move on, she stared at the soldiers that were still stuck on gathering the materials. We're moving already? It would be fine to wait a little, right? I spoke to Arya. They must be in a hurry. The numbers of times we're encountering monsters is rising, and every time, the platoon comes to a stop. Perhaps our arrival time will be much later than predicted. Arya seemed unsatisfied. Lyle, why did you accept this request? You're supposed to be our leader, and I don't want to put my mouth into your decisions in that field, but even if it was from Miranda's father, I'm sure you could have refused. I walked forward, and looked at the sky. And I muttered the reason I had taken it on. I probably took it too lightly. When I said that, Arya began staring at me reproachfully. Hey, why is it that you sometimes act so carefree? I'm sure our lives are just a little bit at risk here, just to let you know. Having been told that, I scratched my head. I mulled over whether to state the real reason, but that wouldn't change that I had taken it lightly, so I kept my mouth shut. Even if I tell her my ancestor didn't want to see a village sacrificed, I doubt that would get me anywhere. The second especially, was quite irritated when he heard of this mission. It's true that even I had held some sentiment like, if my naive thoughts can save someone, then... As a result, we were now in quite a terrible situation. Yeah, before I accepted it, I really should have investigated it more. I really am naive. That's for sure. The sky was clouded over, and the sigh that escaped my mouth was white. We arrived at Johnny Village on the 5th day. On the way there, the division into groups did end up bringing some results. Preparing campgrounds, and keeping watch. The troops also began to learn to act as a group. Even so, from the ancestors' points of view, they were still as inept as before. When we arrived, the one to greet us was a man with graying long hair, that was quite tangled up. The man who was the village's chief, looked much more aged than his actual years due to the enervation apparent in his expression. A few of the housing structures were partially destroyed, and the logs that had been erected around to defend the village had collapsed in some places. Perhaps they had been attacked time and again. All of the villagers had the same tired faces. And they looked to us in fright. As I received those stares, as if they were looking upon an enemy, Novum, who was quite close to me, spoke. It looks like we're scaring them. We did come planning to rescue them, though. When I said that, Novum kindly informed me. It does look like quite a small village, so just having over 100 armed soldiers arrive is enough of a fright. Also, they've likely been assaulted a number of times. The nearby monsters had settled into a routine of using the village as their feeding grounds. The frightful villagers looked at me from the windows of the houses. When I returned their gazes, they slammed them shut. Marcus-san looked at them and spoke. How unpleasant. Even after we came all the way here. While making his sarcasm quite blatant, Braid-san agreed. Perhaps because such a villainous-looking knight was among us? That aside, it really isn't a good sight for the soul. For them to be taking that attitude. From our point of view, it surely looked that way. But to the two of them, Novum spoke. Even if you continue to hold such sentiment, I ask that you don't speak it to any of the villagers. Both of them looked in wonder. I was the same, but in my case, the second was there to explain it. Help has arrived? It's because you guys hold such feelings that it's no good at all. This is an area under direct Imperial control. It's what you damn Imperial Knights are obligated to protect. Who do you think you should be thanking that you can put bread on the table? When bastards who don't understand that much show up all high and mighty. While the second started to complain, the seventh called out. They've grown too large, that their roles have been divided. Perhaps they don't feel such a sense of responsibility for this land. I'll bet the palace is the same. Regardless of what tiny village falls to ruin, or finds salvation, it's but a minor fragment of an occurrence. It wasn't their responsibility. While it certainly wasn't Marcus's job, as he didn't have any relevant position, if you asked whether or not it was his responsibility, the answer would be dubious. Marcus-san was a knight who didn't even particularly want much work. But the very fact he was a knight gave him an obligation to protect the people. They really have it rough. Imperial knights and nobles. Novum looked towards the party of 3 operating with us. You gentlemen as well. The man with a bad mouth to him nodded, due to his debt to her. No, well, I'll abide because I've been saved by you, but isn't this village's attitude the pits? The frivolous-looking man that was his comrade was the same. Right. We ran all the way here from Central and all. The older man, who seemed to be the one in charge of them, let out a sigh. On top of receiving extensive treatment, and receiving a share of their meals, where's this backtalk coming from? Sorry about that. I'll also be sure to caution them. The older one did seem to be relatively reliable. I looked to the village chief, who was busy conversing with Norma-san. With a pale face, he was making a desperate appeal. So the last attack was this morning? Then you'll be safe for a while more. Don't be like that. Please defeat them as soon as possible. There are many villagers who are too scared to even sleep at night. They even lead along the goblins in the area, carry off the villagers, and our casualties are already over 40. We've only just arrived. I need to give the troops some rest. Please make preparations for a meal. That can't. If they attack again, we'll be the ones to deal with them. You just have to do as you've been ordered. Looking at Norma's attitude, I did understand it was no good at this rate. While a strict manner may be required to make people move, shouldn't there be a better way to phrase things? I looked at the village. I did get the feeling that there were too few villagers. Using my skills, I found that quite a few of the houses were now uninhabited. And this is bad. Novum, gather everyone up. I'll go tell Clark-san. What's the matter, Lyle-sama? Novum tilted her head as she looked at me. The ancestors within the jewel were able to gain information through me. The second spoke. Hippogriff? Like hell. They freakin' hid the big one. The third was in agreement. Yes, if it was just a hippogriff, I get the feeling it would work out one way or another. The fourth spoke. They really do sell for quite a bit. But at this rate, you'll be tortured to death. The fifth. Well, they are considered as a sort of boss of the hippogriffs. The sixth. Though they usually just take on the hippogriffs as convenient henchmen. The seventh voiced the name of that monster. I was a little uncertain of your victory up to now, but now it's quite clear. At this rate, you'll lose. I never thought a griffin would be here. The head and wings of an eagle. The body of a lion. Much larger than a hippogriff, a ferocious monster. A threat from the skies, and if they took along some hippogriffs with them and launched an attack, a number of villages were fated to disappear. In order to not stir up her fear, I spoke to Novum. I'll go make a report first. Please gather everyone together. If we're going to be entering a break now, then we'll have to park Porter in an appropriate place. I'll have to find a villager to talk to as well. I'll leave the negotiations in those areas to you. Perhaps because I had left it to her, Novum formed a smile. Yes. Then me and Miranda-san will carry out negotiations. If we go with too many, it'll feel like we're threatening them. Right. Even if they're all women, if they have the numbers, it starts to look like coercion. Sorry. Please do. And in order to find Clark-san, I quickly walked away. Finding Clark-san issuing orders to his men, I decided to blatantly tell him the truth. I wasn't an acquaintance of Norma-san's, and Clark-san did seem quite reliable. Hearing the information I gave, his eyes opened wide. We spoke in the back of a small private dwelling. Of how I had skills. And of how I discovered a griffin with those skills. Griffin, you say, that's a foe to send the elites at. It isn't too great, but for a mismatched legion like ours. Clarkson's mortified face had turned pale. I knew it was rude, but I decided to ask. About the aptitude of the captain and her knights, Clarkson shook his head. Since they are part of a knight brigade, they've all been properly trained. But all of them besides Captain Norma, me included, are lower in ability. I was wondering why we were sent with this formation, but I never thought it would be this. While I know it may be rude to ask, has your skill ever been off? Clarkson's eyes were focused on my blue jewel. Never. There's definitely a griffin. I see. I did think this brigade would be somewhat reliable for the task at hand. While there's the possibility you're lying, it doesn't seem like the atmosphere for that. And there is something that comes to mind. It seems Clarkson had found it suspicious from the start that they were to go on a dispatch with these members. Norma-san had been chosen as the commander, and it felt as if they had gathered up all the knights that were usually causing problems. And there was a rumor about it. That the economic difficulties would be solved if the overbloated number of nobles was cut down. I see. I did hear that some of those up there were letting the second and third sons take the house as of late, and that such a thing was difficult. I supported the man's body, which looked like it would collapse. I wasn't too knowledgeable about the matters in Central, but it was obvious there was an underside to it. The fifth spoke in a low voice. The bastard, it's quite likely he already knew about it. Bastard likely referred to Ralph-san. The seventh spoke. He purposely let his daughters listen in on the information of the expedition to entice them? Well, those imperial rats are quite skilled at that sort of thing. Erase Lyle and Marcus, and have Miranda return to welcome a groom as she'd fully finished her education, perhaps. Whatever the case, there's little loss to him. If Lyle didn't take it up, two would die. If Lyle accepted, and left Miranda with him, Lyle would die, and his daughter would have returned. It really feels like we've been rolling around on his hand. The sixth seemed amazed. But the one who accepted the request was Lyle, it's just that. For some reason, I got the impression the sixth was giving a grin in the jewel. The third laughed. He's really looking down on us. If he thinks this is enough to take our heads, he's way off. The fourth was the same. This really is where we should get some huge brownie points, and return to Central in glory. Those capital dogs will rejoice. I mean, it's the party that took down a griffin. There's a possibility, you may have a peerage made for you. I wonder how many'll get promotions. I'm sure the capital's public finances will go into an even greater state of ruin. The second was of the same opinion. If this number of people were to disappear for the sake of a single village, I'll bet there'll be many who'll celebrate, but you see, it really is fun seeing the pissed faces of guys like that. I wonder why. The ancestors all seemed to be quite happy. Clarkson looked at my dubious expression, and likely thought I was pressing at his own faintness of heart. He gave an apology. I'm sorry. I'll always be stuck in ordinary knight, but if I gave up here, I'll be too shamed to even call myself that. Lyle-kun, I won't force you. But if you're going to run, then please take along the women and children and... I smiled. And I spoke. What are you talking about, Clarkson? This is your big chance. Chance? No, Lyle-kun, I don't want to say it, but a griffin is an enemy a knight brigade with highly ranked ability is to take care of. I'm not even sure if Captain Norma reaches mid-rank or not. We'll buy some time here, so you young uns should, He was beckoning me to flee, but the ancestors were raising their voices as well, so it was all too noisy. From second and up. Now then, first, let's go get the cooperation of the villagers. I thought this would be a good chance to teach Lyle about society, but this is quite interesting in itself. If you seize hold of the troops, it'll be easier. Well, if they don't obey, they can be used as monster bait. As long as you have more than half, and get the villagers on your side, it'll work out one way or another. Lyle, how about I teach you about the glorious magic of money? It'll be quite a nice lesson to learn. What's this thrilling sensation? Get a grasp of the terrain, station your troops, wait in ambush, or press forth ourselves. It's a big one. One that, in our time, we would compete to see who would take its head first. I vote for going on the offense. The head sure makes a good mount. If all goes well, you'll get to stuff its entire body. What's unfortunate is you don't have a place to show it off, I guess. None of them feel very heroic at all. A griffin's supposed to be formidable, right? And wait, it's stronger than the boss in the labyrinth, right? The seventh seemed to only worry about the fact that we had nowhere to display it. In the first place, the point he was stressing wasn't the important one. "It'll be alright, Clark-san. It's finally getting fun around here." I think I was probably making quite a complex expression. Clark-san looked to me with a pale face, for different reasons than before. The ancestors were rowdy, and the words I let out to put Clark-san at ease. "Let's just have some fun with it." Clark-san raised and lowered his head swiftly, as he nodded a number of times. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 5, Chapter 7, Carpe Cardium. Carpe Cardium. When we arrived at Johnny Village, what awaited us wasn't a hippogriff, but a griffin. A commander of hippogriffs, it was a monster that would even take elite forces among night brigades to deal with. The expeditionary force hadn't the slightest idea that an enemy like that awaited us. I was conversing with Clark-san about what was to come. "Can I leave persuading Norma-san to you?" What's important was the right to command. According to the ancestors, it wasn't impossible for my party to deal with it by ourselves. But in that case, it would be just as planned for the imperial nobles, and no fun at all. We were speaking in the recesses of a house, and Clark-san made a difficult expression. "To put it bluntly, it'll be hard. I've never been stationed with her until this mission, and she's of whom I'd only ever heard bad rumors of, the female knight Norma. I did see her form in battle, but I was able to clearly understand why her disposition caused her to be hated. Her appearance was on the nicer side, so I'd like it if she calmed down a little, and behaved more like a commander." Letting out a low voice, the third. "How about we give it to her straight?" The fifth was in agreement to that. "An incompetent commander will put the entirety of the forces in danger. I don't see her as much of a lucky one either. How about we casually nudge her to a noble death in battle?" "This man's scary." To Clark-san's strained face, I tried asking about the state of the knights and soldiers. "Clark-san, if she were to learn of the existence of the griffin at this stage, how do you think Norma-san would move?" "The most troublesome course would be if she stirred up a panic and fled. In that case she would have no option left, but to be a traitor to the state." Clark-san shook his head. "She did look on a hippogriff quite lightly. In the worst case, she'd run, and at best, she'd try to raise her name by taking it down. No, she does have quite a pragmatic side to her, so it's hard to determine. From my point of view, if we were able to run, I would. All I understood was that we couldn't anticipate anything. In that case, we'll have to prepare to take flight." The serious ancestors gave a prompt judgment upon hearing Clark-san's words. The fourth spoke. "Lyle, how about you snatch up the commanding authority? My eyes widened a little. Seeing that action, Clark-san's body reacted in shock. The fact that he was afraid of me stung in a strange way. If I could take it so easily, we wouldn't be going through such troubles. I'm an adventurer, and she's a knight. Even if she didn't hate adventurers on the level of the seventh, my name wasn't spread in Central at all." The second spoke. "Lyle, we're going to go speak to the village chief. Have Clark speak with Norma on your behalf. If she wants to run, then let her. Oi, it's your turn. Saying that, the one he left it to was the fourth. It's at these times that you have to be gaudy with your spending. From the numbers, perhaps 500 gold coins will be enough for the lot? It pains me that I don't know the current pricing of a griffin. If we asked Clark, no, let's palm it off at Central. I do feel they'll buy it at quite a nice price." "Okay, Lyle." The fourth seemed to be having fun. He liked saving up money, and gave off an image as if he hated spending it. "Pay out 1 gold for every goblin body. Also, orcs, and things of that level for 5 gold. 50 gold per hippogriff, and 100 for the griffin. As rewards, they were quite extraordinary. He really is quite bold when he decides to spend it." As I thought that, the fourth. The expected profit margin will be over 700. But he was the same fourth as always. This miser. I asked Clark-san to persuade Norma-san. "Can you notify her of the presence of a griffin? If I'm held in doubt, I can prove the authenticity of my skills. Also, I would like to have a word with her as well, so please gather together the knights." Clark-san's expression was still as strained as ever. "What are you thinking of? You're not just going to gather us all up and attack in mass, right?" He was quite anxious. So he thought I'd take charge and order everyone to attack. After being told that much, I decided to smile. Hold confidence. If possible, keep the other party in anxiety. Come to think of it, I haven't done something like this since Dalian. Directing a smile, I spoke to Clark-san. I will take the authority to lead. It's all right. When it all comes to an end, there'll still be the merits of you guys and the volunteer soldiers. You can hold some expectations for the reward for exterminating the griffin. Hearing that, Clarkson's mouth opened and closed silently. The sixth spoke. Good. Sink in the finisher. I put my hand on his shoulder and went on. It's all right. We'll be heading out in the best of conditions. I want to see the people of the palace rejoicing. The Expeditionary Legion they never thought to return came back, with a griffin in tow. Let's pass through that gate and prance gallantly down the main street. With his face still quite pale, it looked like his mouth would start frothing at any moment. No, the palace, even if you call it a triumphant return. I continued. Bringing trouble to the imperial nobles that tried to cut us off, and achieving distinguished service for ourselves, how about it? When I made a serious face, Clarkson started to look troubled. He was a relatively earnest person, so I'll bet he has quite a bit to think over. And he dropped his shoulders. If you're telling the truth, there's little chance we'll survive. But how do you plan to go about bringing down a griffin? Even if we were to prepare for it, we only have a few crossbows. Hearing he had brought along crossbows, the ancestors rejoiced. The second was, this knight is able. You should learn a little from him. He was likely referring to my own lack of preparations. I'll show you. In front of everyone, that is. I parted from Clarkson and walked towards the village head. When I looked around for the village chief, I found him issuing orders to the villagers. Helping with the construction of the tents, he left the preparation of food to the other residents of the village. They were all making dark expressions. The second spoke. A squadron of 100 for a small village. On top of that, the villagers already lost a number close to 40. It isn't strange for them to despair. What's more, this expedition's a gathering of deadbeats. Come to think of it, in the second's time, the territory just consisted of a few settlements, and it was more of a village. The first cut open the path, and made the barbarians obey him. The one who made the basis for the house in the truest sense was the second. Constantly compared to his father, constantly complained it, he still put its shape in order, and expanded the village. The third had said he was only proceeding with work according to the second's plans. I called out to the chief giving orders. Can I have a little of your time? Yes. What business do you have with me, dear knight? Hearing myself called a knight, I smiled. I'm an adventurer. I accepted a request from one of the knights participating, and that's why I'm here. With that being the case, would you still be willing to listen to me? The chief made a reluctant face. He must be busy. But I can't just pull back here. I took out a small bag of silver coins from my breast pocket and handed it to him. Inspecting the contents, he told a nearby youth that he'd be leaving for a little, and took to listening to my words. But all I did was hand over some money. The fourth spoke. The power of money is a grand one. Well, if you think of the future of this village, it will be rough if they don't have as much saved up as possible. And after the chief took me to a place we could talk alone, I confirmed the situation. When we were dispatched from Central, we were told that the monster we would be dealing with was a hippogriff. Is there any mistake in that? The chief opened his eyes. That can't be. I made sure to properly write out the name Griffin. Within the village, there were many who saw its form in the nearby forest. Why was something like that mistaken? According to him, the state-appointed governor had run away, and had yet to return. Truly, hearing about a griffin was something to make one want to flee. Will you run as well? Will your army abandon this village as well? The chief looked at me with a ghastly expression. But I spoke with a smile. No. We'll take care of it. It's just that there's something I've been concerned about, that captain. She's the female knight from before, but she's under the impression that even if casualties arise, it's fine as long as the matter's resolved. It pains my heart to see any more deaths in this village, so that's where you come in. Me? I'll have you cooperate, chief. It's all right. We'll protect the village and defeat the griffin. That's all there is to it. But she isn't fit to lead this mission. So what needs you from us? And if the higher-ups were to learn of such a thing? By higher-ups, he likely meant the governor, and those in charge of this area. Inviting in the rage of Central, and based on the persons involved, the village may even be laid waste to by the knights. It appears the village chief was fearful of such a thing. Please rest at ease. I've already come to an agreement with the adjutant. If we find opposition, the captain will be a noble loss in the battle to come. Saying it myself left quite a bad taste in my mouth. And the chief looked at me. What is your collateral? Doing this much, if you're to fail. Well, if I fail, I die, but my greatest goal is. What floated in my head was Ralph Sand's face. I was sure he was an earnest father, but it seems he was quite a cheat. Thinking back, he was a person who'd lived long as an imperial noble. There's a man I'm finding a little difficulty in forgiving. He's got a nice place in Central, and giving him a spot of pain is my current objective. What? His expression said that he kinda understood, and kinda didn't. But I began to ask my favor of him regardless. Somehow, I'm gradually starting to hate learning about society. After the preparations finished as per my ancestors' words, I headed back to Novum and the others. The house Norma was taking a break in. It was a vacant one that had lost its owner. There, Clark was being reprimanded by Norma. Griffin, you say? Even fools should learn to think carefully sometimes. We've come here on royal orders to subjugate a hippogriff. Yet you listen to the words of that dubious adventurer so easily. This is why you can never get a promotion. While being rebuked by a female knight younger than himself, Clark contained himself and continued his explanation. But it's strange, no matter how you look at it. That adventurer does possess a skill, and he said it was all right if he proved it. You should be well aware of how great a meaning revealing one's skill has, not just to adventurers, but to knights as well. But Lyle proving his skill meant that he would be teaching others what he was capable of. Teaching such a thing to others held high risk, even if one wasn't an adventurer. Perhaps finally noticing that, Norma made a questionable expression. Even in the case there really is a griffin that is separate from our mission. We will pull back at once. Bring that adventurer over. If he can prove his skill, we'll begin the preparations for retreat immediately. To Norma, she wanted merits, but she valued her own life. If she sensed the danger, she was set to withdraw. If that cowardice of hers only showed itself a little bit more during the preparations. Clark lamented, but he did begin explaining what would happen if they retreated. If we run away like this, we will be named as cowards, and will be unable to live on as knights. Even if we have definite proof of a griffin's existence, we'll always be condemned for having abandoned post. Also, you should be aware of the recent rumors, right? Rumors? What are you on about? It seems Norma truly did not know. Clark remembered. Ah, damn it. This girl, she's quite oblivious, even to her own colleagues. She was too rushed to attain her own success that she saw all around her as enemies. In truth, Norma had very few she could call allies. No, perhaps it was best to say she had none. By repeatedly snatching away feat after feat, she was a female knight who reached her position at a young age. Everyone around her was an enemy. I see. So that's why she was chosen. Not that I can say much, having been chosen as the aide to such a person. A depressed Clark began to explain the rumors circulating around the palace. Of how the nobles and knights had grown too great in number. Of how, for that sake, there was a need to cut down on numbers. That the participants for such a plan were none other than their own squadron. So even if there really is a griffin, there's a high possibility we'll still be criticized, and our ranks will drop. With a dishonor that great on our backs, living on as a knight would be. Hearing that, Norma shouted out. What is the meaning of this? Then why? Why was I chosen? Seeing Norma's panic, Clark spoke. Please calm down. Right now, we should be thinking of just how we're going to attain victory in this. Victory? Are you a fool? With a griffin as our opponent, then not a decurion such as me, they'd send a centurion, no, a legatus. As if I could calm down in a situation like this. Seeing her disarray, Clark thought her less fitting of the commanding position than anyone he had served under before. At the same time, it was quite clear that if he fought under her, they would face defeat. If looked at as a single knight, she was skilled. If she had paid a little more mind to her surroundings, then perhaps centurion or legatus status was possible for her. There. Caption. Vice Captain. The town's residents have gathered. An adventurer a guy called Marcus hired told them to go to the plaza. Also, those villagers are saying it wasn't a hippogriff, but a griffin that they saw. Just what is going on? To the knight that asked if he should subdue them, Clark shook his head. Looking at the confused and young knight, he spoke. Captain, we should go as well. It looks like everyone's gathering up. Whatever the case, there was nowhere to run. The probability that an army under his lead could win was low. So I'll have to bet on the boy. And as always, Clark worried. Before the residents lined up in the plaza, I gave an address. No, it's not like I wanted to do it. But I let out a loud voice from my stomach and followed after the ancestors. The one in charge was the sixth. He gathered the residents and appealed that their assistance was essential. But even if it was for their sakes as well, it's not like they were all eager to do it. So there, the sixth told me to do as he said. Good, now there, Lyle, turn to look at the children. Are you all right with the lives you're giving these children? Your own parents and grandparents would look upon you with shame. I followed the sixth's delighted instruction. Will you show your children such miserable sights? Do you want your parents and grandparents in heaven to laugh at you as cowards who turn tail from the monsters? Do you want to be despised as the ones who didn't even try to do what you could? I used various gestures and wore all of the most attractive armor pieces we had among us as I shouted while standing atop Porter. The villagers raised their voices. There's no way we could fight something like that. Right. No matter how painful it may be, the power to fight them isn't that why we called over you knights in the first place? Even the governor turned tail. You guys will be soon to follow, I'll bet. The surrounding knights and soldiers gathered, hearing the villagers' voices. Because they hadn't learned of the griffin until now, there were even some hurriedly making the preparations to run away. I think it's too late for that, you know. Also, if they did end up running, I doubt any decent life awaited them. If they fled to Central, I wonder just where they planned to go. I pulled my saber and pointed its tip at the sky before using magic. In order to make it flashier, I made use of the first slim burst. In order to pull off that display, I had purposely cleared a space in the plaza beforehand. And that's where I directed it. Thunder clap. The sky had been cloudy, and thunder resounded as lightning fell on the open space. A violent sound echoed through the area, and among the townsfolk, there were some who had fallen to the ground in fear. That scared them, right? And wait, was there really a need to go that far? I hung my saber against my shoulder to make sure they didn't notice my anxiety, and spoke disinterestedly. It'll be hell if you run. It'll be hell if you remain. Then, you've no choice but to fight. The form of the sixth giving a wide grin as he surveyed the area floated in my head. The knights VE all gathered. You finished the opening act. Lyle, now's the time. I gave my address in repetition of the sixth. Central, the palace has abandoned us, and now, there's no path left to us but to be crushed here, or become enemies of the state. Does it not irritate you? The satisfied faces those guys up there waiting for our demises will make when they hear of our annihilation? If we survive, we'll be ridiculed as cowards, and if we run, you'll be disgraces as knights. It doesn't matter if you're just a hired soldier. You'll always be sneered at and scorned. Are you all really fine with that? All of their eyes were gathered on me. With my flashy use of magic, there were even some looking at me with fearful eyes. I wasn't playing the foolish son as I had in Dalian. Right now, I was giving an address as Lyle. Those cut out for the bottom. Those who had fallen to their pitiful states. There were various gathered, but they were all making the expressions of people who had given up. If we return here, the castle will have us cut down. They'll put out quite a just cause, and we'll be killed. And they'll surely rejoice. But in that case, wouldn't you rather see their bitter faces? Someone raised a voice. Bitter, you can't mean. I continued. Defeat the griffin. Save the village. Do it all, and make a triumphant march back to the capital. We'll be famous in a single bound. There's no way those nobles in the palace can go about refusing to reward the heroes who slew the griffin. The troubadours will surely sing of us on the capital streets. Perhaps we'll be sung of throughout the country. Return as heroes, and stand before them with pride. Isn't it the greatest revenge? Get money handed to you. Get status handed to you. Get your hands on everything. Among the townsfolk, a few youngsters stood. And out of nowhere, a voice came. I'll do it. I'll get my hands on it all. As if I'd let it end in a place like this. And another person or two stood up. When their numbers became numerous, the knights and soldiers began to stand as well. From atop Porter, I could see Captain Norma and Vice Captain Clarkson looking at me. It's a once-in-a-lifetime victory. The heroes who slayed the griffin. Your families will pass down the legend. Win this battle, and lay hands on everything. Many stood, and let out their voices. Do you want money? Yeah. Do you want status? Yeah. Do you want fame? Yeah. Then fight for it. I will make you all emerge victorious. The villagers, the knights, the soldiers cried out, and broke into applause. Of course. Yeah, as I thought, it's at times like these that hired applauders are oh so important. The third gave a spoiler. The first ones to stand and endorse it were ones we had prepared ourselves. The sixth spoke. It's because preparations are important. If they were just going to be surprised, seeing is magic, it wouldn't be any fun after that. While that may be true, I get the feeling something's wrong here. And the fifth saw that Norma-san and Clark-san were looking at me, so he called out. Now then, if you've seized their hearts, next comes the coins. Coins, profits. Meaning money. After the address, I had the chief set up a desk we had prepared beforehand. And Miranda-san carried over a box and turned out its contents. Inside was the 500 gold coins I had prepared, piled up like a mountain. Around, in order to make sure it wasn't stole, I had Arya, Marcus-san, and Braid-san as well as the three we had saved stationed. Novum and Monica were filling out paperwork. Shannon was carrying around a signboard Monica had drawn up. It's heavy, so hurry up. You really don't have any stamina, do you? I was mildly taken aback by a pouting Shannon as I spoke to all. If you fight under my command, then I'll put out 1 gold coin per monster defeated. There's quite a number here, right? To those leading larger forces, there'll be a separate reward. The leader of the party that takes out the most will get yet another grant. On Shannon's board. First place, 10 gold. Second place, 8 gold. Third place, 5 gold, was written. Goblins count for 1 gold. Orcs and ogres for 5. Hearing that, the knights and soldiers gulped as they looked at the mountain of gold. And the civilians too. As long as you aid me, there will be a reward. Women are also warmly welcomed. Cooking and miscellaneous jobs, there's a mountain of things to do. Some stood excitedly. The second spoke. As I thought, it really is different when there's a reward in store. The fifth spoke. It's because a reward you can see with your own eyes is just that important. Even if one will benefit as a result either way, there's a clear difference in motivation. Seeing their forms, I experienced once more my own naive perception of the world. To me, it was a sum I could earn at once, but there were plenty of people who could barely ever lay hands on it. I couldn't speak ill of the people entranced by the gold before their eyes. But I did understand what the ancestors were trying to tell me. We've written up contracts. The payments will be dealt with reliably. Even if I'm to tell a lie, you can legally make a claim afterwards. There, a single knight raised a hand. Letters are a little beyond me. I spoke. All forms are the same. Confirm the details with those that can read. All those that want to enter into a contract, please line up. While Miranda-san was putting away the gold coins, Clark came to stand before me. Lyle Kuan, do you have a moment? Behind him was Norma-san. All gazes were directed at her. Borrowing the village chief's house, I talked alone with the two of them. Pertaining to this time's griffin subjugation. But it was different to what I had expected. The seventh seemed fed up. What a girl. Well, it's more decent than having her go on a rampage. Saves us some effort. Personally, I thought it would be fine if Norma-san didn't raise a hand, but on the other hand, here I was feeling oh so tired. On the other side of the table, Norma-san was making quite a serious expression. To summarize, the right to command still falls to me at the end, the results are also mine. She was negotiating with a serious face, but from the start, I didn't want any glory in Central. It would just get in the way. If Norma-san was no good, I planned to have Clark-san take up all the results when he returned. Captain, that phrasing is. When Clark-san tried to step in, Norma-san burst out. It's an important matter. We're talking about the achievement of having slain a griffin here. On top of him doing it for us on his own, if he fails, it'll be of his own judgment. There isn't a single demerit to me. If you do look at it realistically, there really is little demerit to her. When it comes to not being able to run away, Norma-san was in the same boat. But even if she fought, failed, and died, she would be a brave and noble warrior who threw down her life. The fifth spoke. I guess I can at least evaluate her on her swift ability to change her thoughts, and to not mull over the details. It's good that she won't be getting in the way, at least. I nodded. As long as you agree to abide all of my orders, then all the achievements can be yours. However, I'll be reporting the work of those that participated as well. If I don't, you understand what will happen, right? Every person here will become your enemy. She did understand, as Norma-san began to nod. I know. I'll write of how everyone performed greatly on the report. If that's what's needed for me to get a promotion, then. I ignored Norma-san as she hung her head and gave a dark smile as I turned to Clark-san. Are you all right with that as well, Clark-san? Personally, I would like if you followed my command. Letting out a sigh, Clarkson shook his head. If I said I didn't accept your command at this point, then all the troops, captain and all, will come for my head. It's just that, I'm fine with just earning for the Part 1 play. If the reports are to hold truthful, I don't mind listening to you. Hearing that, Norma-san laughed. Fool. Honesty never pays. A textbook definition right here. Clarkson whispered sorrowfully. Right. Perhaps. And like that, we cleaned up the issues with management, and I had work to do, so I left. Honest, is it? Clarkson accepted the bribe. That's how the system worked, but he wasn't just a stubbornly honest man. He wasn't one I could bring myself to hate, though. I wonder why he was chosen for this expeditionary force. I could only think over it in wonder. Perhaps the Imperials had thought that anyone would do. When I returned to Novum's side, it seems that some sort of problem had arisen. While Novum was making a troubled face, by her side, Monica was finishing up one contract after another. The one she was dealing with was a child. I want to fight. Dad already kicked the bucket, and there's only Mom left, so if I don't fight, then. The young boy with short brown hair was quite unkempt. Age-wise, I doubt he had even reached 10. While she was reliable, I guess even Novum would be troubled. You're still quite young, so how about assisting with the tasks in the village? Also, even if you call it fighting. The reason she was bewildered was likely because the one she was dealing with was quite serious. With an earnest expression, he frantically offered his complaints. Yeah, no, that age is impossible. Saying that, I tried to draw closer, but the third stopped me in a tone besides his usual cheerful one. He sure resembles brother. Perhaps I should call him serious, or solemn. There was some sadness mixed in, and the second also. Identical. The voice, that appearance, and that straightforwardness of his. The second's tone held some nostalgia. When I mulled over what to do, the second spoke. Hey, Lyle, just a little is fine. Really, just a small bit, alright? Can you try looking over that child a bit? On the voice the second wrung out of himself, I found myself unable to refuse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 8, The Second's Memory. The Second's Memory. Inside the jewel. There, a meeting was being conducted by the ancestors. The fourth took lead. Well then, it's been decided Johnny Village will be a defensive battle. The sixth seemed irritated. If only we had more usable troops, we could send them into the forest. The seventh also seemed just as irritated. I guess the second and third have more experience commanding these small numbers. We should listen to them here. The fifth spoke. So next is how we plan on intercepting them. If we had a few more crossbows, we could deploy the villagers and wait. Even if they don't have the skill, have one load the crossbow, and hand it over to the next. Fire, and rotate. The third sounded quite happy. We did have Lyle circle around the village, so if we just tinker a little with it, and harden our defenses, it should be plenty. If a hippogriff or griffin enters the village, then just bind it, and gang up. With humans as their livestock, the hippogriffs would likely attack. Won't they run? I thought that, but according to the ancestors, griffins and their kin have an excessive amount of pride. I won't say they aren't clever, but even if they knew they would lose, they wouldn't stop launching attacks. They really were an ill-natured opponent. The fourth looked at the image floating over the round table. It came from within my head, a three-dimensional map of the village. I guess the weak points are here, and here? Station some knights, and have the crossbows handled in two-man teams. I'd appreciate a shield position too. The numbers we could move were close to 170. It didn't reach 200, but it was better than the 110 we had at the start. The second spoke. Lyle will take command. His group will take care of the monsters penetrating into the village. Station Arya and Miranda at places lacking in combat potential. Novum will be charged with healing, so have her stationed in the center of the village. Porter and Clara are probably fine there as well. I asked the second. What should we do about Monica and Shannon? He took up a difficult face. The reason was Monica's appearance. It was a maid garment, or perhaps a dress that resembled one. Even if we knew she was strong, causing confusion from our own troops on the battlefield wasn't a good thing. Women and children, have her guard them, and the elderly. Shannon'll be assisting Novum by her side. If we had more of those arrows on hand, it'd be easier though. The arrows we purchased in Arumsas were ones with exploding weights fastened to their ends. If the enemy was too far, it was difficult to set aim. But if it hit, something on the level of a goblin was taken care of in a single shot. If hit in the right place, orcs were also killed off in one blow. The third looked at me. Looks like we'll have to have Lyle use them. They're just leftovers of what he used before, but they'll be quite useful against a hippogriff. A griffin be hard, mind you. The third explained that a griffin wouldn't even falter from such an explosion. The seventh spoke. If it's a griffin, it'll be easier if you can get on its back. The sixth was of the same opinion. When you're fighting one stronger than yourself, there are methods like that to use. While there isn't an overwhelming gap in strength between one and the current Lyle, it'll be hell to hit it with magic. Okay, if it seems impossible, we're going with that. That? What's wrong with binding its movement, and having everyone beat it black and blue? There are some magics I know like that. The sixth stared at me reproachfully. You no fun at all. No, I'm not in it for fun. And as the conference proceeded like that, the third and others quarreled with zeal. Even when I tried calling out to them. That's why I'm saying it's no good unless you station that Norma as well. If you don't use all the pieces you can, there's no point. That incompetent? We'll likely have some after money, so if possible, let's leave it in the center. Have Monica guard it with the rest. No, she's somewhat competent, I tells ya. While she has her deficiencies, she did hand over command to Lyle immediately. Because on top of surviving, it gave her the best possible circumstance. Also, if you look at her as a knight, she can likely take care of any goblin or orc. Purposely let them through, set a trap, and let them burn. I'd like a few more setups scattered around. If we had the Walt house's elite here, they'd march out and end it within the day. Yep, let's set some traps where we're short on hands. If you're reinforcing the structures, keep them easy to fight on. Grinning, and sometimes raging up as they drew up a plan. My ancestors. We already proceeded talks on reinforcing the village, and it felt as if we were building up a fortress for battle. And all I could do was watch. To me, the second called out. They sure are having fun over there. Are you bored, Lyle? Hearing that, I shook my head. No, I have to properly listen to it all. It may be for my sake in times to come. The second grabbed me by the collar, and dragged me over to his room. Oi, I'm borrowing Lyle for a bit. The second addressed that to the remaining 5, and the one to respond was the fourth. He stared intently at the table, and waved his hand to dismiss us. Yeah, go do what you will. We'll be continuing over here. Wait. Even with my resistance, the second continued to pull at me, and dragged me through the door. The ancestors' rooms within the jewel were all stuffed full of those ancestors' memories. To the first, it was a small village. To the second, the scenery of a village beginning to develop spread out. There were villagers doing work on it, but their forms were nothing more than projections. It wasn't possible to touch them. The memories of the owner of the room. What is it? Are you thinking of throwing me into real battle here like the first? Well, if you have a griffin for me to fight, I'll gratefully accept it. As I said that, the second shook his head horizontally. That sounds nice as well, but you already won against a dragon subspecies. Fighting a griffin at this point won't get you anywhere. The only thing annoying about them is their flight. Situated in quite a remote region, the Walt house had a long history of fighting against monsters. The first carried around that huge lunk of a sword to fight, and the second was properly trained as the successor to combat monsters. They were all experienced. It was unthinkable for any of them to never have gone out like the knights back at Central. Then what is it? It's raining? As we walked forward, the sky began to cloud over. When the rain began to touch the soil, the villagers who had been working up to then disappeared. Even if I stepped in the puddles, water didn't splash up. It was a little wondrous. And within the heavy rain, I definitely witnessed that scenery. Blood is. What spread on the ground alongside the rain was crimson blood. What was before the second's eyes was one with his same form on his knees, with a child clutched in his arms. Next to them, a smaller child was crying his heart out. Is that the third? Then the one you're holding is my oldest son. Just as the second's tears fell, the young boy next to him wept. The blood flowing from the boy in his arms didn't stop. Nearby was the form of a monster pierced by arrows. A horned rabbit. The scene changed. Perhaps it was summer this time. The sunlight was strong, and yet, I didn't feel the heat. The second was teaching a child how to use a bow. Hey, do your best. Yeah. The child pulled the miniature bow with all his might, and let loose practice arrows. It was the one the second had been embracing before, the eldest son. Nearby, the small third was staring absent-mindedly at his brother. Even from a young age, he held that sort of whimsical air. The boy released an arrow, and burst into joy when he hit the target. I did it! I did it, father! Nice job! As expected of a Walt man. Become strong, and get to be a lord who can protect his people. Yeah. The image of the second's eldest son turned gray, and time stopped there. I looked at the second. He was a good kid. Unlike me, he was bright and honest. The thief liked him quite a lot. They hated me, but I was sure that child would grow to be loved by the people. Since I was blessed with a second son, I planned on giving Slay some land and having him start a branch family. He was quite laid back, but he liked books and knowledge. That's why I thought I would have him support Dewey alongside me. Seeing the boy, I noticed brown and unkempt hair. It was the boy that wanted Novum to allow him to fight at Johnny Village. I think his name was Luca, but they were definitely reminiscent. Within the heavy rain, a monster appeared in the fields. He grabbed his bow and ran out. I wouldn't have cared that much if the fields were ruined a little. He could have called me over. In order to protect Slay, who followed along, he went up front. I didn't know what I should say. The second continued. I couldn't protect him. I'm just the same as the first. Selfish. But please do a little for that child. I don't want to see that boy die again. It can only be for a little, but please watch over him. If it's in a scope I'm capable of. When I said that, the second let out a powerless laugh. Sorry, Lyle. I guess I can't talk bad about my old man anymore. And the images cut off. We were in a mansion. The one sleeping atop the bed was a weathered and weakened first generation. Beside Basil Walt sat an aging woman. Her appearance was well kept, and I could understand it in an instant. So that person's the first's wife. The second stood close to the bed. But he seemed extremely worn out. The first forced out his own voice. I'm sorry for everything, Crassel. After saying that, he closed his eyes. The second clenched his fist and began to weep where he stood. The aged woman spoke to him. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. There may be those that criticize you, but you're doing a splendid job. This man was just as awkward as you, and that's why. The aged woman let out her tears. The second opened his mouth. I wanted to grow up to be like him. Strong and loved, but I could never catch up in the slightest. I could never protect anything. The second's crumpling figure. There, the surrounding scenery changed to him practicing his skill. The second scratched his face with a finger. I didn't really want to show it. It's embarrassing, you know. I don't really find it embarrassing. Also, if you weren't there, the third would. For better or worse, the third was a shoddy individual. He advanced the territory by the second's plan, and never did anything unnecessary. Even so, his name was carved into the history of the Bonsian kingdom. What's to become of the world? It's because he never does anything pointless. He never practiced with the bow, and only swung around a sword. Thinking back now, perhaps that was for the best, but looking at him, I couldn't help but be worried. The second laughed. Then he looked at me with a serious expression. Also, I wanted to show it to you. That's all I am. Hey, Lyle. Yes? Don't you think it's alright to use my skill already? It felt like my heart was grasped for a moment. And I forcefully expelled my consciousness from within the jewel to my body. When I opened my eyes, it seemed that night was coming to its end. In the house we were staying at, its female owner was away. Ah, it looks like I've woken you up. The woman was preparing a meal, and an energetic young boy ran into the house. Ah, Lyle Sama woke up. I'll have to let Novum Nietzsche know. Luca. The boy that resembled the second's eldest had come with firewood in hand. When I looked around, I saw that Shannon and Arya were asleep. Clara and Novum were on watch, and it seems that Miranda-san was already awake. Behind the boy stood Monica. Mom, it's amazing. This maid cut the wood, bang bang bang, and piled up a mountain. Looks like we'll be fine for a while. The woman. Luca's mother spoke in a tired tone. We'll have to let them dry, so we won't be able to use them for a while. Also, did you say your thanks? Ah, thank you for that. I did say it. Monica nodded. Yes. I did receive his thanks. And she took some fleeting glances at me. I can understand what she wants me to say, but I'm definitely not saying it. To Luca's mother, lowering her head to Monica, I scratched my head and spoke. Ah, you don't have to offer gratitude to that one. She's an automaton. Both Luca and his mother stared blankly. It seems that they didn't understand anything from the word automaton. Looks like I failed. There, Monica made a sad expression. It's fine, the two of you. A person like that is my master, but I'm doing my best to serve him. I received the two of their chastising glances and glared at Monica. Hey, that one was unfair. Outside the perception of mother and child, Monica was sticking out her tongue. I haven't said a single lie. When she made a regretful face, Luca closed in on me. Lyle-sama, you have to properly give your thanks. It's definitely no good to say something like that. By the admonishing of a young boy, I was led to show gratitude to Monica. Monica was giving a radiant smile, but whenever they weren't watching her, her smile would warp into one much more indecent. This bitch. While stomaching it, I figured that I couldn't speak as per usual before the two taking care of us at the moment. I apologized. Thanks for everything, Monica, is that all right? When I glared at her, Monica spoke with a triumphant face. You really aren't an honest master. Oh, I have to finish the preparations for breakfast. It looks like today will be a busy one. Saying that, Monica began to assist Luca's mother in high spirits. Luca himself began to pull on my arm. Lyle-sama, what should I help with today? Today, huh? Today is, please lead me around the village. There were some places I wasn't able to see yesterday. Again? When is it that you'll let me fight? He kept insisting he had to participate no matter what, but we had him contribute by assisting my work. On top of showing me around the village, I needed a local to ask various things about the place. He acted like this, but Luca's father was killed by a hippogriff. In Johnny Village, where people who hadn't had any family members killed off were the minority, it wasn't a rare story at all. When we get some free time, I'll teach you some things. Before that, we'll have to prepare. After eating, we'll have another meeting at once. Meeting? You're going to be talking again, Dot. I patted his head. It's an important step. Now then, I guess I'll wake Shannon. I want to let Arya sleep a little longer. Luca looked at Shannon. She had a blanket draped over her, but from the shape of it, one could tell she was asleep with her legs spread wide apart. Arya was similarly sleeping quite stretched out. Lyle-sama, that Shannon girl's no good. She immediately runs away from work. I nodded. Yeah, I know. But it's all right. As long as Novum's nearby, she won't even think of running. Luca spoke. As I thought, that Nichan's amazing. The old blacksmith instantly took to her. Even when he's a stubborn dwarf, he said he'd cooperate with her. The village adults were all surprised. I spoke. As expected of Novum. Now then, let's finish the preparations quickly. Yeah. Watching her cheerful son, Luca's mother seemed a little relieved. The voice I heard from the jewel was the third's. Yep, as I thought, he really resembles Brother Dot. His voice seemed a little happy, yet somewhat mournful. Having seen the memory, I could slightly understand his sentiment. I'll have to change gears. With that in mind, I enlisted Luca's assistance in waking Shannon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 9, Hippogriff. Hippogriff. In the central station of the village, I deployed Porter's shield to form a roof. On the paper laid over the table, a simple map had been drawn. And there, I confirmed where the defenses would be stationed, and the traps be set. I scribbled over the map, and filled in the placement and assortment of the new traps. After breakfast, I found Miranda-san close to me. Next to me, Luca looked over my work. Seeing the map, the village chief was quite surprised. But Clark-san's amazement was the greater of the two. Lyle-kun, you thought this up in a single night? The chief was. Defenses and trap placement, no, but with these numbers. He was thinking over whether the positioning I had scribbled down was possible. Seeing that, Norma-san spoke to me. What are you all so surprised about? Anyone could have thought up that one. If it were me, I'd add on a trap here, and fortify defenses here. She said that simply brimming with confidence, but hearing that, the second burst into laughter. What's with this girl? Totes incompetent. The third also gave a large laugh. Yeah, I'll bet anyone could have drafted it out. But putting it to practice is a different problem. To Norma-san, Clark-san shook his head and explained. Captain, we're too short-handed for that. At the very least, we have to finish these preparations in the next few days. In that time, I'm sure a hippogriff will launch an attack or two, so we have to finish the traps and constructions before the griffin decides to show its face. The village chief looked at Norma-san with an unpleasant face. It truly would be troublesome if you stationed a trap there. Even if you're to revert it to normal later, there's a house there. Norma-san took a step back. She was making an irritated expression. Well, she was thinking of laying more traps at least. The fourth spoke. While it does look like there was some thought behind her placements, this is the limit. The fifth urged me to issue the next orders. Lyle, don't just stay silent, proceed things forward already. From here on's a battle against time. I ended up issuing orders to the gathered faces. Well then, Norma-san, you'll be on standby here. If you send someone running to report to me, I'll issue further orders. Clark-san, please continue to train the soldiers. Chief, lead the structure reinforcement. Miranda-san. Miranda-san gave a reply, saying she already knew. Setting the traps, right? I think I can do it, but based on the necessary size, I'll only be able to throw out orders for now. I have my tools, but preparations will take a day. I did take that into consideration, and it wasn't a problem. Traps will be set on the second day, just make sure you finish up before the griffin appears. It would likely use a hippogriff to attack the village first. A hippogriff would probably come leading some monsters soon. This mental attack to drive us against the wall bit by bit made me think of the beast as quite an unlikable fellow. Of course, if it were a dragon, Johnny Village would be long gone by now. Perhaps the griffin wasn't moving around itself because it was storing up power. I'll have Novum and Clara help out with reinforcement as well. Monica will be charged with food rations, let's have her on rotation between cooking and break. Any opinions on the matter? I looked over those gathered, and one of the knights timidly posed a question. No, well, whose orders should we be following? They took some fleeting glances at Norma, but I had to make a clear declaration. As representative commander, I will be giving the orders. Report to me. The knight nodded, and seemed a little relieved. The sixth spoke. Could it be this one's no good as a commander? The seventh was of the same opinion. Well, she's proficient in a different way. It's just that, it doesn't seem she's putting that to much use. It would likely be much easier to get promoted if she went about it a different way. While thinking that, I continued to answer questions. There were some questions I cared not for at all, and some that indicated their questioners didn't understand what was going on in the slightest. And looking at the meeting, the second spoke. Now I'm worried. While he was speaking of his worries, I wonder why it is he sounds so happy. That's all I could think of the second's bright tone. Borrowing a horse, I used my skills to check the entirety of the village. I observed the villagers proceeding with their work, and came in to resolve a problem whenever it surfaced. That's the style with which I went about it. I could have just waited for reports in the center, but since we had just begun to move, there was quite an amount of trouble. Confirming a quarrel, I urged the horse to run towards the scene. Outside the wall constructed of thick logs, a trench was dug to create a tactical height advantage. The dug-up earth was brought to the inside of the walls to serve as fortification. It was power-related work, but the cause of the argument was Novum. Seeing her magic, a villager was acting up. If you can do that, then why won't you do the whole thing? We're in a hurry here, so that's the least you could do. A slender man wearing tattered clothing was the one shouting out, and the surrounding people were looking on with tired eyes. Novum explained. As I was saying, I won't be able to use up all my mana here. After this, I have to be put on standby for healing, so I have to conserve. So you plan on having it easy all by yourself? Seeing the man making a racket, I couldn't see him as anyone decent. There, a man of small build walked up. Oh, that's a gnome, is it not? Hey, you haven't even been working for a while, so how about you cut with the noise, and pick up your shovel? Also, if you don't work, I doubt you'll receive any pay for it. The small gnome was 150 centimeters, fully grown, and tall for his race. The slender man looked at the gnome, and let out a loud voice. Don't screw with me. You damn gnome midgets should just shut up and get to work. Thinking of standing up to us human race now, are ya? As long as this woman can end the job quickly, then my pay is. To the man letting his saliva fly as he shouted, I approached with my horse. No, I doubt you'll be getting any pay. I'll just throw this out there, but Novum is just here to guard you guys. As long as you properly work, I'll pay out the compensation, and if you show splendid results, I'll even throw in a bonus. But the opposite will just cut down your pay, you know? The slender man looked at me, and became docile all of a sudden. And the gnome young man mumbled about how dirty the saliva on his face was, as he began wiping it off. I was just seriously, but this woman, the gnome. The man muttered out some complaints, and I raised up a loud voice. If you've got complaints, then bring them to me. If you don't plan on working, then go shut yourself up somewhere, and don't get in the way of work. Also, the progress here is the one falling furthest behind. If it stays this way, there won't be any bonus. When I said that, the onlooking villagers swiftly restarted their digging. There was a slight competition going on to see which area would finish up work first. Normally, I would have placed a heavier emphasis on work quality, but right now, speed was the priority. I deeply apologize, Lyle-sama. I dismounted the horse, and checked over the progress with Novum. No, this one was one of the tolerable ones. While I said that, I looked at the gnome young man. I heard that they were skillful with their hands, and often found work in carpentry. The blacksmith dwarf was helping Miranda-san dig holes to install the traps. If only that blacksmith that took a liking to you was here, As I said that in jest, Novum made a slightly troubled expression. Rather than here, I'd like it he worked on the pitfalls. Also, we also have to let him forge weapons. Crossbow bolts. Spears. We plan to have him prepare them. If the enemy appears here, run inside at once. At present, they haven't shown any movement, but according to the village chief's intuition, they'll be coming in the near future. I'll take care. Make sure to be careful yourself, Lyle-sama. I know. Saying that, I mounted the horse again, and used skills to confirm the surrounding situation. The next place a problem occurred was at Clara's station. It's problem after problem after problem. As I let the horse gallop, I heard the third's voice. With a cheerful voice of one enjoying life, he provoked me. Now onwards. When you're on the observing side, these scenes become quite fun to watch. The fourth agreed. It sure is easy when you don't feel any responsibility for it. With the extra composure, there's a lot more to see. The fifth as well. Ah, I really get you, man. These guys. I ignored the happy ancestors, and headed off towards Clara. Work had commenced, and the sun was just starting to fall. Returning to Porter's side, I got off the horse, and called out to Norma-san, who had been put on standby there. Did anyone come to you? In truth, I knew that no one had come to report, but I wanted to try talking to her. In an ill mood, Norma spoke curtly. No one. That maid with a head full of flowers did bring me food, though. The wooden bowl put aside probably contained something soup-like when it was brought. Having finished her meal, and sat in her chair the entire time, Norma-san seemed quite bored. The third spoke. Hey, this girl, just station her somewhere already. The seventh refused. We've already decided to use her as a shortstop, right? Rejected. And Lyle is moving around more than expected, so having her here as a representative is plenty, isn't it? I was a representative myself. And the representative of the representative was the real captain being represented. I'm starting to lose track of it. While we were doing that, Monica came over with my meal. A plate was placed on a tray, and with a smile, she ran over. I was a little worried whether or not she'd fall like that, but when she got close enough, Monica declared. You thought I would earn points as a clumsy maid by tripping? Too bad. I am programmed to be unable to waste food. Her attitude, as if she was seeing right through me, was quite irritating, but I accepted her meal. I had been riding around all day, so I was eating late. Seeing my meal, Norma-san spoke. Oi, the contents of that plate are completely different from what I was served. Monica collected Norma-san's silverware, as she scoffed. And so? The ingredients are all things we brought ourselves. I ignored Monica's smirk, and Norma-san's dejection, as I agilely went through the plate. Seeing that, the seventh. Lyle, and he was such a well-mannered child back then. The second was fed up. Just consider the time and the place. This is a battlefield. The seventh shot back. Battlefield or not, the Walt house is a count house. Such conduct is essential. To finish it, the third. But the current Lyle isn't even a noble. While listening in on their conversations, I finished my meal. Monica said something like, such a grand way of eating. I also like that side of, but I ignored her, and used the skill. Unless I put in some breaks between each use, I would tire myself out. I saw off Monica's back as she took the tableware and returned to her post. I confirmed the state of the village and the nearby forest. And scratching my head, I stood up. Can't they at least let me take my breaks in peace? When I drew my saber, Norma-san stood from her chair, alarmed. She took some distance from me. I banged on Porter a few times, and out came Shannon. She emerged while yawning, so I gave her a light flick. That hurt. Prepare the signal. Hurry. Clumsily, Shannon lit fire to the device to raise signals installed close to Porter. She used a simple magic to ignite it, and after a while, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Wah! I can't breath. Seeing Shannon cough as she retreated back into Porter, I thought. Truly, what wasted beauty. Norma-san was quite flustered, but there was no doubt she was a knight. The moment the signal was prepared, she had already prepared her weapon. They're coming in numbers of approximately 30. A hippogriff is leading. Their numbers have risen from before. I heard that they last attacked in only numbers of 10. Attacking humans, and building up power. I think I've read of it in a book. There were many mysteries regarding the nature of monsters. The fact as to why they held magic stones within their body was the same, but their food habits were just as mysterious. They did assault man and beast, but in comparison to their body mass, the time between their meals was long. But that isn't something to think over here. I called over to Norma-san and mounted my horse. And to the runners that ran up, I gave an explanation of the situation. Where were they coming from? Their numbers? Their variety? Informing them of every detail, I issued orders of how to move. To the knights and soldiers, it was their time to pile up some coins. Rather than nervous, it seems they were wishing for the monsters to come over to them already. You'll be taking on the ones besides the hippogriff. If you do get attacked by it, fight back. Retreating is also fine. After I finished giving orders, the runners returned to their respective corps. The expeditionary force had quite a few uncertain factors when it came to fighting a hippogriff, but they had become a bit more decent than before. Marcus-san and Braid-san ran up to me. Lyle. Have monsters appeared? Marcus-san had his spear held high with the intention to fight. Braid-san was also making a serious expression. Seeing them, Norma-san disinterestedly muttered. As if you lot'd be able to win. The party of 3 we saved gathered, so I issued order. The hippogriff will enter the village. If it gets dangerous, evacuate yourself to a space nearby Porter. Braid-san spoke. I cannot run away here. I have to get merits no matter what. He did seem quite desperate, so I didn't say any more. Reaching a hand to the bow on my back, I produced an arrow from my quiver. Since we were low on their stock, I was the one in possession of the exploding arrows. I did think of giving them to Clark-san, but there wasn't the time to waste testing if they would work on a crossbow, so I left it at that. Looking in the direction of the forest, I watched as the beast sprung up from it. From between the trees, goblins poured out and followed its lead. It'd be easier on us if they sent out the orcs too. I wanted to whittle down the enemy's forces as much as possible, but it doesn't look like it'll go so smoothly. The village became rowdy in an instant. It seems there were some in doubt when the signal was raised, but seeing the real monster made some frantically take shelter for real. With this, I hope the real deal will go down fine. Marcus-san looked at me and spoke. Real deal, this is as real as it gets. I shook my head. Based on how much we managed to win by here, our future battles will change. Hearing my words, the 6th called over to me. So you've learned to talk. But don't be negligent. I gripped the jewel and observed the movements of the monsters. From their location, it'll be Aria's turn. The monsters attacking Johnny Village weren't able to breach the wall. There, soldiers and knights with spears and crossbows worked to whittle down their numbers. But such things were irrelevant to the hippogriff flying through the skies. It dove straight into the village, sending a single soldier sprawling as it looked around for its prey. Its front feet held the talons of an eagle. Clasped around that soldier, they didn't seem like they would be letting go. That man, upon being brushed off his feet and gripped strongly, those claws digging into his flesh, began vomiting up blood. Around, knights held up their spears and surrounded it. Its form, more than twice the size of a horse, was enough to make them lose strength in their knees despite the financial prospects of taking it down. Within that, the one to rush forth was Arya. Gripping her spear, she unfastened her buckler and leapt at the hippogriff. Now try flying without a wing. She instantly closed the distance and thrust out at it. But perhaps it had good eyes, as the hippogriff leapt back and swiftly lifted itself into the air. It tossed the soldier in its claw aside and the man's comrades rushed over to his aid. Arya quickly tossed a knife at it, but she didn't have skills on Miranda's level with it, and the hippogriff was easily able to dodge it. It spread its wings, and rose up, opening its eagle beak to let out the shrill voice of a singing bird. It set her in its sight, and tried to swoop down, but Arya smiled. Don't be underestimating humans. The moment the monster began to gain momentum, everyone evacuated the area. The net didn't make it in time. But it's not like there were no other methods. She tossed ropes with rocks attached at both ends at its eyes. Throne taking advantage of its centrifugal force, while most of it was off mark, a single one of the rocks came down on its head, and the next rope wrapping around its left wing was all it took to drop it to the ground. The hippogriff instantly shook off its bindings, but Arya didn't let such a chance escape her. Her red gem let off some light, and she used a skill. As the end of her spear pierced through its head, the struggling hippogriff was shot down, and pinned to the ground. Such a display of power didn't seem to be something of a girl. Extreme strength. With that cute face of hers. Yeah, I think I'll give up on her. The blood spurts dyed her bright red. With her lance still stuck in, the blood pouring out of the flailing monster soaked her entire body, causing those around to pull back. God, for them to be of this level, the Knights of Central sure are frail. Confirming that it had stopped moving, Arya took out a towel and wiped off her face. Collecting up the tools she had thrown, the soldiers and villagers checked in with her. What about our work? Arya answered with a smile. Even so, the soldiers raised scared and alarmed voices. Don't worry about it. I'll be sure to notify Lyle. I'll be counting on you next time as well. Why yes. Recovering the tools, the knights and soldiers confirmed the hippogriff's corpse. After feeling certainty in its death, one of them ran out to report. Now then, about the situation outside. Saying that, and surveying her surroundings, she found that the ones stationed at the walls had already gathered to see the hippogriff. So it's already over. We have one injured. With a door taken off its hinges to make a sort of stretcher, the soldier was carried off. Based on his conditions, Arya determined Novum would be able to do something about it. She pulled her spear out of the monster's body. Seeing the body of an eagle stuck onto a horse, she found some satisfaction in her own growth. But if it comes to a griffin, it really will be tough. From the feeling she felt when she thrust in it, she surmised that if its skull was only a little bit harder. Or so she thought to herself. She could no longer be called a noble lady. As Arya looked over the state of her own weapon, Lyle came racing on a horse. Behind him followed Marcus and Braid, and when they saw the battle had already finished, they dropped their shoulders. Perhaps they didn't catch sight of the injured. Lyle got down from the mount and addressed some thankful words to her. It looks like this one finished without much injury. I'm relieved that you're all right. Even so, that was pretty much a single blow, wasn't it? Arya wiped off the blood as she spoke. It was a short response, but her voice seemed happy. Really? Well, I'm still growing. Lyle surveyed the surroundings, and ordered the injured knights and soldiers to fall back. And he left Marcus and Braid to fill the gaps. Both of them seemed quite reluctant. Seeing the two of them unwillingly walk off towards the wall, Arya spoke. Lyle? Was I like that as well? Lyle smiled. That's right. You kinda kept saying that keeping watch was an easy job, and were unhappy all the way. You kept saying you wanted to do something more important, and that came up in your attitude. Well, you weren't that frank with it, though. At Lyle's laugh, Arya grew angry. Don't put it so bluntly. Even like this, I'm sure I'm repenting for it. Lyle's smile turned to a gentler one. Then isn't that fine? Now we can just look back at it as a funny story. Well, I've no idea what's to become of those two. Perhaps they'd never be able to laugh at it. Perhaps they'd think back, and regret that they hadn't been more serious at the time. Lyra, who had lost her arms, and suffered such burns, remembering the second adventurer who had instructed her, Arya's expression became serious. Before she had undertaken her training, Lyle had always made a slightly sad expression around her. Arya hadn't let that escape her eyes. And Lyle spoke. We've prepared a bath for the injured, so you can wash down your body there. Also? Also? Thinking there was something more, she peered into Lyle's earnestly worried face, and... We aren't just among party members here, so I recommend you don't loiter around naked like you did in Arumsas. I won't. Seeing the two flirting like that, the surrounding knights, soldiers, and even the villagers. I don't think I can get it up for a girl soaked in blood. That woman's strong, but that man's quite strong in a different sense. Adventurer, and knight, and soldier women are definitely a no-go for me, When Arya glared at the people saying such things, they immediately scampered off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 10, Griffin. Griffin. After the hippogriff was defeated, the monsters hiding in the forest showed no signs of movement. Lying down in Luca's house, I kept the blanket over me as I woke up time and again in the middle of the night to check the surroundings with the skills. I would periodically wake myself every few hours to observe their activity. We shaved away around 30. But close to 200 remain, they're increasing. I did find the monsters, which had risen to an even greater number than they had from the start, to be a threat, but our reinforcement work was even proceeding through the night. Novum was dispatched to the center of the village to devote herself to healing, and I had Arya and Miranda-san rest at night. The only ones awake were likely Clara and Monica. I suddenly had to pay close to 40 gold coins, but I made sure to show off a posture as if I'd always be able to pay out such an amount. I thought about falling asleep again, but there, the sixth called out to me. What, you can't sleep? Better get used to it. Rest when you have time for rest. It'll be the worst if your body won't move when it comes down to it. Around, Luca and his mother were asleep, and Shannon was also lying down. Miranda-san and Arya were fast asleep. Confirming no one else was awake, I gave the sixth an answer. I'll be fine without some sleep to an extent. It's just that whenever I think that something might happen, I end up waking up. And the sixth. Well, how about you trust the others a bit more? You saw Arya's abilities, right? Leave what you can to them, and take care of what you have to do yourself. The centerpiece this time, the Griffin. The one to take it on will likely be me. Practically, I'd like to surround it with my party, and beat it down, but in that case, we'll be short on hands in protecting the village from the other monsters. Sensing someone move their body, I shut my eyes and mouth. The one who stirred is Luca, I see. Dad. His father was assaulted by a hippogriff. In that cause, it's already. During the monster attack, we did force him to evacuate, so Luca was quite discontent. He wanted to avenge his father. From how he resembled the second's eldest son, I did promise to look after him when I had some free time. Seeing that the night was coming to a close, I raised the top half of my body. I stood, stretched, and woke up Luca. When I rocked his small body, he opened his eyes. Ha? Lyle-sama? Think you can get up? When I said that, he rose with sleepy eyes. What? See, could it be? As he seemed to be under the misunderstanding that an enemy had arrived, I put my index finger to my mouth and shushed him. He held both hands to his mouth, and I spoke. Come outside, I'll train you a bit. Saying that, I took Luca out of the house. That place in the village with targets set up had been prepared in order to practice with crossbows. From all over, I could hear the voices of men working to fortify the place. At this rate, we'll finish what's been planned by noon. I can't say for certain the Griffin won't pop out by them, but even so, preparations for our victory were proceeding steadily. And I watched Luca loose arrows as he aimed at the mark. They didn't land anywhere close. They went off in a completely different direction. Ha! That's strange. He was borrowing the small bow I carried around with me. As I bought it to use in the labyrinth, I had it made smaller than usual. But to Luca, it must have been quite large. Look, set your aim. You have to keep your eyes on the target up to the end. His strained face had been averted, till the arrows were shot without a mark. Definitely don't pull it back past your ear. Right, just like that. The next arrow didn't hit the target either. You sure this isn't broken? I made a wry smile as I took the bow from him and took out a single arrow. When I took a stance and released it, the arrow stabbed into the very center of the target. Wow! Make sure you get a firm grasp on the fundamentals. This isn't my specialty, so I can't teach you any of the finer details, though. There, Luca looked at the saber hanging at my waist. Lyle-sama, I'd prefer that one as well. Or maybe a spear like that red Nichen's. I patted Luca's head. Today's the bow. If I find some more free time, I'll teach you other things. More importantly, are you able to read and write, Luca? He averted his eyes. As long as the chief and important people can do it, there won't be a problem. I mean, it's hard. I spoke. But there's nothing to be lost in learning it. The 3 Rs are important. Frowning, Luca took back the bow and pulled it again. I'm going to become strong and avenge my dad. As he said that, the arrow once again failed to hit its mark. Seeing the scene, the second let out a voice of which I couldn't discern if it was happy or sad. He sure cares for his father. The third seemed worried. It's a nice thing to have, but at his age, that's a little. Lyle, make sure you check in on him every now and again. And just like that, I continued training him in the art of the bow until the time came. The reason I decided on the bow was because I felt like it. After finishing my lesson, I ate breakfast and entered into work. And whenever something happened, I would head to the scene and issue orders. The planned reinforcements and traps were finished before noon had passed. As I thought, it really was different when there was a reward in sight. The villagers worked quite fast. I borrowed a horse to circle around the stations, looked for areas that needed even further modifications, offered up bonus pay, and allotted work once more. I did prepare a large amount of funds from the start, but it wasn't going as calculated. Because the ancestors had planned it out some we would have some to spare, we did have the minimum amount or preparations in order. Gathered in Porter, we confirmed the current situation after lunch. Clark-san, who had been training the soldiers, explained it out. We are having crossbow bolts be made, but quite a few of them are being ruined in training, so I'd like it if they were procured en masse. Even so, we're dividing into two-man teams of one to aim and fire, and the other to load the crossbow. If they were close enough, they'd likely hit, but setting aim on a flying enemy will be difficult for them. I nodded, and heard out the report from the village chief. The reinforcement of the village has finished, and right now, additional measures are being carried out centered on those that had been resting up to now. Those that had worked through the night are resting at the moment. I filled out the places that were still being worked on the map, and received Monica's report. Our food expenditure is fast. To put it bluntly, if we're to continue fighting while holed into their village, we don't even have 2 weeks left. If you go any longer, even if you manage to exterminate the enemy, the village will be left without any supplies. The harvest had already passed, but with this great increase in numbers, it couldn't be helped there was an increase in the number of mouths to feed. Novum reported. I've finished treating the injured. I think it will be difficult for the soldier who suffered heavy injuries to participate in the coming battle, but his life isn't in danger. I think he'll be able to move just fine by the time we're to return to the capital. There were some injured during work, but also soldiers getting into fights over who defeated what. There was a plainly large amount of unnecessary trouble like that going around. At present, all we can really do is wait for what's to come. It would be bad to tire ourselves out by prioritizing work, so we set up a watch, and had them take breaks on surveillance. There, the chief asked me for my opinion. There are some whose houses and fields have been destroyed. Once all work is done, would you perhaps be able to direct some manpower towards that area? Hearing that, Norma-san dismissed the issue. Fool. When we're trying to give the troops and civilians some well-deserved rest, any more extraneous work will. While Norma-san was making a sound argument, Clark-san looked to her with his head in his hands. The second quickly spoke to me. Take it up. Also, send out some assistance from our side as well. Right, dispatch Clara, and have her help with village maintenance. Marcus as well. I want to let them rest, but following the second's opinion, I took up the chief's proposition. I'll allot some hands myself. If there's anything in need of assistance, please bring it to me. But please don't try for too much. Why yes. When I looked at the village chief's relieved face, I noticed Norma-san glaring at me. She likely had something she wanted to say, but as I was the commander at the moment, she kept quiet. She was surprisingly level-headed. The third spoke. If this girl had properly learned under another, perhaps she could have become an excellent knight. If looked at in a different sense, perhaps she already was. I continued the meeting with the chief, asking what areas needed extra assistance, and considering who to send. Seeing that, Clark-san seemed quite relieved as well. On the third day without a monster attack. When evening arrived, Clara came to my place to give a report. Having slept from morning to noon, she had begun using magic as soon as she awoke to set about maintaining the village. She used magic to assist with work, and it seemed she was thanked quite a bit. Are you all right? You seem a little unsteady on your feet. Receiving my worry, Clara sat in a chair, and poured herself a drink. Stem arose from the wooden cup. No, being relied on and thanked to that extent is just a little. She had only used simple magics to help out a little. But even so, having been applauded to such an extent, Clara didn't really know how to feel. Normally, she would probably have been able to do something greater, but to limit her mana use, she only did small favors. I wonder what she had to think of it. Well, isn't that fine? You'll be working hard tomorrow. Also, when it comes down to it, I'll be having you operate Porter. Looking at Porter, I determined it would have decent power just smashing into enemies. If I added on arms, perhaps I could have it hold weapons. A new modification plan surfaced in my head, so I looked to Clara. It's because I was never received this much gratitude in Arumses. I mean, there were plenty of magicians out there of my measly level. She hung her head a little. But you're happy that you're being of use, so shouldn't that be enough? For me, I tried my heart out just to get recognized, and it never worked out all the way to the end. When I said that, Clara made an unexpected expression. You did, Lyle-san? Even if I were to give a reserved evaluation of you, you're at a level where you could aim for the top ranks of adventurers. I think there's even the possibility you'll leave your name in the records of history. Me? I smiled as I responded, but Clara looked serious. Less than a year since you became one, you breached the 40th basement floor of Arumses Labyrinth. That's an amazing achievement, Lyle. I remembered back to when I cleared the 40th floor of the labyrinth at Damien's request. I wonder. We had Damien with us back then. And I'm just a kid kicked out by his family. Clara seemed perplexed. They drove you out, Lyle-san? From my perspective, I can't see you as having many problems. Not that I've none to speak of. When I said that, she nodded expressionlessly. Seeing me, she declared my no good parts. Yes, I think there's quite a bit. In truth, you did consult with me at Arumses a lot. Since it's been a while, I'll say it, but I was quite surprised back then. You started worrying about what a newcomer adventurer of a few months should worry about only after you successfully cleared the 40th floor. With a restriction on my skills, I tried challenging the labyrinth of my own ability. At that time, I asked what was necessary of me from Clara. When I made a cynical smile, she laughed a little. But I'm also thankful, you know. I'm sure I would have been fine staying in Arumses, but having come out, I can experience so much more. Saying that, Clara drank the contents of her cup dry, and walked into Porter with her face a little red. The fourth judged me. Hey, right there, that's where you should be saying, and I'm happy to be able to travel with you as well. Just what is he trying to say? When I thought something like that, Clarkson called out to me. Oh, are you alone, Dot? He shouldered his crossbow on his back, and made a tired face. He was carrying out training in preparations for when the monsters were to attack next. Looks like you have it rough too. When I said that, Clarkson smiled. It's because real battles are all about how much of your training you can pull out. Exhibiting such power in a single night like a hero isn't something for us ordinary folk. Saying that, he sat down in a chair. There was an open air fire close to us, and from the pot hanging over, I poured some soup into a cup, and handed it to him. Thank you. With his modest disposition, I felt he had something he wanted to say to me. Something the matter? Lyle-kun, could it be you're a former noble? I don't think you're an imperial noble, so you must be a provincial one. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. A little surprised, I decided not to speak so deeply into it, and nodded. I was thrown out. That's so. Then it's best I don't ask your circumstances. But to be honest here, you've really been our savior. If someone accustomed to it like you wasn't here to give orders, I doubt I'd ever be able to do that much, and Captain Norma would never have conceded the right to command. I spoke. I'm pretty sure she handed it over quite easily, though. It was surprising to see that person do such a thing. Perhaps that magic, and that mountain of gold had an effect on her. Smiling, Clarkson explained how he was able to understand I was a former noble. Apparently, it wasn't because I had used magic, but from my bearing and manner. I've been in this job a while. It lets you see quite an assortment of people. The reason I thought you were a provincial noble was because you took the villagers' feelings into consideration, perhaps? He was likely referring to how I listened to the chief's request and dispatched people. Is that really so rare, Dot? The Imperial Knights always seem to be a little dense in that field. If played poorly, they're never able to get cooperation, and the air often turns quite awkward. Like that, work never moves forward. The ones with the best understanding there have to be the provincial nobles. Looks like he had his share of troubles. The fifth spoke. This guy's that. He likely thinks Lyle was the heir to a small territory at most. The seventh agreed. I'll bet. I would never be able to put out opinions like the second. Both of them seemed to be praising the second. But the man himself. Don't compare me to real nobles like yourselves. Just how to expand a minuscule territory, just what would be alright to do. I had to put some thought into various things from bottom up. Well, I only ever had that way of doing things. The third spoke. And because of that, I sure had it easy. Man, it really was a blast. The second had everything prepared in advance, so I just had to move as planned. While listening to the third's cheerful voice, I continued exchanging some idle banter with Clarkson. The third day came to an end. And the fourth. Finally, we welcomed the morning of the fifth day. Waking up early to teach Luca the bow, I saw that the village that had gotten together its preparations to intercept the enemy had grown much brighter. There, I heard the sound of an arrow hitting the target. Yay! I hit it! Seeing Luca's display of joy, I offered some praise. That's great! Being able to hit it on only the third day of training is amazing, isn't it? The distance wasn't long, and the target was only hit on the edge. But even so, considering his performance up to now, his rate of improvement was considerable fast. Seeing that, the second spoke. Perhaps this is the influence of your own skill, Lyle. Next, show him to draw it further in fire. The second spoke up in regards to Luca's bow training. He seemed quite happy. My skill, experience as power. I can't really say. It was a perpetually active skill that just stated it let one attain a large amount of experience, but even up to now, I have absolutely no idea what extent of effect it could display. It did constantly drain my mana, so it was more of a shackle to me. Hey, teach me the sword next. Nope. And even when taught, you weren't able to use one, right? Don't be like that, I'm begging you here. While behaving mildly spoiled, Luca smiled and took a stance with the bow. But I immediately turned to the direction of the forest. Lyle-sama? He seemed quite anxious. I directed a smile, reclaimed the bow and arrows from him, and spoke. Please go and rouse everyone, Luca, today's going to be a busy one. The monsters moving around in the forest weren't coming out in such small numbers as before. It seems everything that could move was moving. With my skills, it looked as if the forest itself was wriggling. I'll fight too. Nope. Saying that, I cautioned him. Listen here, make sure you protect your mother. The adults will take on the monsters. Like that, I took Luca back to his house, woke up Shannon, and had her raise the signal. Woken by the sound of a bell struck again and again, Braid jumped up and took his equipment in hand. Those around him were also panicked, and they frantically tried to collect up their own armaments. There, Braid stuck his glare onto a hand reaching in from the side. That one's mine. The knight beside him clicked his tongue, as he moved his eyes to find another someone to try stealing from. With his armor covering his body soon enough, he ran outside, and called out to Marcus, who also had his equipment at the ready. Oi, we're heading out to the center immediately. I'd have done that without you yelling at me. In the past few days, he had only been used for work mending the village. I'm not even getting much a reward lately. I have to get a large achievement here. Braid-san was impatient. Promotion. His father wasn't a knight granted the position to pass on his knight position by heredity. He was a knight for his generation alone. Braid's brothers had given up on reaching knighthood, and had left the house in search of work. In the house left with barely anything left to inherit, he alone resolved himself to become a knight, staying behind, learning letters and mathematics. He learned swordsmanship from his father, and swung it around every day. When he was putting so much work into it, the fact that effortless knights who couldn't even read existed out there served as nothing but to irritate him. What he couldn't forgive more than anything was Lyle, who left himself to become an adventurer. Even when he had lost his status, he had succeeded in earning a large sum in another field. He was undoubtedly the one contributing the most to this time's Griffin subjugation. And yet, Lyle had said he didn't need any merits. It was as if he were stating that all Braid had been striving for his entire life held absolutely no worth. And that, he couldn't forgive. When he raced forward, the party of three he had become acquainted with during the march approached. The leaderish man spoke up. Oi, could this mean? Marcus-san replied. You don't have to spell it out. Just look at the sky. The sound of bells, and the rising smoke. It was the signal that the monsters had begun to move. If I do well here. Because he had been by Lyle's side the last time, he wasn't given an opportunity to do anything during the first attack. From his point of view, a miscalculation would be a blessing. Marcus spotted Porter, and found that a number had already gathered there. Lyle got the preparations in order, and issued out directions. This time. Surely enough merit to become a knight. An enthusiastic Braid arrived before Lyle. I gave a sequence of orders to the platoon gathered near Porter. We'll be the ones to defeat the Griffin and Hippogriffs. Please be careful so as not to suffer injury. Also, while they still have their momentum, we'll be making use of traps. Knights, prepare yourselves to defeat the monsters that get through. The second also issued orders. There's still some time. Have them face them after a meal. Because power can't be exhibited on an empty stomach. A little is enough, so please head out after eating some. Monica. When I sent a glance to Monica, she lined up bread with ingredients stuffed in between, and cups of warm soup she had prepared in advance. I, Monica, am always ready for anything. Now thank me in tears afterwards, but I'll legally change your name back to Poyo Poyo. When you've finished eating, move to your station. And to the runners. When I was giving orders, Marcus-san and the others ran up. Lyle, what should we be doing? Looking at them, I gave out orders. When you're done eating, wait on standby near Porter. I'll have you earning your keep on backup and ambush. Really, just by participating in the battle, they'll be racking up achievements. I'm fine with including whatever I've defeated in their numbers as well. They are our targets to guard, so if possible, I don't want them anywhere too dangerous. But Braid-san shouted out. That can't be, we've come to fight as well, you know. Even if you just deployed us at the front, then merits are. I didn't want to station them in the most dangerous spot, so I spoke. I'm not throwing you into the most dangerous station, you'll be remaining here. Arya. With a piece of bread in her mouth, Arya looked at me. FWA Fwifwi? What is it? The front lines will be rough. If you're up against the Griffin, I don't mind if you run. Arya washed down the bread with soup and wiped her mouth. It was quite a manly gesture. I know. I'll leave it to you, Lyle. Make sure you deal with it properly. As I gave out order after another, I made sure everyone headed towards their station before looking towards the sky. So it's come. Time-wise, we had some to spare. What soared through the skies were the bodies of the monsters. One of them was conspicuously bigger than the other two, and it let out a cry I could hear, even from here. From the forest, goblins and orcs began to emerge. The number I confirmed with my skill exceeded 200. The wings and head of an eagle. And from neck down, the body of a lion. Bearing sharp claws, its form flying through the air was quite gallant. Someone in the area called out. It really is a griffin, but... The boss of the monsters, who hadn't shown his form till now, spread out its wings, and headed in our direction. The griffin battle was about to start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 11, The Young Commanders. TL, no, I'm not stockpiling chapters, I seriously didn't have the time to do one yesterday. I don't think I'll be able to tomorrow either. The Young Commanders. From the station in the center of the village, I issued orders on horseback. Looking up in the sky, the griffin was looking down on us all from up high. The air was filled with the cries of monsters, and the war cries of the soldiers, knights, and fief. We had greater numbers than that of the monsters. But the numbers we had capable of combat was lower. Even so, we hold the advantage in a defensive battle, but how will the griffin move? Boy, we managed to let the orcs pass magnificently. As the fifth said that, my skills confirmed a few orcs had purposely been let past, and cornered. The third spoke. How wonderful. How about you go meet them? His grin surfaced in my mind, and I let out a loud voice. Activate the traps on the east side. Move out. A large bell chimed in the number of times decided by the party of 3. To confirm they had received the necessary instruction, bells rang out in return. The small village was growing loud, and within that, the ancestors instructed me to make my orders short and precise. For the expeditionary force made up of the odds and ends, complex orders wouldn't be transmitted. The one stationed on the east side was Miranda. The traps were quite simple ones. Shannon popped her face out of Porter. You stay inside. I can't help but be curious. Perhaps worried about her elder sister, Shannon looked to the east. Can she see it? Her eyes truly are amazing. While we were doing that, Marcus-san posed questions to me. Oi, it's really alright, right? If they keep flooding in like this. The sixth seemed quite irritated. Even if Marcus-san couldn't hear it, he shouted out. Don't raise a ruckus about the commander. You'll make the surroundings anxious. The seventh seemed cold. Lyle's first defensive battle, and he has these men as his troops. Why did all the ancestors seem to be having such fun? I couldn't understand, nor did I have the sentiment to. If they come in, we just have to fight them. We've made more than enough preparations for that sake. And I confirmed the body of our troops with skills. There were some places stagnating, and some reducing the monsters' numbers at a favorable pace. As I thought, this is where the gap in commander experience comes up. The one doing best is Clark's Sand Station. Crossbows sure are powerful. Enjoying himself, the third spoke. Up so high in the sky, it thinks it's playing at being commander? Is it still young? I thought it would be a little more competent. How unfortunate. The fourth spoke. It likely understands its disadvantage when we're on a defensive front. I doubt it had much of a choice. Well, perhaps that griffin cares not how many of the small fries are killed off? Lyle, make sure you command in a way that makes you stand out. If it were clever, the beast should be looking down at me, getting a grasp of who it was giving commands. When the runners returned, I heard out their reports. To put it bluntly, it wasn't necessary, but it was to show off who the commander was to the sky. I was waiting for the griffin and hippogriff circling around the perimeter of the village to make a move. At the gate in the east, Miranda had nicely timed the opening of the gate to let in the attacking orcs. Soaked in water and mud, the gate had a rope fastened to it, and it was always prepared to open and close. Even when it was the bright and early morning, Miranda held a torch in good humor. As expected of Lyle. He knows who to use where. The inside of the gate was fenced in by stockades. In order to prevent the advance of intruders, logs with sharpened ends had been impaled into the ground, and the gaps between them were just enough that goblins wouldn't be able to make it past. And in order to pierce their spears through those small openings, the soldiers were lying in wait. When the gate opened, perhaps the enemy found it surprising as well, as they stared at Miranda with wide eyes. Even with fencing in between them, the soldiers and knights faltered at their sight. But the enemies that had attempted to ram the door open didn't find a point to transfer their momentum, so they tried to brace their feet as they burst through the gate. How unfortunate. When Miranda smiled, the orcs continued sliding forward, pushed from behind, without an end, finding their place impaled on the spears. Monsters came in one after another, but they were unable to deal with the spikes shooting through the gaps. Miranda held up her torch, and a nearby soldier tossed a sack full of oil. When the sack tore, Miranda chucked the flame. I'm sorry, we're over capacity. She said that in a cute tone, as the burning monsters raised screams of agony. For those among them that tried to use their comrades as footholds to escape to the other side of the stockades, the knights stuck their spears out to end them. An ominous one-eyed bird tried coming down at Miranda from the sky, but she threw her knife, pierced its head, and it fell to the ground. There were other, smaller, monsters left alive, but the men with their eyes clouded by the prospect of money surrounded them, and dealt the fatal blows. There really are too few. Come in 3 times that number next. While complaining on the scarcity of good monsters, Miranda walked over to a slightly far soldier with a bell, and notified him of their success. The bell of the prevalence of the traps. Another ring was immediately returned from the center. Yes, close the gate. I'll extinguish the fires, so step back. Nearby buckets of water were grabbed and poured over the stockades. The burning carcasses covering the earth let off a putrid scent. Miranda didn't even grimace, as she calmly wrapped a cloth across her face. Using the rope, the soldiers shut the door, and all the remaining monsters within it were promptly taken care of. A nearby soldier called out to Miranda. It looks like it went well, Miranda-san. But all that came from her mouth was the single word, yep. And wait, this is more of an add-on. The main battle looks like it'll be around Aria again. Miranda worried for Aria on the north side, but she soon changed her thoughts. Now then, won't a troublesome monster come my way? Seeing the rejoicing troops around her, Miranda ordered for them to return to their stations at once. On the north of the village, fire was being rained on the gate. Goblins wearing robes held up staves as they made use of magic. But aim for the robed ones. The rest can wait. Clark issued out orders, as he shot down monsters with his crossbow. Footing had been made on the inside wall, and he sniped them down from there. Only the space in front of the gate had been left without a trench, so the monsters naturally gathered there. But the orcs are. A crossbow-wielding soldier cried out, but Clark handed his empty crossbow to his subordinate, and accepted another loaded one as he yelled in response. He quickly stanced himself to aim to the outside of the wall. If it burns down, they'll come in all at once. Take down the troublesome monsters first. The screaming soldier, of course, knew that the orcs would pay out a higher reward. For that sake, he had wanted to focus his aim on them. Clark continued his attacks with the priority of taking down their magic users as the basis for his aim. He was perhaps the only one who continued hitting on the mark, and a large majority of arrows found their places in the ground. Maybe they were nervous, as the nearby monsters were raising up quite a cry. The orcs continued bashing at the doors, and it seemed like they could burst through at any minute. Even if we do have the traps in place, they can't help but be uneasy. His aimed bolt pierced a robed goblin, and it collapsed. The number of enemies wasn't going down as quickly as he had hoped. But having them flow through, and leaving it to that girl is a little. On the inside, was the form of Arya, waiting for the monsters to break through. She had slain a hippogriff on the second day, so no one raised a complaint. There wasn't a soul who thought she'd be done in by something on the level of an orc. But there were no absolutes in the world. Even a warrior who could take down orcs could lose their life if surrounded by measly goblins. As one fought, there were ways of going about things to put them at an advantage or disadvantage. Clark knew that. At the very least, I have to take down those, alright. His arrow found its mark again, and the final of the troublesome robed goblins fell. Hearing a scream from nearby, he saw a soldier had lost their footing. Help! Attacked by a black crow-like monster with a single eye, he continued falling, and collided, likely suffering a fracture or two. Clark immediately stopped the other crossbowed soldiers who had turned to aim at it. Don't shoot at it. You all just concentrate on the monsters outside. He was scared of them hitting an ally, but more than that, they already had their set roles. The knights who came running struck at the monster with their spears. They saved the soldier, and carried him off as an injured. The fall had caused the bowstring to snap, so one of their limited supply of crossbows had become unusable. Whoever was that man's partner, go accompany him. Everyone else, keep aiming at the monsters below. There were still plenty of monsters beyond the gate. If those numbers were to enter, even if they could be defeated, the number of patients would increase. So Clark continued to fire his crossbow. When I learned that Miranda's side had gone through successfully, I sent out a runner. Send reinforcements from the east to the north. 10 soldiers. Yes. Seeing the messenger run off, I looked to the sky. Not showing a notable movement, it didn't even seem the numbers being shaved away even held any meaning to the griffin, as it continued sending its gaze over here. The second spoke. This is where it should come at you in one fell swoop. Attack from the sky or something already. There are plenty of ways. Whose ally are you trying to be? The third was. Lyle, make sure to follow through for Marcus and his group as well. They do seem to be quite irritated, so go give them a job or something. And just what is it they're irritated about? They do have a prim and proper job to do. The fourth. Don't just concentrate on one spot. Look over the entire field. Before the griffin comes, make preparations to send Marcus and the others as reinforcements to the north. And I have to concentrate to get the right timing for that. The fifth. Yeah, they really will be in the way. I can't argue with that logic, but it's a request. Why are my comrades the larger pain here? The griffin's party looking down on us from up high didn't display signs of action. The second spoke. It's kinda like that. Perhaps the higher up wants you guys to exhaust your power dealing with the small ones before it comes in for the kill. The seventh. Well, from what I see, it is quite young. If it grew up just a little bit more, it may develop some wisdom in a good direction, but for some reason, the sixth was quite buoyant. Lyle, do you have your rope and cloth? Also, make sure you take the griffin in a single strike. It'll sell for quite a bit. The fifth. If you get too much blood on it, you'll slip off. When you're riding its back, make sure you. I ain't riding nothing. Atop the horse, I took a deep breath and looked around. The ones looking at me with clear displeasure were the ones stationed by my side. Marcus and friends. They were irritatedly waiting for their part to come. In contrast, Norma-san seemed quite calm sitting in her chair. I wonder what it is. I did definitely receive the commanding authority, but for some reason, I want her to look a little more annoyed. I ignored the noisy ancestors in the jewel, and spoke to Marcus-san. After a while, I'll be having you go to the north as reinforcements. Please prepare yourself to move out at a moment's notice. Marcus-san grew brighter, and more motivated, but it looked like Braid-san was reaching his limit. And when will that be? At this rate, the battle will draw to an end, will it not? Marcus-san attempted to soothe him. Oh oi. And won't you pipe down? The rest of my life is on the line in this battle. His life is on the line. Hearing those words, I couldn't help but think. On something of this level. And I heard a shrill cry from high above. On that voice louder than a hippogriff's, I looked up, and immediately gave orders to nearby runners. Tell the north gate to continue concentrating on defense. And the east gate that a hippogriff is headed their way. The two messengers ran off. And to Marcus-san and the others, looking at the sky in a similar fashion, I spoke. Wait on standby here. They'll come aiming at me. Braid-san burst out. Why is that? Even I can make myself useful. Based on the map birthed by my skills, one hippogriff had headed off towards the east gate. The fourth spoke. Yes, perhaps it's because the numbers have dwindled there. They should have just come at Lyle, the three of them together. Or maybe gather in one place. The second. But at that point, it'd just be reinforcements, and the end. And wait, the fifth and sixth skills sure are convenient. I'd have given an arm and a leg for them in my time. I abandoned Braidsan and galloped off on the horse. Having separated from Porter, I observed them again, to find the remaining hippogriff and griffin were following me. As I thought, they've come to crush the leader. The third spoke. Lyle, how about you exterminate the troublesome hippogriff first? That one's just a small one borrowing the face of a big shot. If it were human, it'd be a useless one. I wondered whether monsters really had that sort of typing, but the one who attacked me from my horse first was indeed the hippogriff. I used some skills. To output abilities beyond one's limit burst. The second skill that covered a wider range than all, field. I leapt off the horse, and hit it with my right arm to signal it to run and take refuge. Lightning. An electric charge emerged, and came down at the two beasts. The hippogriff was hit without the chance to dodge, but the griffin showed off its leisure as it easily avoided. Electrocuted, the hippogriff fell to the ground. But it was still alive. Even when I ordered them to stand by, Marcus-san and company ran up. "Oi! Please flee!" As if we could do that. Even we're. The second spoke. Yeah, I'm getting a bad feeling about this one. The seventh spoke. Lyle, leave the killing of the hippogriff to these guys. You just take on the griffin. I immediately gave out orders. Then please take care of that hippogriff. It's still alive and kicking, exercise the utmost caution. Saying that, I looked to the sky. Peering in our direction as it drew a circle in the air, it seems the griffin still had me set as its target. The sharp glint in its eyes met with my own. The sixth spoke. Haha, it's staring at you, Lyle. Nice. That's a sign you've been recognized as one of the strong. That didn't make me happy at all, but I rushed forth, drawing my saber in my right hand, and concentrating magic on my left. I let out electricity a couple more times, but the griffin dodged my attacks. He's a troublesome one. While thinking myself shameful for never imagining a flying enemy to present this much trouble, I saw the griffin taking a nosedive at me. On Lyle's words, Braid and the rest had surrounded the hippogriff. Hey, isn't it fine if we just pierce it with a spear? Nah, it's safest to drop its head. The leaderish man saw that the two alongside him were nervous, so he had presented out his spear first. There, Braid stopped him. What do you think you're doing? These sorts of monsters sell for much more with fewer external wounds. Also, there are plenty of nobles who enjoy to stuff them. We have to go for its heart. The leaderish man looked at the hippogriff. Heart? No, how am I supposed to know where that is? Before it starts moving again, let's just. Perhaps Marcus was of the same opinion, as he was holding up his spear. Finish this already, and move on to the next. If we stay here any longer, it's not like we'll be earning more. Braid took his own spear, aimed it, and stabbed in. How loathful for our opinions to align, but truly, standing here makes nothing. Let's head out already. Also, please remember I'm the one who killed it while preserving the body. Marcus looked at Braid, and clicked his tongue. It's already burnt the hell up, though. Braid looked at the hippogriff Lyle had burnt up with his magic with annoyed eyes. Even the things that he usually wouldn't pay much mind to became unnecessarily detestable when Lyle was involved. He drew out his spear, and wiped off the blood before running off. Oi, wait up. I'm the damn leader here. So as not to lose, Marcus ran towards the north side, and the party of three followed behind. The fact that the hippogriff's front leg had twitched was a fact missed by all five. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 12, One-on-One. TL, 777, with 7s ending on 345, you won't get as many consecutive 7s again. Something to celebrate, perhaps? I'm not really sure. One-on-One. Finally breaching the north gate, the flock of monsters burst in with the orcs at the lead. And before them, Arya held up her spear. The orcs ran into the stockades, and the pitfall traps lining the gates inside. The stakes fastened to the bottom of the traps spelled the end of a number of monsters, but some buried ones used their comrades as footholds to jump up, and cling to gaps in the wood stockades. Soldiers and knights with spears thrust at them, but unlike with the East Gate, they supplemented their forces here with pure numbers. They weren't able to prepare oil in time, and all they could set were simple pitfalls. A messenger came running to inform the line of the situation in the center. The griffin headed to the center. A hippogriff to the east. Grabbing hold of the panicked runner, Arya confirmed the state of things. Explain it properly. There were 2 hippogriff, right? Where did the remaining one go? Out of breath, the messenger continued. The griffin and a hippogriff, to the representative captain's place. Representative captain, that likely meant Lyle. Just 2 at once? I'd been sure they'd attack with all 3. Arya looked to the sky, and found the flying beasts were no longer visible. Witnessing a flash of magic, she could do nothing but believe Lyle was holding on all right. We're holding on fine here, so tell him not to worry. Reinforcements from the east have also. It was at that moment. The fencing was toppled over, and the monsters began to pour in. With her spear held ready, Arya turned around to pierce an approaching goblin, and swung the shaft in a large arc to free the monster's body from her weapon. The messenger drew a little away, but Arya spoke. We'll take care of things here, so tell him that. Quickly. Watching the man run off, Arya looked at an orc, who had taken up one of the logs forming the stockades as a weapon. He knocked away the soldiers nearby, and headed straight for her. Can't they even learn to take some distance? Fall back. The fencing that had been constructed at top speed was more fragile than she thought, and the hole in it was soon filled in with monsters. As Arya held her spear up to the orc, melee battle began breaking out left and right. Those troublesome orcs poured in one after another, and one of them suddenly collapsed with an arrow in its head. Clarkson? Coming down from his place on the wall, he stood in front of a line of knights and soldiers, as he released his crossbow on the monster. And leaving that crossbow on the ground, he pulled the sword at his waist. We've run out of arrows. Archers, ready your shields. The soldiers held up unshapely boards of wood, and while they repelled the attacks from the front, soldiers from behind stabbed through the gaps in those shields with their pikes. Forcing back the monsters, the man himself was taking on an orc. He's not half bad. Arya used one of her skills to cut down an orc herself. Blood spread around her surroundings, and the clash of metal and the cries of battle were beginning to get loud. All injured, pull back. Never let the battle become one-on-one. Clark issued orders, and the surrounding troops began to make a comeback, giving Arya some freedom of movement. And after that, it came down to her specialty. Aha! There you go. There was the scene going around about her, and excited by the sight of blood, Arya swung around her crimson-stained weapon. A body enhanced by a skill. A spear hardened to increase output. She raised her speed, and slaughtered one monster after another. Seeing her form on the battlefield, Clark muttered to himself. What prowess! What valor! If only that one was a man, then. What a waste, he murmured. When I dodged the griffin's claws as it dove towards me, they caught onto the quiver strung across my back, lifting them with it into the air. The beast tried to gain altitude by flapping its wings, but an impact from the quiver blew it off course, and caused it to concentrate its attention on it. Did one explode? I really have to be careful with their use. Glad that it hadn't exploded while still on my back, I aimed at the quiver full of exploding arrows, and held up my left hand. Lightning! The magic enhanced by a skill hit on the mark. But the griffin nearly landed on the ground, shook off the impact, and returned to normal. So it was insufficient? I should have hit it with something harder. While I thought that attack hadn't had an effect, the second offered me some advice. Looks like it go back to the sky immediately. It's working. Well, it'll probably be right as rain soon enough, though. The fifth spoke. Alright, griffins did have that magic resistance of theirs. But it's more potent than I thought. Then with all my might, I would use my trump card. At that moment, the second spoke. Fool! Don't think it's a sitting duck on the land. Look, it's coming your way. It swiftly began running in my direction. Its lion body moved with great flexibility, and leapt straight at me. I ran forward, and rolled, passing right under its bulk. The second spoke. A fatal blow with magic, it'll be possible with my skill, Lyle. The moment he said that, I dropped my saber, grabbed onto the griffin's tail, and used a skill. If it's full burst, then. The skill, full burst, a skill to multiply one's own abilities several times over. Using that, I tried to grasp its tail, and throw it, but when I did that, its rear leg struck down on my face. I tried stopping the blow with my left hand, but felt my entire body rise into the air. But in that moment, I didn't release the tail grasped in my right. Perhaps it was good that I jumped back, as it killed the momentum, and I was sent flying onto the beast's back, tail in hand. My left arm hurt, but the bone had yet to break. While I was drawing my spare saber, the griffin started to thrash to get me off. The back of the griffin reeked of beast. The sixth spoke. "Ah yeah, one-on-one, the battle of a true manly man. This is what I've been waiting for." "Shut up." I grasped its neck with my left, held onto the saber with my teeth, and produced a rope from the bag at my waist. I had prepared it upon hearing the sixth's opinion, but I felt a strange feeling of defeat. The rope was made into a loop from the start, and I tossed it around the griffin's neck, giving it a strong pull. My ears began hurting from its shrill screech, so I wrapped it around my left hand so as not to let go. That hurt quite a bit as well. "Che, then right hand it is." I wrapped the right instead, and took the saber in left when the griffin began to flap its wings. "So it can fly like this. Let's finish it." The third gave a warning. "Ah, yeah, make sure you do it in one hit. The blood will make it slippery up there. Also, if it takes to the sky, make sure you land the final blow somewhere that looks easy to land, or..." Why do you all sound so relaxed? I've nothing to be lax about here. As I said that, the seventh responded. I understood his blatant enjoyment from how hard he tried to sound serious. "Lyle, men are those that grow from fighting a worthy foe. It's because there are strong ones out there that we're all able to grow strong ourselves. And you see, it's natural for a Walt man to be able to do this much. While thinking over just how many things were wrong in that, I wrapped my legs around the rising monster. If I'm thrown down in the air, it would be dangerous even with the rope. I pulled hard on the rope around my right hand, and the beast shot straight into the sky. The air up there was much colder than on the land. Atop the back of the griffin desperately trying to shake me off, I was able to see the surroundings. The scenery changed, the sky below. The ground was above me, and I realized the griffin had gone into performing several barrel rolls in the air. If I fall from this distance, I'll die, won't I? Bastard. With my saber still held, I used magic and released electric discharge from my body. As the griffin continued thrashing in the sky, the scenery continued changing without end. It continued spinning, and I clung onto it for dear life. I get the feeling its movements grew a little duller when I used magic, but even so, it wasn't dropping altitude. It was dead set on dropping me to my death. The third spoke. "Oh, how high. The fourth too. If we could freely do this, it'd become quite a business. Useful for both pleasure and transport. What about worrying for me?" I stomached those words, and took a cloth from the bag I had brought along. I sheathed my blade, and used magic to wet the fabric, before throwing it over the griffin's head, successfully robbing it of its vision. The sixth spoke. "You wet it to freeze it on, did you? Not bad." The fifth. "If it falls from this height, it'll be the end, huh? If you just soaked it from the start, it wouldn't be able to fly that high, would it? Say that from the start." Screaming, spiraling, I used skills to forcefully cling onto its back. As we were up in the sky, I went through many sensations I usually never would have felt a number of times. I never thought I would become this anxious just from having the ground so far. The dread of falling was one thing, but not having somewhere firm to plant my feet was quite a... Just fall already. I created more discharge with magic. The reason I didn't wet it now was because it was ridiculously cold. My own body wouldn't be able to bear it, or more so, I wouldn't be able to move. Also, clinging on would become a pain. The griffin's body wasn't burnt at all. But it was surely working, as the force it was turning its head with weakened. It unsteadily began its descent, and I struggled to use the constricting rope and my legs around its torso to attempt to steer it. Ah, I can see the village. Now just like this, I'll stab its heart. Wait, where the hell is that supposed to be? As I found myself stuck over where its heart was supposed to be, the second offered advice. Lyle, here's a general rule of thumb. It's where the bones are structured to protect. Just find a gap in the bones, and stab in. And here I am, ignorant to such a place. Fool, what do you think my skills are for? Taken aback, I used the second skill. Full over's effect was about to cut off. I had used up a large quantity of magic, but even so, I could understand where my enemy's heart was. The sensation of a strong light pulsating. Within that glow, the strongest light, and clenching my saber in my left hand, I tried to set my aim on that spot. Damn it, it's starting to get hazy. I used too many skills, and I get the feeling my mana had been scraped to its bare bones. While my altitude fell, and the village grew closer, I noticed the battles there were coming to an end. The ground continued closing in, and thinking this drop would be a survivable one, I pierced the blade into the griffin's body. After piercing deeper and deeper, the griffin let out a screech, the likes of which I had never heard before, damaging my ears. I pulled out the saber, and blood spilled out with good momentum, and the griffin began dropping towards the north gate. This one. And in the next moment, Lyle. Along with the second's voice, I directed a look to the village's center. The griffin collided with a wall, and my body was thrown into the air. The moment of victory was closing in. The number of monsters dropped, and Shannon knew of the flashes of Lyle using magic in the air. At the east gate, where she had hazarded a worried glance for her sister, she saw the hippogriff had been left in quite a sorry state. A little repulsing. Thinking she would have to be even more wary of Miranda than before, she turned to Norma nearby. She had only been looking at her sister the whole time, and only heard Norma's reports of the flashes in the sky. Norma spoke. Never knew one could fight like that. In response to that, Shannon shot back. He'd never do that normally. Perhaps his head's been hit? Norma nodded to that, but from her point of view, if Lyle could win like that, it would be her chance for success. No, she'd definitely be promoted. That's just how large the achievement was. Norma was grinning. Looking back now, our luck's been on the better side. The griffin brought more monsters with it than anticipated, but you can also call its scale small. Compared to taking on a griffin, this cattle was but a tasty morsel, thought. Shannon looked at Norma a little amazed. And she spoke. I'm not really one to speak, but can't you do better than that? If you keep at life as you are now, you're sure to fail eventually. There, Norma made a sad face for a moment, but soon took up her usual condescending gaze once more. Are you an idiot? This world isn't one for pretty words. It's one where it's the one who's been fooled's fault for being fooled. That blue-haired boy will surely someday come to regret conceding his feats to me. Shannon thought. No, I doubt he really minds it. In truth, Lyle's sense of achievement was quite off-kilter. This time was the same, but the individual himself's outlook was too different. Shannon recalled the 6 lights floating about the boy. The battlefield was gradually quieting down, but Novum, conducting healing in the center station, was becoming busier. Monica was also moving busily with emergency rations and odd jobs. The battle headed to its conclusion, and hasty villagers began popping out their heads. It's no good for them to come out, isn't it? Norma spoke. The battle may be over, but I guess I'll send someone to have them fall back. Norma ordered a nearby messenger to tell the civilians to return. Shannon looked to the north. Her sister Miranda had been at the east, so she hadn't really been paying it mind, and on the north, without even a hippogriff, the battle with the greatest manpower was being conducted. Rather than relieved, Shannon felt from the start that the danger level was low. And looking in that direction, Shannon. He's alive. Hearing that, Norma asked. What? Is there someone injured? To Norma, Shannon responded in a loud voice. The damn hippogriff is alive. Hearing that, Norma opened her eyes wide. The surroundings grew quiet, and the villagers taking shelter resurfaced. When the villagers came out, Luca and the other children followed behind. We won. They protected it. Our village has been saved. Thank the gods. Truly, thank them. Giving the screaming and weeping adults a sidelong glance, Luca looked around, and found Lyle's bow stuck upright into the ground. The string had snapped, and worried, the boy rushed out. By unfortunate coincidence, it was only after that occurrence that the runner came and made all of the villagers return to shelter. Having run out, Luca approached the bow, and found relief in the fact that Lyle wasn't collapsed somewhere near it. That's good. Looks like Lyle-sama's safe. But a portion of the ground was blackened, and he found the quiver had been ripped to shreds. He's alright, right? Recovering the bow, he nervously looked around, before hearing an intense crashing sound coming from the north. There, he saw the figure of Lyle moving his hands atop the immobile griffin. Amazing. As I thought, Lyle-sama's amazing. And near Luca's quivering hands, the hippogriff leisurely raised itself. In a slightly northern part of the town center. Having collided with, and crashed through a wall on the northern side, the griffin wasn't moving in the slightest. And I ended up spotting Luca outside. Worried for me, Clarkson came over. I knew he would be worried after I was thrown of the beast that crashed into the north wall. But there was something more important for me. Lyle-kun, you shouldn't stand yet. I was unsteady from the impact, but still, I managed to muster up a loud voice in Luca's direction. Get away from there. Run. Arya lent me a shoulder to stand, but Luca likely thought I was only waving, as he held up my bow, and waved back. Around, there were plenty of knights and soldiers who assumed the battle was over, and many of them were beginning to go on about who defeated who. They were stuck up in the impression it was all over. Behind Luca, I could see the form of the hippogriff slowly raising its body. And the second spoke. "Oi, you understand it right, the situation?" The memories the second had shown me abruptly revived in my head. Of him clutching his deceased eldest and crying out. But no one here had noticed it. And even if someone did, there wasn't one to make it in time. I grit my teeth. Why, it was all going so well, right, so why? The hell you lamenting for? There's things you can do, and you're going to save that kid. The second's voice was desperate. Are you going to show that scene to me again? If you did that, I'd never forgive you, ya hear? Lyle. I'm begging you, save him. I hung my head, and put power to my own feet. I already know that. I raised my face, and unsteadily separated myself from Arya, standing on my own legs. And I heard the second scream. You can't put a living and a dead man on the same scales. I'm already dead and gone. I've already told you all I've wanted. That's why, you can't have a kid die before my eyes again. I resolved myself. My aching left hand grasped the jewel, and pulled at it, as if to rip it off my neck. But after the chain fastening it disconnected, it entangled itself around my hand, and the jewel began to give off a light. The silver ornaments expanded, and took on the form of a large bow. A silver bow with the blue jewel stationed at its center. But that silver arc had no string to pull. As the surroundings went into an uproar, Arya let out her voice. A bow? I'm sure it was a large sword before. Clarkson was also surprised. I brought my right hand to the jewel, and after it let out some light, a string came into being. When I readied myself, and pulled it, an arrow of mana came to be as well. That pale blue arrow took on a clearer shape the further and further I pulled it back. Right. That's how it should be. Use my skill. Lyle. That skill is already yours. While pulling the bow, I was gritting my teeth. A mortifying and sorrowful feeling. I didn't want it. I mean. That's right. But I didn't want to part anymore. When I muttered that, Arya spoke. Lyle, you're crying. And a single knight noticed and shouted out. Oi! The hippogriff is. And everyone's eyes fell on the figure of the beast behind the flustered child poised to attack him at any moment. Thanks, Lyle, it was fun. The form of his embarrassed smile came up in my head, and I used the skill. Select. A skill to decide those I would grant skills to. Even if a jumbled mess of enemy and ally were to fight around me, it was a true support skill to make skills operation for allies alone. Conversely, it could also grant things to enemies alone. It discriminated a moving battlefield, and made it so anything, be it skills or magic, would hit their mark. I can't say it would guarantee complete accuracy, but it held quite a high precision. The second said he used the skill to notch multiple arrows, and hit several separated targets at once. The third stage of the second skill. With the hippogriff as my aim, I released the bow. The second. Do your best. Why? The magic arrow of light flew straight to the hippogriff. The moment it was released, a wind swept about around me. Why? Luke finally noticed the monster behind him, and turned around in fear. Is that something to say with such peace of mind? I wanted to learn so much more. It's not like I can tell you not to disappear. The arrow drew a trail of light, and after going through the hippogriff in its straight line, it continued off into the sky, even opening up a hole in the clouds. Luke had fallen onto his backside, and when I undid my stance, the silver bow vanished, leaving the chain stuck to my arm. The jewel let off a blue light, and my knees fell to the ground. Lyle. Bring a stretcher at once. Quickly, Lyle Coons. I heard Arya and Clarkson's voices. Supported up by Arya, I let my tears flow as I whispered. I never got the chance to say goodbye. Second generation. As my consciousness grew further, I get the feeling I could almost see the figure of him walking away, his right hand raised in parting. In self-derision, I was just the plain one of the lot, so a plain end like this is best for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 13, The Second Generation Head. The Second Generation Head. Within the jewel. When I opened my eyes, I found myself sitting in my chair, with the conference room extending before me. Where the second one Saturday. The chair had disappeared, and the door behind it was gone as well. The first had left his sword to me. And the second, a silver bow. In the room, there was only me and the third. The other ancestors didn't show their figures. It sure looks like Father's bow. I don't think it was this big. No, can you change its size? How interesting. Like that, he directed a smile at me, but I was unable to respond. When I hung my head, he laughed. What? You're still beating yourself up over it? I put my feelings to words, bit by bit. I never gave a proper farewell. Even when I could use the skill from the start. Could he have been angry? Could he have felt fed up? That's what I thought, but still with a smile on his face, the third gave a cheerful tone. You rereading too deep. He must have been happy in the end. I'm also thankful of you from my side. I mean, you let me see a scene of my brother being saved. I was happy. Raising his face, the third stood from the table. I was the second son. As long as my diligent brother did his best, I thought it would be alright. I did whatever I wanted. But I took it too far. On a rainy day, I went outside, using the bow he learned from father. He came to protect me. To a knight, a bow wasn't a worthy weapon. In the world of nobles and magic, a long-distance attack and spells were one and the same. Relying on any more would make others think one lacked power themselves. Third, what did you think of the second? When I said that, he kept up his smile. A little nosy, perhaps? For me, he went as far as to prepare both a bride and a plan to develop the land, and that's because he thought I was unreliable myself. It seems he had some complicated feelings about it, but the third added on a but. But even when my brother died because of me, he never blamed me for it. Even when it would have been better if my brother succeeded, he said it was all his fault. It's because that man was a pessimist by nature. I ended up laughing when I heard he was the most plain. I mean, I saw him working so hard to build the base. Unpopular among the people, the weapon in his hand unbefitting a noble. Without even a proper evaluation given to him, he was the man simply stuck between the first and the third. I'll never forget the second generation head. If he transcended time to receive an assessment from his descendants, then I'm sure he'd be happy. My feelings became just a little bit lighter. I'm sorry, second. Causing you trouble to the end. While I apologized in my heart, my field of vision headed for a space slightly above the table. I looked at the bow. It glowed a silver color and let out arrows of light. That bow quietly floated above the second space. A hunk of a sword for the first, and yet a bow for the second. It seems that the two of them weren't even able to converse for a long while. The weapons the two of them used existed as if to signify that relation. Was the reason the second chose the bow a rebellion against the first? When I said that, the third tilted his head. And after understanding what it was I was trying to say, he burst into laughter. Nope. And even between father and child, we're all still human. There's nothing that perfect out there. They may have their complaints, and I'm sure there are things they didn't like about one another. And that was particularly strong with the second and our founder. But you see, what the third explained was the reason the second chose the bow. Even when I chose the sword, father never said anything. I was sure he'd tell me to continue training with a bow, but he never pushed strongly for it. That's why I ended up asking. The second did say you'd never do anything unnecessary. The third nodded. I mean, it had cut into my free time. I really don't want to put in any unnecessary effort. Oh, right, the reason the second chose a bow, right? Apparently it was to follow behind the first. Then why not a sword? Perhaps sensing my thoughts, the third spoke. It sounds strange, right? But you see, he always wanted to stand beside him, and kept on failing. That's why he wanted to support the first from behind. Perhaps he admired him? Swinging about that large blade of his, butchering up monsters, the first surely was cool. His way of life that cut open the path to the Walt house with nothing but his sword was, while something riddled with problems, something that drew people to him. The third spoke. The end was a little dubious, but he said what he wanted, and got to see a boy that resembled his son be saved. Don't you think it all worked out, looking at the result? Being asked that, my chest began to hurt. I did have some apologetic sentiment. If I had been a little more reliable. If I had dealt the final blow myself. Marcus-san and the others' faces played back in my head. The third called out to me. Lyle, do you hate Marcus and the other men? I checked through my own feelings. Even when I thought hard about it, I could only think up a childish rationale. I hate them. but it was also my responsibility. I have no idea what to do. Then just hating them is fine. Of all else, from our side, the side of those that use others, they're nothing but trouble. It's because they can't even properly do a job that's been left to them. Trying to get a promotion like that really is laughable. The third's expression became serious. They read the type the second hates. I'm sure that if he were here, he'd shout at them even if he knew they couldn't hear it. When you think of it like that female knight Norma sure is excellent. If she found a nice superior to follow, I'm sure she'd have become a fine knight. I asked the third how I should go about dealing with them. So what should I do? About their treatment? In that case, I decided to adopt up the third's proposition. Novum confirmed Norma's report. By Porter's side, she had revised it several times. Around them, collecting materials from the monsters and treating the injured was getting quite hectic. Repairing the walls was also necessary, and as a punishment for ignoring orders, Marcus, Braid, and the others were assigned to assist with that task. Novum let out a sigh. It's no good. Why does your name pop up so many times? It seems like overkill. When one would think you were at the Eastern Front, you're suddenly giving out orders up north. Also, the number of monsters defeated here is wrong. Hearing that, Norma objected. If I don't do this much, I won't stand out. Novum gave a clear-cut answer. This report has absolutely no credibility. If you don't write something they'll be satisfied with, you'll be labeled a fraud. But the role of the commander wasn't to fight at the scene. Even when she knew that, Norma took to sticking in her own service all over the document. Resting with a bandage around his head, Clark sighed as he tried persuading her. Captain, defeating the Griffin is undoubtedly an indisputable achievement. Also, the village was protected with minimal casualties. This may not be the best way to put it, but 3 deaths is ridiculously low. There's no doubt that you're going to get promoted. According to the man, if she wasn't promoted for defeating a Griffin, there would be problems for the Imperial side. Because henceforth, if they would no longer expect a reward for defeating such beasts, the knights and soldiers would experience quite a large drop in motivation. Having achieved quite a visible result, Norma would surely rise up. No, if she didn't, the future Criterion would become a mess, or so he explained. And Clark looked at Novum. I think it's fine if you plan to sell the monster corpses to replenish the 500 gold coins expended, but even if the Griffin was in a good state, I doubt you'd get such a sum, you know? It was about the money scattered around in this time's monster subjugation, but having knights and soldiers accepted wasn't that good for reputation. The fact that commanding authority was transferred was also a problem. The money itself was spread in the middle of the town, so it wasn't something that could be concealed, even if they tried. That's why, on paper, Norma's troops borrowed money from Lyle, and paid back their debts with the corpses of the Griffin and Hippogriffs. Novum hadn't asked too much into the circumstances surrounding that field, but it was something Lyle did, so there was no helping it. Well, it's Lyle-sama's orders. Now, Norma-san, you have to write a report covering everyone's efforts. Of the work of her subordinates that numbered over 100, and of how hard those deceased had battled on. Norma had to continue churning out reports. Clark wasn't in a position to write them, so Norma had to do it under Novum's tight surveillance. She had completed the preliminary stages of healing, so as she was quite familiar with documents, Novum was chosen as inspector. Norma continued grumbling out complaints. All of them, those 5 are unnecessary, right? They didn't finish off a wounded hippogriff, you know. A critical miss. I think it's something to merit a demotion, honestly. Norma's own promotion was riding on this, so it wasn't strange for her to try ending up as the sole winner. For that sake, close to her. Look, just write it already. Otherwise, I'll make sure to properly report it to Father. Of just how hard you were working. A grinning Shannon was sitting right before her. While sipping on a drink, she seemed to be having fun staring at Norma's dejection. I never heard that a daughter of the Circry house would be here. That's because we never told you. By the way, she also has an elder sister here, so if you don't uphold your promise, you're sure to face retribution. On Novum's threat, Norma confronted the paperwork once more. Her hands were stained in ink, and the miswritten documents were building up quite impressively. I just have to do it, right? Right. While letting out an irritated cry, Norma wrote on. Seeing that, Novum gave out orders. Don't write down your own name. You were commanding from the center station, so why are you suddenly giving so precise instruction at the north gate? Get it together. Seeing just how often her reports were likely ridden with lies, Clark began to feel a different pain in his head besides the injury he had suffered to it. I watched Luca aim at the target and fire his arrow. He was pulling it back with all his strength, and sweat was pouring down his brow. That form of his somewhat overlapped with the scene of the second's memory. When the arrow hit the mark, Luca burst into joy. I did it! With this, I wonder if I'll ever be like Lyle-sama. Having seen me defeat the hippogriff with the silver bow, Luca seriously took up learning the bow in order to be like me. It's been 2 days since the griffin fell, but I left the work to Novum, and the rest of my party, devoting myself to Luca's instruction. You'll surpass someone like me in no time at all. This isn't even my specialty, but that's a nice arm you've got there. When I praised him, he was overjoyed. Nearby, Clara prepared some books with her skill. Lyle-san, I've finished making them. What Clara was holding were copied books. She had committed some books aimed at children on the 3Rs to memory, so I had her reproduce them. Since we had been in Luca's family's care, the paper and ink were something we prepared ourselves, and handed over. There are this many? Luca looked at Clara with a slightly tedious expression. I'll bet he's poor at studying, but I told him that he had to if he wanted to turn out like me. Clara smiled as she spoke. The letters are large print, and quite easy to read. There are even illustrations, so I think you'll have no trouble understanding it. Perhaps it's a good idea to get the assistance of someone who can read. He was about to return the bow to me to take up the books, but I spoke. You can have that one. But? With a replaced string, I handed over the bow to him with my remaining arrows. I get the feeling that would have made the second happier. I already have a bow of my own. And that one's a little small for me, so I'll let you use it. Yeah. Seeing him hold up the bow in joy, Clara laughed. And I tried asking something that had been bugging me. Clara, how long will it take for those books to disappear? There, Clara responded with a full-on smile. Lyle-san, there are some things in this world best left unknown. Now let's just say that someone knew how to make a copied book last for eternity. Wouldn't there be quite a few troubled by that? Hearing that, I was surprised that a way existed for a skill-copied book to never vanish. From the jewel, the third let out his voice. Oh my, this girl is just getting cuter and cuter. To the book-loving third, Clara must truly be his ideal woman. And she laughed, saying it was a lie. So it's not possible? No, it's not, or more so, a copied book will disappear once the one who used the skill dies. For example, if an important document was placed under the charge of such a skill holder and they disappeared, wouldn't that just be terrible? And this skill is generally one that only emerges in book lovers. If its use leads to a bad future for the book, I think a majority would never wish for it. In this case, it doesn't seem there were any problems on Clara's side. The skill wasn't omnipotent or anything. So those that managed to master it are strong. When I muttered the words the second told me once before, Clara tilted her head. While looking at Luca joyously holding up his bow, I spoke. No, it's nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5 Epilogue. Epilogue. The expeditionary force was seen off by the waving hands of the villagers. Having protected the village from a griffin attack, they even went as far as to assist in mending the damages, and the civilians' impression of them was drastically better than when they first got there. Casualties did surface, but it was much more decent than annihilation. No, asking for any more would be simply greedy. Within that, Arya sat in Porter with a blanket around her. It's really heavy. Within Porter alongside her were Shannon, Miranda, and Monica. Shannon was playing with Monica, and Miranda was slumped, dead-tired. It was all fine up to the banquet. The knights and soldiers celebrated their victory, and the villagers joined in, drinking and making merry. The problems surfaced the next day. A large change came about in Arya and Miranda. At first, they thought it was simple fatigue, but their bodies felt heavy. Their moods had also fallen, and they didn't want to move. Because Lyle and the rest had been doing various things in the village, they were allowed to lie down and rest. But after it had continued on for a couple of days, they figured there was surely something strange about it. As Arya began feeling worse, Monica spoke to her. If you're going to hurl, I ask you do it outside. I've no mind to clean up a mess besides one of my chicken dickwads. As Monica said that with all earnesty, Arya stuck her glare on her. Oh, you really like Lyle, now don't you? Arya stood up within Porter and looked outside. Behind, the griffin was being preserved in a block of ice. It had few wounds, and was taken out in a single blow, so it was carefully preserved for its high profit prospects. But it's quite likely that would never reach up to the 500 gold they had lost. In front, Norma was mounted on a horse, leading the troops with an enervated expression on her face. Those who had yet to undergo a complete recovery. Those killed in action were loaded on a horse cart and taken alone. Lyle and the rest of the party were walking close to Porter. Novum was talking as she walked, while Clara was sitting on Porter's roof, operating the golem. But Marcus's group wasn't alongside them. But there's no helping it. After the banquet, various things had happened, and they began taking distance. Arya looked at Novum conversing with Lyle, and thought back to what happened when they left the village. At the time of parting, Lyle had been talking to the boy from the village. He was the boy Lyle had looked after all throughout their stay, and Lyle even went as far as to bestow his weapon unto him. Seeing his kind face to a child, Arya found it unexpected. So he isn't just kind to women. Finished gazing outside, she sat down on a wooden crate inside Porter, and saw Miranda wriggling around. She let out her face, and was making a terribly dark expression. To put it bluntly. How scary. Even Arya made a repulsed expression. She was always all smiles, but since the end of the battle, it didn't seem she had such leisure. She only directed a forced smile whenever Lyle was around. And having even lost her usual courtesy. Shannon, water. Why yes. Shannon hurriedly prepared water, and Miranda rose to drink it. Her light dress was soaked in sweat, and perhaps she wasn't feeling the best. Her expression held no elegance. After the banquet, Miranda had severely rebuked Marcus and his group. It's likely because she didn't like how Lyle hadn't pressed them any further for their slip-up, and even submitted a report that could lead to a promotion as promised. The hippogriff hadn't brought about any casualties, and in the end, Lyle was the one to deal the final blow. The way he didn't seem to mind it too much must have irritated her. And besides business-like conversations, Lyle no longer involved himself with Marcus's group. Having finished the water, Miranda wiped her face, looked at Arya, and spoke. What? She would usually say that with a smile, but now she glared with sharp eyes. It may have scared her in the past, but the current Arya had grown up a bit. Nothing really. You looked like you were in pain, so I was looking at you. In that state, I'm surprised you can still make a smile in front of Lyle. Arya had meant that in jest, but as she herself was also feeling under the weather, she wasn't able to make it show in her tone. And unable to smile, Miranda reacted by twitching her eyebrows. Shannon began shaking in fear. Looking at that, Monica. Oh, is this a scene of carnage? How nice. I was just getting bored, so I wanted to see one in person, you know. Now the two of you, fair and square, the muddy soap opera fight of two women in love, fight. When she began working herself up, Shannon tried stopping a smiling Monica. You, don't be starting a fight in a place like this. And what the hell's a soap opera? It's something like a play. Now on with the live carnage. This one's strange in the head. She was broken from the start, so it was only natural. When Miranda tried to stand, they heard a knock on Porter. After a while of silence, Lyle opened the door. The golem had halted movement, so it was likely break time. Arya spoke. Is it already time for rest? On the way here, we only stopped at lunch, right? When Lyle poked his head in, Miranda continued making her pained face as she formed a smile. I proposed that we take breaks more frequently. Also, there are some that want to defeat monsters along the way to rack up some numbers. Defeating monsters along the way, those that were barely able to perform on the battlefield could earn some merits. And Lyle decided to buy up the materials and magic stones from that. Lyle spoke. Are the both of you all right? I'll take up watch today too, so just rest at ease. Miranda replied. Sorry for that. Miranda, she's quite dark herself. While looking at Miranda, Arya thought that. Suddenly, Shannon fixated her eyes on Lyle's chest. The light moved. What was this girl saying? The question surfaced in her mind, but without her usual composure, Arya ended up letting herself rely on Lyle. I'll leave it to you. And wait, this time's really heavy. I'm scared for what's to come. The high tension resulting as a reaction from growth. The results varied by the individual, but perhaps Arya and Miranda had surpassed the maximum permissible level of experience, as it was taking their bodies quite a while to get over it. Arya didn't let by the doubtful reaction Lyle made for an instant. He's surely remembering his own growth. With a smile on his face, Lyle spoke to the four inside Porter. If you want to go outside for a change of pace, then I highly recommend it. Monica, Shannon, you two are to help with work outside. Normally, Shannon would hate it, but because of the mood inside, she almost burst into the great outdoors. While Lyle made a surprised face, she begged for him to give her some work. Monica walked outside, and while she was closing the door, we'll make sure not to get in your way, so take your time. Said that. Perhaps she was waiting expectantly for the two to fight. Her smile was quite irritating. Neither Arya nor Miranda wanted to fight of their own wills. Both of them wrapped blankets around themselves and rested their bodies. Separating from Porter, I looked up at Clara. "You sure that was all right?" "Yes. It would be troublesome if they went on a rampage inside Porter." Shannon and Monica took up their work, and I talked to Clara. It was something I already knew, but this party was lacking in numbers. In all seriousness, I wanted to recruit a few in. Around us, there were many a soldier with the same pained expressions of Arya and Miranda-san. We stepped off the path and lay down by the roadside to rest. I heard the fifth's voice. "Yuri using the fourth skill to compensate for movement speed. It's quite a large force, but Lyle's mana should be able to deal with it. Perhaps they had gained confidence in their abilities, as a large number of soldiers and volunteers took the initiative to go out and engage monsters. Our movements as a group were much better than at the start, and we had achieved a victory, so the mood wasn't bad. The third heedlessly. I wanted to promptly stick it to Norma at the start, but looking at the result, it turned out perfectly fine. From my point of view, as we had casualties, I couldn't really call it perfect. I do think we reduced the damages to the least we could, but even so, deaths arose. If only I had done a little better. When I made a complex face, the fourth spoke to me. "Lyle, I hope you're not thinking you could have gone about it better, right? Even if you do what's needed, there will be deaths and damages. Thinking that your efforts could have prevented it all is nothing but arrogance. And the sixth agreed. "Right. Regretting after it's all over won't get you anywhere. If you did it the best you could, then stick out your chest. I'm not in that sort of mood. Those standing at the top sure have it rough." When I got a taste of that feeling, I experienced just how heavy having responsibility was. The seventh. This is another good experience. I thought it would be a boring job, but it looks like Lyle's learned an essential lesson. At the start, it was a request from the Circry House head. A frail unit was to take on a hippogriff, and it was expected that many casualties would surface. But in truth, the opponent was a griffin, and annihilation was more than possible. I recognized once more my own naivety. The voices I can hear have decreased. The first, and now the second's voices were no longer there. When I took the jewel in my hand, Clara called over to me. "Lyle-san, did something happen?" I couldn't go about giving the whole truth, so I offered her an excuse. "I was just a little curious about Luca. I wonder if he'll properly study." As I said that, Clara smiled. "He was quite enthusiastic, and after he learned a little, he was quite delighted." "Ah, another thing." "What?" While Clara was making her usual expressionless face, I noticed her complexion was a little pale. "Are you feeling ill? Then take a rest at once." "I'm sorry. Well, looks like it's come for me." "Come?" When I started pondering her words, Novum raced over. "Lyle-sama. Over 60% of the troops have been hit with degradations to their physical states. We did obtain a large amount of experience, so perhaps it will go on to spread to the entire corp. For an amount of experience too great, or an experience one had never gone through before, there were several common patterns of how the body dealt with it. The second said it, but there's the case where my physical condition collapses completely, and after that, I revive. And there's also the case where the body instead takes its sweet time processing that experience. This is bad. Let's hurry to the next town. There, we'll stay a night or two, and observe the... After I said that much, I get the feeling some expectant glances were directed at me from within the jewel. In a small voice, the third. "Mr. Lyle," whispered. It's all right. I don't feel any different this time. I'm the type that needs an enormous amount of experience to go through growth." I took a deep breath to calm myself. There's no such change going throughout my body. I don't feel heavy either. Anyways, let's pick up the pace. Dispatching one night to explain the situation and building up preparations would be best. I did have some leisure with my previous payments, so I'm still fine with gold. When I started thinking of whether or not to fork over money, the fourth gave a proposal. "Ah, right, while we're at it, why not spread a little rumor?" The sixth spoke with intrigue. "Oh? Perhaps that would be nice. It's not bad for our return to be a little late. Following the flow, the third. Then it's decided. It's at times like these that the troubadours, those singers, make it so much easier. The seventh. Yes, before those imperial rats can make a move, let's cement it in legend. It will spread to the capital soon enough. Even if we're unable to move for a time, we can at least spread some hearsay. By the time they set out to control the situation, it'll be too late. Wonderful. Troubadours were those that spoke of affairs of the world in stories. At times they would sing, and at times, show off their technique. A majority of them were elves. Their race mainly lived in the forest, but as a nation of hunters, they didn't really form settlements. No, perhaps it's more correct to say they couldn't. Because of that, they would sing songs as they traveled, and earn some money by polishing their skills and showing them off. Their way of life was one easy to make fun of, and there were quite a few foreign spies who infiltrated among them, so they were refused the right to settlement. Lyle Sama. Novum looked at me with worry. It's nothing. Let's send someone ahead first. After that, if there happens to be a troubadour in the village, let's try spreading the details of the incident to them. Novum put her hand to her chin and thought. Perhaps that would be nice. But there's no guarantee you'll find one there. We're just on the level of, it's nice if one's there. No need to worry too deep into it. If the village seems starved of good entertainment, we can spread it ourselves if we really want. Deciding to move as such, we sent out Clarkson alone to find the nearest village ahead. Even so, it will become troublesome if even Clara becomes incapable of movement. Before we returned to the imperial capital, I wanted everyone to be back to normal. After spending 2 nights at the village and departing, as expected, a strange air began to envelop the camp. Arya. I want to become a bird. I want to fly on in the open skies. Miranda-san was in agreement. I totally get you there. Lyle, won't you be my bird cage? I gave an immediate response. I have no idea what you're talking about. Clara held her hand to her mouth as she. I see, so you want to hold that spear as your wings, and hop around the battlefield some more? I get it. Miranda-san, how about you go get yourself jailed already then? Clara isn't a girl to say such things. That's what I thought, but the surrounding soldiers. When I return, I'm going to propose to the girl back home. If it's now, I think I can thank Mom for all she's done for me. Thanks for giving birth to me. You guys, I'll pretend I didn't head that. The final soldier looked upon the bright men with a dark expression. Looking at the scene, Monica spoke. I wonder what it is. It's interesting, but it's nowhere near the level of the chicken dickwad when I first met him. Each and every one of them's got a foot on the brakes. She did seem a little tired, but more so than anything, she was sending some expectant glances in my direction. On Shannon's side. Help me. Arya started reciting a strange poem, and Wanisama started prattling on about the meaning of love and life and all that jazz. It's unbearable. She clung to me in tears, but I averted my eyes. Surely you jest. Just what are you expecting me to do? Suddenly, Arya. From the noble lady of a baron fallen down to adventure. Oh, woe is me. Powerless I am, I swing my spear, yet that gallant soldier a guise it be. If you will take my penny, I'm more delicate than any, and starving for love is all. As she directed fluttering glances at me, I averted my eyes. Clara was, even for a former lady, one who gets excited at the sight of blood, and would have likely been a general by now had she been a man, can't be called powerless. Rather than starved for love, are you not thirsty for blood? Miranda-san. Why is it these burning feelings in my chest can never get across to Lyle? She looked at me, and her expression was quite serious, so I averted my eyes once more. Clara. It's not that they don't get across, but that you've been flat out rejected, right? Reality sure is a cruel mistress. Crushed by Clara's harsh objections, the two of them seemed to sink into past events they wanted to forget. Novum spoke. This time's Arya-san is quite severe. Lyle-sama was quite a trial last time, but for her to be this, at most, she would sing some of her self-composed songs, and that would be the end of it. I looked to Novum, and spoke. I never heard of any of this. No, you were out cold. If I knew, I would have been able to grasp at her weakness, while thinking that, we reached the exact halfway point to Central. An enemy? 2 orcs. Thinking that, I looked to the direction the enemy was at. We did have lookouts stationed, so the reaction of the troops was fast. 2 orcs. They're coming towards the center body. It looked like the 2 were headed to the center of the group. We all stopped and entered preparations for battle, but everyone was in a dangerous post-growth state. The knights as well. If it's now, I can beat an orc with a single knife. There was even an idiot who voiced something like that. I guess I'll take care of them here. Novum, I'll handle them. Force everyone to wait on standby here. Why yes. Rather than surprised, it seems she wanted to say something, but she put that on hold and abided my orders. If it's just 2 orcs, it won't take any time at all. That's what I thought when I headed off to defeat them. After the aftermath of the orc battle, I was lying down flat on Porter's loading tray. WWHYYYYY. I suddenly couldn't muster any power in my body, and that was accompanied by a pain I had never felt before. On top of sore muscles all through my build, my mana was too used up, and I felt my consciousness would drift somewhere far away. Even letting out a loud voice brought pain to my body, and looking after me, Monica looked quite delighted. Nursing the damn chicken to health. I won't concede such an important role to any other. Shannon spoke. And no one else wants it. Inside Porter, me, Monica and Shannon rode. Outside a merry expeditionary force was marching on, and the symptoms of growth came to visit me right after the orc battle. The third raised an expectant voice. Finally. It's finally here. Mr. Lyle is. The fourth carried out some calculations. At this rate, it'll be before we reach Central? No, perhaps once we've barely arrived. The fifth. This boy's timing is. The sixth. Lyle sure got it. Besides luck, this sort of PFF. Continuing on from the laughing sixth, the seventh as well. The first best Lyle in a while. I get the feeling I can get my hopes up. I muttered. Don't screw with me, this time, I won't be meeting anyone. Definitely. I'll definitely lock myself in. My voice rose in the latter half, and Shannon looked at me, fed up. Are you sure your head's alright? Monica was. Even if you try to do that, I'll be by your side to the end. I mean, that's the duty of Monica, the finest automaton masterpiece. Resolving myself to lock myself away once we reached the capital, I endured the pre-growth pains, and waited for the time to go by. I had seen Arya and the others' pitiful displays not too long ago, so I'll absolutely make sure nothing happens this time. I ain't going outside at all. There'll definitely be nothing to make the ancestors burst into laughter. Right, I'll never make the same mistakes again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Question Corner 5. TL, according to the author, the light novel Lyle will go on a different adventure than the web one. Just to let you know. I'm not home for days, so I can't pick up my copy yet. http://mypage.aswayos2.com/mypage blog/view/user ID/218376/blog key/11122588/. 7's Question Corner 5. Question: you won't use mind on the Circry house's old man? A third generation head, there's a restriction placed on its use. Well, this is also an important lesson, and I didn't think he'd die on something of hippogriff level, so I decided to wait and watch. Even if he did use it, I doubt it would prove anything, and for the current Lyle, he may make those he uses it unwary of him. Question: is Norma actually skilled? Or hopeless? A fourth generation head, at 4 all at. To put it bluntly, incompetent. If she had tried to make handing over commanding rights any more difficult, I would have made her a field casualty. Third generation head, Omega, but she did have something going for her. If she had a better environment to grow, I think she'd have become skilled. She's sharp on how to survive, and she's willing to change her point of view. Unfortunate, perhaps? Lyle, Omega, by the way, she's not joining the harem. I think Novum would oppose. And wait, even if it grows any further, I'm still going to be devoted to Novum. Arya. Miranda. Clara. Shannon. Monica. Novum, Omega, oh my, looks like a little training is in order. Question about the education of second and third sons. The characters appearing in this work are just plain stupid. It's simply obvious to educate them properly in the case something happens to the first son. A fifth generation head, it's natural for their parents to educate them? There's quite a bit going on in a fantasy world, monotone. Ha? Could it be that everyone's properly educated and you're the one living in a fantasy? Sixth generation head Sigma, for all a winky face, even in reality, those besides the heir are sent off to the church on occasion, and taken back in when the first son passes. Personally handling their education is up to the individual. Yeah. Seventh generation head, Omega, it takes alms and contributions and money. Education is the same. And wait, the knight's incapable of heredity, and the far end knights are poor. If they were all decent, the expeditionary force would never have been sent out to reduce the mouths to feed. Because if a war is to happen, those sorts are going to find an abundance of work. Fourth generation head, dash at for all at, this is probably about Braid and Doris. Braid is basically a third child without heredity. A position where rather than the studies of a knight, he should have been thinking of how to live a civilian's life. Everything besides reading, writing, and arithmetic were likely unnecessary. No, more so, a family that even taught him that must have treasured him quite a bit. Also, about Doris and sister. There are those that see girls as fine as long as they could birth children. In the truest sense, she was Miranda's spare. Question: is Lyle actually talented? A. Seventh generation head Sigma Sigma, he's an able child. Lyle is a capable one, I tell you. Because he's competent, he can't understand the feelings of those who aren't, and he's just lacking in socialization, damn it. A pitiful boy. Lyle, Omega grandfather, please stop, you're making me sad. Question: the ancestors are strange. In the first place, if they made Lyle stand out, he'd be conspicuous to all the wrong eyes. They let him take on a request with little merits, riddled with demerits, and let him make a completely unnecessary expenditure. The fact that you're using the ancestors to forcefully move along the story without thinking of means and goals is becoming much too blatant. A third generation head, for Allah, yes, it truly is just as you say. He sure does stand out, monotone. He starts standing out even if he doesn't want to, sparkle sparkle. Fourth generation head, dash it for all it no, I don't think I really care if Lyle stands out or not. I think the 6th and 7th in particular still want him to flashily take back the territory, so perhaps they thought it best if he did? Also, everything's in experience. Wouldn't it have been fine if he failed? More so, I think that piling up this sort of experience is a cheap buy, but 6th generation head, for all, it's best you don't think that the best actions will always result in the best result. Failing when you can, and learning from it is just as important. Question: Clark is too proficient. Why can't he get a promotion? A 5th generation head, for all, well, there's quite a bit, but I think it's his disadvantageous personality. Individually, I think he's wonderful, but in the world, assets and connections are a necessity for promotion. Rather than the knights being rotten, there's too many people that getting a promotion is hell. 7th generation head, for all. If a war broke out, he'd get to the top in a flash. Question: Marcus and Braid's punishment. A 6th generation head, for all, no change. Just get them promoted already. That way, you'll raise hell on the damn imperial bastards. Flood them with incompetence. 3rd generation head, Omega. Unlike Lyle, they had little opportunity to learn, so I do pity them a little. There's no need to look after them all the way through, and if they don't wish for it, there's no meaning. Question: Seals stay in the imperial capital. A 5th generation head, for all, the Walt house occasionally drops by the capital, but Seals is not currently taking an extended stay there. I'm not sure about the future, though. Question about the yellow gem. A. Lyle, no comment. Question: that growth joke is something of a one-shot gag. I'd like it if you stopped. A 3rd generation head, for all, well, too bad. That's the setting the world's built upon, and Mr. Lyle will continue to appear. No matter who hates it, Mr. Lyle will come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Prologue. TL, for consistency with the original work, I'm changing Mr. Lyle to Mr. Lyle, no caps. Note: Lyle is, and Mr. Lyle is. TL, the new semester started, and I was trying to find time in my new schedule to let me be honest here, there's that too, but I decided to take basic Japanese for credit, and because of that, I didn't want to have to deal with the language in my free time. My new schedule doesn't really change my workload, but it quadruples my commute time. Prologue. Plaid in robes, 7, me included, were passing through the gates of Central. I, Lyle Walt, was observing the surroundings from the center of that group. Around, there were travelers and merchants and adventurers lined up, set for the capital, and among them, there was even a troupe of performers. The cold had become even more severe, and looking up, the clouded sky seemed as if it could pour out snow at any moment. I gazed up high, and thought over the reason we had separated from the group and gone ahead to the imperial capital. Infiltrate the capital first, and spread rumor of the expeditionary corps. How frightfully brilliant, if I do say so myself. Nearby, the red-haired Arya had her violet eyes clouded over as she held both hands to her ears. Recently she'd been polishing her manly side, but when you look at her like this, she sure is cute. What's wrong, dear Arya? If your ears are cold, I'll lend you my hands. He's a stranger, the current Lyle's a stranger, given the time, he'll become the comrade we know and love again. She gave a muffled reply in a low voice, and I think her bashfulness was simply adorable. There, the pale verdant-haired Miranda-san was staring at the ground with eyes that had lost their highlights. Oh, you don't seem in the best of moods either, Miranda-san. When I said that, Miranda-san issued a voice as if she was forcefully wringing it out. Lyle, please take off the san. Also don't talk so much. I don't want to remember it right now. I'm begging you. Hearing that, I got it, Miranda. Oh? I get the feeling the distance between our hearts just shrunk by that much. Also, if you want to be a bird flying free in the skies, then I'll be your, no. I'll become all of your roosts. Just a little while back, both Arya and Miranda had stated their desire to become birds. And Miranda of wanting me to be her cage, I believe. As I said that, Miranda's face turned bright red, and she made a complicated expression. Arya crouched down on the spot. I'm happy, you know. I'm happy, but I'm begging you right now alone is. What's wrong? Your face is bright red, you know? Haha, let me guess. You've fallen for me, haven't you? BFFFFFFFF. The blue jewel hanging at my neck was bestowed with silver craftsmanship of rare metal. The voice that came from it was that of the sixth-generation head, finds Walt. From a glance, he looked quite rebellious, but in truth, he couldn't raise his head to the fifth-generation head. The sixth time period was a dark age of Bonsium history, and the capital was rotten with bribery left and right. For that sake, the man had no choice but to stick his hands in various things. Like that, he had a dark image stuck onto him, and the sixth was later evaluated as the greatest scoundrel of the Walt house. In all actuality, he inherited the foundation the fifth had built, challenged surrounding territories, attained victory, and greatly expanded the house's land. He did dabble in quite a bit, given the times, but it's also fact that he wouldn't have survived if he hadn't. That sixth contained a laugh, and holding their stomachs, the other ancestors also burst out. The third. Already 3 candidates lined up. Frighteningly brilliant, becoming a roost. Ah, and falling for you. The fourth was also laughing. Best Lily. It looks like we'll have quite a harvest this time. The fifth. Lyle, you haven't learned a single thing from last time. That's what he says, but all I've done is speak the truth. There's no helping it. I flipped my hair, and looked at Monica carrying a loading tray. On it was the form of the griffin in its coffin of ice. We were purposely showing it off, and those around were brimming with curiosity. Easily carrying such heavy-looking luggage, she had leisurely draped a loose robe over her maid uniform, and looked at me with a grin. What's up? Making such a happy face? When I said that, Monica. There's no way I could go without a smile. The chicken dickhead I awoke to has finally returned. Back then, you said you would fly through the sky, but for it to be through physical means was something even I didn't anticipate. I was sure you meant to make it bigger in the world. When I went up against the griffin, I rode on its back, and soared through the sky. It was quite a thrilling and enjoyable experience, I believe. Don't praise me so. It's fine if you want to promote me to flying chicken dickhead, though. Too long, rejected. Chicken dickhead it is. Seeing her acting joyously bashful, I felt surrounding eyes collect on us. Well, I thought, as I waited for the gatekeeper to issue us permission to pass. Even more apologetic than usual, Clara held up her large staff. Her ruffled deep blue hair hung over her face. From within the gaps in it, her red eyes were watching me. Something the matter? I do want to apologize for my behavior the other day, but at the moment, I really don't want to get involved. Seeing such a complex Clara, I shot her a smile. Yeah, it's okay to feel sad sometimes. She pulled her hood down lower, as if trying to run from my field of vision. Nearby, Miranda's pale violet-haired sister Shannon looked at me with pitiful eyes. You really are the worst case. What, are you at that age where you come to tease the boy you like? Unfortunately, if you want to catch my eye, you'll have to build up a few more years first. No, we're only 2 apart, aren't we? Are you an idiot? And how should I shut the mouth saying such things? When I brought my face closer, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. I lightly flicked her forehead with my finger, and spoke with a smile. 'Tis but a joke. I'll put that on hold until you're a bona fide lady. Become a splendid one, you hear. The seventh let out his voice from the jewel. This time's missing that explosive something. Even when he's creating happenings left and right. He seemed truly mortified, but I'm not a man who'll keep on adding to a past I want to forget. Shannon spoke. Novum, I think this man's lost it. Saying it with your face so red. I see. You're hiding your embarrassment. You sure are cute, Shannon. With her long brown hair tied into a single-side ponytail, and violet eyes, Novum looked at me and spoke. Lyle-sama, let's book an inn at once. Any more of this may truly become dangerous. She truly did seem worried, and thinking that I may be the only one out there to make her this concerned, I felt a little blessed. Yeah, if you say so, we'll find an inn somewhere or another, a twin room is fine as well. No, let's keep it at personal rooms. I'm sure that would be for the best. While marveling over the cuteness of Novum's embarrassed face, it finally came our turn to pass. She spoke. Now any more is dangerous, so let's quickly proceed to the inn. While watching Novum frantically give out orders, I finally passed under the gate of Central. Noon had passed when we arrived at the inn, and in order to carry out our plan, I tried to go out again. But Novum and the others stopped me. In the end, the only ones to remain in the inn were me, Monica, and Shannon. We had separate rooms prepared, and the inn was one where each had a shower and toilet equipped. The first floor was built as a dining hall. It was quite a standard establishment in Central, and thinking back to the start of my journey, it was a class of inn I could only now stay at without giving too much mind to the cost. Quite moving a sentiment. I've really been through a lot since then. Driven from the Walt house I called home, I became an adventurer with my former fiancée Novum. Not knowing left from right, I listened in to the ancestors' words, and used their skills, relying on the jewel. In the city of Dalian, I had an encounter with Arya, and after moving to the city of scholars, I met Miranda, Shannon, Monica, and Clara. I can't say our recruiting went all too favorable, but I can definitely sense a bond with my current comrades. Even when I already have Novum, how sinful a man. When I said that, looking into the mirror in the room, the fourth agreed. Exactly. How about considering your current situation for a moment? You'll get a knife to the back at this rate. Well, Novum's there, so it'll probably turn out alright. Jealousy? On the contrary, I'm actually quite comfortable here. When I said that, the third interjected. Mr. Lyle best Lyle. Hearing him, I became a little embarrassed from his praise. Even if you praise me so, I've nothing to return. There, I heard a knock at the door. With a tray in hand, Shannon entered accompanied by Monica. Lyle, it's time for lunch. It would be a pain for us all if you went and caused some problems outside, so we took the liberty of purchasing sandwiches at the dining hall. On a small and circular table in the room, she lined up 2 portions of food. As an automaton of ancient make, Monica was able to live on even without eating. Of course, she had a line built connecting her to me, and she arbitrarily lived on my mana. It was as if we were connected by the string of fate. Shannon took her seat and began munching on her sandwich. It's dry and tasteless. While she blatantly expressing such impressions, Monica offered me some seasonings. Chicken dick, here I have mayonnaise, ketchup and mustard. Use it as you will. Shannon stared at her. Why is it Lyle? Normally, wouldn't you be offering it to me? Shannon shouted out quite angrily, but Monica was smiling. Oh, how late you are to the table, little girl. My number 1 is this chicken dickhead, regardless of how pitiful a state he's in. You get it? It's because there's love. Love. An automaton, well, so be it. Lyle, I'll be borrowing this. Saying that, Shannon spread several layers of mayonnaise in the gap between the breads. Of the seasonings Monica produced, a large majority were exceedingly tasty. They were ancient flavors I doubt you'd ever find in stores. It appears she knew the recipes, so she made them in advance. Oi, girlie. That's the prized possession of that chicken. Shannon ignored it and stuffed her cheeks with the sandwich and continued on with her meal. That's how the girl acted now, but none too long ago, she was a woman who played the part of an unseeing maiden. She was reformed through Miranda, and now served as our comrade. According to the ancestors in the jewel, she had demon eyes, or something like that. If I had eyes like hers. I was just a little jealous. When I brought my sandwich to my own mouth, I found it truly was quite dry. It really is tasteless. If it's like this, then Novum's or Monica's cooking would be leagues ahead. When I said that, Monica delightedly lifted the ends of her golden twin tails as she. Naturally. I loathe being compared to that damn vixen, but my love is stuffed full of love, I tell you. Having been made custom to your tongue, it'll never fall short of any of the rabble. After she said that much, I spoke. Thanks for everything, Monica. I really do like your cooking. Tonight, I'd like to eat something you've made for once. It's been quite a while. Monica stiffened for a moment, before turning to me with creaking movements. So you mean? You mean you wish to eat my cooking? You're saying you wish to eat up my love. Of course I'll do it. I'll pack in enough love to make it lethal. With a smile, yeah, with an extra large serving of love, please, As I said that, she promptly exited the room. I'll make the preparations right away. Calculate the required time and assemble the ingredients. In that case, why not use up all my secret stash to make the supreme? The loud voice she let out as she ran away was surely audible from outside the inn. Shannon nommed her first sandwich to its end and began spreading ketchup over the second one. I spoke. She sure is a cute one. And from within the jewel, the seventh. And that's all she wrote. With an extra large serving of love. Is that really all we'll get this time around? And on his query, the sixth. Not yet. There's still time. The Walt house's wonder child has yet to show his mettle. The fourth was, I think, jealousy? On the contrary, I'm quite comfortable, wasn't bad. The third spoke. We must be patient, men. This atmosphere, right now, it's just Mr. Lyle and Shannon-chan alone. It will come. Hope will definitely arrive. I'm sorry for those overly exited ancestors of mine, but this is already the third time for me. There's no way I'd make the same mistakes thrice. Sorry, but I can't live up to your expectations. Shannon was looking over at my sandwich. I had used the mustard on mine, so perhaps that made her curious. Want it? I don't need it. Even while saying that, she continued taking fleeting glances, so I brought the consumable over to her mouth. There, her small mouth opened and clamped down into the bread. Mustard flowed out onto the area around her lips. This one isn't bad either. So in the end, you still went and ate it. Not that I really mind. When I moved to wipe off her mouth, she tossed the remains of the sandwich into her mouth. I'm stuffed. Can't eat another bite. And to the girl saying such things, well, I've barely had any. I guess I'll save my appetite for tonight. What is it? She rested her chin on the table, and I spoke. No, I was just wonder how long it'd take until you'd be ripe for the picking. At present, it feels like a distant future. Saying that, I shook my head. Shannon rose from her seat and took some distance from me. From the jewel, the fifth. Ripe for the picking? Isn't that enough? The seventh was extra servings of love. I won't give up that one yet. The fifth casually joined in. Good grief, just what are these people doing? Pondering over my ancestors, I continued to play along with Shannon's retreat. On the main road. The group proceeding down it was centered around an extravagant carriage, with knights and soldiers marching in file by its side. Judging from their equipment and the quality of the men, they had received considerable training, and to avoid any involvement with them, the other parties on the road would preemptively move themselves out of the way. Surmising they would attain safe travels free of charge if they followed such a carriage, a flock of travelers and adventurer, as well as merchants were following while maintaining a fixed distance from it. Seeing that, Maisel Walt seemed quite amused. Because the safety of these roads is so bad, the amount of groups following us like that simply keeps increasing. We're raising our speed to shake them off. In regards to the ill-humored father, the mother Claire voiced her agreement. When our precious seals is in such a hurry to get to Central, for them to slow us like this. How could it be? Such a thing would be unthinkable in the Walt house's territory. The one to soothe such a sullen couple was a lovely young lady. An elegant air drifted about her, and even when her age was still immature, every one of her gestures held a sort of captivating charm. Her blonde hair was tidy, and its long waves let off a fine luster. Atop her white dress, she draped a white peltcoat, and the smile on her face held true innocence. Father, mother. What is it, Seals? As her parents seemed to find satisfaction in the smile directed at them, Seals spoke. I am terribly bored. Her mother, Claire, began to panic. What shall we do? We've no new toy to give you. What game do you want to play, Seals? Hearing that, Seals looked at the groups trailing behind the carriage. I want to see the forms of our knights and soldiers saving the people in fear of monsters, but... When she said that, Maisel smiled. I see. As expected, a daughter of the Walt house. But if there are no monsters to be found... To his troubled expression, Seals spoke. Is it truly no good? Are the knights and soldiers of the Walt house really so unreliable? On her voice that seemed to simply invite in spoiling, Claire glared at Maisel. Dear. Do you not feel sorry for Seals? Can the Walt house's knights not grant a request as simple as this? I apologize. It's a request of our dear daughter. I'll make the preparations at once. Maisel called out to a mounted knight near the carriage. When he opened the vehicle's window, the knight approached. What is the matter, Maisel-sama? I get the feeling the group behind us will be attacked by monsters. Seal says she wishes to witness the gallantry of the knights. You understand my intent? Hearing that, the knight. It will be prepared at once. Alfred. With his long silky black hair swaying, another mounted youth approached. Present. What hung at his waist was a saber, and the mannerisms of the young male knight felt quite refined. Alfred Verdon was his name. In swordsmanship, he was Lyle's senior apprentice, and a man of a clan service to the Walt house from its early days. The knight issued the youth some orders. There's a possibility that monsters may assail the group behind. You are to remain vigilant of our surroundings. Seal Sama wishes to see our service. Go find a big one. Leave it to me. Saying that, Alfred urged on his horse, and promptly separated from the group. Find a monster, and set it on the group behind. That was Maisel's order. Seeing Alfred disappear in the distance, Seal smiled in satisfaction. Good grief, you sure are a troublesome girl. Hearing that, Claire smiled. But it's all for our precious child, isn't it? Admiring the tales of gallant knights is something all girls are to go through once in their lives. But if they perform well, we'll have to bestow a reward, Seals. Claire told Seals they'd have to grant a reward to the knights. After digging through the things stuffed into the carriage, the girl produced a single dagger. It didn't look all too expensive, but it was a dagger made of rare metal, and bestowed with a skill. A perfect article for such a task. Then let it be so. Maisel spoke. Oh, they'd be delighted with such a dagger. As I thought, you really do understand a knight's heart, Seals. But just where did you acquire such an item? I'm sure we assembled much more high-class equipment for you. Claire tilted her head. That's right. It really isn't fitting of one like you, Seals. Seals was. Who knows? But if it's in my possession, then it must belong to me. She gave an innocent smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 1, Fraud. Fraud. In a room we borrowed at the inn, I was sipping a cup of tea. Monica had borrowed the dining hall to make preparations for the evening, and I was enjoying the taste of the first tea Novum had brewed in quite a while as I dealt with our guest. With some light snacks atop a table between us, the one I faced was quite a pretty penny. An elf as well as a singer, the girl's name was Eva. Her pale pink hair was long and wavy, while the color of her eyes was of the same shade. Her white skin was also a spectacle, but more so than anything were her ears, much longer than that of a human's. A moment of elegance, how fitting of me. When fighting the griffin, there hadn't been the time to take it easy, so I'm delighted the time has come where we can enjoy our time and leisure. However, Lyle-sama, it's good and all to enjoy your tea, but if you don't move the conversation forward. Oh, right. My apologies. I offered my apologies to the one across from me. While her height was quite high, the girl before my eyes claimed to be a novice singer of only 16. I don't mind. Now then, I've a grasp of the story where a former noble's son took part in the subjugation of a hippogriff, but why is there a need to tack lies onto that? The griffin-slaying expeditionary force that's become the topic of rumor, that does sound like a tasty story to latch onto, but personally, I'm more interested in you. That this girl, Eva, held interest in me. I understood it. Novum looked at me with worry. Arya was busy covering up her ears. Miranda was casting her eyes to the ground. Clara was fidgeting. And behind her sister, Shannon was remaining vigilant of me. Such bliss. To be surrounded by beauties. Well, there's this and that going on. Is it not strange for a singer to directly ask for such a tale? We'll have Eva sing the songs of the expeditionary force. By doing that, we'll be able to spread the rumors of their deeds through the capital. You've already shown me the griffin's body and answered my questions. But you see, I'm Eva of Nihil. There's no one my better in the clan when it comes to song, and I want to be more knowledgeable than all. She already saw the griffin, and had all the information we wanted her to preach. But Eva had yet to find satisfaction. The young girl who was becoming a bit famous in Central was one Novum had introduced to us. It will be troublesome if my own story gets out. I never thought that fabulous aura like something of mine I'm unable to conceal would become this troublesome. Good grief, there's no helping it. While taking sips of tea, I gave Eva some more specifics on the griffin subjugation mission. From behind Miranda, Shannon whispered. That grin of his is creepy. I spoke. Are you jealous? Don't feel so down, I'll play with you later. Oh, right, the last hippogriff was defeated with a bow and arrow, and that's the end to it. As I explained just how inept the squadron had been, and how much trouble it was, Eva seemed overjoyed. A story only I'm to know of, this is it. This what I'd been waiting for. A song of heroics that everyone hums of is never enough. As I thought, you have to personally go and find all the details yourself. Ah, I'm sure I can write a fine piece. It seems she had some confidence in her skill. Oh? So you were looking for a heroic tale? When I said that, Eva flipped her hair and spoke. Yes. A majority of elves share their songs among their tribes. They learn of happenings through their travels, and exchange information with other elves of minstrels. Among them, the Nihil tribe has put a greater majority of songs to memory, But if they're exchanging information, then shouldn't they all have roughly the same amount of songs? When I thought that, Novum supplemented some information. It's because some songs fall to waste over time. In that regard, it said the Nihil tribe is quite proficient. Clara also added on. But that's strange, isn't it? For a traveling group like that, I can't think one would try to announce their songs alone, even after entering a city like this. It did appear that Eva was singing alone. I'm a runaway. From the jewel hung on my neck, I heard the fifth's voice. The sixth spoke as well. A runaway child, just like a certain someone I know. As I imagined the fifth's grinning face, the sixth sullenly whispered. I came back just fine. It appears there was quite a bit going on. Is running away not rare for your tribe? As I said that, Eva shook her head. They told me to go get married off to some other tribe, so I went off to become independent. Because I was the third daughter and of marriageable age, they said they'd try marrying me to the next elf tribe they encountered. After hearing that much. How cruel. I know, right? But Clara spoke. Well, that's merely the culture of the traveling troop race known as the elves. Rather than staying within a single tribe, I've read it was a practice that originated to gain cooperation among their widespread. It also carries the importance of having Eva-san share the songs of her own tribe with her new one, I believe. There, Eva spoke. I would have still been fine if it was a troop they were talking about. But even if I went off with that party of hunters, all I'd be doing would be entertaining my family. There'd be no chance to spread my song. I want my voice to be heard by a large amount of people. I leisurely stood. After the eyes of the female army gathered on me, I spread my arms out wide, and spoke. I see. Then why not follow my lead? Why? She tilted her head, and I protruded my thumb, pointing it at myself. From within the jewel, the third. Is it finally here? I raised my voice, and declared in a tone overflowing with self-confidence. I'm a man who'll become a hero one day. Won't you be happy seeing such magnificence firsthand? And I'll be happy having my gallantry handed down, everyone wins. By my side, let's tell the tale of a hero, Eva. Mr. Lyle. This is the Mr. Lyle I know. I made a sexy pose, and fed-up glances seemed to gather from my surroundings. I heard some laughter from within the jewel. I do enjoy comedies, but this is a little. Looks like I was rejected, but I'm not one to lose heart from something like that. How unfortunate. But feel free to bury yourself in my chest whenever you want. I'll be waiting. When I gave a wink, Eva turned to Novum. What the hell is with this deplorably handsome man? This elf sure is honest. While thinking that, I developed quite a cute impression of her. I apologize. He usually isn't like this. It's just that this meeting came with bad timing, and he's currently undergoing a growth. The warm eyes Eva sent me after that felt quite comforting. Oh, don't stare at me like that. You'll fall for me before you know it. When I offered a warning, the third let out his voice. As expected of Mr. Lyle. The fifth. So it's come. The man who'll become a hero, of perhaps you'll fall for me, which one do you think's better? The sixth was. For him to surpass an extra-large serving of love so easily. The seventh. Let's tell the tale of a hero isn't too bad either. The fourth brought it all together. We harvested quite a crop this time around. And wait, how about we just send him to the Circry House's head as he is right now? I can't imagine what'll come of it. The ancestors all seemed quite delighted. The third. We already have the preparations in order, so it'll be troublesome if he doesn't make a move. If he fishes up a strange one, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Eva seemed worried for Novum. Hey, if you ever feel like breaking up, how about coming and traveling with me? If it's you, Novum, you're more than welcome. Novum was. No, the place I belong shall always be by Lyle-sama's side. As always, she says some pleasant things. Loved by Novum, aren't I the luckiest in the world? I held absolutely no doubt in the words going through my head. Evening. I borrowed a storehouse in Central, and gathered some merchants there. I get the feeling I said a little I shouldn't have, but it was still recoverable. It's fine. I'm still calm. Within the dimly lit warehouse, I had prepared a large quantity of lanterns to have them confirm the body of the griffin. Normally I take it to the guild, but it was in a good condition this time, so I thought there may be someone out there wishing to buy it whole. When I said that, a single merchant spoke up. Is this really the griffin defeated by the Dispatch Legion? In that case, I'm willing to put up 200 gold. It's in a favorable state. It at least holds that much worth. The rumors had already been spread through the capital, and the quick-eared merchants came to me upon hearing Eva's song. It was something written with a priority on speed, but hearing it, rumors quickly spread about the town's inhabitants, and Eva's popularity shot up quite a ways. From the start, she had a favorable appearance and a good voice. A firm groundwork in place. After that, all she needed to do was grasp at a chance. Novum really did procure quite a skilled musician. Yes, it is what I've purchased from the expeditionary force without a doubt. These are the documents from that transaction. Also, that force will be returning in the near future, and you'll see that they have no griffin on their persons. To show off, they may have 2 hippogriffs atop their carts as they make their arrival, though. Right, only 2. The number defeated was 3. A merchant spoke. You paid 500 for it, correct? Putting out such an amount, doesn't that leave you much too far in the red? I spoke. I am no merchant. Learning their army had found out the existence of such a beast, yet still rose to face it, my heart was so moved I couldn't help but put out such a sum. Of course, I also carried out collection work. Monster materials, magic stones, and other valuable had already been sold off by Miranda. It amounted to roughly 30 gold, but that wasn't nearly enough. The 4th spoke. I'd like to collect from 200 to 300 here. I looked around at the ones gathered. I'm fine with waiting until the Legion returns as well, but at that point in time, I'm sure the number of buyers will have increased. I tried stirring them up, and one raised his hand. 220 gold. And on top of that, 240. 250. The merchants arbitrarily began to bid. While listening in on them, I informed them on the specifics of the monster's condition. The visible damage to it is but a single puncture mark. There are no other injuries it suffered in the battle concerned. Just as you can see. And in the end, a merchant purchased it whole for a sum as large as 320 gold coins. The 5th spoke. Isn't that a little high? I was sure 250 would be plenty. The other merchants filtered out of the warehouse with regretful faces, and I struck up a conversation with the one who made the purchase. I'll come to pick it up first thing in the morning. It doesn't look like you've anything else to sell, but... He looked at me with worried eyes, and I replied with a smile. Yes, even if you offer a price higher than the market value, I've nothing to give as a bonus. Well, good. I wanted to procure it with all due haste. To the man's relieved face, I posed a question. Did you require a griffin so badly? No, there's an important visitor coming to Central, you see, and she's one who never seems satisfied with any commonplace articles. It would be a huge help to me if you didn't inquire any further. Being told that, I nodded, and continued the talks on how the man would pick it up first thing in the morning. Late night. Miranda looked at it, frozen in its block of ice in the storehouse. It was carefully stored into a wooden box, and it was the only box to be found in the entirety of the wide storage room. Porter was stationed near the wooden box, and Lyle was lying there within it. Chicken dickhead. Don't cry, Monica. I would never do something like wasting your cooking full of love, ERP. The splendid meal the automaton had made in high spirits wasn't something a mere party of 6 would be capable of finishing. Forcing himself to forge onwards, Lyle couldn't help but lie down. It really was tasty, but what's that supposed to be? Did she come under the impression we were hosting a party? Arya herself had gluttonously dug into quite a large portion of it, so Miranda replied. And despite that, you sure did eat a lot. So much dessert as well, you're sure to get fat. There, perhaps finally gaining awareness of the fact she had eaten just a little too much, Arya's stance hardened. It seems Clara had taken a liking to an item made through the frying of a potato, and she still wished to eat more. While Monica-san may be skilled in the kitchen, her repertoire really is something else. This party may really be quite a luxurious one, but... Seeing Clara happily stuff her face, some complicated emotions surfaced in Miranda. Having experienced growths, they had all made some embarrassing memories for themselves. What's more, Clara had thrown out quite a bit of verbal abuse. Even so, the reason they were on standby like this was for the wooden crate they were quite purposefully showing off. Lyle sure has quite a few convenient skills on him. Once the buyers had left, the info on where the griffin was kept had spread alongside the rumors of the battle. It seems Lyle had it in mind that there would be some to try and steal it. And one of the likely candidates was Miranda's own home. I do think they'll take various measures, but will they really make a move so fast? When it came to preparations, Lyle rarely had an oversight. While she had thought his expenditures a waste, he was quite reliable in finding proper ways to replenish his savings. Shannon was sleeping on Porter's luggage tray with a blanket wrapped around her, and Novum was busy nursing Lyle. There, Lyle went through great pains to raise the upper half of his body, and looked around. Well, that came faster than expected. The warehouse wasn't even locked. Having the door broken down would truly be a pain, but leaving it unlocked with the lights on made it more difficult for outsiders to think to enter. Of course, Miranda did surmise there would be bandits aiming for the griffin as well. She pulled out the dagger hanging at her waist, while Arya rose and put her hands on her short spear. Novum exited Porter with her staff in hand. Lyle alone walked boldly to the front of the box, and Monica tagged alongside him. Just show yourself already. When Lyle said that, several men clad in black plunged in through the warehouse's window, and a few dozen of them poured in through the open door. Miranda got into position, but Lyle merely snapped his fingers. After a metallic sound rung out, and before she knew it, the men who stormed in were lying flat on the iced-over ground. Looking closely, a wall of ice had surfaced close to the window. When that disappeared, Lyle took a silver bow in hand. It's much smaller than I heard. Is that not a short bow? She had heard it was a large bow, but with his small silver bow in hand, Lyle notched numerous arrows of light, before releasing them towards the ceiling. On their descent each one of them pierced the ground close to one of the men in black. 'Twas a threat. Now go home and tell your employer to come himself. That we'll negotiate when he does. And that this griffin'll be handed off when morning comes. Seeing Lyle tap his hand against the crate, the black-clad men raised their vigilance of the party. Lyle pulled back the bow. Or would your failure rather be reported with your corpses? As he said that, the men remained vigilant as they made their way outside. They were looking at me? And they seemed to be searching for another. Shannon? Miranda turned to Porter, and found Shannon poking her head out to see what was going on. Those black-clad men had exchanged some glances upon seeing the girl, and left. After a while, the bow returned to its original necklace form, and Lyle turned to the broken window glass. I'm definitely billing him for that. Returning to Porter, Lyle told Novum he felt a little better after moving his body a bit. So he knew it all. Saying that, Miranda sheathed her blade. As expected, the Circry house's head Ralphsan paid a visit to the storehouse. After putting up such airs, I've no idea how I would act if it was someone else entirely. How laughable. When I whispered in my mind, he came with a number of the dark-garbed men from before. Nearby, he had even thoughtfully brought a wagon to carry the contents of the crate. Miranda and Shannon's eyes were looking at the man in a different light than before. They seemed a little surprised. You intentionally brought some merchants in relation with my house here. Is it all right if I work under that assumption? Hearing that, I found he was moving exactly as the ancestors had instructed me, so I did nothing but nod. I see. Then let's get to negotiations. It will be troublesome if that griffin is to end up anywhere besides the palace. I've prepared 200 gold. I'm sure it's an adequate pricing. The fourth spoke to me. So the starting offer is 200 gold coins. Lyle. When I moved to grip the jewel, the black-clad men behind Ralphsan reacted at once. It was a little bit amusing. I've paid a whole 500 on my side. Also, just look at that, because of you lot, the window of the storehouse we rented is in so many pieces. I'll have to at least cover the cost of my own expenditure, you know. How does 1,000 gold sound to you? If you've got some extraneous circumstance, you should at least be prepared to pay out that much. Ralphsan spoke in a fed-up tone. Oh, I'm sure there was some damage on my side of the exchange as well. Understood. I don't mind if I'm to cover the repair costs for the window. But the 500 gold was something you arbitrarily spent of your own accord. I'm completely unrelated. If it's 250 gold coins, then I'll pay it. It was nowhere near enough, so I smiled and spoke. Trying to drive your daughter's boyfriends and myself to our deaths, and that's the sum you put up? It was my own ineptitude when I took up the request, so how about I lower it to 950 gold? It's just that flow of information to our household was a little delayed. If I knew, I surely would never have sent Miranda. To even drag little Shannon alone, what a terrible man you are. 300. Make sure you put a gold somewhere after the number, my dear fiend. And make sure to give a warm welcome to those lover boys in question who finally racked up some merit. 900 gold. The negotiations continued on as such, with me offering 700 gold. Ralphsan presented a price of 400. The fourth. Looks like it's around the point where you're finally starting to make a profit. It's fine to stop it here, but the problem lies in the fee for the request he issued you. The fourth's grinning face surfaced in my head. 600 gold coins. Including the fee for your request, doesn't it sound oh so cheap? You'll get this beast the expeditionary force sold off. A request to guard 2 people, what's more, I even got them to perform some distinguished service. Ralph scoffed. How shameless. I never put in a request to give them brownie points. In the first place, I never knew a griffin would come out at that stage. I'm sure there were some mistakes on my end, but from start to finish, my request was for nothing more than you to protect those 2 from a hippogriff. It looks like you failed to grasp a father's heart. Shameless? Look who's talking. While holding those impressions, I spoke. 550 gold. Any more is impossible. There, Ralphsan as well. 500 gold. Any further, and I'll consider use of physical means. Around were the black-clad men, and they had now turned into the man's trump card. Since his daughters were there, he likely didn't want to injure them, but asking for any more would surely lead to further disputes. I decided to fold. Understood. Oi. Yes, Lyle Sama. I had Novum open up a part of the crate, letting the oversized head of an eagle come into view. It was frozen quite solidly, and the white frosted over contents made it difficult to make out, but my opponent did confirm it. Ralphsan tossed a leather bag over to me. I picked the jingling bag off of the ground, and had Monica confirm its contents. After measuring its weight, she looked at my face, and nodded. Negotiations complete. I'll send you the invoice for the window later. I'd prefer it you didn't request an exorbitant sum. You are quite a greedy one. I laughed. I'm not one for lies. I'll demand nothing but the repair cost for the warehouse. Even like this, I'm still under the impression that I'm an honest man. Right, Lyle hasn't told a lie. And like that, Ralphsan motioned his subordinates to leave, and we warily watched them off. While watching his men transport the crate, he spoke to Miranda. Doris and Lucy are unreliable. Miranda, do you have any mind to return? Hearing that, Shannon seemed quite down. Miranda spoke. So you'll never say such things to Shannon, will you? I don't want to be involved anymore. Driving me out and bringing me back in after all this time? As if. Who are you trying to fool? Hearing her lack of intent to return, Ralphsan merely whispered, I see, to himself. The crate was moved out, and following behind, Ralphsan didn't turn to us again. I asked Miranda and Shannon. Are you sure about this? The both of you? There, Shannon responded. As if I want to return to a house like that. Her eyes were tearing up. Miranda was. Just by returning, there'll be unfavorable rumors that'll surface. Whatever the case, it isn't a comfortable place to be. And to the 2 of them. How about you honestly say you decided to choose me? I'll make sure you never regret it. When I said that, Shannon looked straight at me. Looks like you haven't recovered yet. And said that. Novum spoke. No matter what Lyle Sama you are, I'll still like you, and well, I think it will get hard from now on, but please do your best. The next day. In the warehouse, I accepted the payment from the merchant who purchased the griffin. To my dark expression, the merchant raised quite a bright tone. The expeditionary force that returned earlier this morning all seemed so calm. As I thought, they truly looked like an experienced army. Somewhat threatening, really. Yes, just like me, they were likely all in regret over the memories they wanted to forget. I accepted the bag of gold, and handed the griffin over to the merchant. The first had its head in quite a state, and the second looked like it was shot through the stomach. I'm sure it was quite a vicious battle. The ones who did that were me and Arya. I put the money away, and handed the man some documents to confirm the details with Norma later. There's plenty of worth in the griffin defeated by the heroes of the expeditionary force, but more than anything, I'm glad I made the purchase in time to welcome our important customer. Apparently, she was quite satisfied hearing she would get a griffin in quite a good condition. It's just as much a saving grace for me. Well, nice doing business with you. Seeing the smiling man and his party leave with the griffin loaded on his cart, I waved my hand in parting. Miranda walked to my side. Like hell, you're not one for lies. Damn swindler. She poked her elbow at me in good humor, so I embarrassingly spoke. I didn't lie, you know. Right, I didn't lie. Not a single soul said I would be selling a griffin. What was negotiated with Ralph San was a hippogriff. That's all the frozen body had been, and the man had purchased a mere hippogriff for 500 gold coins. This should be enough comeuppance for fooling us all. Miranda put her hand to her smiling lips. And I've chosen you, Lyle, so make sure I won't regret it. Well, quite a bit's happened this time around, but it was fun, so all's well. My face turned bright red as I turned my eyes to the ground. Monica seemed disappointed. Looks like the chicken dickwed's fever time has ended. When is the next one scheduled for? She asked me with quite a serious expression. I looked at her face. As if I'd ever do it again. I swore in my heart, but the sixth's voice escaped from the jewel. Lyle, it's because you think that way that everyone's troubled. But let me tell you, this time was interesting. Building my resentment for the sixth's smiling face, I swore for the third time to never go through this sadness again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 2, Singer. Singer. Eva of Nihil. The third daughter of the tribe known as the Nihil, she took flight from her traveling troupe and ended up in Central with the intentions of traveling further away. Singing her songs to pay her lodging, she was currently spinning out a certain tale. The squad led by Norma arrived in Johnny Village. Thinking it was but a hippogriff, they had not 100 men. How many times does that make this? In the can to her front dropped small and normal copper coins. Sometimes, even large coppers were thrown in, telling her of her own tale of success. Unable to abandon the village in danger, the one to stand was Norma, head of the force. That Norma did. Yeah, likely story. But in all truth, she did parade in with a hippogriff. And no griffin, right? Hearing that, Eva spoke on with a smile. A highly skilled adventurer who aided the mission. He tried to flee, but Norma held him down. The defeated griffin shall belong to you. So pay in advance. Breaking under Norma's earnest persuasion, that adventurer promised his cooperation and earned the right to buy the beast for 500 gold. Without an instrument on hand, she had asked some nearby minstrels to provide musical accompaniment. Those around were also aiding in her profits, and there seemed to be no break in the crowd of those flocking around her. I never thought they'd get this heated up over it. As I thought, fresh material really is important. Rejoicing on how she heard the story first, Eva proudly let the crowd hear the story while wearing her clothing made for business. She did want to tell it in song, but her song had yet to be completed, so she could only preach. She had received payment from Novum, and was instructed to spread the details to other singers as well. In exchange, what Eva sought for was the truth. A truth only I'm to know of. I'll sing the hell out of it one day. And a large crowd continued to grow around Eva as she chronicled their exploits. The expeditionary force had just returned, so all over the place were singers imitating the girl after having heard the tale from her mouth. Having rumors spread was a good thing, so Eva didn't really mind it. The speech reached its final stage. And like that, the expeditionary force brought down the mighty griffin. Heroes numbering only 100, you all have seen them too, have you not? The faces of the great men who slew the beast. When the squadron had returned, quite a large number had gathered to meet them. When the talks ended. Oi, come to think of it, I did see a party dragging around a griffin at the gate a while back. Ah, that one. Then they really did do it. That Norma did? I'm still in doubt here, man. With a smile, Eva. If you'd like to hear the stories of individual heroes, then find me here tomorrow. It was only for a short while today, but the earnings were several times over her usual amount. The dispersing crowd seemed to return to their business happily, having gained a new topic of conversation. Eva paid the fees of the elf minstrels she had asked for the music. She addressed the two tall young men. You two have nice voices. Want to work here tomorrow as well? We're thinking of leaving Central already. Eva of the Nihil tribe, was it? Happy we could do business with you. And with that, she saw off the two with their instruments. She began thinking over what to treat herself to with the day's earnings. The royal palace. After turning in her reports on the expedition, Norma made an enervated expression. Her aide Clark was the same. I'm thankful to receive such words of praise from His Majesty, but that meeting was much too stiff. While she said that, she did send joyous glances towards the medal she received. Seeing her, Clark let out a sigh. He had received the very same medal, but he couldn't find it in himself to be happy over it. What's wrong? Your promotion is now a given. There's nothing more for you to ask for. You'll also be an official decurio soon. Clark spoke. Yes, I'm thankful for that. But a group that large has risen in rank. On top of that, even if they may be without heritage rights, an order of new knights have come to be. You can't look down at the yearly annuity that'll cost. Norma spoke. And that's the job of the civil officials. Clark responded. And you don't think this incident may have been contrived by those very same officials? Just where do you expect them to produce the money to pay such a number? Perhaps not wanting to think about it, Norma averted her eyes. Her spirits sunk at Clark's premonitions of ill fortune. What a pessimist. That's exactly why he never got promoted. But, with this, I'll officially be a centurio. Finally back to the starting point. Norma had no parents to speak of. A mother she lost at a young age. A father killed in battle. And within her family's plummeting status, and those around distancing themselves, Norma tried to do whatever she could to return the house to its former status. A small change made a big difference. Regain the glory of the past, the honor of the house. With that in mind, she frantically kept her eyes on rising up. With this reward, I'll just name my brother my successor, and take my place as legal guardian. My ill repute and all else need not get in the boy's way. The Arnett house was still accepted by the world as a military family, that's what Norma thought to herself. She was merely displeased with the fall of the house's rank. Because her father, who sacrificed himself for a mission, received a negative evaluation for such an act. She entered a knight brigade, and became knowledgeable on such matters. That when the Arnett house had fallen, a new house had manifested to take its payroll. What's more, imperial nobles, a house created for the sole purpose of giving a second or third son something to succeed. The king has given me his praise. This time I'll be on the side that takes. Seeing the darkened smile on Norma's face, Clark could do nothing but let out a sigh. Why did I do it yet again? On top of a bed at the inn, I sat with my arms around my knees. While my stomach did hurt quite a bit, I had received a considerable amount of psychological damage. Since morning, I didn't want to meet a single soul. After handing over the griffin to the merchant, I spaced out with a dark expression on my face. Hearing a knock on the door, I shouted out in reply. Is it Novum? Come in. Pardon me. Lyle-sama, how does your stomach feel? I just ate too much. On top of the pain, I also felt quite heavy. And perhaps because I felt quite cornered mentally, I'll bet my expression is locked in quite a gloomy one. Terrible. In various ways. Really? Perhaps Novum understood my sentiment, as she left what she brought atop the room's table. I've prepared some soup, so please eat it. I don't want to eat anything. When I buried my face into my knees, Novum picked up the bowl and spoon. Just a little is enough. I've put in herbs that work for overeating. Now. Novum made an sound, and I let the soup come into my mouth. It went down easily, and tasted great. If only I hadn't been in such high spirits. As I sat regretfully, Novum made a bitter smile. It happens to everyone. But never to you, Novum? When I said that, Novum. Well, my constitution is one where the change is never too prominent. Hearing her say it quite bluntly, I only got even more depressed. The sixth. Lyle, you really are a pain in the ass. It's more or less an experience everyone out there goes through. Get over it already. There, the seventh spoke. That's right, Lyle. That sixth over there is a man who turned defiant, ran away from the house, came back, and got over it. Normally, they don't come back, you know. But with a calm face, that guy. The fifth too. Ah, right, that did happen. Did I tell you that one? The seventh spoke. Yes, I heard it from my grandfather. The sixth seemed flustered. The memories of the heads of the past remained up to the point they last touched the jewel. They didn't have all the memories up to their deaths. Don't say it. The runaway delinquent boy. The sixth. While it makes for good material to tease him on, I'm here boldly offering up even better material, so there's nothing I can do about it. I want to forget. I want to make it so it never came to be. Now, Lyle-sama, The spoon came in my mouth, and I drank the soup. The fourth spoke in an irritated tone. If you're that depressed, then quit it with the shameless flirting. Dinner time. I endured the embarrassment, came down to the inn's first floor, and ate alongside everyone. A downhearted Monica held her twin tails in both hands and fidgeted with them. The fact that I became bedridden came as quite a shock, or that she was lamenting her own ineptitude, or something. Well, it's Monica, so it'll be fine. Unlike yesterday, I ate a small portion. I addressed everyone on our future objectives. I plan to head on to the free city of Bime. It's known as the city of adventurers, and merchants and goods are found in abundance. After getting our equipment in order, we can take a coupled carriage, but are there any opinions on the matter? Maybe Shannon thought it was irrelevant to her, as she continued with her meal. Are you really okay with that? Or so I thought, when Miranda scolded Shannon into participation. Hey, you listen up too. Don't hit me. I'm properly listening, you hear. Bime, right? The free city of Bime. Even I know of it. Rather than not being a part of any specific country, it was more that its affiliation was never made certain. It's best to think of it as a country in itself. It had its own port, and carried out trade. A large quantity of adventurers and mercenaries resided there. Clara spoke. Bime also holds the guild's main headquarters. Of course, the number of adventurers and mercenary brigades is high. There are more than 4 locations usable as receptions desks. I doubt we'll be visiting the headquarters, but it seems you'll have to consider where you plan to use as a main receptionist. The city couldn't be self-reliant on food supplies, and they bought them from surrounding countries and lords. Its border didn't come into contact with Bonsium's, so a coupled carriage would only take us as far as Bonsium's national border. While gnawing on a piece of ham, Arya. Doesn't it have horrid public order? A party full of women with one lone man, we won't be targeted? With her growing manly aura, I was about to tell Arya, you'll be fine, but she glared at me, so I kept my mouth shut. Novum spoke. We've been planning to go to Bime for a while. While we may have few companions at the moment, if the party grows any larger in scale, we'll require a higher maintenance cost. While the probability of us being targeted isn't zero, I doubt it will fluctuate much even if we had a few more. If it's in regards to money, we've been earning a lot as of late. I mean, there was a certain noble who put out 500 gold for a hippogriff. About the problem with numbers, if we plan on increasing any further, we'll have to start hiring more support in all actuality. We'll also have to rotate a fence. Clara spoke. This party is superior when it comes to ability, but with its nature, getting a male will be difficult. Even if you want to gather more women, I think that will be difficult within Central. Arya had finished eating, and was reaching her hand out for a drink. Should we try recruiting elsewhere? Clara shook her head. There are a number of small guilds on the way to Bime. The adventurers working at such places are usually there out of attachment to the location, so it will be difficult. Even adventurers had the concept of home. Traveling around, challenging the labyrinths, gathering comrades, and adventuring even more. It's not like they're all like that. Miranda spoke. Before heading to Bime, we'll have to get our luggage in order. I'll bet they have a better selection of goods there than here. If we buy a ticket, we can get to the border, and after that. Novum spoke. Rather than looking into it, I just asked Eva-san, but it seems that while in Bonsium, Bime and some other places make use of coupled carriages, a larger portion of places do not. Meaning we might be going on foot. Monica revived. Then it's time to roll out Porter. Monica will take care of all the modifications. Shannon spoke. So it's already decided? What? Shannon was looking at me with a face that seemed to want to say something. I refrained from asking it up to now, but... Yeah, what is it? She spoke to me. Just what is the goal of this party supposed to be? They usually have one, right? Like growing to the scale of a mercenary brigade, or raising your name, and coming under the service of some country, or something like that. Hearing that, I stayed silent. Miranda. Yeah, I've yet to hear it as well, but could it be there isn't one? Arya was. I want to become first-rate as an adventurer. I don't know about the rest. Clara. Well, getting in experience is important for support, and if I follow alongside this party, I'm sure to encounter quite a bit. I'm thinking of opening up a bookstore in the future. Novum spoke. Lyle Sama's goal is to become a top-class adventurer, and to be surrounded by women. The fruition of such a goal is coming quite close. I covered my face with both my hands, and turned red to my ears. That's wrong. While I definitely said it, I never thought it'd actually get underway. And his cold eyes began to gather on me, Monica. Be at ease, chicken dickwad. I shall always be by your side. I'll never part, you hear? I'll definitely never part, so prepare yourself, damn it. As she drew closer, I hit her on the head. Don't get so excited all of a sudden. You're scaring the children. Coo, it's a pain that none of my databases work on him. Is this that so-called generation gap? I thought. While she may be saying something, I'm sure she's wrong. The conversation had derailed, so I put all the opinions together. Well then, we'll be taking care of preparations for the voyage to Bime. Rest a while, and recover energy, while gathering information on the Free City. There weren't any particular objections voiced, so I finalized the trip to Bime. Come to think of it, I'll be getting some free time, but how should I spend it? Even if I'm to collect info, it's only for the trip. Like how their current state is, or which roads would be safest. That's all I need to learn. Maybe I should get a hobby. And messing around a bit doesn't sound bad. That's what I thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 3, The Underside of a Promotion. The Underside of a Promotion. Within the palace. Having been called there, Clark and Norma stood still as they accepted their paperwork. Norma shouted out a protest to the minister before her. What is the meaning of this? A demotion to award success. The minister spoke. Demotion? Are you not making a mountain of a molehill? It has been accepted from times long past that granting land to a knight who performs well is a valid reward. Just think about it, your current annuity, or an income much greater than that of your current position. Such words came from the minister's greasy face, but Norma still wasn't satisfied. She had kept at it as a knight of the imperial court. She couldn't accept suddenly being made into a provincial noble. Even if they were calling it land, it was merely a remote region the court was having trouble deciding on a governor for. Its population didn't even cross 200. Clark asked the minister. But sir. Should I not be made a decurio? Your loyalty has been factored into evaluation. You've done your part finely for over 10 years as a knight. With this, you have your own peerage as well. He was granted his own court rank, and accepted as a feudal lord. What's more, his remote region made him Norma's neighbor. Are you certain this isn't a demotion? When it came to finances, a court centurio did, sure enough, fall behind a feudal lord noble. But living in the capital and the sticks couldn't be compared. Managing a territory was quite hectic work. Living in the capital was the option much more appealing to Norma. I'm telling you to shut your mouth. You've received such favorable treatment simply because the public sees you as heroes. The knights who rose in rank. Those that have become knights from this point onwards. I wonder just where their salary is going to come from. Be thankful that you even got awarded anything. Clark thought. But you just threw out some remote region you thought of as a pain to manage yourselves. His situation was practically identical. A settlement of around 120 heads. Don't think too hard on it. The peerage within the capital strives to maintain the status quo. Even if you're the lowest rank, you're a splendid noble, you know? Provincial nobles didn't have to pay taxes to the palace, but at the same time, their income didn't come from it. Knowing that, Clark had worried over the possibility ever since he had returned alive. Norma was truly making a pale expression. It's an award from His Majesty. It couldn't be that you're denying it, are you? As if he knew everything, the minister was making quite a splendid smile. And his face turned earnest. An important guest is paying a visit to Central. We can't be spending all our time on these paltry matters. Now return and finish your paperwork with all due haste. The Circry house. Ralph made a fist and slammed it down hard on his desk. The hippogriff he had bought under Lyle's deception was in pieces once the ice melted. This is the hippogriff your dear daughter slew. Thank you for the purchase. Parental love FTW. Was written on the paper stuck to the back. The rumors had it as 2 hippogriffs and 1 griffin. When the expeditionary force had returned, he had confirmed their 2 hippogriffs. Just when he had been feeling relieved, a rumor came to ear of how a merchant purchased the griffin. That brat. Letting out a strained voice, Ralph stared at the document on the desk. He had hoped for the annihilation, or heavy loss of the expeditionary force. That didn't go so well. When the squadron returned with merits on their backs, the palace hurriedly moved to gather the appropriate funds. But a number close to 100 got promoted. Bitter as it may seem, if they didn't issue out promotions, the palace's reputation would plummet. The plans within the palace were torn up, as they searched for means to deal with it. And the Circry house went through a large change due to the issue. Due to his mistake in presenting the hippogriff, he had some responsibility shoved onto himself. His peerage was lowered a rank. His position and status followed along. The Circry house was now demoted to a barren house. Those around likely recognized them as on the road to ruin, and their relations would likely start to gradually decline. Just how hard do you think our family struggled to maintain this position? He was overcome with irritation, but managed to reset his expression with some deep breaths. He changed his train of thought. I'll have to cut down on a number of servants now. I guess I can finally be free of Braid. Deciding his first course of action would be to fire Braid, Ralph thought over Marcus, who would move her up a rank in the imperial court from his achievements. I guess he's more decent than Braid? But that isn't nearly enough to maintain the Circry house. Whether they marry or not, it looks like I'll have to place my hopes on whatever grandchildren I'm to have. He stood, and turned his mind to his two remaining daughters. The second daughter Doris, and third daughter Lucy. All spoiled because Miranda was already there. Somehow to get those two off to an outside. He decided to send them off to some provincial noble for the purpose of education. It has to be as strict a place as possible. That'll give them all the more opportunities to learn of reality. We really should keep a distance from Central until things work themselves out. Since the Walt house was visiting Central, Ralph had raised his vigilance. It may become surprisingly rough here. I'll play with the fringe parties a while. Having misgivings of the state of the capital as of late, Ralph was to use this opportunity to gain a little distance from it. And 'tis a pity for Miranda. But with a man that competent, I'm sure it'll be fine. Shannon will be safe enough as well. Making the momentary expression of a father, he quickly returned to his earnest face. I'll admit my defeat this time around. For him to be so crafty at that age. There's no way that boy's going to become a decent adult. While thinking over how he wasn't one to talk, Ralph walked down the halls of his mansion. How strange. I dropped by a certain casino in Central, but after entering the establishment with a single gold coin in hand, I ended up leaving with 1 gold and 1 silver. Coin, I tried my hand at various things, but it never seemed to click with me. What should I do? This isn't fun at all. When I said that, the sixth spoke. Lyle, do you hate to gamble? You know, that adrenaline rush that comes when you risk it all? I rolled the jewel with my fingertip to signal my denial, and the fifth called out. Just what fun is there supposed to be in gambling? 60 spent, 40 earned, was it? You'd surely earn more by owning a casino itself. Nothing but a complete waste of time. An opinion fitting of one devoted to efficiency. But there. No, but this sort of thing's important too. The real problem was that if you didn't control them, they started getting less legal by the minute, so I left the Verdun house to manage them. Hearing that, those besides the third, fourth up. Wait, the hell's with that? Oi, could it be that big boss of the underground was? No wonder I could never smoke him out. The Verdun house. Damn ungrateful bastards. With that loyal mask of theirs, were they laughing to themselves as they participated in the countermeasure meetings against them? Just how much pain do you think I? Come to think of it, there was something like that on our territory. When I recalled the underground organization keeping the brigands of the Weiss territory in order, the ancestors began quarreling over the measures they had raised to put a stop to them in the past. The third spoke in a cheerful tone. I forgot to tell you. Sorry, my bad. I mean, I totally died in battle, you see? There's really no objection you can raise to that defense. The fourth spoke. That may be the case. Yet still, you freaking formed an evil organization for your own agenda, and put us through tribulations for years to come. AAAAAAAAAH. The Verdun house. I remembered the next head of the Verdun house, my senior disciple. When I went to learn swordsmanship, I received training alongside him. Alfred, He's already sworn allegiance to my sister seals, and one of those who called me the good-for-nothing of the Walt house. Up to a point, I'm sure he was a kind brotherly figure, but at present, I don't have any decent memories left of him. Passing through the exit of the casino, I listened in on the voices from the Jewel as I merged into a crowded street. Using skills, I kept my distance with whatever pickpockets were interested in me, and continued listening in. And when I tried marrying off a daughter, they rejected. Did they think we'd find them out? God damn it. The fifth reminisced on his own time, and stored in some anger for the Verdun house. The sixth as well. They never had the intentions of hostility. They just wanted to parasitize off of us, no wonder my skill never reacted. Vexed. Quite vexed he was. The seventh. Damn you Verdens, drinking up all the honey we offered, and sneering at us all the same. There, I thought. Can the current me beat Alfred? At least in sparring, I was never able to win to the end. There was our difference in age, but that last time, we locked blades without holding back. I remembered feeling something that could be called bloodlust and cramping up. And... it's the hero. Almost jumping at the sudden voice, I looked around to find wearing comfortable clothing on the top, and short pants that looked as if they were stuck fast to her body below Eva waving her hand at me. She was making a slightly tired expression. Eva? San? Oh, you really are quite different from yesterday. That was interesting, so I wanted to talk to you at least once more before it wore off. As she directed a smile like that of a mischievous child, I scratched my face, and felt it redden. So what business do you have with me, Eva-san? Just Eva's fine. I thought I might as well give thanks for last time. I did earn quite a bit from it. And to her, well, I'm glad for that. By thanks, you mean? How does lunch sound? I thought for a moment. Then make it on my treat, and treat me to some dessert. I made just a little at the casino. When I said that, she asked me. That's surprising. You don't look like the type. So how much did you win? 1 gold coin invested, 1 silver profit. She made a questionable expression. I see, a gold's a bit too large for my wallet. 1 gold invested, and a silver earned, dicey, perhaps? In that case, I'll leave the meal to you and buy you a dessert. I was just getting hungry. The hour was a little past noon. I took Eva around to find a moderately priced restaurant, and she gave her own recommendation. There's a store I heard about upon coming to Central that I don't mind leading you to. Follow me. Saying that, she led me off to a store quite separated from the main road. Entering, I found it relatively compact, but well tended to. A large majority of the customers were elves. Is it all right for me to enter? It's fine. You're a customer as long as you pay for the title. She went and sat at a counter seat, so I took a seat beside her. As she started talking of how her earnings for the day were the best since she had come to Central, the elf manager came over to our seats. Eva's boyfriend? Even when you said Sans would be your only love, the young uns will grief over this one. The one who said that with a smile was a young male elf. But Eva was. Can it, old man? This man is Lyle, my precious source of information. Cut him a discount, will ya? I raised my head in shock upon hearing the manager be called an old man, and perhaps understanding from the gesture, he began to explain. It's because elves show signs of age slower than the other races. It's been quite a while, and yet I still look like this. Now then, about that discount for our precious customers. I guess regulars are important. I left it to Eva, so she began ordering. The manager returned to the depths of the store, and a waitress hurriedly came up to us. Ive brought your water. You, the manager already took our order, you know. On Eva's tired expression, the young female elf girl hung her head. Is she the manager's daughter? When I said that, Eva shook her head. She isn't that much older than me, but she's the wife. Don't try hitting on her or anything. And I'm just wondering exactly what impression you seem to have of me. There, a voice came from the jewel. It was the fourth. I doubt there's any helping it. Think back to these past few days, and just try giving an objection. Out with it. His voice was quite cheerful, and it ended up bringing back memories of the past few days. The more I tried to bury them, the more vividly they revived in my head. Wrong. That me surely isn't the real me. The fifth spoke. Normally, you'd be able to manage it better the more times you experience it, but in your case, if a normal person had your skill, perhaps they would have gone through more than 5 growths by now. You need a ridiculous amount of experience, and grow in proportion, so I don't think your psyche can build up a resistance, you know. Even if you lay it out like that, like hell, I'm just going to accept it. My expression became dark. Eva moved in to console me. Wait. It was just a joke. And wait, when you have so many women following you around, why is it that your mental fortitude is so low? I spoke to her. A past I wanted to forget simply came back to me. Don't you have something like that as well? She shook her head. In the high tensions following a growth, all that happens is that I recall some old songs and such. I've heard quite a lot, but we don't go through as drastic of changes as humans do. I'm beginning to envy the elves. But it was interesting, so isn't that enough? It's something to talk about in times to come, so why not get over it? I never asked for this. The surrounding employees nervously attempted to halt our momentum. After finishing my meal with Eva, I began contemplating just how I should spend my day off again, when I spotted Clarkson looking to be in quite a hurry. He was paying a visit to a store dealing in agricultural tools, and ferrying out negotiations. The shopkeeper declined him with a strained expression, and on hearing that, Clarkson hung his shoulders. Unable to fathom why an imperial knight like him would have a need for farm tools, I decided to call out to him. "Clarkson." "Oh, it's Lyle Cohen." We sat on a nearby bench together, and after hearing out his situation, the third spoke. "A settlement of population under 120, is it?" To the man who had suddenly become a feudal lord, I had absolutely no idea what to say. "So you've become a lord all of a sudden?" I was surprised myself, but I've no choice but to abide the royal decree. Still, I haven't the slightest idea what to do with everything going on. Norma-san was to become one as well, apparently, and she didn't seem too happy about it. The fourth spoke. "It's because there are various types of settlements. If they don't have the right skilled workers, they'll be forced to cooperate with the surrounding provinces. Perhaps it's simply too hard on an imperial knight." The fifth was. "The lord of a settlement, I see. Well, based on location, it may be a tasty proposition, but a large majority of them are fated to be destitute. The sixth. "We have more knowledge on managing settlements than anything the man'll find on paper over here. The seventh. "Personally, I think he should get in touch with whoever's going to be his superior. If he doesn't get a better grasp of a situation, he can't make a proper move. Hearing that opinion, the third laughed. Just what do you think you're talking about, men? There is absolutely nothing he can do at this point. I gripped the jewel in search of an explanation. Seeing Clarkson's enervated expression, I wanted to have some advice to give. "Please throw me a bone here." Sensing my intentions, the third went on. "Listen here. Even if a feudal lord is dispatched all of a sudden, he's pretty much a stranger. He's got to live a year or two there, and learn the rules of the land. While the palaces may be muddled, the human relations of any small settlement can be just as varied. Only after understanding all of that should he think about the direction to push the territory. The fourth spoke. "If there's a governor at the moment, meeting him may be a good idea as well. If that governor has a manor or something there, he'd better set up a meeting while he's still in the capital, or it will become a pain. The third spoke. "Just buy the manor, why don't you? If I may add on, information on the present state brings in money. Whatever governor'd be happy to divulge information to the hero who slayed a griffin, I'm telling you." In a sense, isn't that a threat? As I thought that, the third generation offered some advice. The standard is to hear a specialist's opinion, make modifications, and mediate if a problem pops up. Even if you call them all feudal lords, it's not like all of them take care of everything, and all he really has to do is socialize with his villagers while keeping a set distance. Do what you have to, and don't get too involved. That's all it takes for one to be thought of as a splendid lord. Is that really enough? That's what I thought. But here, the fourth. Right. You should ask Clark if he has any heirs. I'm sure he can make a few petitions to the court as well. The knowledge from my time is old, so I'm not fully certain. The third spoke to me. "Lyle, look at who you're speaking to. Clarkson will find a way fitting of him, so just give some safe advice for now. I passed on the advice to Clarkson. To a depressed Clarkson, I handed on the ancestors' advice. After proceeding to the palace, Clark carried out a petition for a transition of authority. "Father, I'm quite certain that 15 is quite a bit too young for a feudal lord." The boy who was a little shorter than Clark was quite flustered. In regards to his son, Clark spoke. "Even if it may just be in shape, it's not a bad deal to have you become a lord here. Returning and requesting an audience after we head all the way there will take a considerable amount of time. And if it's now, they should be a little more accommodating. Because you're the griffin-slaying hero? While I know you're earnest, I still can't believe you really did anything like that." While thinking over how his son really had a good eye for people, Clark continued pacing in the palace. He was going to stop by the house of the knight previously dispatched as governor to the land, and if that man held a manor there, he was going to buy it off of him. A majority of governors did have something like that, and they were discarded as easily as loose change. If you pile up dust, not the nicest story. This is half of the idiom. If you pile up dust, it will eventually become a mountain. In order to carry out life over there, he asked for necessary information from former governors, and made preparations according. Clark's son seemed quite worn out from the succession paperwork and all else. "We're just going right home after this one, right?" "Sorry, after this, you'll be having a marriage interview." Eh? Clark persisted he had forgotten to bring it up, and offered an apology. All the way over there, well, it seems finding a wife will be a living hell. And it seems keeping some connection to the capital is best. I never heard of this. To his panicked son, Clark desperately spoke up the things he had forgot to mention. I'm sorry. But they have it hard on their side as well. I mean, they have all the meetings with the second and third sons of craftsmen, and have to pay visits to them too, and you see, if it's now, the name of the Griffin Slayer will get you through. Now's all we have. With this, I'm sure we'd all be better off if you didn't kill the beast. Don't say it. His son only knew the official story on the matter, so Clark didn't get angry at him. Even so, there's quite a lot to do. He was better off than not knowing what to do at all, but now his head was spinning from the excess work. On top of that, he was also thinking to take up immigrants from Central. If he did that, the population would increase, so the palace would pay out an additional subsidiary aid payment. Next, for whoever looks like they'd be reliable on military matters. I really should have learned a bit more from Lyle on that one. Never thought he'd know that much alone. Clark was thankful, but he hadn't the slightest idea his knowledge on the matter came from the ancestors in the jewel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 4, The Third's Past. The Third's Past. It transpired in a cafe of the capital. Trying to somehow pass by my day off, I tagged along with Clara when she went out. Following on her quest to buy a book, we circled around the bookstores of the imperial capital to find one she had yet to read before, and it became noon before we knew it. As per usual, she had been too concentrated on the task at hand to remember anything pertaining to food, so I gave a bitter smile as I treated her to lunch. After the meal, I sipped some tea as I checked over the volume Clara had purchased. The title The Miracle of Remelrant was written on the cover, and it covered the details of the war that engraved the Third's name and the Walt house's name into the history of the country. While reading it, ain't happening. Within the world of the book, Slay Walt was supposedly a baronet. TL, baronet is the class between knight and baron. The book depicted him as giving counsel to the king. Its time period was one where Bonsium destroyed a country known as Remelrant, and greatly expanded its landmass. The country often waged wars on neighboring nations, but it lacked what could be called a decisive blow. And so small victories continued piling up, and the country's land expanded in quite a plain fashion. However, Remelrant was also a large superpower, and the first to press the Bonsium kingdom so hard. The reason the Third grew so famous was because he made himself a sacrifice to attain victory in a battle that had to be won at all costs, but... My liege! We must divide up the army here. If the enemy directs their power on a single point, our numbers are too scarce. Our stronghold is much too fragile. The king. I know that, Slay. But if we do not put up a fight here, the future holds nothing for the kingdom of Bonsium. Against this encroaching enemy force, if we don't gain a large victory here, they will merely continue to wear us down. Our only option is to throw the dice here. The Third. My liege. I understand. I, Slay Walt, shall accompany you to the end. And so, even when outnumbered, they divided the army only to have the enemy breach their encampment and endanger the stronghold. The Third again. My liege, please take flight. The king. As if I could do that. With my sword in hand, I will cut them down here. Third. What could you be insinuating? You are a man essential to Bonsium, now and evermore. Just leave everything to me. I will surely buy the time for your retreat. Saying that, the Third commanded all the troops present to assault. The Bonsium kingdom received the time it needed, and after regrouping and reorganizing, they succeeded in encircling and defeating the Remelrant army. After taking down the enemy commander, the king. This victory, it would never have come to be without dear Slay. That man is the true hero of Bonsium. And so on and so forth. Reading the contents through me, the Third spoke in a low voice. The hell's this? Absolutely disgusting. Just who was it, the bastard that put out this useless mess of a fabrication as if it were the truth? Do they take me for a fool? He seemed considerably irritated. Finishing the book, I turned to Clara. What's wrong? From the eyes of a Walt, is that book the truth? On her the question, the Third spoke. Lyle, tell Clarachan that this is just too cruel. And wait, if this is supposed to be the official story, then no hits to the face would be enough to make me forgive that incompetent whelp. The Fifth spoke? Was something wrong? The dialogue aside, it's true you bought time for the retreat, and contributed greatly to victory, correct? The Third screamed out. It's all wrong. I'll never forgive the son of Abich. I mean, first of all, the one to take down the commander was me, you know. The fourth spoke. Eh? First I'm hearing of it. The third. That damn incompetent. It's rare for the third to be in such ill spirits. I gave Clara my honest impressions. The contents are, well, simply too far from reality. They're off? Then I'd be glad to hear the truth handed down through the Walt house. A majority of publications tell the same story. On her words, the third let out an enthusiastic shout. Give it to her straight, Lyle. Now is the time for the truth to come out. No, I only know the book's story too, you know. I tapped the jewel and let it roll to show my refusal. Whyy. He seemed quite unsatisfied. I'm not that knowledgeable about it. I'll try remembering what I was told, so could you give me some time? I said that with a bitter smile, and Clara nodded. I'm sure there's information only known to their heirs, and some contents may be off. I'll be waiting. She truly seemed happy as she took the book I left on the table in hand. Reaching for another from her pile of novels, it appears she planned to read them all in the cafe. I called to the waiter. Excuse me, 2 refills for tea, please, Stott. I felt bad not ordering anything, so I requested some drinks. Well, this isn't a bad feeling. More worthwhile than yesterday's gambling, at least. Thinking that, I borrowed another book from her and began reading. Midnight. The one who dragged me into the jewel when I was trying to sleep was the third generation who still seemed irritated over the day's events. I spoke. No, I don't think you have to go this far. There. Don't want to. I absolutely don't want to be thought of as having died for that guy's sake. I'm going to show you reality firsthand, so make sure you put it to memory. His irritation eroded away his usual calm demeanor. The fourth was also participating in the discussion, and he looked a little tired. Well, perhaps it's best to get it off your chest. Not that I really want to see it. It seems the fourth harbored some mixed feelings. I mean, the one who prepared the house for its elevation to baron status, and assisted in various ways, was the third's hated king. Led by the third, the 2 of us entered his room. As a baronet house, the Walt mansion was much wider than during the second's time. The furniture and ornaments looked extravagant, but I doubt the third cared much for them, as they were few in number. The fourth spoke. How nostalgic. A little pissed, the third. You said you aided the house in getting us promoted or something, but look here. Fundamentally, the baronet class has better prospects. You get quite a bit of freedom, and after becoming a baron, you have to do things like look after the surrounding territories, and it's all nothing but a pain, I tell you. It doesn't look like the third was happy that the Walt house attained baron status. Walking around the mansion, I saw the employees working in good humor. In the first time, and wait, the seconds as well, the servants, or how should I put this, well, they all really give off this family feeling. The third spoke. It's because we took in widows, and kids without parents from the village, and put them to work here. I hate the stiff and formal stuff, and as long as you tell them to look diligent whenever the guests come, isn't it all fine? The fourth spoke. In my time, those that hadn't received proper education were, come to think about it, I did have to scold them quite a bit. Leaving the mansion, a street came into sight. There was an open marketplace, and the streets were brimming with energy. The efforts of the first and second were finally starting to bear fruit here. And walking down those crowded streets, the scene began shifting to a battlefield. The third was issuing orders atop a horse. From here on, we will be stalling the enemy. There's no need to win. Lock them down, and wait to welcome in our reinforcements. He shouted out orders with a clear lack of motivation, and the way his equipment hung on his body truly suited him, is how I would put it. The villagers the second had trained moved just as he ordered. The knights gathered around him looked to be quite a competent assortment. While looking upon them, the third moved on and spoke to me. After that damn incompetent took power, he just went about picking fight after fight with the neighboring lands. It's a lie that we were the ones being attacked. It's because Bonsium was relatively vast, and if anyone was ever to try laying hands on it, it would likely be settled with a brief skirmish with local lords. The scene changed to a meeting in a large tent. Though with his characteristically red hair cut short, the king sat on his large chair giving off quite a brazen bearing. The third locked his glare on the young man, and spoke. This incompetent, you see, after his enthronement, he said something downright idiotic about wanting to leave his name to history. For a petty reason like that, the wars kept raging on. Whatever he needed to pay, he would compensate with plunder, and distribute the stolen land. That's the kind of man he was. The king spoke. We must achieve a large victory here, and burn the country that called me a fool, Remelrant, to the ground. We've already pinned down numerous small wins, but I'm sure this time will be a large battle. It was a war where both sides' armies numbered in the tens of thousands. The third stood in the council, by the side of the Baron who had control of the land at the time. The king. We'll split the army into 5. They'll think our main base will be too short-staffed, and when they break into it, we shall surround them from all sides. Shave down their power here, and the country of Remelrant has no future. Take whatever you want as compensation. Hearing that, the gathered noblemen displayed quite a wide range of expressions. Some shouting out in great joy. Some expressionless. Some clearly reluctant. The third generation explained. If they take soldiers from their land and lead them to battle, those soldiers will die. That's their populace they're talking about. Having too many is also a problem, but with all the fighting, we were all quite short of men. I'd already seen off dozens of soldiers to their deaths. With only 100 soldiers to his name, the third was serving as something of a retainer at the moment. It seems his ruling baron did rely on him, as he sought his opinion. Slay, think we can win this? He's celebrating too soon. If they concentrate on a point, and manage to actually take our stronghold, it really will be the end for us. And with all the wars going on, the soldiers haven't had the time for actual drilling. There are plenty a lord whose men aren't even equipped to satisfaction. After hearing out the third's premonitions of failure, the baron spoke. My liege. It's dangerous if we leave the stronghold too unguarded. If something is ever to happen to you, then Bonsium is. And the king laughed aloud. Ha ha, to savages of that level? You really believe we'll lose, Baron? The surrounding eyes gathered on the man, and powerlessly, he. No, nothing of the sort. And after the battle started, the fortress was thrown into a panic. A blood-stained messenger arrived at the gate. Even while surrounded, the enemy forces continue on in a straight path to this stronghold. That can't be. Standing from his luxurious seat, the king sought confirmation with the messenger time and again. They proceed on whilst surrounded. Why? By my plan, they should have lost their will to fight by now. His surroundings were in chaos, and he knew he had to retreat. But the argument came that the enemy would only chase them further. The scariest thing in a war was a fighting retreating. Shots fired at a fleeing army. With their backs shown, soldiers and knights would simply be struck down without resistance. The third let out a deep sigh, and stood in front of the king. Hey. What is it, you? I'm Baronet Slay Walt, more importantly, just give out your orders already. Isn't this all happening because of your slip-up in the first place? What insolence to His Majesty! Nobles voicing such opinions were not the minority. But condemning eyes did begin to fall on His Royal Highness. You all, just who do you think you're? As the king tried squeezing out such a voice, the third smacked him. Ah, he used a skill there. Having been smacked by a fist boosted by the first skill, the king's eyes turned teary. He leaned on his precious chair, and rubbed his face. At the same time, the third. As if I care. Did anyone here swear loyalty to a man like you? What I swore myself to was nothing but the seat you lowered yourself into. I swore loyalty to a king with power, but I've no memory of devoting myself to you. And there are plenty who would be happy to take your place. The nobles drew their swords. The king let out a high scream, and those loyal to him drew their blades as well. But they were the minority. The third dismissed them with his hand. The Walt house will take up the rear. Well, we're only a few tens here, but we'll surely buy the time. Baron, I'll leave the rest to you. There, the baron nodded. I understand. And the third spoke while looking down over the king. The reason I'm following you here is because of how important the authority you inherited is. If you fall to Remelrant, then Bonsium shall be overrun. Listen here, I'm not going to risk my life for your sake. I'll only risk it for my land. So have you finally gotten a grasp of it, my dear incompetent king? Saying that, the third exited the tent. The scene lost its color, and I spoke. I'm surprised the Walt house wasn't destroyed there. The fourth held the same opinion. Exactly. What's more, he actually treated the house well after that one? The third spoke in an uninterested tone. Well, it's because I threatened him. And if something were to happen to my land after that, I'm sure the provincial nobles would have rioted. After having his self-confidence crushed here, he became a king quite easy to use by both the feudal and imperial nobles. And after defeating Remelrant here, we had to go on the offense ourselves. Swapping out kings would be a pain, I'll bet. Perhaps his greatest luck was that he didn't suddenly die an unnatural death? Before they could recover their national strength, we would take them over. That dangerous decision was what the Bonsium kingdom had made. The third spoke. There's no justice to it. It's just how many people do you think fell to that man's self-satisfaction? I'll just add this on, but... Giggling a little, the third explained. I used my skill to put a little suggestion in his head. Whenever he thought about laying hands on the Walt house, he would start seeing nightmares. This guy's bad news. That's what I thought, but it seems everyone around him was the same, so I have no idea what to say. The third made a serious face. We were already at our limits. The only ones left with any motivation were the imperial nobles, and those that wanted to gain some new land and become nobles. What's more, they stated it was us provincial nobles' obligation to go out and killed us off like that. The third gave a dark smile as he went on about the high probability of the king's death by unnatural causes. Thinking over that, perhaps it was precisely the third's punch that let that man survive the whole ordeal. The scene changed, and this time the Walt house's forces were projected around. With his usual demeanor, the third just thrust at whatever enemy comes close. So anyone here want to die? I was sure no one would volunteer at such words, but a single soldier in the prime of his life stepped forward. I had seen that face somewhere before. Isn't that one of the villagers that mouthed off to the second? The man spoke to the third. I've caused much trouble to your predecessor. I doubt this will repay much, but let me accompany the young master. The third spoke. So you're never going to fix that way of addressing me? Well, so be it. If we lose here, Bonsium will enter a defensive battle, slowly being shaved away. Since we've done our fair share of rampaging, I'm sure they won't think twice about plundering us, and just what will become of the women and children. There, another stepped up. It was a young knight. Me too. The third punched the knight off his feet with a smile. Well, too bad for you. No young uns allowed. Anyone younger than me has some work to do from now. Freshly weds also rejected. I guess I'll throw in the conditions of forever alone, or a child who can stand already. 'Cause you're totally going to die if you participate, you know. A few soldiers came to the front. They were all from their late 20s to early 40s. Their numbers were close to 40. Yep, looks good. And we're off. I'll leave the rest to you. Mounting his horse with light bearing, he took the weapons of the young soldiers and distributed them to the others. After getting their equipment in order, he urged his steed onward. The images turned gray, and their time stopped. The fourth spoke. That was quite horrendous. The third spoke. It really was. That's why I hate that incompetent half-wit. It's not like we wanted to die there, you know. We all wanted to return alive. But, if we lost there, then we'd be the oppressors. From the enemy's eyes, nothing but terrible folks. We did our worst to them, and then complained we didn't want to lose. The third gazed up at the ash-colored sky, and spoke. War really is the worst. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 5, The Fourth's Memory. The Fourth's Memory. I watched the memories flow by in the room the third had dragged me to. He usually came off as quite aloof, but I was able to understand why he ended up standing on the battlefield. With less than 50 soldiers following his lead, the third launched his attack while using his skills. And around him, a few thousand soldiers joined the march. No, rather than that, knights with conspicuous attire began appearing. And among them, the third's troops disappeared. This is, I watched the scene, and the fourth looked at the ground around them. So you were even capable of producing shadows for them? The third pridefully pushed out his chest. That's right. This is my skill, its final stage, dream. A skill to show off an illusion of reality. Though its ability to do actual damage is non-existent, perhaps? Looking at the third's face when he said that, I swallowed my spit. In a book I read before, a blindfolded person was made to touch a normal bar of iron, and was convinced he received actual burns, but... There, the third nodded. Well, that's quite an extreme example there. In truth, there's no guarantee it'll ever succeed. And... The Remorant soldiers they were fighting began to notice the trickery. Oi, these guys are just illusions. There's someone here using a skill. Where are the injured? The skill holder should be around there. Noticing they were fighting mere phantasms, the knights began regaining their composure. And within all of that, the third found their commander and drew his sword. Leaping off from his horse, the man swung down his sword. The third beside me began explaining the scene. the first skill, and the seconds. I inherited them all. By mouth. They were scared to leave written records. But that ended up backfiring. The enemy was too strong. Even I knew it would be impossible with a single blow. The commander who fell off his horse from the third's attack screamed out. What cowardice! You malingering Bonsium dogs! I won't deny that one, but we can't be losing here. While cutting down the elite guards swarming about him, the third fought with the army's supreme commander. He would create illusions of himself about him and make sport of his opponent. I looked around and noticed the source of my own unease. The Remelrand soldiers are. The third spoke. Fighting one another, right? That's also a skill of mine, control. The fourth put his hand to his face. You really are an underhanded one. The third whispered, there was no helping it. Unless I used it, we would have lost. I didn't want to have to, but the battlefield wasn't far from our territory. If the enemy continued on with their momentum, it would all have been taken over. So even something like that was covered up by the Bonsium of the time. The fact they all fought for justice was a lie, it seems. And as I went through some inevitable sentiment, the situation around began to change. Allies fell dead one after another. Their numbers were too different from the start. And having lost the leisure to do so, the third had stopped producing his illusions. And the lowered battle axe of the commander sent the third's right arm flying through the air. But no, that one's an illusion? In an earnest face, the third. And that's yet another way to use it. The third sword was now deeply embedded in the commander's chest. The animosity of those around began to gather on him. Perhaps out of mana, the third was swaying on his feet. All that was left was for him to be killed or taken. Chaos was beginning to break out in the Remelrand army that had lost its leader. At that moment, young master! A few bloodstained soldiers ran up to him with a horse. They forcefully lifted him onto it. Please be off. Yeah. With a hollow expression, the third was using the last of his power to conceal their actions. The raining magic fell onto illusory men, and the arrows pierced the same. And the soldiers that let the third escape were. Why, after being so harsh in the second's time, they had died while smiling. The third spoke. Lyle, those men did not die for me. For the land I governed, for their homelands, they threw down their lives. I'm sure they have their personal reasons as well, but the reason I was saved was because it would be best for the territory. I thought it was quite a cold opinion. It was only then that the Bonsium main force began to surround the Remelrand army. Witnessing the scene, the third clenched his fist. He put all his strength into clenching it. It seems he had yet to find satisfaction with the outcome. That's why he hates them so. From the front, the force that retreated had managed to regroup, and attacked with cavalry at its center. Magic came down on the Remelrand forces, and their formation was too disorderly for them to make any proper moves. And like that, they were encircled, and assailed with crushing blows. The scene changed once more, and there was the Walt house's encampment. It seems that quite some time had passed from the battle. Lying down, the third was quite worn away from arrows and magic attacks. Nobles and the kings entered his tent, and thanked him while he couldn't even give a proper reply. Seeing his own sickly form, the third. Why can't they just let me rest already? Good grief. He seemed quite fed up. The fourth was staring at the entrance to the tent. And while the third's final moments were approaching. Father! A fourth in his teens cursed in. Max! I'm sorry. Really, sorry, here. Accepting the blue jewel the third held out, the fourth let out rough breaths, clenched his fists, and wept. And it all stopped moving. Everything around was dyed a drab gray, and the third started to speak. I didn't die for anyone's sake. In order to protect my own territory, I made other sacrifices to the best plan I could think up to win the war. It's because I knew it was impossible for the others. The only one capable of cheating their way through was me. On the third's joking tone, the fourth seemed to want to say something. The third spoke. Now then, that's where my story ends. You understand it was never anything so simple now, right? And what I wanted to protect, nah, I'll leave it at that. I'm sure you understand it well enough. And with those words, I returned to the room with the circular table. Only me and the fourth were there. The third holed himself in his room, it seems. The fourth took off his glasses, and began to wipe them off. Lyle, since we're here, you're seeing my memories as well. I couldn't refuse. Sure. The scene I saw upon entering the fourth's room was one with the young fourth receiving the report of the third being in danger. A mud-covered and unsteady knight spoke of the third's attack. The one crying as he told the tale was the young knight the third had punched away. Slaysama assailed the enemy camp, the difference in numbers is hopeless. I deeply apologize. I truly apologize. Dismissing the sobbing knight was a woman in her 30s. She was probably the third's wife. Go get some rest. That man is really. Max, resolve yourself. Based on how the war goes, the enemies may be coming our way. Mother? Unable to comprehend the situation, the fourth spoke dumbfounded. That's a lie, right? I mean, father always came home just fine. He'd throw out some complaints, and say that he already worked enough for the rest of his life, so someone else should go do it, always. The next messenger arrived. A knight rushed into the mansion, and removed his helmet. The Bonsium army has come out victorious. Slaysama stalled the enemy, and bought enough time for his allies to regain their formation. The third's wife. And what about the man himself? There, the knight. He has returned, but his injuries are severe. I've only been ordered to report the situation. And to the fourth, the wife. Max, take your attendants and head to that man at once. Just as he was told, the fourth and those around began preparations to leave. The scene changed, and the fourth was galloping out with several knights. As I watched the fourth's impatient face, he spoke. It was at this moment. The time that my skill manifested. I just wanted to get there as fast as I could. I just wanted to see my father. With those thoughts on my mind, the skill came to be. Arriving ahead of schedule, he ran over to the third. Once that ended, the fourth changed the scenery again. It was a road that went on without end. The battlefield was quite close by. It really was a bother. And now I can only feel stupid about feeling so in debt to the main cause of all of this. You The fourth corrected the positioning of his glasses with his index finger. They caught the light. How about I teach you my next skill? I'm sure you can master it in no time, Lyle. Why yes. I ended up learning a skill from the fourth. But it wasn't anything all too difficult. Well, fundamentally, what comes after raising your own speed, is lowering your opponent's, right? As the fourth said that, he showed me by example. My feet suddenly began to feel heavy. As if I was moving in water. No, the resistance was greater than that. Skill up and down. Control all speed to your will. Drop your enemies, and raise your own. It's simple, but the difference it creates isn't a small one. It didn't have the flashiness the third showed off, but even so, it was an amazing skill. If used in a large-scale battlefield along with the seconds, it was one that would instantly give on the advantage. It's amazing. Though not as much as the third's. And I asked something that had been on my mind. The third said something about skills being handed down by mouth, or something. Yeah, I heard what sort of skill they were, but the third died off before he could say the rest. The effective uses of the firsts, seconds, and third skills were never handed through the Walt house. But they were quite useful nonetheless. Didn't have much trouble after that. Thinking about that, I realized my luck in being taught the skills like this. Skills that should have been lost were revived, and at the same time, I learned the memories behind them. It all started at that moment. I'm sure it started in motion when I heard the voices at Zell's house. After the fourth finished his explanation of his skills uses, he addressed me. Lyle, personally, I want you to regain the territory. Because I'm quite attached to it. That's. I found it hard to give an answer, so he went on. That's all I have to say for now. It seems the third just wants you to be free. The fifth is the same. But me and the sixth, and the seventh want you to inherit the land we love. I was driven out. As I thought that, he spoke. But after seeing the third's memory, I've done some thinking. You can do whatever you want, but make sure you protect what's important to you. Yes. He smiled. I see. Well, you've got Novum-chan and everyone else, so I'm sure it'll be hell. That wasn't my will. Ha, no, it's nothing. I became sullen, and the fourth laughed. And for some strange reason, I began to laugh as well. Morning. Opening my eyes, I felt a light fatigue. Having seen the third's and fourth's memories last night, I was forced to think over things even if I didn't want to. It wasn't the battle of a heroic tale. The third to protect what he had to, the fourth manifesting a skill to make it in time for his father's end. I raised the upper half of my body, stretched, and looked outside. The sunlight was blinding, and after exiting the bed, I opened the window. Central was noisy. Various voices and the sounds of life rung out. Now then, what should I do today? I started on the preparations to venture to Bime, but there wasn't anything particularly troublesome about that. We were also gathering intelligence, but it wasn't anything too dangerous. What piqued my interest more was the capital itself. According to Miranda and Shannon, it held a sense of discomfort it hadn't before. It's nothing I could understand, but the two that lived here could feel something off. But Arya didn't say anything in particular. Come to think of it, I get the feeling she said she was going out shopping or something today. Remembering her plans on shopping, I outfitted myself and thought to assist her. Novum was arranging our luggage, and Clara was circling around bookstores today. To carry out modifications on Porter, Monica was staying over at the warehouse we borrowed. I'll have to stop by there as well. While worrying whether she'd go haywire, I gave a smile. Things I want to protect, is it? A road not far from the imperial capital. There was the form of a worn-out group receiving emergency rations from the Walt house's soldiers. For the sake of the group that followed behind, they were offering up their foodstuffs. The reason they were so worn out was because a monster attack had claimed a large number of lives. Many were injured, and a few of them had lost most of their supplies. Among the merchants, some of them were making pale faces. Within the midst of that group, Seals walked in a white flowing coat. With warm-looking clothing, and a smile just as warm, she waved her hands to those around. Thank you for saving us. It's as if she's a goddess. I give my deepest gratitude. After she went through the trouble of personally stepping out, those around continued voicing words of gratitude. Seals was in quite a good mood. Behind her walked a knight in even higher spirits. It was Alfred. At his hip hung the dagger she had offered as a reward. Seals thought. Without even knowing why they were attacked, they offer me thanks. It really is an interesting spectacle. It sure does feel good after one does a good thing. Receiving thanks, being revered. Seals truly was in a good mood. She had requested her parents to set a monster on the group trailing behind. And as the Walt House knights and soldiers rose to fight it, they received the gratitude of all. She held in her urge to laugh, and stroked the hilt of the rapier at her waist. No, what she was stroking was the yellow gem portion of it. To such a good-humored young lass, Alfred called out. Seals-sama, it's time. Already? Seals tilted her head slightly in doubt, and a sound like the gulping of spit resounded in the area. As eyes filled with malice began to fall on Alfred, Seals smiled. That's no good, Alfred. From here on out, the people of Bonsium are to become my people as well. Returning his expression to a serious one, Alfred spoke. As expected of the ever-compassionate Seals. Now the two of them are waiting for you. Seals seemed a little fed up. Good grief. Father and mother have their troubles, I see. Alfred spoke. It's because it's an important moment. And the dignified sight of Seals-sama in the imperial court, we are waiting in anticipation. Stroking the yellow gem, she smiled. Right. I mean, it's the day Bonsium will become mine after all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 6, Omen. Omen. I was out shopping with Arya, looking at the list and making sure we had everything we needed together. A majority of what was written was groceries. Of the equipment we were currently using, we sold off everything that couldn't be used anymore. We brought our clothing to a second-hand store, and were able to trade in old armors or find buyers. The reason we were able to put in some break days in our information gathering is because of how good of a harvest we got from that last job. I won't go as far as to say we have no need to work, but we've created some time to sit back and relax. Next is camping goods, right? I do believe much of what we have is in shambles. Arya looked at her memo, and I helped carry her bags. I didn't think them really necessary, but establishing communication on days like these was important. And more than anything, I've been able to confirm as of late that communication was my weak point. That's why I've arranged my time like this. Come to think of it. Monica asked me to get her some lumber and tools. She also said to put in an order for nails. Arya was amazed. She can make all of that herself, can't she? I mean, she started saving up and, to put it bluntly, she's already richer than me. Monica managed and saved up all the living expenses I gave her. She also got rewards for jobs, and she was much firmer on managing money than Arya. Because of that, unlike the girl who used money on a regular basis, she was quite a rich one. No, you have your equipment to maintain and replace, so, look, that automaton generally doesn't use money in the first place. All she needed to function, no, even more than that, could easily be produced by Monica, and as long as she had the right materials, I'm sure she could accomplish most anything. But perhaps she didn't have the time, as she put in a request to a smithy. Yes, I know that, but I somehow feel that I've lost. Don't go picking fights with automata in the first place. And wait, how about stopping with those quarrels of yours? I'll just put this out there, but you're not going to win. Arya was usually quite full of openings, and Monica had a lot of information in her grasp. From the rotation of her undergarments, to the precise quantity of her secret snackings. She put a needless effort into her investigations. If you think of it like that, Novum and Miranda keep their guards up quite high. Clara has some apathetic parts to her lifestyle, and Shannon's around the same level as Arya. And by that logic. So Arya's on Shannon's level. What's that? Revise it this instant. Being put on such a level, even Arya was sure to refute. I promptly went on. Why you both have strangely lovable parts, is what I meant. When I gave an excuse, Arya's face turned a little red, and she walked off. So did I succeed? Or did I fail? While I thought that, the fourth spoke in a tone that implied he was grinning widely. Well, you sure grown, haven't you, my boy? If you want my honest opinion, you're still absolutely no good, but much better than how you started out. The fifth. More decent than the start. Look, in the past, you wouldn't even try to talk about it. The chiding voices of the ancestors was something I alone was forced to hear. I shook my head, and caught up with Arya. Was I really that bad? While chasing after her, a rumor floated into my ear. So the High Crown Prince finally made his choice. And that's how the cookie crumbles. I feel sorry for the Fonbue's princess, but from my point of view, it was the natural result. Some crown prince and princess came up in discussion. It was irrelevant to me, so I followed Arya's back. When we returned to the inn, Arya took her bags in hand, and went back to her room. On the first floor, Novum and Miranda were conversing. What to do for lunch? No, it wasn't a mild topic like that. They were making serious faces. I called out. What's the matter, the both of you? There, Novum. Ah, Lyle-sama. Good work. No, the truth is. What Novum informed me of was the rumor going around Central. Miranda was the one distraught. I tried to buy a ticket, but it looks like they'll be sold out for a while. Of all things, I heard an important announcement was about to be made in Central. The reason for Miranda's bewilderment was that the rumor proved to be true. I recalled the conversation I heard when out shopping. It was the rumors of Prince Rufus Bonsium and the foreign princess Leanne Fonbues. Novum gave an explanation. Accompanied by the breaking of their engagement was his proclamation of announcing a new fiancée shortly. While I do find it plenty odd, that is the direction the capital seems to be headed. I guess confusion is only natural. I mean, his former fiancée had always been in the imperial court. For over 10 years, as a catalyst to build friendly relations with the bordering nation of Fonbues. A political marriage to serve as a testament to that. Isn't it bad to break that up all of a sudden? The fifth spoke. In my time, it'd be war within the hour. The seventh too. Don't worry too much. It was exactly the same in my time. It isn't a sane decision at all. The sixth. Did he find a girl he liked, or something? Just mistress her and wife the other. The fourth addressed the sixth. You are simply terrible. Miranda spoke in amazements. Of course it's bad. That's the stuff wars are made of. But back when I was still in Central, I heard they were getting along perfectly. In truth, I was sure the future of both countries was to be stable. At the very least, I can say it was more than just politics going on there. It wasn't a loveless political marriage, it seems. And while he already had an engagement, he broke it off to announce a new one to the state. I can only think the poor man's lost it. Novum was curious about another matter. His next partner is the lone child of an influential provincial noble family, apparently. But that alone is quite strange. A provincial noble's only child. If they're marrying the crown prince, then they have to be count class or above, right? Was a connection with this house important enough to throw foreign affairs out the window? The heads of history, third and up. You are totally not. That one has to be a lie. It's not remotely possible. An only child, you say, that means the house dies out right there. Do they plan on having whatever child is born succeed? Perhaps they'll take in an heir from a branch family. But I've little to praise about such a decision. The clouds look quite menacing. Even if both parties were looking for an excuse for war, I get the feeling the playing field is a little too cramped. It does feel like the precursor to a typhoon, and after so long, the first did say it. That the era would be a stormy one. That times go into disarray when a monster steps on the stage. Or perhaps the storm is what wakes the monsters up. Putting that aside, the situation really is dangerous. If things go on like this, it will become difficult to cross borders. When I said that, the two of them nodded. Past noon. Finishing lunch, I went out to gather information with Miranda. Led along by the girl familiar with the city of Central, I wanted to confirm the truth of the matter behind the rumor. Did the prince really annul his engagement so readily? If it's a fabrication, it truly is in bad taste. Our destination was a stylish cafe, but in the seat my journey ended, I was forced to pay the fee for the information and expensive tea and sweets of the one before me. A middle-aged woman in service to the palace, and one with long years of service at that. Well, you've brought quite a fine man with you now, haven't you, Lady Miranda? What's more, your relationship doesn't seem nearly as artificial as the last. Fine. As you are right now, I'm sure you two will get along fine. The woman said that to Miranda as she signaled for her to get on with it. I thought Miranda would be on the higher standing here, but it seems this woman was her information dealer for all palace-related matters. And you're the same as always. So how about you spill the beans, the truth behind the rumor? The woman raised her cautiousness of her surroundings. I did the same, but my skills showed no response. No, there are times when the skill won't be tripped. The sixth did say something along those lines. I remained vigilant as I listened in. It's true. The breaking of the engagement has been set in stone. Liansama has borrowed a mansion in Central, and she regularly commutes to the palace to request a reconsideration, but Rufusama's no good. He fell head over heels for one much younger. What's more, the one on his mind is. The woman looked at me and laughed. The third spoke. Oh, looks like she knows who you are, Lyle. Quite a competent information dealer you've got there. The fourth. Yeah, you sometimes find them. Servants that excel in such matters. I'm sure they're using that knowledge to earn like so. Your boyfriend over there. Lyle, Walt's younger sister. My eyes opened wide, and the sixth let his voice from the jewel. Lyle, don't let it spread to your expression. You're giving that woman a spot of fun. Based on how it goes, she might raise her price because of it. I immediately corrected my face and listened to the woman's story. I only saw her from afar, but that's a sort of monster, that one. I've worked in the palace for quite some time, and you included, my dear lady. I've seen enough of those types to distinguish them. It seems this woman put Miranda into the monster category. Well, thanks for your kind evaluation, is that what I should say? Hi. How scary. You're like a spider who'll never let the prey in their eyes wriggle free. You take care, boy. And after turning to me, she continued her report on seals. But her expression was quite earnest. Monsters aren't anything rare in the palace. Among the sides that win the wars, are some blessed with enough luck you'd think them blessed by some goddess out there. It's like they possess something beyond the scope of ability. But she stood out even among that monstrous lineup. Everyone to set eyes on that lady walked into her cage. Those who won't stray may be but yourself and those other beasts up there. Even so, there surely are many stuck her prisoner. Miranda pried further. You mean to say the prince is one of them? The crown prince is a competent one. Well, perhaps I won't go that far, but I doubt there would be a problem with him ruling over the land. But you see, the moment that girl approached, he immediately took to calling the Walt house over. The ministers were the same. And it doesn't look like the prince was put into the same monster category as Miranda. I kept quiet and listened on. It's happening bit by bit, but it feels as if Central's being cast into a nightmare. Right, it feels as if a war is close. Recalling the last major war, the woman muttered. Come to think of it. What? Miranda urged her on, and the woman took a sip of tea as she looked at me. The Walt house was caught up in the last war as well. Truly a troublesome family you have there. The sixth and seventh within the jewel, heads at the time, started giving excuses. Don't screw with me. Back then, it was the palace that got us caught into it. Exactly. I wanted to return home as much as the next guy, but the court was corrupt and unreliable, or so the current king. When I think back, the Bonsium royal line really have been nothing but a troublesome family for us Waltz. The third spoke. Totally. The fifth spoke. You all, if you're saying that much, you did make sure to put them to good use, right? And listening to such words, the words, well, to each his own, came to mind. I didn't fully latch onto the woman's words, but decided to take the ancestors as not right all of the time. As of late, I've come to understand the life form known as a feudal lord a little better. They put their own houses and the maintenance of the territory before all else. Loyalty and obligation were only abided because they were under the protection of the royal line's authority. I let out a light sigh. Well, thanks for that. But I've already been kicked out over here, so I'm largely irrelevant. Eyes fixed on me, she took another sip of tea. After draining the cup, she placed it on the counter. Now then, I'll be taking my leave here. You've got all the information you wanted, have you not? Also, it's about time for me to retire. If you want information, I'll sell it, but don't think you'll be able to get anything new out of me. Miranda spoke. You're much too young for a retirement, aren't you? The young ones are pouring in one after another. We too much personnel on our hands, just like the scene before a war. Before I get dragged in, I'll have to distance myself from Central. That's what my intuition's telling me. Perhaps she thought it was a joke, as Miranda smiled. Intuition, I see. Yeah, if I don't run from here, my life's on the line. That sort of hunch. I get it right most of the time. Saying that, the woman walked away. I took a swig of my own tea. Miranda. So it looks like the rumor was true. And so, what do you plan to do, Lyle? I thought for a moment. That Fonbu's princess is still somewhere in the capital, right? Miranda was mildly amazed. She reached a hand to a sweet and put it in her mouth. You think you'll actually be able to meet her? I highly doubt it. But I want to know her impression on the matter. The sixth's voice came from the jewel. If you think to meet her, it's not like it's impossible. The seventh too. Well, you're not wrong. The fourth asked their reasons. What? Did you build some relation with Fonbu's? Back in my time, it was a far-off land with numerous countries in between us. The seventh spoke. As long as you use the Walt house's name, I'm sure you can meet her. The sixth. Because the girl likely resents us all at the moment. And if it's something Seals and the current Walt house perpetuated. If we met, I get the feeling I'd be the one in danger. And wait. The sixth and seventh, just what did they do to poor Fonbu's? For some reason, a shiver raced down my spine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 7, Leanne Fonbu's. TL, when will these readers realize that monster is but a metaphor? Leanne Fonbu's. I paid a visit to a slightly older mansion in Central, taking Novum and Monica along. The time the other party specified was around 3 in the afternoon. Arriving a little early, we waited and drank the tea served to us. The eyes piercing into me and Novum as we sat in the waiting room were quite painful. I mean, based on the skills, the knights, soldiers, and even the servants are red, this isn't good. Monica confirmed the tea and snacks didn't contain any poison. She was pushing out her torso with pride a little more than usual, placing emphasis on her voluminous chest. Besides the red signal of the night keeping watch over us occasionally flickering to yellow over time, there wasn't much change going on around us. I'm thankful that Monica is able to confirm the existence of hazardous substances, but paying a visit with a maid along is, even when she's already pissed at us to begin with. I remembered the events of the day after I sent a letter hoping for a meeting with Leanne Fonbu's. 'Twas the happenings of a few days past. Within the jewel. Enclosing the round table alongside the ancestors, my face was stiff. Couldn't you have mentioned that a little sooner? Rather than fed up, the Walt house, especially the 6th and 7th generations, held quite a connection to the country of Fonbu's. As it was, the lady's engagement was destroyed by Seals. As a man of the same household, it was at a point where I felt like offering an apology. This body of mine's not connected to my family anymore. However, I thought I could use the name as an excuse to talk to her. But the lid came undone, and the 6th spoke of how it wasn't Seals alone who tied the Waltz to Fonbu's royal line. No, there was no helping it back then, or how should I put it, when I dove in, they were already knocking on our doorsteps. The 6th gave an excuse, and the 7th followed up. In my time, they one-sidedly broke a treaty and invaded us. But, well, I guess there's no helping it if they became enraged by the violent bearing of Bonsium's corrupt Imperials. Yep. I was naive. I thought that, at most, they had met on the battlefield before, or something along that vein. During the 6th's time, the Walt house had suppressed its surroundings with military might as a Viscount house. By the large quantity of political marriages carried out by the fifth, they finally had a reliable repertoire of retainers, so they could go on the offense against the territories that had been harassing them up to that point. An expanding territory. The developing Weiss province. The monarchy of the time had fallen to decay, and they cared not if some house decided to attack the Waltz. There's some speculation to bribery being in play. And that's why the sixth did the same, keeping the royalty quiet and crushing the houses around. It was like a warring states era. That chaos wasn't something simply contained within the country. Such happenings were rampant in other lands, and the bordering country of Fondius was also attacked by nobles of Bonsium, losing much land. Of course they'd get angry at that one. And wait, isn't the Bonsium kingdom just terrible? It's getting worse the more I hear of it. All the books I read spoke of just how each of the country's actions were backed by justice. But after opening the lid, I'm scouring to see just where justice is to be found. Gaining control of the area around it, the Walt house gained a border with, and encountered the reinforcements sent by the Fondius kingdom. The one to do that was the sixth. And after a few decades, the one to take down the Fondius army when they tried to regain their territory again was the seventh? The seventh smiled. We got quite a bit of land from that one knot. That wasn't the question. Just what do you expect me to do? Do you really think I can just go to such a place and say, it seems my sister's been causing you some problems this time, I'm sorry? And end it there? There's no helping it if they try to kill me off. To their country, the Walt house is a detestable enemy. I mean. No, I only participated in that war by order of His Highness, mind you. Sure, I did manage to take a strategic point or two, but the following negotiations were pushed onto the royal side. Destroying all the border nobles who'd been doing as they pleased set the score even. Hearing the sixth's excuse, the fifth spoke. You went too far, fool. It wasn't just the fifth that seemed tired out. The fourth was shaking his head. Even if you get your hands on some land, don't you think you have the obligation to settle its affairs? Just what were you trying to do, expanding yourself so unreasonably? The sixth. I did help the Forks' house rise, and got them to baronhood, you know. I had them perform well in the war with Fondius. And wait, they were the ones trying to plunder from us, you know, rather than leave them be, wouldn't it be best to get them under control? The seventh. After that, the Forks' house continued their role as out-vassals of sorts. I put them to use in my warring days as well. After getting my breathing in order, I asked. Do you suppose they still remember the sixth and seventh on their side? Perhaps they only recognize their loss as to a noble of Bonsium? Please tell me it's so. As I prayed for that to be the case, the sixth spoke in an apologetic tone. Sorry, the Walt house was the head of the offense that crushed them. It was quite a crushing victory, so I'm sure it remained in the books. The seventh. And against those Fonboos rejoicing over regaining their land, a force centered around the Waltz beat the hell out of them again. With the sixth's time as it was, they were making quite some faces when they heard the Waltz brought up once more. You should tell me these sorts of things sooner. With Seal stealing the groom-to-be, and the ancestors repeatedly beating the hell out of them, just what do you expect me to do? The fourth contained the discord. Well, you'll at least get to hear about the crown prince, and if you can meet the girl, just meet her, why don't you? If she doesn't want to, she'll refuse after all. Without a care in the world, the third spoke. Right. At this point, it's not like saying you're the abandoned son of the Waltz will actually let you meet the princess of a country. He was chuckling to himself, and those around shared his opinion. Damn it, to hell with not being able to meet. My stomach hurts. My gut began to grate at the hostile eyes directed at me. After sending out a letter, we soon received one designating a time and place in response. After that day, I could only mull over what to say in a pudgy. Are you alright, Lyle Sama? Novum worried for me, and Monica looked into the tea I had been drinking. I'm sure there was nothing hazardous in that one. As I was thinking that Monica should really begin to consider her surroundings before speaking, a single woman entered. Her mouth was smiling, but those violet eyes of hers definitely were not. It felt as if the lights within them had gone out. Her deep pink hair was tied into a ponytail, and grown to a length that would even reach her hip. Her age was either the same as mine, or slightly below. Of course there's been no poison mixed into it. Even if, it's for the Fondius kingdom's sworn foe, the Walt house, and their dogs, the Forkses. Oh, she provoking the Forks' house quite naturally there. Looking to Novum, I saw her expression hadn't changed at all. She was much more courageous than I. I heard a voice from the jewel. In order, third and up. Oh, looks like we're quite hated. Quite deep-seated at that. Well, there's at least 3 things they think they'll have to get back at us for. The one to give the order was the king. My thoughts exactly. The 6th and 7th continued to give excuses, so I stood and gave my greetings. Novum and Monica followed suit. Well, pardon me. I'd like to give my deepest apologies. My stomach continued to grate. Her Highness, Princess Leanne, sat before us. After taking a sip of the tea poured by her own maid, she motioned us to sit as well. You wrote you wished to speak, right? Did the whelp driven out of his home come to laugh at this abandoned bride-to-be? Really, the Walt house is nothing but a plague on the royalty of my country. She laughed to herself a little, but her complexion wasn't good. She likely hadn't been sleeping enough, as a faint ring had formed under her eyes. It was quite obvious how she had tried to cover it up with makeup. While I have been driven away, I would like to offer an apology in regards to the matter with my sister. And for that sake, is there something you'll do for me? Why would someone without any power such as yourself attempt to get into contact with me? The princess threw away my apology as meaningless, and surely enough, it was without meaning. I stated my own business. Then won't you tell me? It's come to my ears that the city of Central has taken a strange turn as of late. From the eyes of the former future queen, does it look that way as well? Well, that's quite a broad way to put it. The princess sipped her tea, let out a sigh, and looked up at the ceiling. 5 years, or maybe 6, around that time, I guess. It was back then I got the feeling Bonsium was slowly turning strange. Hearing that, I noticed it overlapped with Seal's own strange turn. So it'll soon be the 6th year. In that case, the country has been strange ever since then? The first called Seal's a monster. One that could naturally change the state of her surroundings. It was just Central at first. That detestable girlie made her social debut at a ball, only to be pulled around to parties all over the place. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen you before, by the way. Weren't you supposed to be the eldest son of the Walt house, representative of all of Bonsium? She sent a grin at me as if to provoke me. My hands were shaking. Hearing Seal's name, I started to realize the world had been moving, even as had been locked away. It was a little scary. Shunned by my parents, scorned by retainers, my state of confinement floated across my mind. Novum kindly placed her own hands on mine to quell the tremors. I looked at her, and she lightly nodded with a smile. With a feeling of relief, I looked at the princess. She was observing my and Novum's actions, and perhaps she had found them boring, as she took a long sip of tea. So did places besides Central turn strange as well? On Novum's question, the princess nodded. Correct. Every time I have to make the trip from my own home to here, there are numerous places I have to make stops at. At first, it was nothing but a sense of unease, I guess. It's the truth that I did gradually begin to feel my own existence fade away, but besides that, there was this anxiety I can't begin to express with words. Rufus slowly changed as well. Within a slowly changing world, I could only sympathize with this person's anxiety. I was the same, you know. Close to 6 years ago, they gradually stopped looking at me as the house's successor. Her Highness cast her eyes downwards. Her cup was shaking a little. I see. A little bit of light had returned to her lifeless eyes. Since I was driven out of the palace, I don't intend to put up some false front. But at this point, I think myself lucky to not be spending my nights there anymore. Monica was standing by me without the slightest movement. Novum pressed the princess for further information with a serious expression. Is it all right if I ask the reason? You already know, don't you? That girl called Seals, she's a considerable beast. The ones in Fonbuse's court are starting to look cute to me. Humans that you can think of as more beast than man are scattered all over the place if you step through the palace's doors. But that girl's another story. I mean, even the knights and servants I brought along with me ended up in her cage. The princess went on. The guards with me at the moment have gone through a complete personnel swap from the ones I had while I lived in those walls. And I've met the girl a number of times. It's no wonder they become captive to her, is the impression I got. It looks like some Fonbuse knights are prisoners to Seals. What's more, even while she's known as a daughter to the Walts. The knights directing hostility at me must have directed the same malice towards my sister. But the results are history. I've formally accepted the annulment of my engagement. I doubt I'll ever be setting foot on these lands again. As I sympathize with your plight, I'll offer some advice. It will be for your sake if you flee as quickly as possible. That girl is sure to do something. Something on a national scale. Though it's just the ramblings of this pitiful and foolish reject of a bride, she added on, as the princess rose to her feet. Novum and I stood as well. It's likely this country will go to hell. Saying that, Princess Leanne moved to leave the room. On the way back, I spoke to Novum and Monica. In the city that was beginning to turn dark, I heard lively voices from the bars and restaurants. It was cold, and I get the feeling my breath was mixed with a tinge of white. Monica spoke. A beast, is it? I am unable to comprehend it. First and foremost, my enemy is you, Novum. Monica firmly pointed her finger at Novum, and the girl herself addressed me. Lyle-sama, did your curiosity subside after talking with the princess? Just what is it exactly that you wanted to find out? I looked up at the sky, and spoke. No, I just wanted to reaffirm how much a monster that Seals was. In truth, neither I nor the ancestors understood what it was to be a monster. I had always been close to her, but I could never get a grasp of the fear I felt for her. She had always merely been the younger sister I was forever incapable of winning against. But as the first had put it, she was a monster great enough to move nations to her whim. Novum hung her head a little. Monster, is it? As she said that, Monica also. So monsters over beasts, if the chicken dickhead is saying it, I'll refer to them as such. I spoke to her in an enervated voice. Before that, why not revise chicken dickwad? Monica, with resolution. I don't want to. If you hate it so much, then I'll make do with flying chicken dickwad. Anything but that. Do you know how hard I've been trying to forget that incident? With the past I wanted to bury dug up, I started into a long verbal brawl with the automaton. But she seemed to be having quite a bit of fun in our toxic exchange. No matter how much I talked down to her, she rejoiced. No matter how far she talked down to me, she smiled. It was the worst. When I looked at Novum, I saw she was a little worried. What's wrong, Novum? No, it's nothing, Lyle-sama. I noticed that her smile was a little different than usual, but I decided to put it off as just part of my imagination. Central's gate. It should have been after passing hours, but the doors were held wide open. The soldiers held back those trying to enter the city. I beg of you. If you leave me out on such a cold night, I'll freeze to death. Not happening. From here on, a very important guest is coming. It's already past entry hours, so go to your designated waiting point already. Several times over the normal amount of soldiers were present, and some knights rushed out as reinforcements. A guest desired by Central to such an extent. Lines of knights were stationed to protect an extravagant carriage. The group that boldly approached the gate passed through it without even dropping pace. The man watched it pass, and looked at the emblem on the coach. The Walt house, even if they're a count house, they should at least stop at the gate. The man looked at the group trailing behind the Walts. Travelers and merchants? So they're following in behind the Walts. Then I'll do the same. While being vigilant of the guards around, he slipped in. With this, I'll be allowed inside. But what a strange gathering this is. All these thin smiles on everyone's faces, why do they look so happy and injured all at once? But that's what the man thought, but as soon as the Walt house's group entered the city, the gate closed. The knights didn't seem to have any intentions of letting the group trailing behind through those doors. It's past hours. Try again tomorrow morning. And with that, the beat-up group was shut out. The man spoke. Damn it. Isn't it fine just to let me pass? Letting only the Walt house through, this is why I hate nobles. There, a voice called out to him. Oi, what did you say just now? Ha? When he turned around, he found that everyone children to elderly was glaring at him. Their eyes held considerable hostility. Among them, there was even a man wrapped in bandages and supporting his build with a stick. No, but it's strange for nobles alone to be let through after horse, I'm telling you. Central's gate is made so that no one, whoever they be, should be allowed to pass when time's up, right? A rock was thrown at the man. The one to throw it looked to be but a child. What are you? Feeling something amiss in his surroundings, the man moved to flee. But he was surrounded with nowhere to go. Stop. It was all my fault. I'll apologize. His voice made it seem like he would burst to tears at any moment. But those around him. Making a fool of Seal-sama. Putting the Walt house on the same footing as that other noble lot? Our lives' savior. By the time the man realized the madness surrounding him, it was already too late. Help. The man scream did absolutely nothing to motivate any of the nearby soldiers run to his aid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 8, Fellow Pupil. Fellow Pupil. On the first floor of the inn, Miranda was making a troubled expression. Nearby, her younger sister Shannon was drinking a juice made of wrung-out fruits. Perhaps the number of customers had risen, as there were more people around them than usual. Novum, Aria, and Clara were getting the luggage in order. Monica was in the borrowed warehouse, conducting the final tunings on Porter. I spoke to Miranda. Was it impossible to purchase tickets? She nodded. While the prices did shoot up a bit, the transportation system's in a bit of a panic, so I've been told it's best to avoid it for a while. Reservations were full, and finding an inn was becoming more difficult by the day, or so I've heard. So we're stuck in Central for a while. I did want us to leave as fast we could. Miranda spoke. We just came at a bad time. That aside, Shannon? Yes? You should help out a little as well. When everyone's so busy, why are you lazily drinking juice in a corner? Miranda sounded fed up, but the juice was something Shannon had purchased herself. She was, for argument's sake, a party member, so she received an equal share in our rewards. And Miranda took sisterly charge of Shannon's portion. From that sum, she received enough free spending money to amount to a child's allowance. Shannon made quite a reluctant face, and Miranda lowered her clenched fist. She tried to avoid it, but Miranda had planned for that, and altered its trajectory ahead of time. Ow. Ha, Lyle, you said you were going shopping, right? Yeah, that's right. We already had the necessary things assembled, but while shopping around, I could observe the present state of the city. I hadn't noticed it before, but the residents of Central seemed to be looking at the breaking of the engagement in quite a favorable light. And the fact that Seals was to be the next queen was quite an essential one to their favor. By the time I became aware of it, the whole country had already gone amiss. Even if it wasn't everywhere, the Walt house had repeatedly conversed with all the influential lords and authority figures. While I was in my room, the world outside was being changed by my sister's will. In that case, get Shannon to carry your bags. She's been doing nothing but laze around as of late, so work her to the bone. Lyle, it isn't possible for you to use such a cute and lovable lass as a pack mule, right? Shannon made an endearing pose, so I smiled and spoke. Of course not. If they were cute, that is. While your outward appearance may fit the terms, your heart's simply awful, so I'll be putting you to full use. As I said that, Shannon. Didn't you say you'd never let me regret it? Go-ha. You're bringing that up here? I heard the third's voice from within the jewel. Ha, that one was a nice one. I simply can't wait for the next dot. The fourth as well. Personally, I don't rank that one too high. These guys are. I let out a sigh. Then just tagging along and walking around outside a bit is fine, isn't it? Now go and ready yourself. When I said that, Miranda nodded. Yes, Shannon, get yourself ready. Shannon drained her cup to the last drop, and sluggishly ascended the stairs. It's too cold for anything fun to happen outside. Seeing Shannon throw out nothing but complaints, Miranda let out a sigh. I gave a wry smile. Even when it was around noon, my breath was white, and a biting cold pierced my body. I walked with Shannon, holding her hand so we wouldn't lose one another. Shannon spoke. Even if you said you'd be shopping, I thought there was nothing left to shop for. She was staring at me quite intently, so I covered my face with my right hand. Then we can just buy something small. I mean, Aria was circling around all the food carts last I checked. Don't group me with Aria. Even like this, I'm an ephemeral noble beauty. Former, that is. Look, if you see anything that piques your interest, just tell me. I'll just be listening in on the idle banter floating around the area. While walking, I craned my ears into the voices of the surrounding city folk. Did you hear? It seems Seal Sum has finally arrived in Central. That's later than scheduled. Is she alright? Come to think of it, there was quite a ruckus at the gate the other day. Hearing that, I stopped in my tracks. Shannon tilted her head. What's wrong? And no, it's nothing. So my parents are here, and Seals. She spoke with a slight strain in her voice. Very well. Anyways, buy me that one. What Shannon was pointing to was a stall that was selling accessories. Within it, these was a selection of precious metals that all truly seemed quite cheap lined up. Looking through such a selection, Shannon pointed her finger at a single one. This one, dot. This? No, it's cheap so I don't really mind, but, wait. Isn't this exactly what your allowance is there for? Just as I was about to buy it for her, I noticed. Shannon did have money on her person. And as I noticed that, she audibly clicked her tongue. TSK, can't you treat a girl to this much at least? I'm fine with that, but you should really do something about that personality of yours. After I reluctantly paid, Shannon happily put the purchased product in her pocket. It didn't look anything great to me, but if Shannon's that happy with it, then perhaps it's something special. Of course. Now I can brag to Wani-sama. I've finally one-upped her. Perhaps there isn't anything so deep to it. After distancing ourselves from the stall, I noticed an acquaintance of mine nearby. The one singing the song filling the area was Eva. She had finished her piece on the slaying of the griffin and announced it to Central. I came right in time for its conclusion. An applause followed by the sound of metal on metal as small copper and normal copper coins were tossed her way. A minstrel? It's that elf from before, right? Come to think of it, I've never properly heard the reading or singing of an actual minstrel before. As Shannon said as such, I took her by the hand and headed to Eva's side. After her customers happily dispersed, Eva draped a coat over her stage garment. Done already? She started picking up the coins scattered around. Sorry, the next performer's coming, so I have to vacate the stage. Wait, Lyle? Are you on a date with that girl? On her teasing eyes, I gave a sardonic smile. Close enough. Shannon says she wants to hear the song of a minstrel. Lend a hand, why don't you? Ah, you don't need to worry about those. I got down to help collect the change and deposited them in her tin. Seeing her can fill to the brim, Eva looked quite delighted. Maybe it's time to find a larger container. But these sorts of trends come with the times, so if the customers stop coming the moment I enlarge it, yeah. While I watched Eva trouble herself, Shannon pulled on my arm. In quite a demanding fashion. Hey, I'll pay the fee, so can you pick an arbitrary spot and sing? Shannon tagged along on the Griffin expedition, so if possible, a different song. Eva thought for a bit. A different song, is it? In that case, the ones that were quite popular until quite recently, of the battle between those foreign countries, the two maiden of the Great War, Holy Woman, but Queen is good from a story point of view. For a young girl, perhaps a princess is more appealing than knights and generals. Those grandiose names coming out only excited Shannon further. While watching the elf tire herself out, I spoke. For a meal and a song, 3 large coppers. How does that sound? Eva was on favorable terms. She consented with pleasures. Great. I'll do it. Since it's come to this, I'll sing it through to the end. It seems the terms I put out were quite extraordinary to her. Shannon was also happy. Both her arms were flapping, and she gave off an impression younger than her actual age. Perhaps that's just how high her expectations were. Really? Yay! For her to be so excited at hearing the songs of a professional, she really is like a child in those aspects. So I'm to give a personal performance to spend the afternoon, as I thought, it was right for me to leave the tribe. Was it really right? As I thought that, the one who had first-hand experience running away from home, the 6th. In this girl's case, she's a dreamer, so it's fine for now, but I'd appreciate it if she didn't forget there's a family back home worrying for her. There, the 5th and 7th. There's not a fragment of persuasive power when you're the one to say it. Quite right. He didn't say anything further, but it wasn't hard to imagine the 6th hanging his head. I looked around, and addressed Eva. It seems the next performer is here. The ones I referred to removed their coats, displaying considerably light garments within this hellish cold. It looks like they were thematically dressed for winter, but just looking at them made me feel cold. The 3-person group of elves consisted of 1 singer, and 2 with instruments. Eva glared at them. Oh my, if it isn't Eva of that bumpkin nihil something or another. Flicking back her golden hair, was a female elf clearly trying to provoke her. Looking down on me just because you were raised in the city, you're still just a third-rate who's never even sung in a shop before. Same as me. Same ground here. To her rebuttal, the opponent also. It's because guys like you keep flooding in, that getting a gig like that is so hectic. Why not be a little more mindful of your brethren who've chosen to settle down? Looks like elves have their troubles. I gripped Shannon's impatient hand, and waited for Eva to finish. Brethren? You're all just enemies. Enemies, I say. And the Nihil are the oldest tribe there is among the elves. I'd like it you didn't look down on it. It's exactly that pride of yours that makes me hate you all. Just because you have a few more songs than the rest, you think you're such hot stuff. What? Jealous? Of course, you barely have anything to sing in the first place. Damn you. Yep, there's quite a bit going on with elves. The 2 male elves behind looked on the verbal brawl with mild amazement. Noticing us, they came to apologize. Sorry. It's something of a greeting, and it'll end after a while. Ah, yes. I really am sorry. She had a bit of popularity, but ever since Eva flowed in, there's been a little of a. As they did seem to be honestly troubles, I didn't offer a complaint. And like that, I waited for Eva's quarrel to end, before grabbing a bite to eat. The meal ended, and we heard our share of songs. We were returning down the darkening roads of Central. It was a road without much traffic. Snow had started to fall and build on the ground. And in this cold, we finally get snow. We tread over the snow as we pressed on. After the meal, we reserved a number of hours, and Shannon listened to many a poem and song. She seemed satisfied, but on the other hand, Eva was quite worn out. Wow! Today really was fun. Especially that story of those two war maidens glaring at one another. The story she spoke of was of the leaders of two small countries. The rulers took the initiative to lead their armies, and from the sheer violence of the affair, the two of them were feared as the maidens of war, and blood queens, and other names of the sort. No, wasn't that one just too scary? Why do they have to fight so many times every year? It just sounds idiotic. They were countries that fought numerous times on their border, and mercenary troops occasionally went to join in, but looking at the strength of those two most turned back at the quick estimate of their inevitable casualty count. Eva spoke with a tired expression. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've only heard the tale, and never seen it in person, but it seems the number of battles has only increased over the past few years. Though the countries had always been at each other's throats. Hearing that, the fifth even. Isn't it that? Rather than going at it for real every single years, are you sure they aren't setting up rules beforehand? Began the supposition it was staged. The one to agree was the fourth. Yeah, there are wars like that. Because killing one another only to get destroyed by external powers once weakened is simply idiotic. So it can go like that. When you think of war, my image of it as a considerable tragedy is the stronger one, though. Largely due to the memories of the third, I'll bet. Eva looked at me and grinned. Those queens, and the holy woman are all the same. It's always the pretty ones, you hear that, Mr. Hero? I cleared my throat. In the past, I ended up declaring my wish for Eva to pass down my epic of heroism. While I was in a spot of high tensions due to a growth, that doesn't change the fact that I can be chided with it. I tried to change the topic, but Shannon, whose hand I was gripping, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? That can't be, why? Her eyes were opened quite wide. Her amber pupils were giving off a golden shine, and in the direction they were pointed, was a knight with 4 subordinate soldiers. Seeing the equipment of those men, I could understand it at once. From within the jewel, the seventh. Lyle, move at once. They've yet to notice our presence. The third didn't seem to understand it. What? What's up? You know them? The knight was speaking with a city resident. The resident pointed at us, and received a silver coins from the knight's wallet. Lyle, that hurts. It seems I had started gripping her hand too hard. Shannon grimaced, so I let go. Sorry. More importantly, we should really vacate the. I turned to address Eva, when a voice called out to us. Could you wait a moment? We've business with that singer over there. I hear she has a wonderful singing voice. Our Lord Seals is intent on hearing of the famed slaying of the griffin. It was quite a kind voice, and the knight it came from was a delicate man with silky long hair. He approached with a smile, but as per usual, he showed no openings to take advantage of. The uniforms of this man, as well as his soldiers, was that of the Walt houses. Oh. He finally noticed me. You're Lyle, aren't you? Alfred Verdon's voice lowered, while the soldiers following him raised their guards and began moving to surround us. The seventh muttered in a provocative tone. Not a single honorific for our Lyle? My, how high and mighty you've gotten, brat of the Verdons. I stood in front of him as if to protect the two girls. It sure has been a while. Is that what I should be saying here? I really didn't think we'd be meeting here, mind you. In truth, I was well aware of the rumors of Seals and her movements. That's why I purposefully gathered information in places I wouldn't get to meet her. My skills can't identify personal identity. I never thought these guys would come out here. Those around had wide grins on their faces. The soldiers weren't Alfred's, but ones of the Walt house. The washout failure of the Waltz is pulling around two women in a secluded place like this? What's more, an elf and a young, HM? Aren't you Shannon of the Surcree house? It appears that Alfred knew about Shannon. The girl hid herself behind me. Who are you lot? As Eva yelled out at the soldiers surrounding us, Alfred breathed out a sigh. So you're Lyle's woman. Well, that's interesting in itself, I guess. I'm sure Seal Sama would praise me for it. The main issue at hand is how to get you to come along, it seems. Perhaps he thought himself the absolute strongest here, as Alfred went on with considerable extravagance. And it's true that I only had a portable dagger on me at the moment. Not reliable enough to handle these numbers. The sixth let out a voice. Men of the Walt house? They sure seem arrogant. The fifth was displeased as well. How lamentable. Back then, I'm sure I taught them to observe everything from below, and crawl and struggle to the highest point. Fed up, the third addressed the fifth. If everyone had power, perhaps that's how it would be. But this child's a Verdun, I see. The fourth sounded angry. The parasitic house that put us through hell and back. The Verduns. The seventh spoke. Lyle, do it. We'll permit it. I don't think it's a problem of permission, but it doesn't look like they'll let us pass. By the look of things, Alfred wanted to shame me. What's more, as he proclaimed it as something for Seal's sake, I couldn't accept it personally. He was once a senior disciple of mine, but I'm sure I can bring myself to hate him. Immobilizing him and taking them both sounds nice too. Or perhaps before his very eyes. While lost in his own fantasies, Alfred drew the saber at his waist. But what I was watching wasn't the blade in his hands. Oi. Ha? Alfred sounded clearly displeased that I interrupted his conversation with himself. But that was irrelevant to me. What I wanted to know about was the dagger hung at the man's belt. It was one I was familiar with, and not something that should be in his hands. Where did you obtain that dagger? This? It's something Seal Sama bestowed on me as a reward. Jealous? Unlike a washout like you, I'm blessed with splendid. Not that. I mean, where did Seals get it? Even when I started glaring at Alfred, the surrounding soldiers did not react. But the moment I blurted out my sister's name without an honorific, they all pulled their swords at once. I could see some considerable training behind their movements. The quality of these soldiers really was different. Adana Sama, trash. For one like you, being left alive was more compassion than you deserve. You can't imagine how much hatred flows through these veins simply knowing you carry the same blood as hers. Yeah, no, I don't really care. What you think of me doesn't really matter. It's just that the dagger over there is something my friend had on him. Where did she get it? When I yelled out, my anger seemed to put Alfred in a better mood. Those three blockheaded adventurers, you mean? They refused Seal Sama's invitation, and received the blessing of being dealt with her personally. It's a dagger that became Seal Sama's at that point in time. I'm sure this blade is more honored in my hands than in the service of those worthless fools. Shannon trembled on the laughs of Alfred and his men. And Eva. Hey, these men are strange in the head. If we don't run, then. Alfred's expression turned severe, as he turned to Eva and spoke. His attitude, his voice was completely different from when he first called out to her. When Seal Smem is gracing you to let you play your tunes for her ears, you turn to run? A mere elf thinks to turn against her? Cut off her limbs. Even without them, her voice should come out. Yes. The soldiers approached, and I snapped my fingers. A box contained in a magic circle emerged in the ground, opened on its own, and shot out a saber. After that sword came into my hand, the box and circle vanished altogether. On the approaching soldiers, I used a skill. Up and down. The fourth skill caused all of them to lose the sharpness in their movements. But even so, they continued closing in to carry out the orders given. From within the jewel, the fourth issued out orders. They sure are trained. Also, using skills didn't fluster them in the slightest. For them to be so proficient, 'tis a pity. Lyle, if the opponent is too strong, these sorts of skills won't have too much an effect, or they'll be able to arbitrarily cancel it out at some point. Don't let your guard down, of course. I raised my left hand, and used magic. Lightning. An electric discharge assailed the assailants, making them collapse to the ground. The output wasn't that high, and I doubt their lives were in too much danger. When it comes to ability, at least, Lyle's the better, but... With the soldiers incapacitated, I heard some screams from my surroundings. While it may have been a relatively deserted street, it looks like we've been spotted. Okay, Eva, take Shannon in. I blocked an attack with my saber. The one repeatedly thrusting at me with a saber of his own was Alfred. I felt that one a little, Lyle. Using magic against your senior swordsman, do you not find it the underhanded tricks of a coward? I repelled his assault, took some distance, and fixed my stance. Alfred learned under the same teachings as me, and would make an annoying opponent to take down. Behind me, Eva was clutching onto Shannon. I wanted to let them escape, but despite my magic, the soldiers were already on their feet. Eyes locked on me, about to slash. Alfred spoke. "You lot, I'll hold down Lyle. Get the other two." The soldiers sprung to action, and I tried to protect the two, but Alfred shot a thrust. Retreating a step, I turned half my body to avoid it, swinging at him horizontally. Intercepting my blade, he loosed a kick at me. I took the blow, using it to move backwards, and cut one of the soldiers approaching Shannon and Eva. However, my attack was only to be blocked, with its target taking distance. The third side. Lyle, you're no longer in a situation where you can hold back. You're at a numerical advantage at that. If you continue going at it as you are, Shannon-chan and Eva-chan'll die, you know. The fifth agreed. Resolve yourself. Also, get the hell out of there already. I know that. I clenched the jewel, and got into position again. Alfred watched my movements and narrowed his eyes. This boy's better than I thought. On the soldier's words, he gave out an order in an amused tone. Then we'll crush Lyle first. Seal-sama is waiting expectantly for that elf song. If we waste any more time, then Seal-sama will succumb to boredom. And for that sake alone, the men swung their swords at my neck. Seeing their plight was enough to make my head hurt. And at the same time, I'll have you return that dagger. I decided to reclaim Rondo-san's dagger from their bodies. All while both my fear and anger for Seals rose in level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 9, Reunion. Reunion. In a scene of piling snow, I held up my saber to strike. I made sure to watch the movements of all 5 enemies, but even with their movements dulled by my skill, they showed no signs of retreat. More than that. A support skill, huh? How wonderfully plain. Perfect for you, isn't it, Lyle? One with an annoying grin stood in a stance similar to mine. Our foundation was the same. While exhaling a white breath, I used skills to confirm my surroundings. Who was going to attack when, and where everyone was aiming. If I wanted to concentrate on my own battle, I had to keep myself in a position to be able to protect Shannon and Eva at any moment. I thought I would easily be able to incapacitate the enemy, but it looks like that view was naive. For the Walt house's knights and soldiers to be this troubling. Keeping close watch of my footwork, and even throwing in some feints, the soldiers were making serious expressions. They were tough enough to get to their feet promptly after a blow from my magic. The fifth issued some orders to me. But killing them here will cause some trouble down the road. If possible, you should avoid it, but I never would have thought you'd run into them at a place like this. What's more, they're being quite aggressive at that. Lyle, hold back and they'll stab at all your vitals. Fight with the intent to kill as well. If I kill, I'll definitely be fanning the flames. I was more than prepared to be mocked or scorned, but in all honesty, I never thought it would be Alfred that I'd run into. The third spoke. To have the Walt house's soldiers trained for generation after generation as your enemies, this is going to be a pain. A soldier right behind me advanced, so I reacted. Using that opportunity, Alfred stepped in. His consecutive thrusts aimed at my vital points had gained a sharpness they hadn't had before. I repelled those with my sword, sensed the soldier cutting at me from behind with the second skill, continued retreating backwards, used my left hand to pull the dagger at my waist, and stabbed back without turning my head. What I hit was his thigh. I stuck it in quite deep, and he raised a groan. With that momentum, I slammed my right elbow into his face. Since my body was left quite open after that move, Alfred tried coming at me again, so I scooped up some snow on my boot, and kicked it up to steal his vision. His attack fell slightly off his mark, letting me parry it with my dagger. Motioning to the other soldiers, Alfred retreated a distance, letting me put an incantation to mouth. So in the end, I'm still using magic. Fire bullet. While it wasn't a powerful spell, its almost instantaneous usability let me bombard the area. They were aimed with the second skill, so they hit without fail. The soldiers burst into flames on contact, but through rolling in the snow, they recovered and stood at once. One of them collapsed with blood streaming down his thigh. Only the fireball aimed at Alfred came short of hitting him. It dissipated right in front of his face. What? It's as if it was crushed to pieces. And of that fact, Alfred sounded quite amused. So you've made one man drop out. And let me praise you on your use of skills. It looks like your brainless sword strokes aren't the only thing to you. Brandishing his saber, he fixed his posture. The collapsed one held down his leg, wrapped a cloth around it, and started crawling away to perform emergency procedures. Based on the density of the stains he left, it will be nigh impossible for him to aid the battle anymore. But I need to keep mindful of him. Behind, Shannon. We have to run. Lyle, we have to get away ASAP. Yes, I know that. When I yelled out, 2 soldiers cut at me. The remaining one headed off to help his fallen comrade, and I threw the dagger. It stabbed deeply into one of their right shoulders, and I used my saber to cut at the other's arm. The 6th cried out. Lyle, get serious. When I jumped in shock, a sudden sensation as if my right arm had been grasped. What? I tried to free myself, but its grip was too strong. With the 2nd skill, I could sense something definitely tangled around it. And Alfred cut in. I immediately kicked, sending all my might into his stomach. His mouth opened, and saliva shot out. Be bastard. My leg was grasped, and perhaps since the range was too short for a saber to be effective, he drew the dagger at his waist. I was waiting for this. Since he had my leg grasped quite nicely, I kicked off with my still grounded leg to deliver an impact to his chin. The gripping sensation around my arm disappeared, and after sprawling in the air for a moment, I landed. I collected the fallen dagger with my left hand, and found myself overlooking a fallen Alfred with blood coming down from his nose. Seeing the dagger gripped in my hand, Alfred screamed. Gee, give it back. That's something Seal Sama bestowed upon me. Don't touch it, cur. This isn't something for you to hold. After kicking Alfred's dropped saber a ways away, I sent a glare to the soldier treating his wounded comrade. He was looking at me with mortified eyes. The injured one was the same. They definitely hadn't lost the will to fight. There, Shannon yelled. Lyle, that guy has lots of hands. It's a skill. There are 4 growing from his back. On her words, I looked at Alfred. While she said something about hands, he got to his feet quite normally. But even when there wasn't anything touching the ground, it was pressed down, a mark as if a hand was pushing against it formed. Perhaps twice the size of a normal person's, it was surely bigger than that of anyone's present. The 4th spoke. Invisible hands, something like that? So he's a skill holder. The 7th also seemed to remember. Come to think of it, I do remember some strange skills surfacing in that Burden house. Did they find the need to have such a things? Oh right, they were an underground organization. I'm sure invisible hands would prove essential in various circumstances. In trickery, or perhaps assassination, it was a skill that looked to be useful for plenty of dirty jobs. While holding his left hand over his face, he extended his right hand to the side. The fallen saber leisurely rose into the air, and returned to that hand. Shannon shook, Anne. That guy has 4 arms coming from his back, he's controlling them at will. While I couldn't see anything, Shannon seemed certain. Alfred looked at her, and... Are your eyes special? Then I must report to Seal Sama, but I'll be going to her with your head, Lyle. I'll mince it, crush the bones. The eyes Alfred sent at me were already corroded. In the past. When he was my senior disciple. At the start, he was a kind and strong man. He would call out to me in good humor, and teach me various things. But now all he gave off was an unsightly smirk. Seals, was it Seals who did this to you? His invisible hands answered the feelings I shouted out. They didn't send stimulus to my eyes, but I was also a skill holder. The 2nd skill showed me his movements. The masses of mana I could only vaguely catch glimpses of started being perceived as arms to me after hearing Shannon's advice. The falling snow was brushed away by those unperceivable appendages. But once you understand the trick, it becomes quite simple. Earth hand. Brown arms extended from beneath the snow, and began grappling with the ones Alfred produced. With a grating sound ringing out, Alfred seemed to be in pain. You. Wash out. Running between the gaps in the earth hand and his own, I thrust my saber at his heart. But... Lyle, they're protecting his body too. As Shannon said that, I parted from my saber, and jumped back. Sent off its trajectory, the blade stuck into his left arm, and blood started to flow. A little squeamishly, Shannon started to explain just what was going on with the man's body. Countless arms are sprouting inside his body, protecting it like armor. What's more, they're wriggling left and right, and the fingers are squirming like... Hearing that, Eva. What's with that? Disgusting. My impression was the same. Soon after contacting his flesh, my saber pulled itself out, and started floating in the air. It's heavy. You were fighting with something like this? He thought to use it, but as it was heavier than he expected, he ended up discarding it. The third sounded satisfied. Doesn't look like he gets too much power out of those bad boys. All skills can be troublesome, but rather than battle, I think this one's more fit for cheating the card tables. Or maybe theft? The fifth too. No skillfulness. No power. While I think he's gotten more than one stage to it, if you know the base ability, that's all there is to it. It would be scary if I didn't know its identity, but this is thanks to Shannon's aid. At the same time, a countermeasure surfaced in my mind. The situation was beginning to favor me. Alfred was incessantly glancing at the dagger, and unable to concentrate. I'm sure he was frantically formulating ways to reclaim it. Would I be like that if the jewel was taken? Just as I thought to blow him to smithereens with magic, a single carriage came to a halt a little further down the road. Novum worried for Lyle's late return. She had waited a while on the inn's first floor, but there were no signs of him coming back anytime soon. He's late. It's almost time for dinner. As Novum sighed with her hand to her face, Arya chewed on a beefsteak as she spoke in a tired tone. He's not a child. He'll be back sooner or later. At the same table, sitting across from her, Miranda watched Arya and sighed. Don't you ever get tired of eating the same thing over and over again? Also, show a bit of worry while you're at it. Lyle's family is also in the imperial capital, it seems. Arya spoke with pride. I'm merely a maiden on a quest to find the world's best beefsteak. Also, I'm sure he's avoiding all places he's likely to meet them. They're not the class of people you'd be able to encounter at will, right? Monica was nearby, standing rather than seated. Perhaps unpleased with Arya's attitude, she quietly. Already plus 2 kilograms from when we first met, I see. Arya locked eyes with her, before playing dumb. Clara looked up from her book at Monica. You really are amazing, Monica-san. How did you manage to calculate her body mass? Monica went into an in-depth explanation, but Arya angrily dismissed it all as rubbish. As Novum continued to wait for Lyle's return, a person entered the inn. Well, I'll be damned, that was quite about. The one to voice such lamentations went up to the desk, and handed some money to the inn's owner. He seemed to be a regular, as the owner dealt with him in quite a casual manner. What happened? A fight. Fight. A knight and adventurer were cutting at one another, 5-on-1 and all. Quite rowdy. Novum stood, and briskly closed in on the customer. Pardon my rudeness. Could you tell me where said matter did occur? The customer was male, and he retreated a few steps on Novum's approach. Rather than scary, her serious expression and aura were overwhelming. Not on the main street, a side one. A place with a lot of performers, and I do find it a wonder a fight brawl broke out in such a place, but, they your friends? After hearing that, Novum ran off. She sprinted out the inn's door, and Arya and Co followed in confusion. The snow kept coming down. In a white and flowing coat, Seals tread over the land to stand before me. The skills that had come into my hands put me on my highest possible guard. With my ancestor's skills in my hands, I could finally begin to see the girl's abnormality. Behind me, Eva, and the trembling Shannon she held in her hands, seemed to understand it as well. Who are you? When I took a stance with the dagger, I perceived the shaking of my own body. It wouldn't stop. I was able to understand the existence known as Seals to a greater extent than before. But through that, a fear even greater than what I felt back then started to sprout. Eva muttered. That's no human. Just what does this? After stroking her lovely golden hair, Seals spoke in the sad tone of an actor reading out the script of a tragedy. You finally reunited with your dear sister. Don't you think such wonder is uncalled for? How sorrowful. Truly tragic, and when I brought myself here upon hearing I might find the famous elf of rumor, for me to meet the one driven from my own home. You survived? Just die already. Those final parts were accompanied by stifled laughter, and she suggested my demise with lovely serenity. Alfred and his knights hurriedly gathered at her feet. Despite their injuries, they went to her side as if their lives depended on it. The knights already accompanying her glared at them. Can you not even carry out your jobs to satisfaction, you disgraces of the Walt name? A knight once well respected as a retainer to the house was now throwing out his jeers at the bleeding men. The seventh looked at Seals. What the hell? That's supposed to be Seals, that's a completely different person, isn't it? The third saw her and lost his usual composure. Lyle, can you use your skills to get the hell away from this general location as fast as physically possible? Take the 2, and take flight at once. The past. To rid herself of me, she challenged me to a duel. Now I've gone through 3 growths, and compared to back then, both my physical and magical states have improved greatly. But still, the image of me coming out on top has yet to surface in my mind. Of smaller build than me, and oh so delicate. Her slender arms, legs, neck, they all looked as if they'd break if not handled with the proper care. Her innocent smile was missing a little of the childishness it held before. After tracing the shape of her lips with a finger, she touched that finger to Alfred's lips. That gesture was quite a mature one, and I couldn't think her only 2 years my junior. After experiencing the world outside, I understood that seals couldn't be human. And with a smile, she spoke to Alfred. Alfred, thank you for all your service. Seal-sama, I am, eh? Shannon let off a slight scream, and Eva averted her eyes. I couldn't tell when she had drawn it, but at some point, the rapier with a yellow gem embedded in its hilt had found its way to her hand. Alfred fell forward onto the ground. The rapier was stained with blood. And the ground around the fallen knight began to turn red as well. Alfred's face turned in my direction, but it was as if he didn't see me at all. He merely searched the scene for Seal's figure, and smiled. Slowly, she lifted up the rapier. Wipe it off. At once. The knights wiped off the blood sticking to the rapier, and not a single one of them turned an eye to Alfred. Even the injured soldiers only had eyes for her. Smiling, Seals. Yeah, today you had that thing over there as your opponent, so I'll let you all off without killing you. That's why you've got to give it your all for me next time. Yes. Even if it costs this life of mine. Seal-sama. See Seals S-sama. The soldier whose thigh I had stabbed was looking at Seals with a pained expression. There. Oh my, your face is quite pale. Are you in pain, there? After gently extending her left hand to the wounded man, the swift sound of a snapping bone resounded in the area. His neck broken, the soldier was making a peaceful face. Looking around, I saw a number of onlookers had gathered. But each and every one of them had been entranced by her charms. Why? The fourth spoke to me. Lyle, that is your sister? That's really your sister? The sixth was the same. The monster the first spoke of, it seems we truly had failed to grasp the meaning of the word. That one is much too dangerous. The ancestors rarely showed any weakness, but seeing Seals, their senses of crisis acted up. All they could do was urge me to escape. The fifth cried out. It's coming. Don't go astray. In the next instant, Seals was right by my side, looking up at my face. When I tried to take some distance, she stepped on my foot. Chills were racing up and down my spine like crazy. Perhaps you've gotten a little stronger? And 8 skills at that, how interesting. Though your jewel is of much lower quality than mine. A good-for-nothing jewel perfect for a good-for-nothing. Low quality. Having been told that, I glared at her. She's taking me for a fool. And at the same time, she can gauge the number of skills? What's more, good for nothing, she says. All I've piled up, what the ancestors passed on and left me, she's taking all of it as useless. Seals's eyebrows twitched a little in response. Oh, you're angry? As I thought, I hate you. You look at me without becoming captive. I believe the child over there is. It seems that Shannon was of greater interest to her than I. She immediately moved to her side, grabbed her hair, and tossed Eva aside. Kaya! Grabbed by the chin and hoisted up, Shannon thrashed around to try and resist. Let me go. Unhand me already. Seal smiled. How cold. Even when you called out to me so frantically last we met. Of course, now you're able to get a better look of me. Have you grown a bit? Right. Do you happen to know where your sister is? The pretty one. I always wanted an older sister like that. But right now, your eyes are quite interesting as well, give them to me. And no. On Shannon's scream, I instinctively extended my hand to Seals. She chucked Shannon at me, knocking me off my feet. Watching the two of us tangled up, Seals laughed to herself. And she put her foot above the fallen Eva's head. Let me go. It didn't look like she was putting in much pressure, but Eva, who was of larger build than her, was struggling for her life to get free. Your voice isn't nearly as pretty as I've heard. Isn't mine the nicer one? When she said that, the surrounding knights and soldiers voiced their affirmation. Yes, Seal-sama's voice is much more splendid than that barbaric elf over there. There's not even a comparison to be made. Hearing your voice alone makes me glad I became a knight. She put her hand to her mouth. I see. Thank you. Well, then I guess I don't need this one either. Saying that, she kicked Eva in my direction. Eva raised some pained moans. Her arm was severely inflamed. Just what do you want? What right do you think you have to carry out such acts? Leaving the two girls on the ground, I stood. I felt malice-filled eyes fall on me from all directions, but Seals herself merely played with the tips of her hair, and lost herself in thought for a short while. For one brief moment, her eyes fell on the yellow gem. Right, or how should I put this, it's because I've already inherited all of those. I doubt you'd understand. Right, I'm sure you're unable to comprehend it. Receiving her eyes of hate, I took up a stance. Rather than yellow, looking at the rapier with the golden jewel embedded in it, the seventh spoke. The gem, hey, that's Zenoir's. She stole my wife's jewel. What is the meaning of this? That was locked under maximum security. I didn't even tell Maisel about that one. The seventh flew into a fit, but anyways, that means my grandma was the holder of that jewel. I remembered the words the seventh once imparted to me. The beautiful courtesan Agrissa, the descendants of the ones to bring ruin to the country 300 years ago. That was the tribe grandmother Zenoir hailed from. Grandmother's jewel. When I muttered that, Seal's face twitched. You knew of it? It's just as I thought. That's why I hate. After she raised her hung head, she turned to the blue jewel hanging on my neck. Even so, the blue gem is Grandpa's, right? Where'd you steal it from? Well, even if it was lying around, no one would have used it anyways. Ah, but there was that old codger, wasn't there? Hearing those words, I recalled Zell, the one who saved me. Seeing my reaction, Seal spoke on with intrigue. He's already dead, mind you. It was in the way, so we cremated him, hut and all. I decided to put everything I had to full use. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 10, Seal's Ability. Seal's Ability. He's already dead, mind you. It was in the way, so we cremated him, hut and all. The snow-covered, usually deserted road had amassed numerous onlookers on both ends. They were all watching Seals, and not a soul moved to put a stop to this farce. And I. Zell was my life's savior. I glared at her. My body was unable to move from fear, but I somehow managed to work myself up. After I gripped the jewel, I heard the fifth's voice from within. Lyle, run with all you've got. Don't you dare fight. They all screamed at me to avoid any battle. To run away. It's the first time anything like this had ever happened. They had happily egged me on to fight the griffin, and were determining Seal's threat level as far, far higher. The seventh. Lyle, I thought of that as nothing but a yellow gem. But Seals called it a jewel. If it's to have gained an existence to impart its skills like us, then it would have to be. Seals could surely make use of multiple skills. But at the same time, I thought. I can't just leave her rampant. Having ventured into the world outside, I became able to comprehend Seal's irregularity. My younger sister, if I left her be here, it would surely bite me down the road. I pulled at the jewel as if to tear it from my neck. The chain had hung from wrapped around my arm, forming the shape of the giant sword. Seals looked on it with some intrigue. The surrounding knights and old ears put their hands to their weapons, but Seals chuckled and took charge. Don't get in the way of my fun, Dot. Great sword in my right hand, and dagger in my left. The ancestors called to stop me. The third in a panic. Lyle, get the hell away already. That's something you should never fight. The fourth tried to persuade me. Swallow those feelings for now. She seemed a whimsical one, so grovel or do whatever it takes to make it through this alive. The fifth was the same. This instant is enough. Just stomach it for this very moment. The sixth yelled at me. Just look who you're pointing your blade at. You can't match up. The seventh as well. Lyle, that is not your sister Seals. It's a monster. An opponent where your defeat can't be helped. Now choose the path that leads to your own survival. I took a quick glance at Eva on the ground with her broken arm. Shannon's entire body was in pain from being thrown. I don't want to. The third was Lyle. Fearing and trembling at that girl, having her speak ill of all I've ever obtained, even if I survived, I would never be able to forgive myself. Before my eyes, Seals gave a broad grin. It was an unsightly smile made to scorn an enemy, but I couldn't help but feel a strange fascination for it. And who might you be talking to? There seems to be 7 people worth of memories in that, could it be the past heads? To have chosen a failure like you, I'm sure they must be regretting it quite a bit. But before she could go on, I took a large step forward. If they're of the caliber to have chosen such a failure in the first place, they can't be anything special themselves. The sword I could barely even lift in both hands before could now be swung around in one. Because of the skills imbued in my body, it felt extremely light. Full burst strengthened my body several times over. Field and select let me confirm the surrounding situation and lock onto her. Up and down raised my own speed, while lowering hers. Dimension gave me a three-dimensional grasp of the terrain. Spec told me wherever she was, and what state she was in. Using 6 skills at once, I cut at her. But Seal smiled. She curved her lips, and stopped the giant hunk of a blade with her slender rapier. How interesting. So it becomes a weapon, so rare metal can be used like that. Seriously, is that really it? She posed a question to herself, and acted as if she answered the question by herself as well. But I could understand that action. How many? What's up? How many memories are recorded in that jewel? I pushed power onto the blade as if to crush her. The snow on the ground was pressed down, but Seals herself didn't move at all. When I tried cutting at her with the dagger, she had already grasped its blade. Guh. She didn't even think to answer the question I posed. Not that I thought she'd tell the truth either. I just thought it would serve a slight diversion. Rather than unflustered, it seems her perception of me as an opponent reduced. So you can't tell. As I thought, those ancestors are nothing special. I pulled back the dagger, and returned it to its sheath. Using both my hands, I cut down with the greatsword, putting in more power. She didn't care in the slightest. Your power increased. Speed as well. I think it's a little harder for me to move. But is that all? Also, you seem to be misunderstanding something, but... I jumped back to try and take some distance from her. But Seal stepped in, maintaining the same positioning from me as before. This time, she started pushing me back with her rapier in one hand. Just where is this power coming from? There's only a single one recorded in my jewel. Unlike that good-for-nothing jewel in your hands, mine is a real jewel. Yellow was supposed to manifest rear-guard skills. Meaning that she has at least one of those on her person. It would be a different story if the rapier itself and her accessories were skill-imbued magic items, but those and gems interfered with one another. Rearguard had many magic-related offensive skills. It's often the case that a magic one specializes in becomes a skill in itself. The fourth spoke. Just one? At least one skill? 2 at most. Is there really a skill that powerful? Whenever I tried to gain ground, she closed just as much. I was serious, but Seals was acting as if she was only playing around. After being kicked out, I learned to use skills. I experienced growth. But it was all still just a game. I'm starting to bore of using weapons. Hey, let's play with magic. I'm sure you've improved at least a little. With a bored look, she was a distance away in an instant. It was a speed I could only see as instantaneous, and it was only barely through my skills that I could tell she had physically moved at all. Clenching my teeth, I held up my left hand. Take aim. Thunder clap. Lightning roared, and bolts fell down from the clouded sky. Seals looked up. Magic shield. A simple wall of mana nullified my attack. She seemed a little disappointed, and uninterested. Is the one behind you your woman? Well, if she's not, my deepest condolences. Hey, if you can stand my next attack, how about I let you go? There's got to be something you're good at, brother. Calling me brother with a full-on smile made my spine convulse. Getting over my cold fit, I knew she was going to make some sort of move, so I braced myself. When the lightning rung out, Novum was able to confirm Lyle's location. The side streets were made in a complicated arrangement, and she was having trouble pinning down his location. Behind Novum's hurried dash, ran Monica in her maid outfit. I'll be going ahead. Saying that, she overtook Novum. Watching Monica run off in a speed one couldn't think human, Novum began worrying over whether she'd make it in time. To Arya running behind, Novum spoke. Arya-san, can you use your skill? Use it consecutively and get to where that lightning bolt struck? As Novum said that, Arya displayed some disapproval. It's not impossible, but going long distances like Lyle will be hard. I don't mind. If it's for an instant's explosive speed, then yours is the superior. Please make consecutive use of that. Arya grasped the gem around her neck, and went ahead. She accelerated at a rate that could even surpass Monica's. After seeing that, Novum confirmed that Miranda and Clara were following behind, before looking up at the sky. Lights brought about by magic were forming one after another above the area the lightning had struck. I can make it. I can still make it. She tightened her grip on the staff in her right hand. Ah ha ha ha. Splendid. Is that also the work of your skills? She was sending me a grin, but I was quite beat up over here. I made a wall of ice to protect Shannon and Eva, and around, the remnants of the destroyed walls of earth and stone were piling up like mountains. Out of breath, my sweat was flowing like a fountain in the frigid air. To my back were Shannon and Eva. If I ran now, the two of them would die. Lyle, just run already. Eva as well. You have to run, but how would he get out of this situation? She was frantically searching for my escape route. Running now would just incur her wrath. As I tried to give an excuse, Seals. Next is, how about an ice arrow? Holding up her left hand, she snapped her fingers, and created hundreds of arrows of ice around me. It wasn't just as if the ice had vaguely mimicked the shape of arrows. Arrows that were flawless to the finest of details were coming our way. I changed the sword in my hand to the bow, and set my aim on all the manufactured projectiles. Oh, so you still had something more? You're going to entertain me this time, right? Delighted, Seals lowered her raised left arm. And in the next instant, each and every one of those arrows started coming at me. I used magic to make walls of dirt, strengthened them, and shot down all the ones that pierced through with my own arrows of light. Those earth walls of mine were impaled several tens of hundreds of times. I thought I had built them sturdy, but they were shot through all too easily. Looking at Seals, she had an especially large ice arrow. No, you've got to call that one a spear at this point, in her hand, as she watched me and laughed. Then can you shoot down this one? What she shot so happily wasn't the same as her past projectiles. The places it passed by froze over, as if the atmosphere around it was frozen as well. I enlarged the bow, pulled it back strongly, and fired an arrow to clash with the one coming at me. They let off a bang, and the temperature of the area instantly dropped a few degrees. From the places the arrows burst, petals of ice fluttered about and glittered in the light. Seeing them, Seals seemed quite moved. How beautiful. Like looking at a mirror. That was followed by applause, and it felt like I alone was the one who had wandered into another world. I pulled the bow and fired another arrow. Aimed at Seals, of course. But she didn't panic. That's also a skill, right? Setting an aim, and having it pursue a foe, that's... Holding up her rapier, she snapped it like a whip to destroy the light arrow. It did explode, but she emerged from that without a scratch. Ah, that one was my favorite coat. Look, you went and got dirt all over it. I wonder who I'll give it to after this. How about a night to be married? Having him clutch this cloth as he sleeps rather than his mate sounds an interesting notion. While displaying a face full of innocence, she began to twirl on the spot. Around her, some knights even volunteered themselves as candidates to receive such a fate. Seeing them, the sixth. What is all of this? He couldn't comprehend it. And the fifth spoke. It's worse than I imagined. It's not like I was taking the first's words lightly, but, no, it's possible not even the founder could think it this deep. The time the monstrous vixen came to be was a period 50 years prior to the first's birth. Even if the stories were handed down, it's unlikely he actually experienced it. In the current world, there wasn't a soul left who could speak from experience. Perhaps Seals tired of spinning, as she stopped and looked at me. Ah, that was fun. But this is the end. It really was a treat. Well then, bye-bye, Seals thrust out the rapier, and I turned it aside with the bow's body. I immediately changed it to the great sword and slashed, only getting into an extended exchange of blades with her. You're slow. I'm even letting you drop my speed all you want with that skill of yours, yet you fail to deliver. My right shoulder was cut through, and I felt a pain in my left thigh on her next thrust. I was somehow managing to repel her attacks, but I couldn't manage all of them. I used a hand-to-fire magic at the ground, raising a snow to cover her vision, but even within that world of white, she continued swinging around her rapier as free as the wind. The snow around my person started staining itself the crimson color of my blood. Was that supposed to be a smokescreen? I can tell even with my eyes closed. Your breath, and your beat, the sound of your muscles grating, even the flow of the air is there to tell me where you stand before me. The third was lost in thought as he looked at Seals. And the seventh. That's not Seals. As if someone could change so much after merely holding a jewel, and wait, just what sort of skill does she have, anyways? Having used too much mana, it became impossible for me to keep up the sword. I took out the dagger, and returned the jewel to its usual necklace state. If I let my consciousness fade, I'm sure I'd be killed just like that. I was a little unsteady from my loss of blood, but I held up the smaller blade and glared at her. It's rare to find a human that puts up so much resistance. But I guess such battles aren't bad on occasion, lest it all lose its thrill. Yep, as I thought, it's no fun when there's no one to oppose me. Once I crush Lyle, I wonder who I'll play with next. Come to think of it, there's that Fonbue's dog that even now continues to cling to Rufus. The countries around raising protest, the internal nobles who won't obey. Aha! Aha ha ha! Now how shall I have fun with them? While losing more and more blood, I addressed her. You're quite a twisted one, you know. What are you trying to say? She continued to direct me a smile. Just who are you anyways? You're not Seals, are you? My old memories of my sister are faint at best. The memories from age 10 onwards were too strong for me to want to recall anything beyond. But she shouldn't have been a sister like the girl before my eyes. I am Seals. Seals Walt. Novum should know that well enough. Since Novum's name came out, I tried to ask the reason for it. But Seals didn't seem to care. And I've already lost interest. Yep, we're done here. Saying that, the edge of her rapier began to glow red with heat. Perhaps she was using magic on it. I won't make it. Late to react to her thrust, I was sure I wouldn't be able to dodge. But a ball of snow dropped onto Seals' head from above. The one to throw it looked to be Shannon. Seals glared at Shannon. She retracted her rapier, and concentrated her attention over there. I immediately wrung out my power to encase Shannon and Evan in walls of earth, and stood before my sister. Seals was expressionless. The light fading from her eyes, she quietly. I'll kill you. A brat with nothing but a good set of eyes to her, do you realize what it is you've done to me? Concentrating magic to blow my walls away altogether, it seems her target wasn't me, but Shannon. I wasn't even being factored into consideration. At this rate, she was going to be killed. And it was at the moment the thought had crossed my mind. The dagger in my hand let off a faint light. So this is the skill Rondo-san decided to choose. A simple one. One to resist magic, a skill to protect one's comrades, and one I thought fitting of the man. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it due to the jewel's interference, but at this point, it was definitely reacting. It created a simple wall of mana around me, blocking the magic Seal shot out. A maelstrom of flames melted all the snow around, making the temperature skyrocket. It was the magic firestorm, but its output had risen since the last time she had used it on me. Perhaps because I was making use of the dagger, the ancestral voices of the jewel only came out in broken bits and pieces. And while all the mana in my body was gradually siphoned out, I withstood Seal's outburst. But at this rate, without accomplishing anything, at the very least, I'll end it with. I looked at the snow below me. It remained as the flames had passed around, and as the storm subsided I looked at Seals. I'm sure it went beyond its limit. The dagger shattered. I collapsed at the knees, and without any strength left to stand, all I could do was watch her. Looking over me, she spoke in an uninterested tone. How boring. Is that the extent you've grown? You were more fun to play with before you left the house. From that point, my power and technique and speed had risen, but the same held true for her. From the time we fought last, she had certainly become stronger. However, a ball of snow came at her head again. A soft sound quietly reverberated in the air, making the corner of my lips curl. I forced myself to smile. It was the last bit of fruitless resistance I could put up. What's wrong? Are you perhaps weak to attacks to the face? As I provoked her, she expressionlessly looked over me, and made a stance that would clearly lead to her rapier running through my body. Within my slowing vision, all I could think of was my desire to, at the very least, protect the two behind me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 11, Septem. I won't let you. Hearing Monica's voice, I saw her spin as she descended down from up high. Both her hands were gripped onto a mace, and with it, she delivered a blow that would lead any human it encountered to a tragic end. It looks like my last breath wasn't to fall on this white and red road. No, perhaps I'd merely gained a little time. The lowered mace was received with the rapier. The air pressure from the swing caused the snow surrounding Seals to hover, and after Monica came to a halt in the air, their hairs rustled just a little bit. It was quite an unbelievable scene. Monica's strike had truly been heavy. A human, stopping it with such a slender rapier should be impossible by common sense. But for Seals to accomplish such a feat was something I found myself accepting as natural. For someone to direct true hostility at me, you're the second. Leaping away from Seals, Monica held up her weapon in both hands. In the next instant, Arya's back appeared in front of me. Making her entrance skidding through the gap Seal's left, her breathing was a mess. This is the first time I've used it in such succession, but it looks like I've made it. By looking around, she seemed to understand the danger of the situation. She didn't have along her spear, but she drew a dagger hanging at her waist and got into position. Seal's eyes were turned to the yellow jewel on the rapier, and she slowly turned her sights to Monica and Arya. One skill user and an ancient mechanical doll, interesting. Let's add them to my collection. Seals looked at me. I couldn't move my body as I wanted, and with my limbs firmly planted to the ground, I could only return that stare. Arya seemed to notice an abnormality. Just what are you? Locking eyes with Arya, Seals let out a light sigh. She looked to be a bit troubled. It's no good. Normally a look would be enough. Oi, doll over there, do you have the mind to be mine? I'll treasure more than Lyle ever did. Monica chucked her mace at Seals full force, before producing another identical one from the contents of her skirt. Seals used her rapier to repel one and bisect the other. The repelled mace rolled around close to me. I see. What a pity. And after Seals said that much, Monica gave her response. I'd appreciate it if you referred to me as an automaton or maid rather than a doll. But for me to hold animosity, are you human? She spoke as if Seals was no mere human, and in my inner thoughts, I was sure she wasn't wrong. Something that had transcended the term. That's the impression Seals lightly tossed out. After giggling a little, Seals spoke to her. When you're merely a fake that manifested in the labyrinth yourself, you sure are stuck on the details. Seals put up a tone as if she knew something special, but Monica simply scoffed. And yet I still exist, with a chicken dickwad here to serve. Be I a real construct or not makes no difference at all. The fourth gave me a simple analysis of the situation. Even with 2 extra, you're still at a disadvantage. Lyle, confirm if anyone else is headed this way. And make sure you definitely check if Novum-chan is coming. He spoke tensely with some doubt. I didn't want to suspect her, but Seals had definitely voiced Novum's name. Arya, where are the others? I confirmed with her quietly. She responded in a soft voice. They'll all be here soon. Only Monica and I went ahead. Hearing that, I spoke. Did Novum say anything? I came here in quite a rush, you know? And after getting here, it's all about Novum? I went as fast as I could, just to let you know. Even so, why are none of the people around us moving? As she took some nervous glances at the surroundings, I followed along. Knights, soldiers, civilians, all of them were looking at Seals. Among them, some onlookers were even letting their tear ducts flow. I mustered some strength to reach for the mace near me. The fifth. Lyle, why must you go so far? Are you irritated you lost? Or is it mere stubbornness? What is there to gain, getting angry just because someone or another talked down to you? He sounded worried for me. Right, we've been together for more than half a year, it seems I've gotten to understand some things. The usually aloof third generation offered my some advice. Lyle, can you try holding out until Novum-chan gets here? The sixth didn't think that highly of Novum. Just as the daughter of a house he associated with. Third, do you have something in mind? The seventh worried for me. A way to get through here, and let Lyle live another day? But the third denied those allegations. That's a dilemma more troublesome than you can imagine. She's a moody one, and her hostility to our Lyle is strong. She voiced Novum-chan's name, so if you hold out until then, something's sure to be set in motion. Not that I can say if it's for better or worse. Then isn't escape the better option? Even at that point, that was not what was on my mind. By fighting and observing, that's what I could understand. I can't escape from Seals. She'd easily catch up, and the battle would rage on. The fifth also seemed aware. There's too much a gap in strength. I never thought it would be this large, we were naive. If it was the current Lyle, then I thought that at the very least, escape would be a valid option from the description he gave of her. The fourth spoke to me. Buying time should be fine, but I wonder how far Monica and Arya can hold out. I took some deep breaths, looked at Seals, and smiled. Is something the matter? No, not really. But saying that, I grinned and watched Seals once more. Her eyebrows twitching a little in reaction, she instantly entered the gap between me and Arya. That meant she had taken Arya's back, so Arya turned around with her eyes wide open. Seals grasped my and hoisted my up by the collar, but even so, I laughed. Holding up a mace, Monica rushed towards Seals, while Arya stabbed down her dagger, before the two of them were sent flying into a wall. They both hit the wall head-on. Perhaps Arya used a skill to defend herself, as she instantly rose. Monica crashed through, making a hole, before emerging from another wall. I was surprised at her appearance, but Seals easily kicked her away. The automaton rolled quite a distance away before standing to face Seals. "Stand down." As I called for her to stop, Seals turned to look at me. "Chicken." I knew well enough that Monica was trying to resolve the present situation, but her opponent was too much. "Just sit there and watch." And in the next instant, my back was smitten with a sturdy wall. With me still in her hands, Seals had slammed me into it. Expressionlessly, she watched me, and opened her mouth. "You sure seem lax. Given up already?" Blood dripped down from my mouth, and on top of the pain, my mind seemed it would leave me at any moment, but I endured it, and smiled at her. It seemed she hated being made light of. At least that part of her was still immature. "Satisfied yet?" "Ha?" Not in her usual condescending smile, Seals glared at me. "I'm asking if you're satisfied yet. You've gotten your overwhelming power, and you've used it to crush the weak. Having fun yet?" "Well then, that's perfect, quite fitting of you." After I said that, Seals stuck her blade through my left arm, nailing me with it to the wall. As she grounded back and forth, I let out a scream. While such an indescribable sound escaped my mouth, I continued smiling at her. "Yeah, that's right, harassing her is just that much fun. I knew she'd do it, so damn it, it hurts." The third. "Lyle, how about you keep your provocations in moderation? But I'll praise you for not making a sacrifice of the other two. It really was a gamble, but it looks like you're in time. Well, the important thing is how things start moving from here on out. And there, Novum ran onto the stage. "Lyle-sama." Novum watched Seals suddenly pull her rapier from Lyle's arm, and take some distance. She had decided to follow Lyle when he left Walt territory. So the two women hadn't seen one another for a period over half a year in length. She had grown even more from before, and her atmosphere was becoming even more fascinating. Holding a beauty unbefitting her age, Seals watched an out-of-breath Novum race over to Lyle. She neither called out nor launched an attack. Novum immediately began treating Lyle, going as far as to show Seals her back. The boy could lose consciousness at any moment, but to Novum. "Monica's probably beyond magic, but please take care of Arya and Shannon, and Eva's treatments first." Saying that, power left his body, and Novum held it close. Gently laying him down on a bed of snow, Novum turned to Seals. When Miranda arrived, she ran to Arya. And Clara to Monica. Standing in a position as if to protect Lyle, emergency first aid completed, Novum pointed the staff in her hands at Seals. "This isn't what you promised. You said you wouldn't raise a hand, right?" Hearing that, Seals directed some fleeting glances towards her yellow jewel. It was as if she was going against its will, and Seals herself wanted to cut Novum down on the spot. Novum seemed to understand that. Seals returned her rapier to its sheath, and addressed her. And the moment her weapon was put away, the knights gathered at her side. Yes, sorry about that. My bad. But he's the one that threw the first stone. Seeing her laugh to herself, Novum looked around, and saw Alfred and the soldier collapsed nearby. Snow had begun to pile on them. She could easily understand that Seals was the one to take both of them out. That's a lie. Lyle-sama isn't that sort of person. The one to throw the first blow was your Alfred, was it not? Novum was aware of Alfred's actions up to now. After all, she was the daughter of the Forks' house, a house deeply connected with the Walts. Seals feigned innocence. No idea. I mean, they were already fighting when I got here. Still giggling to herself, she moved to leave the area. Novum spoke to her. If Lyle-sama was to have died, I'd have fought, even with you as my opponent, Seals-sama. Seals stopped in her tracks. The knights around her reached for the hilts of their blades. A few among them knew of Novum. The mere daughter of the Forkses thinks to turn a blade at Seals-sama. So the one betrothed to a failure is a failure after all. When you're nothing but the Forkses' second daughter. Novum ignored them altogether. That's all she could do. Because the emotion she held to them was one called pity. For the Walt House's knights to have fallen this far. They were once splendid knights, rejoicing as Lyle matured. They got rowdy over who would take part in the boy's first campaign, and often laughed around many a drink. Even Alfred once doted on Lyle like a brother to his younger. But that? Nothing to say in response? Or perhaps, you'd answer better to the name Septim? Novum gripped her staff harder, making it so she could fire off magic at any time. Seals turned to her with quite an enraged expression. Don't call me by that name. I am Seals, of the house you Forkses have always held so dear, the Walt house, their daughter. Can you really lay a hand on me? In the latter half of her speech, Seals began making a triumphant expression. Novum lowered her staff. To the Forkses' house, the Walt house held an important meaning. Then if she's still Seals-sama, I won't interfere. And it was for that sake that her house continued supporting them from the shadows. Now about your promise not to lay a hand on Lyle-sama. Seals seemed largely uninterested. I forgot about it. My bad. But, the next time I see him, I really will carve him up. I'll make sure to show you as well, so do care not to let him wander into my field of vision. But. Seals leaned forward, the index finger of her right hand resting on her lips. Her pose was a lovable one, innocent as can be. There will be an important announcement in 3 days' time, and I don't mind if I see you in the plaza then. Go tell that to Lyle as well, he'll even be able to see his parents, so come watch with his fingers crossed. Bursting into laughter, Seals left surrounded by her knights. She sent a glance to Miranda and Clara as well, but as they didn't show any interest, she walked on with a bored expression. The soldiers recovered Alfred and his soldiers' remains, and now nothing remained in the area besides piled of rubble and snow. Miranda lent Arya a shoulder, but she watched Seals go by all the way. She's even worse than when I last saw her. Having met her several years before, Miranda could understand that Seals had grown. Arya stared at her back with regret. For me to be useless. Novum spoke to her. No, Arya-san, you put up some splendid resistance. I don't need your consolation. It's a fact that I couldn't do anything. Clara also walked alongside Monica. Normally, such a scene would never come to be. With Lyle collapsed, Monica noticed she couldn't operate in her normal state. And Monica glared at Novum. You know quite a lot of some things, don't you? I'll have you answer me. What is your goal? Perhaps she would become an enemy to Lyle. Determining that, Monica pressed her. Novum seemed a little bewildered, but she made a bitter smile. I'll carry out Shannon-chan and Eva-san's treatment first. Because it's cold out here. We have to get Lyle-sama up and moving as well. Monica stated she wouldn't let Novum lay a hand on Lyle, draping him over her own shoulders. And within that road that usually experienced very little traffic, a carriage came to a stop before their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 12, Let Me Start Your Story. Let me start your story. The mansion in use by the Fondbue's royal family. In the room they had borrowed, Novum nursed Lyle by his side. While he slept, his injuries had been wiped away with healing magic. But perhaps due to his physical fatigue and dearth of mana, he had still yet to open his eyes. To his other side, Monica stationed herself in sleep mode to cut his mana expenditure. Asleep in a standing posture, she had been quite reluctant to allow Novum to look after Lyle. But it was also fact that they had no one to use healing magic besides Novum, and that Monica operated on Lyle's mana. It was a situation where she couldn't take care of him herself, so she prioritized his recovery. Clara entered the room. I've recovered our belongings from the inn. Just as Miranda-san said, it was under watch. Arya and Eva were both injured as well, so they were resting. Novum directed a smile to Clara. Is that so? Thank you. You should rest too, Clara-san. Clara looked at Novum. Rather than doubtful, she was worried. You've been healing him without rest since yesterday, haven't you? If you don't rest, then. Novum shook her head, and looked at Lyle. I've no idea when Lyle-sama will wake, so I must. Clara looked back and forth between Novum and Lyle before resting her eyes on Monica. And she inquired to the battle with Seals, a situation she had yet to fully believe. When I saw that Monica-san and Arya-san had lost, I looked at Lyle-san's sister, and for some reason thought there was no helping it. Novum-san, have you fought with that person and come out victorious? Clara surely remembered how it seemed that Novum and Seals were negotiating on equal ground. Does that mean Novum was strong enough to put Seals on guard? That's what she thought. But the truth was different. No, even if I fought, we would have lost. Clara kept her eyes on Monica and spoke. Even Lyle-san couldn't do a single thing. And Monica-san was unable to even scratch her. Such a person really exists, right? Novum explained. In the past, Seals-sama was just a normal girl. A little timid, hiding herself behind Lyle-sama's back, It was a description from close to 6 years past. By the time I noticed, it was already much too late. And if she couldn't stop her, then what? Novum had thought over it time and again. But her inability to stop it had resulted in her engagement to Lyle. How ironic. That it be by Septim's influence. The Forks' Baron house was one that had supported the Walt house from times long gone. Even after the Walt house's head 2 generations prior elevated them to a Baron house, that relation didn't change. And the second daughter of such a house, Novum, had visited the Walt house's mansion numerous times. After her engagement was decided, she had continued stepping into those walls time and again. I'm sure my predecessor noticed it. That's why Lyle-sama was able to inherit the Walt family's treasure, as I thought, the one to succeed the Walt house should be Lyle-sama. No matter how proficient Seals may be, she'd never be able to properly manage anything with that personality of hers. That was something the house that lived alongside the Walts would not be able to accept. Seals-san, was it? I still can't believe it. I even felt something sublime from that lass. You're saying she wasn't always like that? Novum directed a wry smile at Clara. I wonder what I should say. But, perhaps the time to speak has come. It was supposed to come much further down the line, though. Saying that, Novum let her hand touch Lyle's face. Within the jewel. I'm definitely not at fault. I mean, I only learned about jewels after Lyle became the wielder and we awakened. Back when it was in my wife's hands, I could only think of it as nothing but a yellow gem. The 7th frantically gave excuses to the 4 chastising eyes falling on him. Novum's dialogue was one thing, but thinking back to Seal's case, there was quite a bit of dissatisfaction in store for the 7th. Though all of them did understand that the 7th wasn't all at fault. Taking the assets one's wife brought with them and destroying them wasn't something normally permissible. If it hadn't come down to this, the 7th would likely have been able to use that point to argue his case. Even when he knew there was nothing that could be done, the 3rd pressured the 7th. Agrissa's descendant, Zenoir, it would be difficult to notice the gem the child carried around was a jewel like ours. But since you said it was kept under maximum security, I'd like to hear your reasons. The 7th rebutted. So you're saying it's even possible to realize that a rock contained not only skills, but emotions and memory? Even if I've a fragment of responsibility in the matter, there's no way I could have anticipated it. And to Zenoir, it was only something to be looked after by daughters of the clan. The 4th put together the information gathered. So the 7th's wife was unaware, is that how it is? And Seals awoke it. I'm curious as to how Seals got her hands on the jewel, but how about we proceed this talk somewhere more productive? We've all taken enough swings at the 7th. The 7th clenched his fist and hit it against the round table. To understand that, yet waste your time in such a manner, you brutes. The 6th spoke out in a troubled expression. Everyone angled their ears to him. If you're looking at the result alone, Lyle's decision was correct. If he ran, he was sure to be followed. In the worst case, while running. There's the possibility Lyle would have escaped to an area devoid of people to prevent Novum and the others from being dragged into the mix. The 3rd nodded. And in that case, all that's left is to die. It isn't a matter of not having enough competence. That one's already in another dimension. Even all the men gathered here, in our primes, I wonder how far we'd go against that. All the ancestors gathered had taken forms around their 30s. The forms of their golden days. And the 7th put the feelings of such ancestors to words. It's impossible. I'd more or less be able to put up a resistance, but winning would be out of the question. The 6th spoke in succession. The actions of Lyle, who challenged such an enemy. I can't praise them, but... The one to speak after the 6th was the 4th. So result-wise, he was correct. Well, he's got quite a bit of luck on him. That's just the sort of fortune Lyle has. The 5th. But even that is insufficient. Lyle will not be able to triumph over Seals. The 3rd too. Yep, I doubt he'll win, as he is right now, at least. All of their opinions aligned. In the Fondue's mansion, Novum was surrounded. It was the evening of the 2nd day after their fight with Seals. Perhaps Lyle had recovered sufficiently, as Monica was operational. An injured Arya had come to the room, and Miranda had brought Shannon along. Clara was fidgeting in the doubtful air. You wanted to ask something? Acting as a representative, Miranda posed the question. She had always been wary of Novum, and decided to use this matter to press on it. Prepared for even the dissolution of the party, she took a single glance at Lyle on the bed. Anne? That's right. What I want to hear is about your relation to Lyle's sister. And I've always found you an unnatural one. Why did you leave us at Lyle's side? You're the one preceding all of that, right? Wouldn't it usually be the other way around? What Miranda found strange was Novum's actions. She could understand that she treasured Lyle, and she didn't think that was a lie. But even so, Novum was taking an active role in expanding Lyle's harem. Even when she was in a spot where she should be denying such recruitments. Novum made a troubled expression. And she leisurely explained. My household is one that has continued to serve Lyle-sama's household for generations. Such a relation has gone on for over 200 years, and it's even been said that rather than the royal line, we've only ever pledged our loyalty to the Walt house. Miranda was already well aware of that one. For better or worse, the Walts were a house that continued growing larger and larger. They had a firm connection with retainers, but there was a single Baron house that tagged alongside them and aided them from their starts. Usually, having quarrels all around was the world of nobility. But without blood relations or mutual interests, the Forks' house that continued to serve the Walts was a novelty even among the nobles. If they had the mind, the Forks' house would have been able to usurp the Walt house time and again. So it was said that the house to look upon the Walts as their royalty was the Forks' house. I already know from my investigations. And it was also quite famous, so I found out immediately. So why is it that rather than Seals, you chose to follow and abide by Lyle? Miranda was quite cautious. She had a dagger hung at her waist. Seals, who even Lyle couldn't win against, was wary of Novum. I knew she was hiding her real strength, but I never thought it so high. What could be the meaning of this? If she were to trust her own eyes, Novum had always been hiding her abilities. But Miranda didn't think her as a monster on Seals' level. I suppose you all won't be satisfied with the answer of being formerly engaged. As if she had gained the intention to inform them of everything, Novum corrected her posture. It's just as you've all seen. The current Seals is abnormal. What's more, she plays with everything around her to her will. Just as Agrissa once did. Clara explained to the ones gathered that didn't seem to understand. Her eyes were mostly directed at Arya. It's the name of a queen who lived 300 years ago. She's called names such as the Beautiful Vixen, or Charming Witch, or the like. Her beauty charmed her surroundings, and she's the individual that is said to have led to the collapse of the country occupying this land before Bonsium. Arya's eyes were swimming. Alright, I get the feeling I've heard something like that before. Miranda touched her hand to her forehead. She's definitely oblivious. A little fed up, she continued listening in on Novum's explanation. Both Lyle-sama and Seal-sama carry the blood of that person. All besides Monica showed surprise. Tiredly, Monica spoke. Well, it's to be expected, she still has living relatives. What's to be so shocked about? I heard that the blood of magic users is valuable, and it's the nobles that try to preserve it. Arya shot back in response. The blood of a villain should just be let die out. So the survivors that moved out to a remote region were the Walts, is what you're saying? Novum shook her head. No, the one the preceding head welcomed in as a wife was the one to carry on her bloodline. If I may add on to that, she's the daughter of the one who headed the rebellion of the time. A marquis. Shannon opened and closed her mouth in panic. After coming this far, Miranda began to ponder whether Seals really was Agrissa reborn. That's just how strange Central had become. So does that make Seals the rebirth of Agrissa? And you're trying to say her carrying the queen's blood made it possible? Novum denied that. No, it's largely irrelevant. The problem lies in the yellow gem Seal-sama carries. All of their eyes fell on the blue gem lying close to Lyle's body. Arya alone was looking at her own red one instead. From the time she started carrying it, Seal-sama changed. I noticed that, and negotiated with her. For her not to lay hands on Lyle-sama. Clara spoke to her. How did you manage to do that? At that point, her powers were still weak, I suppose. Yep, she's definitely hiding something. Miranda knew by intuition, but Novum went on. After that, I protected Lyle-sama. And after learning he had been driven out of the Walt house, I rushed to his side at once. I am aware that Lyle does not desire a harem. I am also aware of his intentions to flee from Bonsium. In that case, then why? Miranda was about to say that, before Novum offered an apology to everyone. I offer my deepest apologies. But if there's anyone capable of stopping Seal-sama, then that is Lyle-sama. That is what I believed. Meaning Novum. That's why, for the possibility that Lyle-sama might come to stand against her, I prioritized gathering women able to resist Seal-sama. As those of the opposite gender, males are too easily charmed by her, but they were all mere pieces harvested up for Lyle to fight against Seal someday. Hearing that, Arya left the room. Clara followed her out. Miranda also took Shannon along to leave. and Nova merely watched the affair in silence. "We're leaving, Shannon." "Eh? But..." Shannon was looking at Lyle, but Miranda forcefully dragged her out. After leaving the room, she noticed a woman with light pink hair hastily try to conceal herself, but she ignored her. When I opened my eyes, I was within the jewel. Is it alright that I assume the fact that I'm here means that I'm alive? Around, I saw the forms of my ancestors in their seats, and I was about to ask and confirm the situation I was in, but... Lyle. The third looked at me with a serious expression. And unlike usual, it was the very epitome of severity. I responded. Yes? I'll bet you've much to ask, and we'd like to answer you as well. But for now, can you let us say our conclusion? So did they discuss and resolve this beforehand? I decided to listen to what their opinion on the matter was. The third declared. We'll be having you leave Bonsam as soon as time permits. You shall not get involved with seals anymore. The Walt house either. Those words made me swallow my breath. The fourth, sixth, and seventh had said they wished of me to succeed the territory. The third and fifth that it was up to me. And now all five of them were telling me to simply run, and that the land was irrelevant. The fourth continued. It's best for it to be as far as possible. Maybe crossing the sea will be nice. Just live in peace with whoever has the will to tag along. It's fine if you want to claim some land no one set foot in before and become lord. We have much advice to give. That sort of thing is the third specialty, and I can teach you how to spend money productively. The fifth. With all the time saved on trial and error, I estimate you'll have a stable stronghold in 10 to 20 years. Well, it does depend on the location, but you can just avoid the disadvantageous points. The sixth also nodded. In a distant foreign land, the Walt house shall rise once more. If you're a man, then this much is nothing. The seventh. You'll have to work to the objective and ways of that country as well, but it's in no ways impossible for you to become a feudal lord once more. To get some strength under your belt, you can organize a reputable mercenary force, and do some service for the government there, can't you? Use our skills, and you'll be famous in no time. Getting to Baron class in your generation alone is no dream. With the seventh's encouraging smile as a trigger, the others started getting rowdy over what my future held. The third. If you clear 5 labyrinths, you're considered first-rate as an adventurer, right? If you do 10, then I'm sure some stable and well-off country will offer you land somewhere. The fourth was. But don't you think a tense country sound better? They'll be in need of some military might, so Lyle will definitely be able to become a noble on good terms. The fifth. But I doubt he'd want to be in war all the time. More so, how about you find a place that needs some reorganization in domestic affairs? If it's to a certain extent, he can start with giving some advice. The sixth. But it's important to be a native in those sorts of areas, so a country with some extent of war is. The seventh. I wonder if there's a moderate country out there where our powers can contribute to victory. If there's a place short on hands, you can get yourself depended on by the top in no time. Give some moderate contributions, and do perform some moderate reforms, don't worry about it. With all of us gathered here, it's more than possible. But in front of such a merry meeting of my ancestors, I lowered my head and apologized. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. And it all went quiet. The harmonious atmosphere disappeared without a trace, and they all watched me with serious expressions. The third opened his mouth. What do you mean by that? I hope you're not saying you'll fight against seals, right? I will fight. I will fight seals. I looked straight at him. But the ancestors seemed opposed. Lyle, you were driven out of the Walt house. At this point, you could even call that your fortune. And from how things are going, it's not just going to be the Walt house anymore. The country. Bonsium itself will become your enemy. The fourth corrected the positioning of his glasses with his index finger. They caught the light as he explained the present situation. Even if you have more skills to use than most, you're short on personnel. And I'm talking on a national level here. Novum, Aria, Miranda, Shannon, Clara, Monica, you think that's enough to go against this country? Individuals and the few don't topple nations. I shook my head. Yes, I cannot win. I'd like to believe I understand that. The fifth spoke. Lyle, then you can't call that fighting. It's just plain suicide. Because seals spoke ill of what you hold dear, you have to get revenge? I'll be blunt here, your choice is mistaken. Anyone would laugh at it. At the choice of an incorrigible fool. But even so, I shook my head. And even then, I'll fight seals. I get it. That if it goes on like this, she'll never be stopped. That thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands will die. The sixth corrected my opinion. Wrong. You're looking in the 10 millions here. That thing will at least go that far. And Seals has enough time. That much is to be expected. Hearing that, I raised my face. The ceiling of the jewel was something I had never seen before. The ceiling was of the same design as the table, and in the center of it, a large and round lapis stone was embedded. The ceiling was high, and around it, 23 smaller blue gemstones were arranged. That was likely the number of skills. The pattern with only 2 was likely mine. I do have the mind to get revenge on Seals, and the mind to be recognized by my parents. But more than that, if I'm to leave her like this, then countless lives will be played to her whim. The seventh laid down my opinion with a level-headedness he didn't usually direct. Don't misunderstand. She's merely increasing the scale, and even if Seals didn't do anything, war will break out. I'm sure there's already one going on somewhere. Inhuman acts are happening all over foreign lands. Whether Seals is the one to cause them, or not, what changes is only the scale. The fourth was looking at me fed up. Idealism is fine and all. But look here, you've got to preach them after you've gotten able to protect the precious people around you. Using skills, you're only a little more proficient than the masses. Can a man protected by Novum Chan and the rest protect anyone else? I took in all their words. But I could only think that I had to do something about Seals myself. I was more than aware. They were the thoughts of a child unable to understand the cruelty of reality. And even so, if I'm to run here, the Walt house will be spoken of as the greatest of evils for all history to come. The third scoffed. So what? Splendid. Do you hear any of us telling you to stop Seals? To be blunt here, as long as you survive, Lyle, the blood will carry on. That's enough for me. All that you've amassed, your legacies, it'll all be for naught. The fourth disinterestedly. You too caught up on the past. Isn't it fine? Just start it up from scratch again. Do you think our founder ever mulled over those details? Present over past. Even over the future, you only have the present to live in. So just abandon it all? Throw away all the sinless people to be killed by Seals, and find happiness for myself alone? I'm not shameless enough for that. The fifth. What are you so high and mighty about? Just who out there told you to hold responsibility for it? Responsibility is something the guys with authority have. Meaning, something the current Walt house's head and the king of Bonsium should have, and not something you have the right to bear. Do you know of the word pretentious? You ancestors are the ones who told me to carry on the territory. Changing course at this point in time? The sixth glared at me. That's right. That thing is too dangerous. It's the right choice, isn't it? That you won't win is something every single person present has determined. Just what do you mean by right? Then are my thoughts in the wrong? Is trying to stop Seals something so wrong to attempt? As I screamed out, the seventh spoke. No, you're right. You're right enough to make me sick. Then just do what you want. From this point on, I won't offer the slightest of advice or assistance. We're not nice enough folks to pay mind to a child knowingly rushing off to his death. The heads of history lived their lives as feudal lords. The various members used various ways to protect and advance the territory. I should know well enough that the world isn't one you can live through on ideals. I'm ignorant to the ways of the world. The third nodded. That's right. On top of that, an idiot. I couldn't win against Seals. I'm really questioning whether there's anyone out there who can win against here, you know. If Novum wasn't there, I'd never even have gotten this far. And even that Novum Chan seems to have some ulterior motives, right? Can you continue to believe in her as you have? It's possible she even has connections with that sister of yours. No, even as we speak, she may be happily reporting to Seals on your present state. Shut up. What was that? You want to say something to us? The low and threatening voice he used was the same enraged one the aloof man let out when he punched the king. I felt an unpleasant sweat creep along my spine, but don't lose. Do your best. I remembered the firsts and seconds words. So what about skills? So what if I'm weak? I know all of that. But if I don't stand up here, am I just to spend the rest of my life cowering in Seal's shadow? After being recognized by those men, you're telling me to live such a life. Don't screw with me. Don't screw with me. Ah. The third and the surrounding ancestors were sending stares vicious enough to make me tremble. They'd lived through much more carnage than me, the determination of these men of valor. 15 years. I was going to turn 16 soon. A kid like me must be nothing but an oblivious brat from their point of view. I know, but I told you not to screw with me. As if I care. No assistance? No advice? No skill either? Go do what you want. The firsts and seconds skills are already mine. My second stage skill connection manifested as well. No help? And so what? I decided it, and I'm going to carry it out. So just watch from the jewel, I'll definitely pull it off, whether you all oppose or reject, I've already decided. I will fight seals. Hearing my words, the third scratched his head. The fourth removed his glasses and started wiping off the lenses. The fifth looked at the ceiling with his hand on his brow. The sixth let out a deep sigh. The seventh had his fingers over the area around his eyes. As a representative of them all, the third stood and clapped his hands. You pass. Of course, all actions henceforth are your responsibility alone. But fret not, we're here to help you along. We'll offer more assistance than before. What do you mean? Putting his glasses back on, the fourth quietly explained. Looked so mad. It was just a little bit of a test. And you see, it's not as if we don't have our dissatisfactions. I myself have never experienced a war of countries. What's more, Bonsium is quite a superpower. The third looked at me and smiled. You're re-entering a field none of us have any experience in. The enemy is our house that's kept growing and growing from our times, on top of the entire kingdom of Bonsium. Now look in the other corner. Lyle, a teen with a little bit of money, and some comrades who don't even make 10. If you want to start here, then your means of success will take decades in the making. The fifth spoke. We can't spend that much time. Really, even after death, these large worries just have to keep popping up one after another. But so be it. You're a man of the Walt house after all. The sixth laughed. That's right. Lyle, you'll get to experience a sort of battle none of your forefathers have gone through before. It'll be fun. The enemy is formidable, Seals is a monster, just standing up to them will be a living hell. The seventh's eyes were just a little bit teary. I'll lend you my power. If there's someone out there capable of stopping Seals, then I'm sure it is you. I won't give that right to anyone else. By the Walthouses, no, your hand, put a stop to Seals. While I sat in a daze, the ancestors stood from their seats. Looking at me, the third held out his arms wide. Now from here on, Lyle's battle begins. Not of the Walthouse, or of us, the time has come to start your own story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 13, Dissolution. Dissolution. When I woke up, Monica's face was before my eyes. Oh? No, she's way too close. To wake a sleeping chick in the kiss of one as cute as I is necky. Oh, you actually woke up, how unfortunate. Distancing herself, and straightening her back, Monica seemed delighted. She'd challenged Seals a number of times, so I assumed the loyalty of Automata must be high. But even if I know that, it's still something to be happy about. I raised my torso, and tried moving my body. As the ancestors had informed me, my healing was already completed. My wounds had closed, but I still felt some pain throughout. A scar remained on my left arm. It was from when she nailed me to the wall, and grated the blade back and forth. But perhaps it's best that something remained. With a reminder like this to look at every day, it looks like I'll be able to live on without forgetting how much a threat Seals is. For now, I'll rest my body some more. This is the Fonbuse's mansion, right? Why did they decide to save us? When I said that, Monica looked at me in wonder. How were you able to determine our location? When you were carried here, I was sure you didn't have any consciousness to speak of. I smiled a little, got off the bed, and tried moving my body a little. This and that. This and Monica. What is it? Thank you. I'll give my gratitude for now. When I gave her my thanks for saving me, Monica suddenly began making a wriggling movement, her hairstyle ruffling itself into a mess, as she delightedly. God! So you finally began to dear. Just how long did that take, you damn chicken? We're sleeping in the same bed tonight. Prepare yourself. TL, dear is in the other side of that sun coin. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. And don't you sleep standing up? When I denied her with a smile, she crouched down on the spot and pretended to cry. Even I was worried about you, you know? You didn't show any signs of waking, so I spent most of the time in sleep mode, though. So you were asleep? No, perhaps that was for the best. Monica had a line connecting her to me, from which she received mana. While that let the automaton even rebuild herself, it also meant my mana was constantly drained. When recovering my physical state was of the highest priority, having Monica moving around would only slow the process. Where are Novum and the others? Monica stood, and spoke expressionlessly. Some infighting broke out. The vixen is preparing the bath. Well, with this, there are less nuisances to come in between us. Now, chicken dickwad. Take my nursing with everything you've got. I sat down on the bed, and addressed her. Before that, I've got a request. How greedy of you. Say anything you want. I'll carry it out perfectly. Speak. To Monica, who awaited her orders, Can you assemble all our party's members? I've something important to say. And finishing those words, I looked up at the ceiling. Everyone gathered in my room. As the heads of history had suspected, the harem goal Novum had spoke of caused their relations to turn dicey. In the space of the room, everyone stood a considerable distance from Novum. It's to be expected after receiving game peace treatment. It's not like I intend to chastise Novum for making a harem for me. I mean, if you think about it, all she did was make sure the ones to gather around me were immune to Seal's influence. Whether we're to fight or run, Novum simply determined that such a trait was essential. They looked at me as I sat on the bed. Arya looked like she wanted to say something. Miranda remained wary of Novum. Shannon nervously assessed her surroundings. Clara's field of vision was also swimming around the room. Monica was standing by my side. And Novum. Lyle-sama, what is it you wanted to talk about? I stood, and observed the faces of my comrades. I've decided to disband the party. So I'd like for us to decide here whether we'll disband now or in Bime. Perhaps we can make the trip, and look for other parties to join as we work with these members a little longer. Novum listened to my decision, and silently nodded. I will accompany you to the end. Smiling, That's so? But I'd like it if you made your choice after I told the whole story. Arya stared at me, and yelled. Don't just proceed talks on your own. And wait, what are you even trying to do? Disbanding and all. Miranda was the same, it seems. I'm sure a certain someone said he'd make sure I didn't regret anything, right? That's a clear-cut abandoning of responsibility right there. I gave a bitter smile. That's right. I did say I wouldn't let you regret. But if we go on as we are, you'll only regret more. I've finally gotten myself a goal. It's much too big for me, and to be completely honest, I have yet to decide how I'll even go about carrying it out. But taking you all along will just be going down the road to regrets. Of course, I'm aware it isn't something I can do alone, and I don't have such intentions. After this, I'll reform a party, with the express purpose of working towards that goal. I decided to fight. But in that case, I can no longer walk alongside my comrades without the same resolve. What I've decided is the dis and reassembly of a party. That's just selfish. As Shannon looked at me with condemning eyes, I smiled and apologized. That's right. It's selfish. No matter how far I go, I'll still be selfish. And the goal I speak of is to defeat Seals. On my utterance, Clara corrected the positioning of her glasses, as she spoke. Does that imply assassination? I did consider it, but there's more problems than merits with that one. So when I get to Bime, I'll reform a party, and start building up power. Do you want to return to Arumsas, Clara? Whatever we earn as a party will be evenly divided, so if you have any desires, it may be possible to grant them. I believe she said she wanted to run a bookstore in the future. Money-wise, I'm sure we have enough to start up a small store. Arya commented on my opinion. Fight Seals? Are you an idiot? You just crashed and burned on that none too long ago. Challenging that one is, shouldn't you be thinking of running off somewhere and living a quiet life? And that does sound quite appealing in itself. Earn money as adventurers, and eventually use the advice of the ancestors to continue on the Walt house's legacy of reclaiming land. I did consider that path. I'm sure that would be fine as well. I'm sure that if I had chosen it, the ancestors would have supported me with their all. But I've already made my choice. I can't leave her be. That's why I chose to oppose her. I'm sorry, but this is the end of the party. Don't worry so much over that point. I'll prepare a considerable preparatory period, and if we go all the way to Bime, I'm sure we'll be in great demand. That's just how competent the members of this party are. Miranda informed me as a representative of the rest. Please give me some time to think. And at present, we can't even move from Central. I nodded. Yes, I'm sure you'll need time. What about you, Novum? Novum's expression looked as if she wasn't expecting that question from me. A little happy, yet discontent at the same time. A complicated expression. I will accompany you to the end. Having woken up, I sat across from Leanne, resting in a sofa and sipping tea. I give my thanks for saving us. But pardon my rudeness, could I ask your reasons? I can't think there was a single merit in such an act. With her long and pink hair tied up behind her head, Leanne gave a thin smile. She looked a bit tired, and her face had more shadows than usual. I don't think there's any merit to it either. It's just that thing called intuition. Both in meeting you and saving you. While taking a sip of tea, I wondered if this person had the same sort of sharp feral instincts as the first ones had. Do you believe such instincts exist? Yes, I do. I mean, I've been saved a number of times by something like that. With a simple, I see, she returned to her tea. She must be thinking I'd been through trouble a number of times as an adventurer. She's not wrong with that assumption, and correcting it would just make matters more complicated. Of the firsts and seconds wills that were once in the jewel and so on and so forth, it's no good. It'll just take up time to convince her. She did seem much busier than me, anyways. Along with the preparations to vacate the mansion, she appeared to be probing through some of the deeper internal affairs of Bonsium. It was during that act that she went and discovered our party. Tomorrow there's going to be an official announcement in Central's Plaza. Seals will officially be engaged to His Royal Highness, and become the true queen to be both nominally and virtually. I already knew, so I wasn't surprised. It was going to happen sooner or later, though I do think it a little soon for the announcement. They couldn't wait, I hear. See, Seals is quite charming, so the Crown Prince and the others are working fast to make sure no strange bugs crawl out aiming for her. Seeing her giggle to herself, I wondered just what was going through Leanne's mind when she saw her former fiancé in such a state. While she's surely smiling, I doubt she finds it all too interesting inside. She's just acting on a whim. Though I do get the feeling she'd calmly prey on any man to catch her fancy. Leanne agreed. I'll bet. Even so, the prince. Rufus will eventually just be pushed to the side, I believe. Worst comes to worst, if a child no one knows the father of is to be born, they'll still sit on the throne all the same. That's just how twisted it all was. Ever since Seals set foot in the city, everything rapidly started descending to madness. Thinking of it as the power of a monster made me shiver. So by the princess's intuition, how do you think Bonsium will fare? Do you think it will last? On my question, she stared right at me. Isn't that dependent on you? I'm surprised you came out alive after standing before her. It's lucky as all hell that you got away with injuries of that level. You see, I thought you were the key. It was just by lust for revenge, but I wanted you to be the one to bring ruin to this country. I mean, a death match between two carrying the same blood in their veins sounds interesting, doesn't it? A voice came from the jewel. It was the fifth's. No matter the time, women sure are strong. It was an answer as to why she saved me much more satisfying than plain old goodwill. Of all else, I was the same. Even if I sugarcoated it, my petty pride was stirring up a desire for vengeance. I wanted to defeat Seals, and triumph over her. Those dark emotions formed the current me. Then I have to try hard to answer to your expectations. Will taking on Bonsium be hard for Fondviews as a country? Leanne stopped her tea-holding hand, and looked at me with a serious expression. There isn't a single country nearby that can put up a decent fight with a nation as large as Bonsium. And even if they were to win, no small country would be able to govern its mass. Some alliances and unions will need to be made for a chance at victory, but... The seventh let his voice from the jewel. For countries stealing amongst themselves to try uniting, it's more likely a war will break out amongst themselves before all else. I'm sure it'll become something plenty muddled up. And I doubt it's possible in the first place. Leanne put to mouth the reason the seventh was about to say. Trying to explain the threat of Seals to one who's never seen her before won't breed understanding. Showing her to them will likely get them in her cage. It's the worst. The moment you fully understand the threat, it's much too late. Princess, what do you plan on doing henceforth? On my question, Leanne let a light smile grace her face. A princess rejected by their groom doesn't make for good rumor. Even if I go back, just what treatment awaits, of course. I confirmed the sensation that she had used a skill, and felt the handle of my teacup fracture. I caught the cup with my left hand, not letting any of its contents spill. Oh, how unfortunate. It does look like Leanne has a skill of her own. When I tried considering what sort of skill it was, she laughed, and my skill is trick. It's only good for a little mischief, but that's enough for now. I'll just use this to bring some misfortune to those that offer me a cold reception back home. Seeing her laugh to herself, I left the teacup on the table. Her eyes had yet to show defeat. I really wonder what this girl plans to perpetuate. I plan on fighting seals. But I haven't decided on the means yet. I see, she muttered as she finished her tea. Arya and Clara dropped by Miranda's room. While they had their own borrowed rooms, everyone besides Lyle, Novum, and Monica had gathered there. Miranda looked over Arya, Shannon, and Clara, and sighed. So you said you wanted to discuss the future? Don't you all have your own wills or anything? Arya complained. But doesn't disbanding after coming all the way here irritate you at all? The plan went down all too fast, and disbanding after we go all the way to Bime is nothing but trouble, isn't it? Miranda explained. That's exactly why Lyle said he'd make some operational time over there, isn't it? How about you use it to look for your next party? For yours and Clara's ability levels, you'll find one in no time. In truth, everyone's individual abilities were quite high. While Lyle's party had immature coordination, it was compensated for with personal competence. Even if they transferred to other parties, the need to polish up coordination remained the same. Clara posed a question to Miranda. Miranda-san, so are you leaning towards disbanding in Bime, then? Putting her hand on her hip, Miranda pushed out her chest and nodded. I don't mind either way, really. I mean, I'm following him anyways. Shannon was surprised. I mean, Seal-sama is, ... Miranda yelled at Shannon for continuing to add Sama to the accursed name. Drop the Sama already. That one's already just an enemy. And you've already bought yourself quite some resentment from her, so trying to curry favor with an honorific is too late. That wasn't my intent, but there's still no way we can win. The girl hanging her head, Shannon, was most likely the one among them who'd confirmed Seal's power to its fullest. Because her eyes didn't function, her skill had bestowed demon eyes onto her. And by their power, she could collect more information than others. I'm dragging Shannon along, but Arya, Clara, you both have to decide on your own. Lyle has decided to fight seals. That's the direction his party will move. You can't be complaining, this isn't how it was supposed to be after that. Miranda planned on following Lyle. Even if the party disbanded, she just had to be a part of it when it formed again. She didn't fancy being with Novum, but even so, she chose to go alone. If Novum was to move for Lyle's sake, and she was to as well, then, she knew that as long as she still had some use, Novum wouldn't try to cut her off. While she saw all of Novum's actions as ominous and uncanny, she could understand that all of them had been for Lyle's sake. Arya made a bit of a perplexed face. Why, you're fine with that. Miranda, you think you can win against that seals? A frontal attack is impossible. There's the gap in skill, so we'll prepare in a way we can win. Lyle's no fool either. Did he say we'd all be jumping into a pit of flames? He does seem to have the mind to make preparations. Clara was as collected as usual. It's likely she had already reached her conclusion. Miranda watched Arya shake. So just decide for yourself. If you're aiming to be a first-rate adventurer, then you should take responsibility in your own actions. That self-responsibility thing. The party had come together for various reasons. They had come together, attracted by the existence called Lyle, but those without clear goals in mind. Arya and Shannon couldn't help but sway. While thinking there was no helping it, Miranda tried directing Arya a little. It's not like I'll say you ran away if you decided to join another party. It's completely natural for a party to break apart if goals differ. Clara affirmed her words. More so, before you're gathered up and used by someone like Novum-san, and thrust into a situation you can't escape from, it's best you confirmed your own will and intentions. Lyle-san's way is the kinder by far. With a greater understanding of what it meant to be an adventurer than the rest, Clara spoke and nodded to herself. Arya. But saying something like that after all this time? After just pulling us around however he felt. The fact that Arya liked Lyle was something Miranda understood. That's why she spoke. Right. Then you're leaving, are you, Arya? Isn't that fine? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Arya burst out of the room. Watching her back, Clara addressed Miranda. Was that not a little too cold? What of it? I've no reason to comfort a love rival. I don't feel like bullying her with malicious intent, but I'm not going to look after her beyond the scope of a comrade. Stroking her light verdure hair, Miranda spoke to Clara. If she does something to me, I'll get back at her. If she saves me, I'll repay the favor. But you see, if she doesn't follow along of her own will, then she'll just be a hindrance to the current Lyle. You understand that, right? Watching Clara nod, Miranda turned her eyes to the open doorway Arya had left behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6, Chapter 14, The Maddening Metropolis. The Maddening Metropolis. A large mass of people gathered in Central's plaza, overlooked by the Imperial Palace. Of the civilians gathered around me, even those that had journeyed far from the furthest reach to Bonsium had sparkling eyes. And while I stood with a robe and hood covering my form, no one sent any doubt my way. Leanne stood beside me, removing her hood, and shaking out her pink hair. That just felt stupid. There doesn't seem a point in disguising ourselves. I also removed my hood, and Novum followed along. Monica had been wearing her maid uniform the whole time as per usual. I confirmed the area with skills, and found there wasn't a soul directing hostility at us. Rather than not directing it, it was as if no one recognized our existence as a whole. Even so, is it fine for a royal princess to have come to a place like this? On my question, Leanne scoffed. You think I don't yearn to witness the making of history? At that time, at that place, I saw it all. It's good to have such tales to hand down. I mean, the sun starts to set on Bonsium from here on. I looked at the balcony of the palace. We had come quite early in the morning, but even so, there was quite a number of people lined up in front of us. Nearby, a troupe of singers and performers showed off their trade to earn money. Food stalls were also scattered around, and it was as if we were at a festival. Novum, what of Arya and the others? When I said that, Novum shook her head. As of yet, I am unable to establish communication with them. When you think of what I've done, it's only natural. I see. I didn't look at her face. The game pieces she assembled for me. That was the harem. That they had a resistance against seals meant they wouldn't be charmed into betraying me. I do dislike the pawn treatment of them, but I must admit that seeing the comrades I've shared joy and sorrow with turn to Seal's side wouldn't be a nice scene on the eyes. So you thought I would try challenging Seals too? Those surrounding us simply waited for Seals to make her grand appearance. They weren't interested in something as lowly as us at all. Novum spoke to me. I wasn't certain what choice you would make. It's just that, considering the future, I thought it best to gather those with natures preventing them from betraying you at your side. So it didn't matter which way I rolled. Whether I challenged her or ran, Novum just wanted to have the preparations in place. Monica informed us of the situation. There is some movement within the palace. They're coming. Just as Monica, who could see further than us, had said, the door to the balcony opened up, and some knights paraded out. Behind them came the higher official and the king. The queen, and the crown prince Rufus Bonsium. His red and curling hair was cut short, and perhaps prepared for this very day, he wore white clothing adorned with ornaments of gold, silver, and other precious stones. Hand in hand with that prince, wearing a white dress, and an amount of ornaments that clearly seemed like overkill, came Seals. Cheers of joy came to announce her appearance alone. It's really loud. Watching the girl wave her hand, a few even swooned. It looked like she planned to wave that hand until all the cheers died down. Seals was wearing a serene expression, and I did think she was beautiful. Her contents are just awful, though. She carried along her rapier in a sheath purposely made to make the whole thing look like a ceremonious staff. Looking at Leanne standing to my side. He really does look happy. She was watching the crown prince expressionlessly. And I saw my parents stationed close to Seals. They looked simply delighted. I heard a voice from the jewel. The third spoke with great irritation. The crown prince looks identical to the bastard. Some goddess up there must be trying to piss me off with her blatant revelations. Certainly, from afar, he resembled the king I saw within the third's memory before. The fourth seemed to be focused on his attire. That's way too showy. In bad taste, even. I'm sure it'll all be nothing but pure gold at the wedding ceremony. What an absolute waste. The fifth listened in to the surrounding cheers. Who the hell gets this heated? When it's highly likely there'll be war with fondues, and I'm sure an extra tax will soon be collected for that sake. A wedding ceremony, a change of rule, and a war, not a time anyone should be laughing. It's often the case a reason is given, and a tax levied for a temporary period of time. The imperial capital Central wasn't ignorant to such matters. The sixth looked at my father by Seal's side, Maisel. So this is what's become of the fastidious Maisel. My father had hated the Sixth's dark image, sending bribes to rise in rank, and making the palace move to his whims. More than anything, the sheer number of wars the Sixth held with the other nobles of Bonsium was enough reason for him to be hated. With such hate from his grandson, the Sixth sounded a little sad. The Seventh was stupid son of mine, letting even Claire fall to Seal's whim. Having experienced the power of the monster seals firsthand, he couldn't press my mother or father as hard as before. Even if they weren't beside her all around the clock, the opportunities they had to interact with her were higher than the rest. Huddling close, happily watching over their beloved daughter. Watching over the scene, the third spoke to me. Lyle, you get it, right? Choosing to fight means you'll be. Before he could finish his words, I squeezed the jewel to indicate my affirmation. A while later, when the surroundings had calmed down, the king's words started coming out. They were the words to officially denote Seal's engagement. And the crown prince appeared before the crowd, giving his greetings. They were normal pleasantries, but the more words from him she heard, the more Leanne's head dropped down. Her tears had started to flow, so I patted her back and supported her so she wouldn't collapse. And it finally came to Seal's turn. Her voice was clear, and easily audible from afar. People of mine, rejoice. That was quite a haughty manner of speech, but those gathered raised their cheers. On this splendid day, Bonsium has become my belonging. Now rejoice, nobles. Lined in the castle's courtyard, the imperial nobles, knights, and feudal lords assembled from across the lands began to applaud. On Seal's side, the king and queen, and even the prince and ministers clapped along as well. It's madness. Mad as it may be, it was something that everyone present thought of as natural. Even I was beginning to doubt if I was the strange one here. From here on, Bonsium will expand even further. But her expression turned a little sorrowful. And after raising it, she formed another smile. There are nobles within this very nation that defy me. There are still those who've refused to obey. Wouldn't you say that's something unforgivable? Spreading out her arms, Seals received the angry yells of the people. Directed at those disobedient nobles, of course. Now let us prepare for war. By the time I've dyed Bonsium in one uniform shade, I will let you all have me as your queen. Applause. Cheers. And tears of joy. I clenched the jewel as I spoke. Founder, it really is abnormal. The beautiful vixen. While it was said after the fact that many other factors were involved, Agrissa was known as the primary factor. But looking at Seals, I could now understand that if such an existence had lived beforehand, then monsters must really exist, and they'll be coming out one after the other. I burned the sight of Bonsium, the country I was to go against, into my eyes. And noticing me, Seals waved her hand. Those in my immediate surroundings were almost all moved to tears. Monica was. I cannot comprehend it. I smiled and. Well, you're the incomprehensible one to me. It's just that, with this, I've no regrets keeping me here. The fifth spoke to me. You can still turn back, you know. Stopping these people as they are now means. I tapped the jewel and let it roll. I denied it. And to Seals, who directed a smile our way, I smiled as well. Just wait up there. I'll definitely put a stop to you. Within the cheers high enough to drive one to madness, I swore it to my heart. The announcement in the plaza had only been for the publicization of Seal's engagement to the prince. There wasn't the slightest of apologies sent to Fonbuse, and the knights, soldiers and servants who were on standby in the mansion were laying their anger bare. Within that mansion, in the room I had been given, I received a visit from an unexpected guest. No, rather than unexpected. Are you sane? This is no game we're playing here. With a silver plate in hand came Eva the singer. Stroking her light pink hair, she spoke with confidence. Of course. You're going to be fighting that princess called Seals, right? That will surely be a hero's tale. And by your side, I'll see it, hear it, and put it to memory. Someday I'll make a song of it, and have it heard all throughout the world. With my name tagged onto it, naturally. Having gone off to complete her adventurer registration, she presented her guild card to me. She had likely used her recent savings to accomplish it. Registering did take a bit of money. It was normally a loan paid after one started earning as an adventurer. While reminiscing over the moment of my own registration, I looked up at her face. And Eva. And you told me to anyways, to pass down your tale of heroism. At this point, perhaps I should have said something like, sing of rather than, hand down. But that wasn't really important, and remembering that embarrassing moment of mine, I cradled my head in my hands. Novum sought confirmation with her. Are you certain about that? It will be a dangerous journey. I'm fine. Even like this, I'm used to traveling and living on the move. I also know how to fight. I guess she would be better than an inexperienced adventurer, at least. And it's important that she approached seals without being charmed. If you're to join the party, you'll have to go along with our schedules. Perhaps you won't be able to sing whenever you want anymore, but I can gather more tales and stories as we travel, and witness the main hero story in the flesh. I can put up with that much, at least. I'm also risking my livelihood on this one, so I'm more grateful that you're serious about it. Novum smiled. Lyle-sama, if you look to the Walt family precept, she more than passes. I will not offer any opposition. I don't really care about those precepts anyways. The reason those requirements were formed was because the first generation's first love fell through, and he didn't want to marry anymore. He didn't want to marry, but as he was a feudal lord, those around him didn't accept it. That's why they took it as law when he proclaimed the precepts for accepting a wife. This all took place at a party. It was just an excuse he thought up while drunk, but its regulations were upheld for over 200 years. Why does everything seem heavier when you say it has some history to it? From the other head's point of view, they were nothing but trouble. And now the only one to protect them so faithfully was Novum. Eh? What? There are precepts? I want to hear them. To a worked-up Eva, I told her I'd tell her another time, as I took charge of one of the 2 guild cards she had been issued. A knocking sound came from the door, and Monica answered it. Oh, if it isn't Arya-san. Have you come to say your words of parting? Why do you have to stir everyone up, me included? Yo, made your choice yet? I asked Arya as such, but she just silently entered, slammed her guild card on the table, and exited the room. And as the rest of us stood dumbfounded, Novum calmly. So Arya-san is confirmed. And next it was Clara's turn to enter the room. What happened with Arya-san? I tried giving a simple explanation. No, she kinda left in silence. I do think she means to come along, but what about you, Clara? There, Clara handed me her guild card. Are you sure? I've thought about it quite a bit, but Arumsas is a city of Bonsium. And there are much too many books I've yet to read there to lose. And you're really joining in for something like that? I thought as such, but accepted the card anyways. Seals might not even do anything to it. Or perhaps we won't be in time to save it. On my words, Clara. I just think it's better than doing nothing at all. Saying that, she left the room. And as if waiting for Clara to leave, Miranda came in, pulling Shannon behind. She looked at the cards on the table, and at Eva, and sighed. Are we the last? And wait, you. I'm sure you were eavesdropping not too long ago, right? Hearing that, Eva stuck out her tongue. Sorry. But it was just too interesting. And I've already received permission. Precepts? It looks like I've cleared them without even knowing it. As Eva stuck out her chest, Shannon spoke tiredly. Those are the precepts for bride finding, you know. And wait, I don't think my feelings are being taken into consideration in any of this. Hey, isn't that a little too cruel? Shannon pleaded to me for help, but Miranda smiled. If you think you'll be able to evade Seal's grasp alone, then just go and try it. She does seem to hate you, so I'm sure she has only the nicest reception in store. Raising a slight scream, Shannon left her own card on the table. Miranda did the same, without even giving Novum a second glance. If you're coming along, I don't think discord within the group will be of any help. On my words, I'll do my work properly. If it's orders, I'll act like we're getting along. I shook my head. Just don't cause any problems. Taken to heart. Now Shannon, let's go. I get it, so don't pull me by the hair. After the 2 of them left, Novum smiled. So everyone's going along. I sighed a little. That's right. It was a bit unexpected. There, Monica muttered well under her breath, and spoke. Looks like we've gained another one, though. Good grief, we'll have to recalculate our edibles, and go on another shopping voyage out there because of it. Sighing some more, I'm not sure if it was just my imagination that she looked quite happy as she said all of that. Eva was. Hey, what's all this about wife-finding precepts? I don't have any intentions of marrying him, you know. Hey. To a flustered Eva, Novum spoke. That's all right. There's plenty of time, so just slowly get to know one another before. Oi, quite expanding the harem any further. Can't we just get normal comrades already? I cautioned Novum on her continued expansion of a growing harem. The fourth evaluated the flow up to now. So everyone's going along. Good for you, Lyle. On his words, I hung my head and gave a bitter smile. No, really. I thought there would be no helping us going our separate ways, but, well, I guess it's something to be happy about. It's just, considering the future, it wasn't going to be all happy times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6 Epilogue. Epilogue. In the back seat of a coupled carriage headed away from Central, I looked over the rows of empty seats, before turning my eyes to the shrinking city that had yet to lose its enthusiasm. Drinks being tossed around left and right, the festival of Central wasn't anywhere close to its conclusion. Of course, this carriage was supposed to be fully booked. But having been hit with the wave of high spirits washing over the capital, a large majority of them decided to extend their stays. As a result, it was as if our party had booked out the whole place. Watching the walls surrounding the city, I clenched the jewel. He royalty of Fonbues. Leanne had already taken her leave. We've been in her care. I hope she stays well. We were barely able to converse at the time of parting. Because she had been much too sorrowful for that. I heard the third's voice. Lyle, by the time you return, I'm sure. I know. As I continued paying mind to nothing but the scenery behind us, Eva called out. What ya doing? Just looking out at the imperial capital. I'm making an oath to myself to return someday. Saying that, I went and took my seat, and Eva sat beside me. Then I guess that's fine, right? Before I join in on all this, let me hear the story. The tales of the supporting cast are important as well, and learning some more will let me put more emotion into my song. To her full-on grin, I directed some cynicism. It isn't that interesting a tale, but... Even when you only experienced your first growth in Dalian, you kissed an automaton to life in Arumsas, and you swindled a noble out of his money in Central? Look, I already know that much, so what harm is there in telling me the rest? Who spread all of that? Everyone did. I put Eva and her smile aside, to look at the other members of my party seated around. Monica waved her hand at me with a grin. Aria's shoulders were shaking ever so slightly. She's laughing. She's desperately trying to hold it in. Novum looked a little apologetic, and Clara hid her face behind her book. Miranda blew me a kiss, and Shannon was blatantly chuckling to herself. You guys are the worst. Why divulge that of all things? On my words, Aria spoke. Don't make such a fuss. Eva said something about having to know this and that if we were going to be comrades. See, some of your actions were so strong that it just kinda slipped. Don't just play it off as slipping, Eva was happily taking memos. Oi, this isn't going to show up in the song, is it? No, I haven't the slightest. For now I'll just see it through to the end, and it all depends on how I determine its importance. That being the case, how about you tell me the tale of Lyle known to no other? To me alone. With those final words, she grinned at Aria. Meaning, she's pretty much threatening me to include all that in her song if I don't talk. Everyone made irritated expressions all of a sudden, but Novum alone looked a little triumphant. As my childhood friend of sorts, Novum knew more of my younger days. How underhanded. I'll at least go this far. Now just say it already. Out. With it. On her urging, I thought a little. And if she was going to sing of it anyways, then I'll speak, but before that, you have to promise me something. What? If it's something like, even if I tell you, you can't sing about it, I refuse. I shook my head. It's the opposite. There's a story I'd like you to sing of. A story I don't know? I do consider myself the knowledgeable type, so if it's one you know of, I think I might as well. Or could it be you're requesting a composition? The ancestors of the Walt house. You don't know them, right? Confirming she really didn't know, Eva nodded. But perhaps her interest wasn't piqued, as she showed some clear disapproval. Those sorts of stories usually have lots of exaggerations tacked on. There are quite a few who ask for the stories of their predecessors turned to song, in order to make their houses look bigger. I gave a sincere smile, and spoke. Yep, I'll bet. But it's not like I'll only be telling you the good stuff about them. Hearing that, Eva nodded. That's so? Then tell it as it is. What sort of ancestors did you have? There are 7 of them, but let's see, how about I go in order? And so I told the tale of our founder. Within the jewel. The third was quite vexed. Now about the matter of Lyle turning our lives' tales to song. Not. The fourth nonchalantly. Does it really matter? To a man who didn't seem to understand, the third yelled. Based on how Lyle feels, our stories will be set in history's stone for years to pass. It'll be the worst if something strange is tacked on. As if you can understand the feelings of a man who's supposed to have died a man of valor. Holding his head in both hands, the third flailed about. Those around looked at his with fed-up expressions. Letting out a sigh, the fourth spoke. Now then, how about we get some other opinions? They didn't really mind that Lyle had chosen to fight seals. But his method of doing so was as of yet unclear. The fifth put some sound argumentation to mouth. And wait, if we don't know the present situation, then saying we'll make countermeasures is, like how other countries are faring, and their relations to Bonsium, there's quite a bit. The sixth. Well, all they can do for now is collect information as they increase their capital and train themselves, I guess. The seventh nodded. To go up against Seals herself, they'll require an elite female force of those resistant to her influence. Gather soldiers to make an army. Perhaps create a large mercenary organization, and use that to challenge Bonsium. With assassination, even if he won, Lyle would lose his chance to stand on the front stage. If there's nothing to do for now but sharpen the few soldiers they have at present, then the problem to consider is just what sort of victory they're aiming for. After winning, what did Lyle plan to do? If played poorly, all that was left would be for him to be offed himself. Of all else, Lyle was of the same Walt house as Seals. The one who, of the 5 ancestors remaining, had come out with the highest standing, the seventh, gave his forecast. First of all, whether Lyle will be standing at the head or not is essential. If he leads the charge and decides to retire afterwards, the country will divide into warring states, I'll bet. If he plans to put someone up on the pedestal, they'll have to be someone with enough charisma and ability to govern a large nation. How would Lyle go about it? It was yet another factor that would affect it all. The sixth. In the worst-case scenario, even after victory, dissatisfaction towards the boy would grow, and that brings us to assassination. Displeased, the fifth looked up at the ceiling and spoke. But hoisting up someone else is also a pain. There's no guarantee they'll never be charmed by Seals along the way. Even if they be of the same gender as her, do you think Bonsium would accept a queen after being put through hell by Seals? The fourth brought it all together. For now, how about we get Lyle and company enough ability to put up a fight? Well, as they are now, they won't be able to get a stage to fight yet. There was a mountain load of problems. But it was all based on Lyle's decisions. The fifth. We'll have to train Lyle as well. If we just teach him nothing but our skills as we've been doing up to now, I can't think he'll ever defeat Seals. Someone here will have to personally train his abilities. The sixth nodded, and. Right. Meaning. The third suddenly cut into the conversation. The strongest one among us should be the one to do it. So? Everyone nodded. That would be me. I'll bet it's me. You mean me? Totally my turn. Yep, that's me. In an instant, silence engulfed the conference room, and everyone stood from their seats with smiles on their faces. The third. Oi, just how much do you think I've fought in my life? How many times do you think that incompetent wreck of a king sent me off to fight? Correcting the positioning of his glasses with a finger, the fourth smiled. I'll be troubled if you think my skill is for nothing but movement. My apologies to all of you, but I don't get the feeling I'll lose to the third or any other. The fifth shook his head, a tired expression across his face. How many times do you think my land was attacked? And through it all I endured, and made a stable foundation. Bandits and soldiers, mercenaries, how many do you think I crushed? The sixth laughed at the threats the others tossed out. I'm the one who expanded the Walt house, you know. I'm sorry to say it, but I don't feel I'll even lose to my father, the fifth. The seventh. To aid in the recovery of Bonsium, I crossed countless battlefields. There's no way a man who experienced something like that would ever be weak. Well, I can understand how my predecessors would like to insist that they were strongest, though. His parched laughter echoed through the room, and with the opening of the fifth's mouth. Cut the crap. A runaway brat should just shut his mouth. You never won out against me to the end. Because I would never go all out against the elderly. You're still dragging out that runaway stuff. Want to go at it, damn old man? Think you stand a chance? I'd like it you keep the jokes to a limit, you know. My thoughts exactly. Well, the fourth was more a civil officer, so I doubt he'd understand the sentiment of us military men. Ha ha ha, so you wanna play soldier with those measly medals on your chest? You all seriously think all my fighting was done on a desk? Maybe it's those naive thoughts of yours that let Seals get her hands on the yellow jewel in the first place. Now you've said it, damn glasses. Dot looked down on the glasses. I'm the strongest here. And as all in the jewel were about to burst into chaos, Lyle manifested. Perhaps he had nothing to do on the long voyage, as he decided to drop into the jewel. What are you all so worked up about? And wait, you're speaking so loud I can hear it outside, you know, Before a fed-up Lyle, the third withheld all he had to say about Eva's case, and explained the current situation. No, you see, these guys are getting worked up about who's strongest. You can tell right away, can't you, Lyle? The seventh addressed his grandson. Now tell them all about my strength, Lyle. In the first place, we only became able to use magic to its fullest from the fifth. If you think of how much of a definite form it must have taken by my generation, our difference in skill should be more than clear. Taking some glances at Lyle's face, the seventh tried proving his superiority to the rest. But Lyle folded his arms. And why did things come to this? The fourth cleared his throat and explained. It's just we thought the one to train you should be the strongest among us. See, there are quite a few here that seem to misguidedly think that must be them. Surveying the area with a smile, he turned to Lyle and nodded. The sixth as well. You can tell, can't you, Lyle? Now how about you tell them who's the strongest? The fifth too. That's right. You know who's the strongest, right, Lyle? Lyle nodded a few times, and answered with a smile. Then I just have to beat all of you guys, right? Now isn't that simple? If all of us fight, the matter should resolve itself. The air instantly froze, and the ancestors exchanged glances before moving to surround Lyle. The third places his hand on Lyle's left shoulder. The fourth stood in front of him. The fifth, his hand on Lyle's right shoulder. The sixth and seventh circled around behind. The third smiled. I see. So you thought of us that lightly. Well, I'm sure we're weaker than seals. But listen here. The fourth. You underestimating us too much, Lyle. The fifth put some power into his grip, making Lyle wince. That's right. This is a good chance, so how about we teach you a thing or two. The sixth smiled. Then off we go. We'll train you all together. It's the seventh. Lyle sought aid from his grandfather, but the man himself only smiled. Don't worry. If you get injured here, it fixes itself up in a jiffy. Even if your chest is pierced through, you'll be unharmed in reality. Now it's been a while since I last trained you. He was smiling, but his eyes alone contained no joy. Yes, but that's just the result, right? It doesn't change the fact I'll be pierced, right? Hey, wait. Everyone hoisted up a noisy Lyle. The fourth took the lead, and opened up one of the doors. You don't have to worry too much. You'll just be fighting a little with everyone. I'm sure it'll be a blast, And new. Lyle's scream as he was lifted through the threshold was cut off with the closing of the door.